Chapter 1, Transmigrated into a Novel, 1974. Sister-in-law, please, don't pull away. Hiss. Don't bite. Sister-in-law. Take a good look at who I am. I'm not your brother Zhengguo. Please calm down, I am. In a daze, Shen Man gradually opened her eyes, waves of heat washing over her, leaving her feeling uncomfortable and restless. She could not help but lick her parched lips. Her consciousness slowly began to return. Shen Man blinked, gazing vacantly around. An old-fashioned calendar, a crimson-embroidered quilt, a bright red thermos. A cramped, narrow room, and beneath her a man with a strong, muscular abdomen, marked with red scratches. Shen Man's hand rested on the man's abdomen, the surreal sensation causing her to instinctively pinch herself. Still warm and firm. This is not a dream. Qi Yuan could not suppress a low groan, forcibly suppressing the effects of the drug coursing through him, enduring his desires as he pushed Shen Man away. He then tightly wrapped her in the quilt, positioning himself at the edge of the bed, fiercely pinching his thigh to maintain his awareness and sanity. Sister-in-law, please don't move around. Take a good look at who I am. Someone drugged us, you can't move anymore. Qi Yuan's forehead was lined with veins, beads of sweat trickling down his neck. He gripped his thigh tightly, striving to remain conscious, yet the sight of her pale skin almost shattered his reason. No, absolutely not. Qi Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on his thigh. The education he received from a young age forbade him from taking advantage of others' vulnerability. Moreover, the person before him was the wife of his deceased brother. On the bed, Shen Man found herself nearly suffocated beneath the thick, warm quilt. Countless memories surged into her mind, and her consciousness became fully alert, staring blankly at the handsome man beside her, who was bare-chested. You are Qi Yuan. In the book, he referred to her as sister-in-law, yet he was the man with whom she had an affair. At this moment, Shen Man was certain that she had transmigrated into a novel. She had become Shen Man, the malicious stepsister of the female protagonist in a time-traveling romance, a beautiful widow who was married but childless. Soon, the female protagonist, Shen Ping, would bring her neighbors to catch her in the act of infidelity. Following that, her husband, who had been absent for 4 years and was presumed dead in battle, would suddenly return, leading to an irrevocable divorce. Overwhelmed by a series of devastating blows, she would ultimately succumb to despair and commit suicide. The original character's mother would, in her grief, descend into madness, becoming a pariah in the eyes of the community. Thus, the cruel stepsister and stepmother, who had tormented the female lead since childhood, would be vanquished, much to the reader's delight. In mere seconds, Shen Man rapidly processed her memories. She pinched her thigh hard to keep her mind clear. Just moments ago, Qi Yuan had urged her to remain calm, yet now he lay on the floor, his consciousness fading. He tugged at the scant fabric covering him, his broad, solid chest exposed, muscles taut and glistening with sweat. The heat in his gaze as he looked at her was intense, an uncontrollable urge to embrace her surging within him. Sister-in-law. Shen Man's expression shifted dramatically as she, with great effort, evaded his reaching hands, her body burning with weakness. Someone would arrive soon, time was running out. Outside, footsteps echoed, growing nearer. Simultaneously, Shen Ping entered the courtyard, carrying a platter of freshly prepared meat. Wang Luoxue followed closely, the savory aroma wafting toward her, causing her to wrinkle her brow in discontent. Zhaoping, why are you being so kind to that wicked woman? Have you forgotten how she drugged you and stole your fiancé? Now you're bringing her meat? You are far too generous. Shen Ping shook her head helplessly. Luoxue, please don't say such things anymore. No matter what, she is still my sister. She has lost her husband and is already in a pitiful state. I can only help her in this regard. Wang Luoxue wanted to say more, but Shen Ping interrupted. All right, let's go deliver the food to my sister first, we can discuss the rest later. She was well aware of what Luoxue wanted to say. Forgiveness? How could that be? Considering the timing, Shen Man had likely already been entangled with another man. With that thought, Shen Ping hurriedly pulled Wang Luoxue along, quickening her pace toward the door. Indeed, the door was tightly shut, and muffled sounds of intimacy could be heard from within. Meanwhile, a tall, imposing man in military uniform appeared in the courtyard, carrying a bag of belongings. Passers-by recognized him in disbelief. Zhengguo, you're not dead. You've returned. Lu Zhengguo nodded slightly. Uncle, I'm not dead. I'm back. That's good, that's good. Everyone thought you were in trouble. Suddenly, Uncle Li recalled the peculiar sounds from Lu Zhengguo's home and smacked his forehead, glancing at him with sympathy. By the way, you should hurry home and check on your wife. If you don't hurry back, something might happen. With that, he rushed off. Lu Zhengguo felt puzzled, yet he quickened his pace toward home. Upon arriving, he found a crowd of onlookers gathered around, while the door to his house remained firmly shut. His former fiancée, Shen Man, stood at the door, anxiously knocking. Sister, open the door. It's broad daylight, why are you locking the door? Something must have happened. Wang Luoxue looked at the closed door, unable to suppress her raised voice. What do you mean something happened? Clearly, someone is having an affair inside. I just saw a man's figure through the window. One who drugged and climbed into bed, stealing his own sister's fiancé. How could she bear to remain lonely? She's probably rolling around with a man right now. The neighbors watching the spectacle began to discuss among themselves. I always said, just looking at Shen Man's seductive face, you know she's not the type to keep her virtue. Exactly. A few days ago, I saw her flirting with a salesman from the supply and marketing cooperative. I just saw a man enter her house, they must be involved by now. Oh, thank goodness Zhengguo wasn't around. Otherwise, what man could bear to witness this scene? Indeed, marrying such a woman, no wonder Zhengguo's parents were unwilling to accept her as their daughter-in-law. Standing at the entrance, Lu Zhengguo absorbed all the gossip and sympathetic murmurs surrounding him. Look, that person. That person seems to be Zhengguo. It really is Zhengguo. He's alive, he's back. Zhengguo, is that really you? This is going to be quite the spectacle, returning home alive after such peril, only to confront this situation. What man could endure it? Hearing his name, Shen Man abruptly turned to look at the tall figure, her entire being tensing involuntarily. It was him, he was indeed alive.
Chapter 2, The Scene of Infidelity. No one knew Dai in her past life. Shen Man had happily married her fiancé, Lu Zhengguo, only to find him gone on their wedding night, followed swiftly by news of his death in battle. From that moment on, she lived in mourning, continually tormented by her in-laws. Ultimately, she was deceived by a small-time thug, who swindled her of money and virtue, selling her to the mountains, where she became a wife and mother to several men. Meanwhile, her half-sister, Shen Man, leveraged her beauty to marry Lu Zhengguo's childhood friend, quickly ascending to the status of a wealthy matron. Enjoying a loving marriage and complete family reborn, she allowed her sister to entice Lu Zhengguo, while she herself used this to gradually approach Gu Yang. But why had this man, who had perished in her past life, returned alive? Lu Zhengguo raised his gaze towards the still-closed door, pausing in silence. He hefted his luggage and strode forward, delivering a forceful kick that shattered the door open with a resounding bang. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the room. With a cold expression, Lu Zhengguo stepped inside, while onlookers rushed to cling to the doorframe, craning their necks for a better view. Wang Luoxue seized Shen Man's hand and dashed in, exclaiming, "Xiao Ping, weren't you supposed to deliver meat to your sister? Come, let us see what is happening." Shen Man swiftly quelled her tumultuous emotions, her feet moving with urgency, though her lips protested. "Luoxue, this is inappropriate. Perhaps we should not intrude." "What is inappropriate? She treated you so poorly before. Why give that shameless woman any consideration?" With the first person rushing in, others followed suit, eager to witness the spectacle. Hurry, hurry, if we're late. We want to get a good spot." Lu Zhengguo strode into the room and ripped aside the curtain of the inner chamber. He was determined to see what this repugnant woman was still doing under the guise of his wife. If indeed that were the case, he would show no mercy. However, as he surveyed the scene, he found nothing scandalous, his attention fixated on the bed, where a figure lay distinctly beneath the covers. At that moment, Wang Luoxue had pulled Shen Man into the room. Upon noticing the bulging quilt, she rushed forward, intent on unveiling its contents. "I knew it. You can't change your nature, Shen Man, you shameless harlot. How dare you entertain a lover in broad daylight? Today, everyone shall witness your true colors." Just as Lu Zhengguo moved to stop her, he inadvertently spotted an almost imperceptible footprint on the open windowsill. He instantly halted, observing the unfolding drama with cold detachment. Shen Man seemingly rushed forward to restrain Wang Luoxue, yet made no genuine attempt to intervene. "Luoxue, please, she is still my sister." The onlookers crowded into the small room, suffocating the air within. "His sister? You share no blood ties. She is merely a burdensome stepsister brought in by your father's new wife. Xiao Ping, don't forget, it was their machinations that caused your father to neglect you." In the next instant, The quilt was flung aside, revealing a flushed and alluring face that momentarily captivated the crowd. The situation was clearly abnormal. Shen Man, propped weakly on the bed, glistened with perspiration as she slowly raised her gaze to the gathering crowd. What is the meaning of this? A hush fell over the room, all eyes turned towards Lu Zhengguo. Shen Man seemed to sense something amiss. Her gaze swept over the assembly before landing on the tall, imposing figure of the man. She appeared momentarily dazed, raising a hand to her forehead as she murmured, "Am I delirious? Am I dreaming of the dead?" Her words sparked a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. Ah, so she is ill. No wonder her complexion seems off. She must have been burning up. And didn't he hear the knocking? But didn't he Lu Zhengguo claim to have seen Shen Man with a man? I see no one else here. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her peculiar state. Wang Luoshua, upon hearing these remarks, blanched and pointed an accusing finger. Look at you, Shen Man, in your seductive state. Speak, where is your lover? She had clearly heard a man's voice and some suggestive sounds within. Shen Man rubbed her temples, bewildered. What lover? What are you talking about? Why have you barged into my home? I'm unwell. Having just taken medicine and laid down, please leave. I need to rest. Wang Luoshua scoffed. If you want to confess, then I'll find out for myself. She surveyed the room, her gaze locking onto the wardrobe, rushing over to fling its doors open, revealing nothing but clothing, no one inside. Her expression soured. How can there be no one? The color drained from Shen Ping's face as a sense of unease crept in. This room offered no other hiding places. Could it be that Shen Man had sensed something? She glanced at Shen Man, still the same person, yet her demeanor had turned icy, unnoticed by all, her hand hidden beneath the covers, gripping her thigh tightly to maintain her composure. Wang Luoshua, have you finished searching? If you're done, be off. Who invited you to run amok in someone else's home? Wang Luoshua shot her a glare. And how do I know your lover hasn't he fled? She wasn't he deliberately being difficult. Shen Man's behavior was simply too scandalous. Shen Ping stepped forward, smiling diplomatically. Sister, Luoshua didn't he mean any harm? She was just worried about you. Suddenly shifting her focus, Shen Ping walked towards the window. By the way, sister, why is this window open? You're burning up. It's unwise to have a draft. Let me close it for you. Shen Man stiffened, her grip on her thigh tightening. No need, it's too stuffy in here. I prefer some fresh air. Lu Zhengguo's gaze darkened, his eyes scrutinizing Shen Man. He strode towards the window, closing it before Shen Ping could, obscuring the faint footprint. Xiao Ping, please step outside. I'll take care of your sister. Shen Ping hesitated, pausing mid-step, then reluctantly nodded. Very well, Zhengguo. I trust you to look after my sister. If she behaves oddly, might I ask you to speak to her kindly? Lu Zhengguo's expression remained frosty. Take the others with you. I will tend to her illness. All of you, please leave. He addressed the onlookers. Disappointed at not witnessing the anticipated spectacle, they departed, leaving only Lu Zhengguo and Shen Man in the room. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. The man turned his back to Shen Man, glancing at the footprint on the windowsill. Have you been drugged? His tone was flat yet unwavering, for her current state mirrored that of the time she had drugged him to climb into his bed. Not merely a feverish. Chapter 3, the indifference of a man. As Shen Man's consciousness began to fade, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to address the man standing a short distance away. I've been drugged. Could you bring me a few buckets of water? In the narrative, Lu Zhengguo had always looked upon the original schemes with disdain, remaining an aloof observer, yet now she found herself seeking his aid. Lu Zhengguo pressed his lips together, watching the woman on the bed, tugging at her clothing. Her fair skin was exposed, her slender waist tantalizingly alluring. A light sheen of sweat glistened on her youthful face, her thick eyelashes fluttering, and she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Please bring me some water. Shen Man's body burned with heat, her face flushed with an enticing hue, and the intense effects of the drug surged once more. As her awareness slipped away, she noticed the man still standing there, unmoved, determined. She bit her lip, steeling herself, and arose from the bed, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him fervently. If he refused to help her with water, she would have to resort to him as her antidote. Lu Zhengguo's expression shifted slightly as he turned his head to evade her kiss, swiftly grasping her wrists and forcefully pushing her back onto the bed, covering her with the quilt. Shen Man, I will fetch you water. You need to calm down. Shen Man's mind was a haze. She could not comprehend his words. In a sudden surge of energy, just as Lu Zhengguo turned to leave, she scrambled from beneath the quilt and wrapped her arms around his waist, nipping at his neck. Warm and soft, her touch tinged with a slight sting. Lu Zhengguo's body stiffened, momentarily frozen in place. The woman behind him seemed unsatisfied with his indifference, her hands slipping beneath his clothing, her delicate fingers danced across his firm abdomen, her body pressing against his back, rubbing against him, soft yet fervent. So comfortable. It was only then that Lu Zhengguo seemed to awaken from his stupor. Wrenching Shen Man away from him, he strode out of the room, filling several buckets with cold water and pouring them into a bath. He then unceremoniously tossed the unconscious woman into the icy water. With a splash, the cold water pierced her skin, the alternating temperatures alleviating some of her fiery discomfort. Shen Man finally regained a shred of clarity. Thank you, your compliance at home is my greatest gratitude, Lu Zhengguo replied, casting not a glance in her direction as he exited the room. Even if she had indeed been drugged and set up, The footprints on the windowsill were not those of a man, however. It is indeed true that she drugged him and climbed into his bed. This woman is cunning and will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Even if he were to marry her, he would never develop any affection for such a woman. Shen Man is indifferent to the man's attitude. She submerges her body in the cool water. Leaning against the bathtub, reflecting on her situation of having entered this narrative. In the book, the original protagonist was as malicious as she was beautiful, fair-skinned and alluring. She was the least favored daughter-in-law among all mothers-in-law. Yet, she was also the cherished object of desire for numerous men in the mechanical factory courtyard, relying on her enchanting visage, coupled with a high school education and a faade of kindness. Shen Man has fashioned herself into an appealing, artistic youth, clandestinely engaging with numerous men, all of whom are tall, handsome, and possess stable jobs with decent family backgrounds. Among them is the male lead of this tale, Gu Yang, a technician at the Red Flag Mechanical Factory and the future tycoon. The two have been childhood sweethearts. The original protagonist discerned Gu Yang's potential from a young age, thus behaving as a kind and beautiful person in his presence. Through her pretense, Gu Yang naturally grew fond of the original protagonist's beauty, her kindness, and the comfort of being with her. In Shen Ping's first life, Gu Yang and the original protagonist successfully united. Living a blissful life together, Shen Ping, however, married Lu Zhengguo, and before they could share any meaningful moments, he was deployed to the military for an urgent mission, ultimately leaving her a widow. In truth, had she waited 4 years, Lu Zhengguo would have returned, but regrettably during her widowhood, Shen Ping was deceived by a petty thug who swindled her of all her possessions and sold her, pregnant, into the depths of a forest. Years later, Shen Ping finally escaped from that secluded life, but her time was limited. Just before her demise, she witnessed on television her stepsister Shen Man, who had bullied her in childhood, marrying Gu Yang and becoming the wealthiest lady. The television portrayed her stepsister as still beautiful and graceful, while she herself perished in an unknown corner, wretchedly. As her consciousness faded, Shen Ping recalled that her stepsister never truly liked Gu Yang. She merely regarded him as a backup. If given the chance to start afresh, she would undoubtedly help Gu Yang see through Shen Man's true nature. This encapsulates the former life of the book's female protagonist. Shen Ping, Shen Man's side, as the malicious supporting character. Shen Ping's first act upon her rebirth was to orchestrate Shen Man's marriage to Lu Zhengguo. Coincidentally, the original protagonist could not tolerate Shen Ping having a strikingly handsome and military fiancé. Thus, under Shen Ping's deliberate machinations, Shen Man drugged him and climbed into his bed, successfully marrying him. Had she not transmigrated, the original protagonist would have faced disgrace and ultimately suicide. The original protagonist's mother would be unable to endure her daughter's death, becoming a madwoman condemned by all, while her half-brother would also be affected, developing autism and becoming mute. Jiu Yang would descend into despair due to the original protagonist's death, while Shen Ping would remain by his side, eventually helping him heal from his pain and gradually fall in love with her. After recalling the plot of the book, Shen Man felt a surge of despair. If only the narrative could revert to before the drugging and the bed climbing, she would not feel such anger. However, the original protagonist's true nature has already been revealed to certain individuals. The reputation of a treacherous, scheming woman is known far and wide throughout the mechanical factory courtyard. Aside from the original protagonist's previous conquests, others steer clear of her. Nevertheless, the original protagonist is indeed a highly capable individual. Despite her tarnished reputation, many men believe she must be innocent, convinced that someone has deliberately set her up. The male lead, Gu Yang, is among them. Before the original protagonist married Lu Zhengguo, Gu Yang had sought her out, and even after the news of Lu Zhengguo's death, he approached her multiple times, expressing his desire to marry her. Unfortunately, the original protagonist relished her life as a martyr's widow, enjoying wealth, beauty, and the attention of men vying for her affection. She had no desire to marry, thus she neither accepted nor rejected Gu Yang's advances. In order to reveal the original protagonist's true self to Gu Yang, Shen Ping once again drugged her. Chapter 4. The reputation grows worse after soaking in the cold water for over an hour. The effects of the drug finally dissipated, and Shen Man became fully alert. She emerged from the bathtub, changed out of her damp clothing, and sat at the vanity, scrutinizing her current appearance. The reflection in the mirror revealed her fair skin, rosy lips, and a face that was both charming and seductive. Even after washing her face, her skin remained flawless. Shen Man momentarily lost her focus. This face was identical to her original one. She unfastened her clothing, gazing at the red mole on her chest in the mirror. Even that detail was the same. Upon reflection, she realized that the original protagonist's personality bore many similarities to her own in her modern life. She was affluent, attractive, and owned property, treating men with a casual attitude. If one did not suffice, she would simply move on to another. She enjoyed the thrill of romance but shunned the constraints of marriage. The original protagonist felt a flicker of affection for Gu Yang, yet she relished her current life as a widow, being wealthy and beautiful, and remained disinclined to accept Gu Yang. The coincidences led Shen Man to entertain the notion that perhaps the original protagonist was a parallel version of herself. Meanwhile, after Lu Zhengguo's departure, he was accosted by a group of women. Zhengguo, you truly have returned. If your parents could see you safe and sound, they would be overjoyed, exclaimed Aunt Hohat, wiping her tears. Lu Zhengguo nodded slightly. Acknowledging the women, Aunt Feng added with some emotion, it's good that you're back. If you hadn't returned, your parents and sister would surely have been tormented by your wife, especially your sister, who had her job snatched away by your wife. Because of this, her fiancé married another. Indeed, Zhengguo, now that you're back, you must keep a close eye on your wife. She dresses so flamboyantly, attracting the gaze of numerous men. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened slightly. Aunties, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He had barely taken a few steps home when he was called again. Lu Zhengguo, it really is you. You've returned alive. It was Zhang Dong, a childhood friend now working at the factory. Lu Zhengguo approached and patted him on the shoulder. Dongzi, long time no see. Nothing major has happened at home while I was away, has it? Zhang Dong hesitated, as if grappling with something. Lu Zhengguo noticed his hesitation and furrowed his brow. Dongzi, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. Alright Lu Gu, but please don't be angry with what I say. Zhang Dong still seemed reluctant. Lu Zhengguo scrutinized him. When did you become so hesitant? Zhang Dong thought for a moment and gently warned. Lu Gu, now that you're back, you should keep an eye on your wife. During your absence, there have been many men eyeing her. You wouldn't have seen it, but those men were practically salivating over her. Furthermore, regarding your wife's relationship with the ants, you should try to ease the tension. Don't let it become too strained. Although he believed Shen Man was unworthy of Lu Gu, they were already married. And life had to continue. People said Shen Man lacked propriety, which attracted the attention of men. However, as a man himself, he understood that such matters could not all be laid at the feet of women. Shen Man was not willfully seducing them. Looking pretty was merely a woman's nature, but some men lacked discretion. Lu Zhengguo's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint in his gaze. I see. Besides these matters, has anything else transpired in these years? He was well aware of Shen Man's character. Even when he was merely her future brother-in-law, she had covertly pursued him on more than one occasion. Zhang Dong hesitated for a moment, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and lowered his voice. Lu Gu, in the future, try to minimize your interactions with Shen Ping. No matter how good your relationship was before, or how close you came to marrying, now you are her brother-in-law, and she has a partner. Let bygones be bygones and focus on living well in the present. As for the rumors circulating about your wife, just listen, don't take them too seriously. Lu Zhengguo shot him a glance. Why do I feel like you're defending Shen Man? Lu Gu, you asked me to speak, and now you question my motives. Zhang Dong spread his hands in exasperation. Noticing Lu Zhengguo's continued silence, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly Zhang Dong realized something and widened his eyes, retreating and shaking his head. Lu Gu, I'm already married. Please don't misunderstand, even if he were not married, he would not covet his brother's wife. Lu Zhengguo's gaze turned dark, his voice cold. I recall that you were not this verbose before. Zhang Dong waved his hand. It's because my wife is beautiful and kind. She constantly whispers these things in my ear. You know that my wife works in the same factory as yours, and she often sees these things. My wife has seen male colleagues from the textile factory trying to curry favor with your wife more than once. Yet your wife hardly gives them a second glance. I'm telling you this to avoid any misunderstandings regarding your wife. Lu Zhengguo's expression remained indifferent. Rest assured, I will never wrongfully accuse an innocent person. He knew Shen Man's true character all too well. Zhang Dong nodded. That's good. Suddenly, he recalled the words his wife had imparted to him. Right, Brother Lu, they say that those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. It is a rare occasion for you to return. Tomorrow evening, I shall have my wife prepare a sumptuous feast, and we will invite a few of our childhood friends to celebrate your homecoming. You must come, and be sure to bring your sister-in-law along. Before Lu Zhengguo could decline, Zhang Dong had vanished in an instant. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow slightly, but he did not dwell on it. After 4 years away from home, there were numerous matters awaiting his attention. For instance, why had Shen Man taken his sister's job, and what had Shen Man done during his absence to tarnish her reputation to such an extent? With these thoughts in mind, he strode purposefully toward home. At that moment, Shen Man had just emptied the water from the bathtub and tidied up the room. The Lu household consisted of merely 3 rooms, which was considered spacious in the machinery factory as employee quarters. However, with so many inhabitants, it was far from sufficient, since Shen Man had married and she shared a room with Lu Zhengguo, while Lu Zhengguo and Lu Desau occupied another. The remaining, slightly larger room was divided into 3 smaller ones, serving as the quarters for Lu's parents and Lu Hongmei, along with the living room. Even though Shen Man's current room was regarded as large by Lu family standards, it could barely accommodate a bed, a wardrobe, and a vanity. There was little space left for anything else. Today, all the Lu family members were out either at work or deliberately avoiding Shen Man's company to spend time with classmates. Meanwhile, the original owner of this body had the day off and had not gone to work. Just as Shen Man was putting away the bathtub, Lu Zhengguo entered from outside, standing silently at the doorway. Observing her, Chapter 5 speak, he commanded, his sharp gaze piercing through her. What have you been doing in the years I was away? Shen Man paused, momentarily taken aback, and was about to question his sudden outburst when she heard him coldly admonish. Do not attempt to deceive me. I expect you to answer me truthfully. Yet he was not entirely unfamiliar with her character. At the very least, he understood it to a fair extent. Shen Man met his gaze. A faint smile gracing her lips. What, do you intend to interrogate me as if I were a criminal? She had never encountered a man who approached her with such an accusatory demeanor. Upon his return, he had burst in with the scrutinizing eyes of a spy, assessing her and the details of the entire room. Such a man, despite his undeniable good looks, left her feeling repulsed. Lu Zhengguo regarded the woman before him without a flicker of emotion. If you wish to perceive it that way, so be it. However, if you wish to continue living this life, certain flaws must be rectified. Since we are married, I have no intention of divorce, thus some matters must be thoroughly resolved. Just as Shen Man was about to interject, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Man, are you home? It was her mother's voice. Shen Man blinked, quickly regaining her composure, and hurried to open the door. The mother she remembered bore an uncanny resemblance to the mother she knew in real life, gentle and always looking out for her. Upon opening the door, a graceful and beautiful middle-aged woman rushed inside, scanning Shen Man from head to toe. Man, are you alright? Were we not supposed to have dinner at home today? It's so late. And you're still not back. I thought something had happened to you. Seeing her familiar visage and hearing her familiar voice, Shen Man forcibly suppressed her tumultuous emotions and smiled. Mom, I'm fine. I just had a fever this morning, took some medicine, and overslept. Yang Fang's face shifted slightly, and she instinctively felt her forehead, finally exhaling in relief. Thank goodness, the fever has subsided. After a moment, as if recalling something, she peered into the room. By the way, I heard that Zhengguo is not dead, he has returned. Shen Man felt reluctant to mention him, but given their current marital status, it was unavoidable. She nodded. Yes, he is back. At that moment, Lu Zhengguo, having overheard their conversation, stepped out of the room and inclined his head slightly toward young Fang. Aunt Fang, how is Uncle Shen's health these days? The Uncle Shen he referred to as Shen Man's stepfather, and also Shen Ping's biological father. Yang Fang had remarried to Shen's family after bringing her daughter, Shen Man, from her previous marriage, and had since given birth to a son who was now 10 years old. All is well, now that you've returned. Man has truly endured her hardships, although Yang Fang felt a twinge of discomfort at Lu Zhengguo's formal address of uncle and aunt. She reminded herself that it was only natural, given that her daughter had intruded into his life and made mistakes. By the way, Zhengguo, how long will you be able to stay this time? Lu Zhengguo glanced at Shen Man, his tone momentarily faltering. If all goes well, I should be able to stay for a month. He had successfully completed his mission, not only achieving the rank of regimental level but also securing a 3-month leave. Although he intended to spend only a month at home, Shen Man subtly distanced herself from the man. Why was he staring at her while speaking? Did he intend to provoke her? Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly. Sensing her dissatisfaction, Yang Fang noticed the subtle tension between them and burst into laughter, mistakenly believing that the young couple's relationship had progressed. A month is good, this leave is quite long. You two barely had the chance to bond before separating after your marriage, now you can finally spend some quality time together. To ease the atmosphere, Yang Fang instinctively reached for Lu Zhengguo's arm with one hand while grasping Shen Man's hand with the other. By the way, your Uncle Shen is cooking tonight, so you two needn't worry about preparing a meal, just come home to eat. However, Lu Zhengguo sidestepped Yang Fang's hand. Aunt Fang, I have matters to attend to this evening. I want to be going. Yang Fang's hand froze in midair, but she quickly regained her composure, retracting it. Oh, I see, you go ahead and take care of your business, Man and I will head back. Shen Man observed the scene with keen eyes and immediately took Yang Fang's arm, diverting her attention. Mom, I want to eat the dumplings you made tonight. It's a rare day off for me. And you must help me indulge. Yang Fang lightly tapped her forehead. You're already grown up, yet you still act like a child. The dumplings were prepared long ago, with pork and scallions. They're just waiting for you to return and eat. Thank you, Mom, you're the best, Shen Man exclaimed with a smile, leaning her head against Yang Fang's shoulder. Without looking back, the two departed from the Lu household. In this world, her mother was strikingly similar to her modern-day mother, both in temperament and appearance. Once outside the Lu residence, Yang Fang gazed at her daughter, still as beautiful as ever. The more she looked, the more she admired her, unable to resist ruffling her hair. Man, tell me honestly, what do you really think about your current marriage? She had observed that Lu Zhengguo displayed not a hint of affection for her daughter, otherwise, he wouldn't treat her mother-in-law in such a manner. If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble for Man, she would never allow anyone to disrespect her. Shen Man pondered for a moment. Mom, do you think I should just divorce him? Lu Zhengguo was far from her ideal type. Even if he were, she had no inclination to seek out suffering. Moreover, it was evident that he harbored dissatisfaction toward her. Yang Fang was taken aback. Man, are you serious? She understood her daughter well. Endowed with both beauty and wit, any man she fancied had usually fallen for her. Except for Lu Zhengguo, however, their time spent together was brief, and perhaps with more time, feelings might develop. Shen Man nodded. Mom, I can see that he does not recognize this marriage at all. I have no need to lower my self-esteem to accommodate a man. This is a principle you often imparted to me. The original owner had cultivated an awareness of her potential from a young age, largely due to Yang Fang's teachings as a mother. Yang Fang had originally been a simple village girl. While her peers were discussing marriage with local suitors, she had already seen through the lives of rural girls. This realization solidified her determination to escape rural life and pursue a better existence. Education was not a viable path for families that favored sons over daughters, thus she resolved to leverage her beauty to alter her fate through marriage. However, as a rural girl, her opportunities for meeting men were severely limited. Consequently, Yang Fang discreetly assessed all the young men in the village and ultimately chose a soldier, Shen Man, who was Shen Man's biological father. Chapter 6. A mother's love. Shen Man was the most promising youth in their village. Serving in the military and brimming with potential, yet he ultimately perished on the battlefield when the original owner was just over 5 years old. Even with the pension, Yang Fang sought to ensure that she and her daughter would have a reliable future. Thus, through introductions, she remarried Shen Xiangshan, the father of Shen Ping. Shen Xiangshan's first wife had died giving birth to Shen Ping, and he had no intention of remarrying. He had agreed to a matchmaker's introduction merely because the matchmaker was a relative. To his surprise, during this meeting, he fell in love with Yang Fang at first sight and insisted on marrying her. Coincidentally, Yang Fang was also pleased with his circumstances. They each brought a daughter into the marriage. He worked as a factory worker and had a house, with both parents living in the countryside, unlikely to intrude on their lives. Most importantly, Shen Xiangshan had no son, so as long as she bore him a son, the Shen family would be under her control. Over the years, the wealth of the Shen family has been firmly under her control, and Shen Xiangshan dotes on his two children. Yang Fang gently caresses her daughter's hand, saying, Man, regarding the divorce, as someone who has been through it, I hope you consider it carefully. Marriage is not a trivial matter, although Lu Zhengguo may not be the best choice as a husband. His capabilities are commendable. The fact that someone presumed dead has suddenly returned indicates that his current position is undoubtedly significant. As long as nothing untoward happens, his future status will also be assured. By staying with him, at the very least, you will not have to worry about your livelihood. Now that your situation has been decided, if it can work out, it is best to continue. If it cannot, your father and I will support you. After a moment of silence, Shen Man reflects that indeed Lu Zhengguo's position in the army is quite respectable. Following the original owner's death, he did not remarry but instead quietly supported Shen Ping. On several occasions when Shen Ping's relationship with Gu Yang faced crises, it was Lu Zhengguo who stepped in to lend her strength. It is now 1974, during a decade of tumult, and divorce is certainly frowned upon, especially given her already tarnished reputation. Although most people are unaware of the specifics surrounding the original owner's actions, the mere thought that the fiancé meant for her sister ended up marrying the elder sister, combined with the original owner's beguiling beauty and the admiration she garnered from men, leads most to surmise the truth. Therefore, pursuing a divorce at this juncture would be unwise, likely exacerbating her situation. Unless she can shed the infamy of having seduced her sister's fiancé, or wait until the college entrance examinations resume and she can attend university before formally divorcing Lu Zhengguo. Shen Man deliberates the pros and cons in her heart and ultimately decides against divorce for the time being, opting to wait for a more opportune moment. She reattaches herself to Yang Fang's arm and declares, Mom, after considering it, I've decided not to divorce for now. As for what comes next, we shall take it one step at a time. Yang Fang nods in agreement, saying, Since you've made up your mind not to divorce, you must focus some energy on your husband and firmly hold the reins of the household finances to prevent him from straying. Men are secondary. It's the money and material comforts that truly matter. Shen Man smiles with a hint of helplessness. Mom, I'm hungry, let us head home for dinner. She has no intention of developing a lasting relationship with Lu Zhengguo and wishes to avoid any excessive entanglements during their marriage. She has come to realize that Lu Zhengguo likely shares the same sentiment. Yang Fang sighs but refrains from saying anything further, already beginning to plan for her daughter's future, determining to save a little extra each month. If the two truly reach the point of divorce, having some savings would provide a safety net. Soon, they arrive at the communal courtyard where the Shen family resides. The Shen family is not far from the Lu family, with their residences merely a few streets apart, both working at the enchanting machinery factory. As they step into the courtyard, Aunt Yang, who is washing clothes, spots them from a distance. Oh Fang, your man is back. It has been ages since we've seen her. She looks even more beautiful. In this courtyard, everyone knows Shen Man, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Before her marriage, there were even two young men in the courtyard who had quarreled over her. Although no one directly stated the cause of the dispute, it was clear to all that the only flower in this courtyard was Shen Man. Yang Fang discreetly positions herself to shield her daughter and greets Aunt Yang with a smile. Aunt Yang, busy with laundry, I heard your Xiaomei is going to the countryside. As parents, we must prepare everything the children need. The place Xiaomei is going to can be quite harsh, with autumn approaching. We should get blankets and winter clothing ready for the children soon. And upon hearing this, Aunt Yang's expression shifts, and she awkwardly laughs. Yes, we should indeed get prepared. Yang Fang smiles, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll head back now. After they walk away from the crowd, Yang Fong explains to Shen Man, one should strike at the core issue. Your Aunt Yang has a sharp tongue and is curious about everything. However, she values her reputation, and while she pretends to treat all her children equally, she is actually quite biased. With many children in her family, Xiaomei is often overlooked. It should have been the eldest going to the countryside. But your Aunt Yang, feeling sorry for her eldest daughter, used connections to alter Xiaomei's age so she could take her sister's place. She hasn't even prepared anything for Xiaomei, which is tantamount to sending that child to her doom. Others may keep silent to avoid her gossip, but I am not afraid. If anyone dares to speak ill of you or your brother, I will make sure she regrets it. Men may not mean much to her, but children are different. Regardless of whether they are boys or girls, they are treasures I fought to bring into this world. Shen Man's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she throws herself into Yang Fong's embrace. Mom, you are so wonderful. She feels an undeniable certainty that this mother before her is indeed the same mother she had in the modern world, for those words echo something her mother once said. Yang Fong, somewhat helpless, strokes her daughter's head, replying, "You are my own daughter. Who else should I treat well?" Before long, and they arrive at the Shen family home. Yang Fong retrieves her keys and opens the door. Upon hearing the commotion, the occupants of the house immediately rise from the sofa and approach. Mingchuan, your sister and mother are back. The young boy, engrossed in his homework, instantly brightens, dropping his pen and sprinting to the door to leap into Shen Man's arms. Rubbing his little head against her, "Sister, you're finally back. I haven't seen you in ages." This is Shen Man's half-brother, Shen Mingchuan, who is only 10 years old. In the corner, Shen Ping observes this scene with a glimmer of sarcasm in her eyes. It is clear that she is the true daughter of the Shen family, yet in this moment, she feels like an outsider, as if they are the perfect family of 4. Chapter 7. Shen Ping's jealousy. Shen Man notices the gaze directed at her from the corner and instinctively looks up. Locking eyes with Shen Ping's sister, "You're back. Why didn't Lu Zhengguo come?" Shen Ping approaches with a perfectly timed smile. Before Shen Man can respond, Shen Shangshan, momentarily taken aback, quickly becomes excited and turns to Yang Fong and Shen Man. "What is this? Lu Zhengguo is alive. Why didn't you invite him to join us for dinner? This is excellent news. My eldest daughter has been so reluctant to remarry, and now that her man has returned, life will certainly be much easier." Yang Fong gives Shen Ping a deep look and nods. "I just learned of this myself. He has pressing matters to attend to and cannot join us for now." Her stepdaughter's intentions are becoming increasingly apparent. Shen Ping senses her stepmother's scrutiny and internally scoffs. It is this woman who has transformed her once adoring father into someone who bends to another's will. Especially after she bore him a son, her father now treats this woman with utmost reverence, extending the same kindness to Shen Man, the burden, far more than he ever did to his own daughter. Nevertheless, she plans to make this mother-daughter pair pay for the injustices they have inflicted upon her. At the dinner table, the Shen family gathers around a single table. Yang Fong serves a bowl of yellow soybeans stewed with pig's trotters and places it in front of Shen Man. Man, try this. Eating pig's trotters is good for your skin. You've been so busy with work and eating in the cafeteria, you must be exhausted." Next, she places a bowl of dumplings, filled with pork and green onions, in front of Shen Man. "And this, your favorite pork and green onion dumplings, made by your mother herself. Eat them while they're hot." Shen Man smiles. "Thank you, Mom." She picks up a pair of unused chopsticks and serves a piece of pig's trotter to Yang Fong. Then serves some to Shen Shangshan and Shen Mingchuan as well. "Dad, Mom, please have some too." "Mingchuan, you should try it as well." Yang Fong and Shen Shangshan are momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding their hearts. Especially Yang Fong, whose eyes glisten with moisture. Her daughter is indeed thoughtful. Shen Shangshan nods. "I recall there are still some fabric coupons at home. I'll give them to Man to make some clothes." Shen Man beams even more sweetly. "Thank you, Dad." A little Shen Mingchuan quickly serves a piece of twice-cooked pork into Yang Fong's bowl, then adds 2 pieces to Shen Shangshan's and Shen Man's bowls. Afterward, he sits down obediently, looking up with wide eyes. "I'm just as considerate as my sister." Shen Shangshan instinctively exchanges a glance with Yang Fong, and they both cannot help but chuckle that he ruffles his son's hair. "Yes, you and your sister are both very considerate." Across from them, Shen Ping glares at the boiled cabbage and steamed buns placed before her, then glances at the delicious yellow soybeans stewed with pig's trotters and the fragrant pork and green onion dumplings before Shen Man. Along with the harmonious scene of the family of 4. She grinds her teeth in frustration, lowering her head to bite into the bun with a vengeance. Feelings of resentment and bitterness churn within her. Ever since this mother-daughter duo entered the household, she has gradually become transparent in this family. Initially, she had devised a plan to have Shen Man drug Lu Zhengguo, believing it would ruin Shen Man's reputation. Yet, her own father had altered the marriage contract, ensuring that it was Shen Man who would marry Lu Zhengguo. He even had her publicly exonerate Shen Man from the accusation of seducing her sister's fiancé. If it weren't for her own rebirth, she might have unwittingly played into their hands. Shen Ping suppressed her emotions, glanced at Shen Man, and then turned her gaze towards Shen Shangshan. "Dad, I have something to discuss with you." Shen Shangshan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his daughter-in-law's bowl, saying, "Let's eat first. We can talk after the meal." This daughter of his truly lacked awareness. Didn't she see that everyone was dining? Her sister had returned after such a long time, yet she couldn't wait until after the meal to discuss other matters. Shen Ping took a deep breath and set down her chopsticks. Dad, didn't you promise to help me find a job? I have already found someone willing to sell me a position. All you need to do is provide the money. This job requires 600 yuan. And it is for a position in the publicity department at an office. As soon as these words left her lips, everyone at the Shen family table halted their eating, turning to stare at Shen Ping. Shen Man suddenly recalled certain plot lines. In that era-themed novel, Shen Shangshan was utterly biased towards his stepmother and stepsister, repeatedly neglecting his biological daughter, Shen Ping, for their sake. After her rebirth, Shen Ping detested her scoundrel father and loathed her stepmother's cunning ways. To reclaim what was rightfully hers, she devised a plan administering drugs to Shen Man to ensnare Lu Zhengguo. She threatened Shen Shangshan, promising to clear Shen Man's name in exchange for his assistance in securing her job. Meanwhile, she feigned compliance, appearing to help the original character absolve herself of the accusation of seducing her future brother-in-law, while in truth, she placed the blame squarely upon the original character. Thus, the original character transformed from the most esteemed young woman in the mechanical factory's staff dormitory to a universally reviled schemer. Shen Shangshan was not a fool. He suspected Shen Ping's involvement, which led to his reluctance to fulfill his promise. Furthermore, all the family's finances were under his wife's control, and despite several requests, Shen Ping had come up empty-handed. Today, she could no longer contain herself. Yang Fang's expression grew cold as she tossed her chopsticks onto the table. Buying a job? Why was I not informed of this? Shen Shangshan had never mentioned it to her. Shen Ping smirked sarcastically. Aunt Fang, do I need your permission to spend my father's money on a job? Don't forget, I am a Shen while you are not, and neither is your daughter. As Yang Fang prepared to retort. Shen Man grasped her hand and spoke calmly. Although I am indeed not Shen's biological daughter, for all these years, Dad has treated me as his own. In my heart, I regard him as my true father. From childhood to now, I have believed I have shown more filial piety and concern for Dad than you, his biological daughter. Every time Dad fell ill, it was primarily my mother and I who cared for him. Where were you during those times? You might dismiss my role, but my mother has raised you, ensuring you lacked for nothing. Regardless of your grievances, you should at least refrain from disparaging her. A slight change flickered across Shen Ping's face as she instinctively looked at Shen Shangshan. This point, she could not refute. The facade of familial affection between them was convincingly performed. Whenever her father fell ill, they would express concern and provide care, rendering her participation unnecessary. Yang Fang was not dim-witted. She indeed never deprived Shen Ping of food or resources, yet her treatment of Shen Man differed significantly. What one possessed, the other did as well. However, what Shen Man had, Shen Ping lacked. As expected, Shen Shangshan's face had turned cold. And he slammed his hand on the table. Shen Ping, whether you wish to eat or not is your choice. If you refuse, then leave this house at once. Shen Ping's eyes brimmed with tears as she stood up. Pointing an accusing finger at Shen Man. Dad, how could you once again admonish me for her sake, who is truly your biological daughter? Could it be that you were unfaithful to my mother and fathered an illegitimate child with this woman? Chapter 8. Testing the waters. Before anyone could react, Shen Shangshan abruptly stood up and struck Shen Ping across the face. Is Aunt Fang not good enough to you? Must you tarnish her reputation like this? How did I end up with such a venomous daughter? He declared. If you do not apologize to Aunt Fang and your sister today, you need not remain in this household any longer. Shen Ping was momentarily stunned by the slap. After a moment of composure, she inhaled deeply and, through gritted teeth, said, Aunt Fang, sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. It was not yet the right moment. She had yet to secure what she deserved, and leaving this home was not an option for her at present. Shen Man met Shen Ping's resentful gaze directly. It's all right, recognizing one's mistakes is enough. But your words were indeed hurtful. With that, she gently linked her arm with Yang Fang's. Mom, don't be upset. You still have me and Ming Chuan. Yang Fang wiped her tears, stating, I feel disheartened. I cannot speak for other stepmothers. But I can assure you, I have never wronged anyone. Since marrying into the Shen family, I have managed both the inner and outer affairs of this household. I never anticipated that my own daughter would be humiliated by others today. Had I known this, perhaps it would have been better to let it all go. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she shot a fierce glare at Shen Shangshan, who was now panicking, floundering to explain. Wife, it's not your fault. It is entirely mine for failing to raise this ungrateful daughter properly, causing you and Man to suffer. Wife, please don't cry. Your tears pierce my heart. Shen Man cast a knowing glance at Shen Shangshan, urging him to comfort her. Mom, I believe Dad understands your sacrifices deep down. We can clear up any misunderstandings through conversation. Shen Shangbei quickly caught on, offering a grateful smile as he pulled Yang Fang aside to console her. What a farce! A disobedient, ungrateful daughter pales in importance compared to a dutiful wife and children. Furthermore, he was not blind. Over the years, he had observed how his wife treated the daughter left behind by his previous marriage. Without a doubt, she had provided for Shen Ping's needs, ensuring she lacked nothing in terms of food, clothing, and education. While it was true that his wife treated the two daughters somewhat differently, Shen Man was her biological child. And the fact that she could treat Shen Ping with such fairness already surpassed the actions of most stepmothers, not to mention Shen Man's regard for him as a father was far more commendable than that of his ungrateful daughter. Shen Ping, witnessing this scene, felt her heart seethe with resentment. Truly, they were mother and daughter. Their ability to act was remarkable, effortlessly winning over her oblivious father with just a few words. Suddenly, she recalled something. A smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Sister, did Zhengguo not return with you? Could it be that this morning, the actions you took behind his back were discovered? This morning, Lu Zhengguo's demeanor clearly indicated he had noticed the footprints on the windowsill. She refused to believe that any man could be so magnanimous as to discover his fiancée's infidelity and react as if nothing had happened. Shen Man raised an eyebrow, responding leisurely. Are you referring to that shoe print, or the matter of you drugging me? Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively scanning her surroundings. Fortunately, Shen Shangshan had already ushered Yang Fong into the house to console her. While Shen Mingchuan was still eating. No one had overheard their conversation. Shen Man stepped closer. Are you afraid of being exposed, afraid that your true nature will be revealed? Sister. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Shen Ping stammered, instinctively retreating a step, her heart racing with turmoil. She believed her plan was flawless, just as it had been when she drugged Shen Man and Lu Zhengguo before. With no one the wiser, Shen Man must be attempting to deceive her. She could not possibly possess any evidence. You know exactly what I mean. If you're unclear, I can only seek Gu Yang's assistance to investigate this morning's events thoroughly. Shen Man smiled faintly. I am confident he will be more than willing to help me. Perhaps to the outside world Shen Ping and Gu Yang's relationship had been established, yet as someone privy to the plot and the original character's memories. She understood that it was merely a fade orchestrated by Shen Ping herself. Ji Yu Yang had never been with her, their connection stemmed solely from Shen Ping's approach as her sister. At present, Gu Yang regarded Shen Ping merely as the sister of his beloved. Shen Ping forcefully suppressed her unease, glancing at Shen Man's sister. You're already married, please keep your distance from other men. I'll allow you this once. But I will not turn a blind eye a second time. Though she couldn't discern where things had gone awry, Shen Man was certainly incapable of uncovering any evidence. Shen Man blinked. You claim Gu Yang is your boyfriend. Yet why did he say just a few days ago that he intended to marry me? Are you lying, or is he? This simply would not do. It appeared she would have to confront him directly. Just days ago, before Lu Zhengguo's return, the original character was still a widow, and Gu Yang had already prepared their wedding accommodations, merely awaiting the original character's consent. Shen Ping's expression instantly soured. Shen Man, are you truly incapable of seeing me happy? What kind of shameless woman exists in this world, married yet still pursuing other men? Shen Man's tone turned icy. You are the one who cannot bear to see me happy. 4 years ago, I did not drug Lu Zhengguo nor did I seduce him. It was you who laced my drink, orchestrating a scenario where I ended up in bed with him. You even brought others to witness it. Ensuring that not only did you ruin my reputation, but you also annulled your engagement with Lu Zhengguo. Shen Ping, you truly are calculating. I cannot believe I once placed my trust in you. Chapter 9, Machinations unveiled. Shen Ping's pupils dilated in shock. She had discovered the truth. Just as she was about to respond, a knock echoed from the outer door. Shen Man leaned closer to Shen Ping's ear, speaking in a tone that only they could hear, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Guess what? When Gu Yang hears these words, will he believe you or will he believe me? Before Shen Ping could process the meaning behind her words, Shen Man had already moved past her and opened the door. Standing outside was the handsome man they had just mentioned, Gu Yang. Shen Man remained silent, stepping aside to let him enter. What brings you here? Gu Yang's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. After several days apart, she appeared even more beautiful and alluring. Soon, he regained his composure, saying, I came to deliver something to Uncle Shen. Shen Ping, standing nearby, turned pale in an instant, instinctively trying to diminish her presence. Did Gu Yang overhear their conversation? Would he truly believe Shen Man's words? Shen Man's tactic was indeed insidious. Even without evidence, Gu Yang would be inclined to trust her. It seemed Gu Yang was oblivious to Shen Ping's presence, his attention solely on Shen Man, hesitating to set down the item he brought, wishing to linger with her a while longer. Man. Shen Man discerned his unspoken thoughts, raising an eyebrow and glancing toward Shen Ping in the corner, interrupting Gu Yang's words. I heard your current partner is her. Her tone was casual, as if merely inquiring. Yet, this question left both parties momentarily speechless. Ji Yu Yang cast a cold glance at Shen Ping, then turned to look directly at Shen Man, shaking his head. No, she is not, because she is your sister. I have always regarded her as a sister, and from now on, I will keep my distance. Ji Yu Yang, Shen Ping's face paled dramatically, her eyes filled with hurt. There was no longer any ambiguity. Gu Yang had heard everything. Even in the absence of proof, he would unconditionally trust Shen Man. What did that make her? 4 years. Shen Man caught a glimpse of Shen Ping's expression and continued, you truly lack compassion. Consider the feelings of that poor girl. She warned me in no uncertain terms that you are her partner, urging me, a married woman, to keep my distance and not tempt you. Shen Man spoke leisurely. Gu Yang, tell me, have I ever tempted you? At her words, Gu Yang became utterly flustered, hastily explaining, Man, let me clarify. I have no relationship with her. I merely care for her as she is my sister. But we have never been alone together. I never anticipated she would speak to you like this. Impatiently, Shen Man interrupted him. Stop, do not say another word. Gu Yang, because of you, I have faced warnings, misunderstandings, and even schemes against me. It would be best if we do not meet again. Remaining strangers suits me perfectly. Just then, Lu Zhengguo returned, and she felt it prudent to maintain distance. With that, she refused to look back at either of them and retreated to her room. Behind her, Gu Yang hurried after her, attempting to grasp her hand. Shen Man paused, casually warning, Gu Yang, you know I detest those who cling incessantly. Also, I am married now. Do be mindful of your boundaries. Gu Yang ultimately halted. Left to watch as Shen Man closed the door. In the corner, Shen Ping observed the scene, her heart aching and sour, unable to resist pinching her thigh in frustration. She simply could not comprehend why Shen Man was so captivating, so much so that Gu Yang was utterly devoted to her. Even knowing of her fickle nature and duplicity, yet still unable to extricate himself from her allure, this had been the case in both their past lives and this new one. Why, by what right? She truly did not understand. Gu Yang's hands fell to his sides, unconsciously clenching into fists, casting a cold glance at Shen Ping. I once believed you were simple-minded. It seems I was mistaken. With that remark, he wore a frosty expression and turned to leave the Shen household. Shen Ping rushed after him. It's not like that. Please let me explain. Gu Yang. Shen Man opened the window, watching as Shen Ping chased after Gu Yang. Suddenly feeling that she fit the role of a malicious supporting character all too well. That no, she was more akin to the male lead's cunning muse, both cruel and deeply calculating, effortlessly sowing discord and misunderstandings between the main characters. However, the truly malicious one was Shen Ping. Neither in this life nor the last had the original protagonist ever actively sought to harm her. She merely held a disdain for her, yet, upon returning to life, Lu Ping attributed all her past sufferings to Shen Man's marriage to Lu Zhengguo, and in her quest for revenge against the original protagonist and her stepmother, she schemed to ruin Shen Man's reputation by leading her into Lu Zhengguo's bed. In such a tumultuous era, to destroy a girl in this manner was undeniably ruthless. In the end, Shen Ping leveraged Gu Yang's feelings for the original protagonist, masquerading under the guise of saving him, thus successfully elevating her own status. As dusk settled and twilight descended, young Fong knocked on the door. Man, Mama brought you some fruit. Come in, Mama, Shen Man replied, seated at her desk, perusing the original protagonist's high school textbooks. Her astonishment growing with each page turned. The handwriting of the original protagonist was strikingly similar to her own. Even the problem-solving methods bore a remarkable resemblance. Young Fong entered, unable to suppress a smile. My dear Man is truly studious, already back to studying, but do not forget to eat some fruit first. Throughout her childhood, this child had never caused her any concern regarding her studies. Were it not for the cessation of college entrance examinations, she would have surely enrolled in university by now. Shen Man fed a piece of watermelon to young Fong, her eyes bright with joy. Mama, you should have some too. Young Fong chuckled as she took a bite. My daughter feeds me the sweetest. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Man, I heard some news today. Your father's factory is looking to recruit a member for the publicity department, an office job. Quite easy, how about you give it a try? If you get in, you can sell your position at the textile factory and not only enjoy a lighter workload but potentially earn a considerable sum. Shen Man recalled the earlier conversation. Mama, the job you're referring to, it wouldn't be the same one Shen Ping just asked Dad to pay for, would it? In the book, the female protagonist's first official job was indeed at the machinery factory. But she earned it by recalling answers from her past life. Young Fong thought it over. Logically, it shouldn't be right. Why would they need to take an exam if they were paying? At that moment, Lu Zhengguo's voice could be heard from outside. When Shen Man opened the door and saw him, she momentarily paused. What brings you here? Chapter 10, Explanation. Lu Zhengguo replied in a calm voice. It's dark. I came to take you home. Shen Shangshan interjected. Man, you should go back with Zhengguo. Today marks his first day back. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. You two should nurture your relationship. When they wed, the couple had not even spent their wedding night in the new home, as Zhengguo had departed for the military directly afterward. This evening could be considered a long-awaited reunion. Yang Fong shot her husband a disapproving glance, silently admonishing him for meddling, especially since it was clear that Man was reluctant to return given the late hour. Zhengguo, why not stay here for the night? We still have Man's room reserved. Turning back to Shen Man, she asked, Man, do you wish to return or stay here? She had witnessed the events of that morning and knew that had it not been for her daughter's presence, Lu Zhengguo would never have entered their home. Shen Man contemplated for a moment. Mom, it is getting late, and I have work tomorrow. I would prefer to stay at home tonight. Upon hearing this, Shen Shangshan wanted to say more but was abruptly pulled back by young Fong, who whispered urgently, what are you adding to the chaos? Keep your mouth shut. From her understanding of men, young Fong could tell that Lu Zhengguo's demeanor indicated he was not merely there to escort her daughter home. Something must have compelled him to come. Shen Shangshan could only fall silent, but he subtly exchanged glances with Lu Zhengguo, as if to say, you better go comfort your wife, say a few sweet words, and perhaps offer some pocket money. It's as simple as that. Winning a wife's heart is just a few straightforward gestures. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow, unable to decipher Shen Shangshan's meaning. However, he had a hunch. Understanding it was likely about ensuring Shen Man returned home safely after a brief silence, he turned his gaze to Shen Man. You should return tonight. If you wish to come back and stay in a few days. That is fine too. Certain matters needed to be clarified tonight. He disliked ambiguity. Shen Man shook her head. No, I'm tired tonight. You go back on your own. She had just arrived and encountered so much. She truly didn't want to spend another moment with this disagreeable man. Lu Zhengguo hesitated before responding. Your work uniform is still at home. You can't expect to retrieve it tomorrow, can you? Or do you plan to skip work? Shen Man hesitated, biting her lip. She hadn't brought her work uniform, making it clear she had no choice but to return home. All right, I will go back for now. I can visit you another time. After bidding farewell to the Shen family, Shen Man followed Lu Zhengguo out, coincidentally crossing paths with the returning Shen Ping. Shen Ping greeted them as if nothing were amiss. Sister, brother Zhengguo, after the brief exchange. She departed. Lu Zhengguo glanced at Shen Ping's retreating figure. Is your sister feeling unwell? Shen Man walked ahead of him, unable to suppress a few murmurs, reflecting her own discontent. Upon awakening, she found herself thrust into this era of scarcity and hardship. Burdened with a husband she despised, compounded by a multitude of vexations, it was hardly surprising that her mood was anything but cheerful. Lu Zhengguo turned to her and inquired, Are you angry? He had heard from his comrades that women were indeed troublesome. A mere glance from a man towards another woman could incite their wrath. Shen Man curled her lips in a sardonic smile, wondering if he truly believed she was upset merely because he had cast a few glances at Shen Ping. Just as she was about to retort, Lu Zhengguo preempted her, assuring her, Rest assured, I am not like you. I have my own boundaries and principles. Now that I am married, I have no intention of entangling myself with other women. Though this statement appeared to be an explanation, Shen Man perceived it as a veiled mockery. He was insinuating that she lacked principles, that she was entangled with another man even after marriage. Shen Man scoffed, Oh, is that so? You seem rather principled. In the narrative, after the original owner's demise, Lu Zhengguo had unabashedly assisted Shen Ping in resolving various troubles, even those concerning her marital disputes. Whenever Shen Ping approached him for help, he never turned her down, conveniently forgetting that he seldom assisted others, not even his own family. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly, asserting, You need not use such trivial matters to deride me. He held the view that as long as the other party did not commit a fundamental transgression, he had no intention of pursuing divorce. The complexities of divorce were far too cumbersome. And remarrying would be even more so. Shen Man raised an eyebrow, retorting, I could return the sentiment. Do not use such petty matters to provoke me. Before marrying Lu Zhengguo, the original owner had indeed nurtured several suitors. But after their marriage, it was primarily those men who expressed interest in her unilaterally. It was only upon receiving news of Lu Zhengguo's death that the original owner began to relish the attentions of her admirers. With Gu Yang holding a particularly special place in her heart, as they had grown up together and shared a unique bond today, she had clarified matters with Gu Yang, yet Lu Zhengguo remained notably preoccupied with Shen Ping. If anyone were to be entangled, it should be Lu Zhengguo himself. The pair walked in silence until they neared the dilapidated courtyard of the Lu family, where Lu Zhengguo suddenly halted. Shen Man, if you have any grievances, now is the time to express them clearly. Should it be my fault, I will amend it. Conversely, if it is yours, I hope you will also make the necessary changes. Shen Man halted as well, inhaling deeply. Very well, you go first. What grievances do you hold against me? She was eager to hear his reasoning for specifically coming to the Shen residence to retrieve her. Lu Zhengguo hesitated before continuing, In my absence, I have heard that you took Hong Mei's position at the textile factory, and that you have been quarreling with our parents daily. This job had not only caused a rift between his sister and her partner, but in a few days, if she could not secure employment, Hong Mei would face the prospect of being sent to the countryside. Life in the rural areas was no trifling matter, as a freshly graduated young woman. She was unaware of the challenges that awaited her there. Shen Man smirked. Lu Zhengguo, did your family inform you of this, or is it merely hearsay? What did he mean by his sister's job? Such accusations were utterly unfounded. She had purchased that position for herself with her mother's financial assistance. Chapter 11, Interrogation. Noticing the shift in her tone, Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly. This information indeed came from others. My intent in asking you is to ascertain the truth. If it proves to be false, I shall apologize. Shen Man regarded him coolly. That's fine, but mere verbal apologies will not suffice. I have never endured such grievances. The fact that he questioned her without fully understanding the situation was indicative of the flaws in their marriage, which had been erroneous from the outset. Yet, with circumstances as they were, he offered her no semblance of dignity as his wife. Lu Zhengguo paused momentarily before regaining his composure. Regardless of the truth of the matter, he should have clarified the situation before questioning her. I will come to escort you home from work tomorrow and take you shopping for some clothes as an apology. Shen Man replied indifferently, No need, I lack for nothing in that regard. If you wish to uncover the truth, I suggest you first inquire with your sister, then with our parents, to see what they have to say. After that, visit our factory's HR department to hear their perspective. With that, she cast him a final glance and turned to leave. Lu Zhengguo silently watched her retreating figure. Upon reflection, he realized he was indeed in the wrong. They returned to the Lu residence, with Shen Man entering first, where the family was gathered for dinner. As she was about to head to her room, Lu Hongmei, while eating, caught sight of Shen Man and remarked sarcastically, "Mother, look at her, still thinking of saving dinner for someone. At this rate, she'll be dining out before long. She worries about him, yet he doesn't even spare her a glance. Lu mother placed her chopsticks down, her tone growing cold. "Hongmei, must you speak such nonsense during dinner?" Was Zhang Fingxia, pushing her food around her bowl, chimed in. "Mother, Hongmei speaks the truth. As a daughter-in-law, I work during the day and must return to cook at night. While she seems to live far better than I. Let us eat in peace. Refrain from such talk." Lu Zhengbing gently tugged at his wife's sleeve, urging her to lower her voice. Zhang Fingxia shot him a glare before turning to Shen Man. "Sister-in-law, do you think what I just said holds any merit?" She had heard that Shen Man had not even worked today. Upon returning home, she expected at least a warm meal, yet found none. Not even a single person in sight. Shen Man halted, her demeanor growing cold. "Sister-in-law, a reminder, today it is your responsibility to prepare dinner, not mine." Since marrying into the Lu family, such barbed remarks had become commonplace for the original owner. Shen Man, unable to tolerate them, swiftly turned on her heel and retreated to her room. Just as she was about to close the door, Lu Zhengguo entered, casting a glance in her direction. "What is the matter?" "Eldest brother, you've finally returned. I've waited so long, why have you come back only now?" Lu Hongmei exclaimed, rushing to Lu Zhengguo. He observed his younger sister, now a poised young lady, and felt a warmth in his expression. "I visited a comrade along the way. It delayed my return by a few days. I had written home beforehand. The family learned of my survival half a month ago, yet, it seems Shen Man remained oblivious to this." Had their parents failed to inform her? Both Lu father and Lu mother approached, their eyes glistening with tears as they surveyed Lu Zhengguo, relieved to see him alive, but they had believed their son perished on the battlefield. Now they could hardly believe he stood before them. Lu Zhengbing clapped Lu Zhengguo on the shoulder. "Zhengguo, we've finally awaited your return. You have no idea how we felt when we received word of your supposed death. Our parents fainted and had to be hospitalized. No one could accept that you were gone, and we all longed for your return, and now, it has truly come to pass." Lu Zhengguo gazed at his long-lost family, his emotions a tangled web. "In my absence, I am grateful to my elder brother and sister-in-law for caring for our parents." Zhang Fingxia waved her hand dismissively. "We are family. What need is there for thanks?" She then shifted her gaze to the closed door, adding, "However, Zhengguo, do not hold it against your sister-in-law for her sharp tongue. Now that you are home, you ought to manage your wife properly. Just look at her. Day in and day out." Lu mother's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected, "Fingxia, what are you doing? It is not the time for such discussions. Your second brother has only just returned." Lu Hongmei moved closer to Zhang Fingxia, linking her arm with hers. "Mother, sister-in-law speaks the truth. Now that second brother has returned, we cannot allow that woman to walk all over us." She tilted her chin, looking expectantly at Lu Zhengguo. Lu Zhengguo glanced at the firmly shut door of Shen Man's room. Recalling her recent words, after a moment of silence, he addressed his family: "Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, Hongmei, if there are matters to discuss, please do so. If indeed it is her fault, I will ensure she apologizes and makes amends." Lu father exchanged glances with Lu mother, both reluctant to broach unpleasant topics on the first evening of their son's return. Just as they sought to divert the conversation, Zhang Fingxia spoke first. "Zhengguo, in your absence, your wife has caused quite a stir, nearly fracturing our family. Not to mention, she recently took Hongmei's job. Tell me, is this something a sister-in-law should do? Her lack of employment is inconsequential. But if Hongmei loses her position, it becomes a grave matter. A young girl sent to those remote rural areas could face who knows what dangers. Isn't this effectively pushing Hongmei to her doom?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hongmei's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could not help but bury herself in Zhang Fingxia's embrace, weeping. "Wah, you were so kind to me, sister-in-law, unlike that woman, who was both cruel and selfish. I dread going to the countryside, but what can I do? I have lost my job, and my relationship has fallen apart. What am I to do now?" Mother Lu sighed deeply and hurriedly approached, gently patting Lu Hongmei's back. "Do not cry, it is but a few days away. Your father and I will certainly ensure you do not go to the countryside." Father Lu furrowed his brow, unable to contain his distress as he sat down with his head in his hands. "In this world, every job is a hard-fought battle. We finally managed to secure a position at the textile factory, only to have my daughter-in-law intervene unexpectedly. What kind of situation is this?" Lu Zhengguo's gaze darkened. "Elder sister-in-law, please explain this matter regarding the job to me. When I was outside, I sensed from Shen Man's tone that she believed the job rightfully belonged to her. Yet why do both our family and others say that Shen Man has snatched it from Hongmei?" Zhang Fingxia scoffed. "Zhengguo, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am deceiving you?" She pointed at everyone in the Lu household. "If you doubt me, ask our father, our mother, or your elder brother. Just inquire freely and discover whether your wife has shamelessly taken Hongmei's job, leaving her with no choice but to go to the countryside." Chapter 12, The Job Situation. Lu Zhengguo pondered for a moment before asking, "Hongmei, you tell me, did your second sister-in-law truly take your job?" Lu Hongmei felt even more aggrieved, shooting a fierce glare at Lu Zhengguo. Are you still my dear brother? Have you forgotten your sister now that you have a wife? Have you been bewitched by that woman to the extent that you come questioning me on her behalf? She had never lied to him throughout their lives. Mother Lu quickly intervened. Hongmei, calm down. Mother will not allow you to go to the countryside. We will find a way to keep you in the city. Your brother is returning tonight. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow, shall we? Lu Hongmei forcefully pushed Mother Lu away, wiping her tears with her hand. What good is that? The knife hasn't fallen on your backs. So of course you are not anxious, but I am different. In 3 days, if I do not find a job, I will have no choice but to go to the countryside, suffering while you remain untroubled. Since you will not help me, I shall confront Shen Man myself today. Before the Lu family could react, Lu Hongmei dashed to Shen Man's door, knocking forcefully. Shen Man, open the door, you shameless woman, hurry up and open the door. Today, you must return my job, otherwise if you make my life miserable, I will ensure yours is equally unbearable. Hongmei, what are you doing? It's late, and you'll disturb the neighbors. Let's discuss this tomorrow, Mother Lu urged. Trying to intervene, however, at that moment, Lu Hongmei had lost all rationality and refused to listen. Do not stop me. If you dare to intervene, I will act as if I have no family. Lu Zhengguo's expression turned cold as he stepped forward to separate them. Let us speak calmly. If the matter is as you say, I will certainly advocate for you. It is nighttime. Behaving this way will only disturb others. Rest. Lu Hongmei paused, ceasing her knocking. Are you serious about that? The previously silent Father Lu waved his hand, saying, when has your second brother ever deceived you? Trust him. He will surely find a solution for you. Lu Zhengguo nodded reassuringly. Do not worry, I will assist you. Suddenly, the tightly shut door swung open. Why have you stopped knocking? Shen Man emerged, her gaze scanning the faces of everyone before finally resting on Lu Zhengguo, then shifting to Lu Hongmei's tear-streaked visage. She paused briefly before speaking slowly. I was unaware that the job my mother purchased for me had somehow become someone else's. You all just made a commotion outside. Can anyone explain this to me? Upon hearing this, Lu Hongmei's face darkened instantly as she gritted her teeth. Second brother, didn't you say you would advocate for me? Then make her return my job right now. If I do not have a job in 3 days, I will have no choice but to go to the countryside. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly. Hongmei, I will handle this until the truth is revealed. Please show some respect to your second sister. Law. Lu Hongmei's eyes reddened immediately. Second brother Zhang Hongxia cleared her throat and turned to Shen Man's sister-in-law. It is indeed true that your mother purchased this job for you, but initially this position was intended for Hongmei. Our family merely delayed in gathering the funds, and your mother seized the opportunity to buy it first. Tell me, did you not take this job from Hongmei? At the mention of this, Mother Lu's expression soured as she could no longer hold back. Second daughter-in-law, your actions in this matter are rather unscrupulous. Just the night before, we were discussing how to pool money for the job, yet Shen Man acted behind our backs to purchase it ahead of us. Is this not a deliberate attempt to force Hongmei to the countryside? Father Lu sighed. Second daughter-in-law, since the matter has reached this point, let me ask you directly, can you return the textile factory job to Hongmei? Of course, we will not let you suffer a loss. We will pay you the same amount you originally spent, plus an additional 100 yuan as compensation to in this difficult job market, even if they found a position. It would not be easy. They had expended considerable efforts to prevent Hongmei from going to the countryside, successfully securing this position. Before Shen Man could respond, Zhang Hongxia's face darkened. Father, why should we give her any compensation? This job rightly belongs to Hongmei. I do not care what you decide. If you give her 100 yuan, I demand the same. We are all daughters-in-law. We cannot show favoritism. Mother Lu shot her a glare. Eldest daughter-in-law, stop stirring trouble. Zheng Bing, do something about your wife. Zheng Bing, feeling helpless, tugged at his wife's sleeve. Wife, Hongmei's situation is urgent. Besides, our family does not have that much money. Zhang Hongxia shrugged off his hand with a disdainful huff. Remaining silent, Father Lu, noticing Shen Man's silence, pressed further. Second daughter-in-law, have you given this any thought? 100 yuan is not an insignificant amount. It would take months of frugal living to save that. Shen Man raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid you have misunderstood a key point. My job was purchased with money my mother gave me from another person's hands. It was never the position you intended. The Lu family fell silent. Lu Hongmei's face flushed with anger as she spat. What do you mean? Are you saying you did not steal my job? Mother Lu, regaining her composure, quickly inquired. But the textile factory only had Aunt Wang selling her position. If you did not buy it from her, then how did you acquire it? After Aunt Wang sold her job, she moved to the neighboring county to live with her son. They had intended to inquire about the situation, but the next day they learned that Shen Man had started working at the textile factory. Given Shen Man's selfish nature, they naturally assumed she had orchestrated this behind their backs. Shen Man's tone grew icy. How amusing you all are, jumping to conclusions without understanding the facts and tarnishing my reputation in the process. Were it not for someone confronting me today, I would have continued to bear your slander. Lu Zhengguo realized she was referring to his actions earlier. He pressed his lips together. Do not worry, I will provide an explanation for today's events. The faces of the Lu family turned grim. Particularly Zhang Hongxia, who rolled her eyes. Sister-in-law, how is anyone to know you have done nothing wrong, if you do not clarify? Misunderstandings are only natural. Moreover, misunderstandings can arise in daily family interactions. You need not be so unforgiving. Lu Hongmei glared fiercely at Shen Man. You claim you did not steal my job, but how can I trust the words of someone like you? This evening either you present evidence to prove your innocence, or you return my job, otherwise I will ensure my second brother divorces you. Chapter 13, Resolution. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened. Hongmei, be quiet, she was no longer a child, how could she be so thoughtless, lacking even the most basic respect? Mother Lu forcibly pulled Lu Hongmei close. Hongmei, what are you saying? Is this how you should speak? Which sister-in-law would meddle in the affairs between brothers and sisters-in-law? It seems they have indulged her too much. Tears streamed down Lu Hongmei's face as she cried into Mother Lu's embrace. What do you want me to do? If I cannot find a job, I will have to go to the countryside, working in the fields, perhaps never to return. Mother, please help me. I do not want to go to the countryside. Her weeping broke Mother Lu's heart. She held her daughter tightly. Hongmei, do not worry, Mother will not allow you to go to the countryside. After speaking, Mother Lu turned to Shen Man, her voice choked with emotion. Man, I beg you, please sell the job to Hongmei. She is still so young, and as her sister-in-law, you cannot bear to see her truly sent away. If Hongmei lost her job, she would have to go to the countryside, while Shen Man's loss would be negligible. Shen Man stood quietly at the doorframe, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mother, what are you doing? It's not just me who has a job in this household. Why must you insist that I relinquish mine? Lu Hongmei wept pitifully, suddenly kneeling before Shen Man and clinging to her leg. Sister-in-law, please help me. I truly do not wish to go to the countryside. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. Will you assist me, please? Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened instantly as he strode forward, pulling her up from the ground. Lu Hongmei, pleading with your sister-in-law is futile. Even if she agrees, I will not. Mother, do not complicate matters further. Shen Man's job was purchased for her by her mother. You have misunderstood her, and now this act only serves to pressure her into giving up her position. Tears streamed down Lu Mu's face as she exclaimed, Lu Zhengguo, Hongmei is your own sister. Can you truly bear to see her sent away? In recent years, many from the compound have gone to the countryside, and those who have written back almost universally expressed their inability to endure it, begging their families to leverage connections to bring them home. Hongmei, having been pampered by the family since childhood, cannot withstand such hardship. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow slightly, stating, I will find another solution for Hongmei's job. Do not cast your sights on Shen Man. He glanced at his watch, it was getting late, and urged, you all should return and rest. Shen Man stood silently to the side, observing Lu Zhengguo as he comforted his parents and then his sister. Soon, the Lu family gradually retired to their rooms. Lu Zhengguo approached her, pursed his lips, and acknowledged, today's events were indeed mismanaged on our part. I wrongly confronted you without understanding the truth, and I am at fault. I apologize. Shen Man leaned casually against the doorframe, her gaze lowered as she toyed with her fingers, seemingly oblivious to his words, remaining silent, suddenly recalling her assertion that verbal apologies hold no weight. Lu Zhengguo contemplated before suggesting, tomorrow, I will take you to select a bicycle. He happened to possess a bicycle voucher. Only then did Shen Man show a flicker of interest, raising an eyebrow. In addition to the bicycle, you must also clarify matters with the people in the compound to prevent them from accusing me of taking your sister's job the moment I step outside. Despite her already tarnished reputation, which had plummeted beyond repair, she was unwilling to bear the blame for actions she had not committed. Lu Zhengguo nodded, that is understood. He produced a bicycle voucher from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, take this for now. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to the supply and marketing cooperative to choose a bicycle. In the evening, Dongzi has invited me to take you to his home for dinner. Shen Man glanced at the bicycle voucher in his hand but did not reach for it. I have work to attend to tomorrow morning. You can manage the purchase yourself. In truth, she was not particularly keen on the bicycle, but since it was being offered, she felt no reason to decline. With that, she turned and retreated to her room, having grown weary after a long day and in need of rest. Lu Zhengguo followed her, closing the door behind him. The night deepened outside, with a full moon hanging in the sky. 4 years ago, on their wedding night, Lu Zhengguo had left without even entering their new home. Tonight marked the first evening they would spend alone together. Turn around, I need to change into my sleepwear. As Shen Man retrieved her sleepwear from the wardrobe, she turned to find Lu Zhengguo in the room. He nodded, instinctively turning away. The soft rustle of clothing being removed filled the quiet, confined space. For reasons unknown, images of her delicate waist and misty, peach blossom-like eyes flooded Lu Zhengguo's mind, causing a subtle heat to rise within him. He quickly dismissed such thoughts, realizing why many men might be drawn to Shen Man. However, a woman's beauty meant little to him. Regardless of how stunning Shen Man appeared, it could not obscure her profound thoughts and restlessness. Such a woman was hardly suitable for the role of a wife. Had it not been for that incident, he would likely have married her sister, Shen Ping. Alright, I'm dressed. You may turn back now. Shen Man finished changing and sat before the vanity, inspecting her reflection for any flaws. Subsequently, she retrieved her facial cream, a small jar her mother had procured from Heisher through connections, and began applying it to her face. The tiny jar, though diminutive, was not inexpensive, costing 8 yuan, and was not available at the supply and marketing cooperative in their small county. Chapter 14, The Apology Gift. Lu Zhengguo approached and noticed the nearly empty jar in her hand, watching as she gently rubbed the creamy substance onto her once radiant skin, which now bore a slight sheen. While the gloss did not detract from her beauty, he found it perplexing why she would apply oil to her face at such a late hour. After finishing with the cream, Shen Man caught sight of Lu Zhengguo's tall, striking figure reflected in the mirror, along with his chiseled features. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Aren't you going to bed? Why do you continue to stand behind me?" Lu Zhengguo glanced at the nearly empty jar on the vanity and offered, "Would you like me to bring you a new jar from the cooperative tomorrow? Consider it a token of apology for bringing you back from your family." Shen Man paused in her hair combing, agreeing that would be fine, but I want an identical one, so don't purchase the wrong item. This cream was a luxury, and she was curious to see how Lu Zhengguo would manage to procure it. Lu Zhengguo nodded slightly. "Tomorrow, I will bring you back 2 jars. Such a small amount will hardly last long." Not be By the time Shen Man finished preparing, it was already late. Lu Zhengguo sat at the desk, writing a letter. Under the dim light, his features were cool and composed as he focused intently on the pen's tip, occasionally pausing to contemplate. Shen Man ignored him, slipping into bed and leaving half of it open. The only blanket in the room was the large embroidered quilt they had used on their wedding 4 years prior. After considering Lu Zhengguo's demeanor since his return that morning, she concluded that he would likely not touch her or share the blanket. Thus, she pulled the quilt entirely to her side and nestled beneath it, preparing for sleep. At the desk, Lu Zhengguo finished writing the letter and placed it in an envelope. Glancing at the time, he noted it was now 9:30 and it was time to rest. He rose and moved toward the bed, only to find that the sole blanket had been entirely cleaned by Shen Man, leaving him with scarcely any space. He stood still for a moment, contemplating, before turning to the wardrobe. However, it was filled primarily with women's clothing, including some intimate garments. He momentarily faltered, then discreetly averted his gaze. Scanning the entire wardrobe, there were no blankets to be found. With everyone else asleep, he felt it inappropriate to disturb anyone. Ultimately, Lu Zhengguo climbed into bed, resigning himself to endure the night. The early autumn night was still chilly outside. In the middle of the night, he awoke once more, drawn by a faint fragrance that lingered beside him. Frowning slightly, he glanced down at the leg resting atop his. This marked the 3rd time he had awakened that night. After a brief silence, he turned to observe the sleeping woman beside him, then gently shifted her leg from his body. For reasons he could not pinpoint, Lu Zhengguo sensed that Shen Man had changed since his return. She was still the same person, with the same face and similar disposition, yet something about her presence felt different. In her slumber, a drowsy Shen Man felt as though a large mosquito was gnawing at her thigh. Persistently staring at her, unable to endure it any longer, she swatted at the offending spot with her hand, muttering, "Damn mosquito, how dare you disturb my sleep!" With a sharp slap, Lu Zhengguo found himself frozen in shock, staring at the back of his hand where she had struck him. In the next instant, the woman rolled over, enveloping herself in the warm quilt and nestling into his embrace, her hand resting upon his chest. The delicate fragrance intensified, seemingly engulfing him entirely. His body tensed instinctively, and he held his breath. Memories of Shen Man's flushed, misty face, and her soft arms wrapped around his waist flooded his mind. At that moment, in her restless sleep, Shen Man turned again, inadvertently brushing her soft lips against his arm. Lu Zhengguo's body stiffened, a burning sensation igniting where she had touched him, throughout the entire night. He hardly slept at all of the following morning. Just as dawn broke, he pushed Shen Man's hand and leg away from him, rolled out of bed, and strode toward the door. Lu Mu, just waking, caught sight of his hurried departure and paused, momentarily thinking he must have urgent business to attend to before hastily following him. "Lu Zhengguo, you haven't had breakfast yet. Why are you leaving so early?" Lu Zhengguo halted for a moment, replying, "Mother, I won't be having breakfast. I have matters to attend to." With that, he quickly vanished from her sight. Lu Mu, puzzled, scratched her head, wondering why, if it was a day off, he was in such a rush so early in the morning. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she recalled that he had mentioned helping his sister with her job situation the night before. Could it be that he had devised a plan? With this thought, she hurried back inside and roused Lu Fu from his slumber. "Father, wake up. What time is it? You must get up. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it? Let me sleep a little longer." Lu Fu mumbled groggily, turning over to continue his rest. "Sleep asleep. That's all you ever think about." El Mu was in such a fit of anger that she pinched the man several times to vent her frustration. Soon, however, she regained her composure. No, the matter of Zhengguo helping Hongmei find a job absolutely must not reach Shen Man's ears. If she were to find out, she would likely cause another uproar. She needed to wait at home for Zhengguo to return so she could have a serious talk with him and ensure he wouldn't let anything slip. Before long, the members of the Lu family began to rise one by one. Zhang Fengxia cast a glance into Shen Man's room and remarked, "Look, mother, she's still asleep. You'll soon have a grandchild to hold." The Lu family currently had only 2 children, both of whom were boys born to her. Despite being married into the Lu family for so many years, Shen Man had yet to produce even an egg. How could she still put on airs in front of her? Elmu shot her a glare. Fengxia, mind your words, if she hears you it will surely lead to more trouble. It's early in the morning. And everyone has to go to work. If a scene breaks out, will we still be able to go? Just as Shen Man pushed the door open, she overheard the mother-in-law and sister-in-law conversing about her. She paused, smiling as she looked at them. Mother, sister-in-law, what are you discussing over there? It wouldn't be about me, would it? Elmu was startled by the suddenness of Shen Man's voice. Her expression changed slightly. And her heart raced. You're up. Zhang Fengxia, having been caught gossiping, felt a bit awkward as well. Chapter 15. Working at the textile factory. Shen Man glanced at Zhang Fengxia and nodded. Just woke up. Mother, sister-in-law, it's not right to speak ill of others behind their backs. Please be a bit more cautious in the future. I don't mind. After all, I've grown accustomed to being the subject of your gossip. But this bad habit of yours is concerning. If you gossip about someone else and they overhear, they might not be as easygoing as I am. With that, she left them and headed to the kitchen to boil water and wash up. Zhang Fengxia watched Shen Man's retreating figure into the kitchen, her expression turning sour. Mother, as the matriarch, shouldn't you keep a better watch? Just look at her, the way she walks into the kitchen, her little waist and backside swaying. It is hardly proper. What kind of good daughter-in-law moves like that? No wonder so many men have been eyeing her when Zhengguo is away, especially since she had just been subtly criticizing the two of us. Elmu sighed, waving her hand as she turned to enter the kitchen. If she had the ability, would she have let Shen Man into the family in the first place? Yet she understood her son well. The type of delicate and flirtatious woman was precisely what he disliked the most. If Shen Man continued this way, their divorce would be only a matter of time. There was no need for her to intervene. Once in the kitchen, Shen Man had just finished washing up and was preparing to cook. Since the day she married into the Lu family, household chores had been rotated among the women. Today it was her turn, which was why she had risen so early. After preparing breakfast for the entire family, she had to hurry off to work, eating at the factory canteen for lunch. And returning to cook dinner in the evening, Shen Man assessed the ingredients at home and finally decided to make a pot of porridge accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables. The pickles were ready-made, and cooking the porridge wouldn't take much time. Typically, breakfast in the Lu household consisted of thin porridge paired with pickled vegetables or cornbread served with pickles. Elmu entered to find Shen Man stirring the porridge and recalled the events of the previous evening. As well as her daughter-in-law's fierce temperament, she cautiously spoke up. Man, regarding last night, I misunderstood you. Please don't take it to heart. Your sister-in-law has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Try not to hold it against her. Hongmei has been spoiled since childhood, and now she is about to face the consequences of her actions. She realizes her mistake, so please forgive her this once. Shen Man kept her head down, stirring the porridge, and replied, Mother, don't say that. As long as they apologize, I'm not one to hold grudges. There is no need for you to come and speak on their behalf. Elmu forced to smile and remained silent. If they were capable of coming to her, she wouldn't have to endure this frustration. Seeing Shen Man unyielding, Elmu exited the kitchen. Soon, the porridge was cooked, and the pickles were served on the table. The Lu family members gradually gathered for breakfast, with the exception of Lu Zhengguo, who had left early after a bit of busyness. Shen Man finally sat down to eat, knowing she had to leave for work soon. Where's my second brother? Lu Hongmei asked, glancing at the empty seat. Elmu instinctively looked at Shen Man, and seeing her indifferent reaction, she explained, Zhengguo left early this morning. He probably has something to attend to and told us not to worry about him. Zhang Fengxia poked her chopsticks into the bowl of porridge and remarked, Sister-in-law, this porridge is too thick. With the little rations we have each month, we can't afford to waste food like this. At this rate, we might starve before the month is over. Upon hearing this, everyone at the Lu table paused, glancing down at their bowls. Indeed, the porridge was quite thick, likely due to an excessive amount of rice. Elmu only then noticed the issue. As she had been too focused on pleading for Shen Man, she felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but voice her concern. Second daughter-in-law, you've experienced hunger in the past. Why don't you know how to conserve food? The amount of rice you used today could feed the family for 2 meals. People have died of starvation. You could see bloated corpses in the streets at any time. I nearly perished from hunger myself. Even though things have improved in recent years, we still need to be careful with our monthly rations. Otherwise, the whole family will be left starving by the end of the month. Shen Man nodded, continuing to sip her porridge. I'll be more careful next time. She had only just started cooking, and today was her first attempt. She hadn't quite grasped the balance of ingredients, which was indeed her oversight. Seeing this, Elmu didn't press further, but the sight of the thick porridge made her lose her appetite. Elfu sighed. The rice was already in the pot, and there was no way to turn back now, so they might as well enjoy a good meal. Lu Hongmei, however, was happily eating, thinking that the food was going into her own stomach. The more she ate now, the more she gained. Zhang Fengxia shared this mindset and quickly added another half-spoonful of porridge to her 2 children's bowls. After finishing breakfast, Shen Man tidied up the kitchen, donned her blue work uniform, and set off for her job. Currently, everyone in the Lu family, apart from Lu Hongmei and Elmu, had jobs. Originally, Elmu also worked at a nearby garment factory, but one of the conditions when Zhang Fengxia married in was that the Lu family would secure her a job. Lu Zhengbing would marry no one but Zhang Fengxia, so Elmu had no choice but to relinquish her position to her. Lu Zhengbing's job was merely a temporary one at a mechanical factory. Earning just over 20 yuan a month. Elfu was a formal worker at the mechanical factory, earning over 30 yuan monthly. After leaving the Lu residence, Shen Man walked along familiar streets towards the textile factory. It typically took her about half an hour to walk there. Not long after she set off, she heard a familiar voice call from behind. Shen Man paused, instinctively turning around. A gentleman with a refined appearance was cycling towards her on a sturdy bicycle. It was Qi Yuan, the man who had called her sister-in-law the day before, and also the childhood friend of Lu Zhengguo and the male lead Gu Yang. The original owner had grown up alongside Gu Yang and naturally knew of Qi Yuan and Lu Zhengguo. However, she had never thought highly of either of them, believing they held no potential, thus avoiding close contact. Ironically, as time passed, the original owner found herself attracted to Lu Zhengguo while remaining indifferent to Gu Yang. Qi Yuan parked his bicycle beside Shen Man, dismounted, and pushed it toward her. You still have a distance to go to work. It would be faster if you rode. Shen Man looked up at him. And what about you? She remembered that Qi Yuan's mechanical factory was roughly the same distance away as her textile factory. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment before smiling. Don't worry, I have enough time. I'll just walk, thank you, but it's alright, I can go by myself. Shen Man shook her head and turned to walk ahead. Behind her, Qi Yuan hurriedly caught up. Shen Man, have you considered me? Although nothing had happened between them the previous morning, Shen Man halted her steps. There is something I forgot to mention. Lu Zhengguo is back, and I have no plans to divorce him. With that, she was about to leave when she noticed Lu Zhengguo riding a brand new bicycle approaching in the distance. Chapter 16. Another dispute. Qi Yuan followed Shen Man's gaze and spotted Lu Zhengguo. He was momentarily taken aback. In fact, he had learned of Lu Zhengguo's return right after leaving the Lu residence yesterday, but he hadn't expected to run into him so soon. Lu Zhengguo quickly arrived at their side. Nodding slightly to his childhood friend, long time no see. Qi Yuan remained silent for a moment before calling out, Lu Gu. Having seen what had transpired, he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhengguo ignored him and turned his head to Shen Man, speaking in a flat tone. Get on. I'll take you to work. After she climbed on, Lu Zhengguo nodded at Qi Yuan. It's getting late. I'll take your sister-in-law to work. We can catch up another time. With that, he pushed off with force, quickly leaving Qi Yuan behind until his figure was no longer visible. Shen Man sat on the back. Enjoying the scenery around her, Lu Zhengguo suddenly spoke up. Shen Man, we are still husband and wife, so I advise you not to overstep your boundaries or have designs on those around me. His brothers were not as experienced as Shen Man and would not be able to match her wit. Shen Man lifted her gaze to his stern profile, nearly amused to the point of exasperation. She retorted without reservation, Lu Zhengguo, are you unwell? Just because you catch a glimpse of something, do not presume to know the veritable truth. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in Qi Yuan. I am not as trivial as you. Constantly speculating on others with sordid thoughts. If I were to fancy any man, it would certainly not be one associated with you. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened. It is best that way, during our marriage. One ought to remain loyal to their partner. Comrade Shen Man, I do not concern myself with your past, but I am alive and have returned. I expect your loyalty to our marriage regardless of your hidden motives. I advise you to refrain from any misguided intentions. They say where there is smoke, there is fire. Perhaps many men are indeed drawn to you, but you are no virtuous woman yourself. Years ago, I witnessed you toy with my childhood friend Gu Yang. At that time, my fiancé Yi was still Shen Ping, while you were involved with Gu Yang, yet, you shamelessly seduced me, your future brother-in-law, all while entangled with a technician who had just graduated from university. Such a woman, it is a wonder Gu Yang remained infatuated with you, believing you to be exceptionally kind even after your treachery. Shen Man's tone grew equally frosty as she mimicked his manner. Delivering a scathing retort, Comrade Lu Zhengguo, as a man and a husband, your duty is to protect your wife from the advances of other men, not to accuse her of being too alluring and attracting attention. Let me reiterate, I am uninterested not only in your acquaintances but in you as well. Marrying you was the gravest mistake I ever made. If you truly resent me, we can proceed with a divorce today. Widows are said to have it hard, and a beautiful widow has it even harder. Following the news of Lu Zhengguo's death and battle, numerous men in the compound began to show interest in her. And she faced persistent harassment. Were it not for her adeptness in dealing with men, she would have likely succumbed to their advances long ago. Lu Zhengguo's gaze darkened, his tone suddenly icy. Comrade Shen Man, since we are already wed, I will not easily grant you a divorce. You claim to be harassed. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is true, I will assist you in resolving it. However, this is contingent upon your having remained within proper bounds. Shen Man raised an eyebrow. Suit yourself. Let us start with your cousin Wang Ping. After your incident, he has been visiting our home frequently, ostensibly to care for your parents, but his eyes have been fixated on me. Wang Ping was a ne'er-do-well, an idle scoundrel in the narrative, who had deceived Shen Ping in the past and ultimately sold her off to the wilderness. He could charm women with his words, but Shen Man was not easily swayed. She had always been the one to manipulate other men. Such petty tricks could never escape her keen perception. After employing certain measures, Gu Yang learned of this and dealt Wang Ping a sound thrashing, ensuring he never reappeared before Shen Man again. Lu Zhengguo fell silent, genuinely taken aback by his cousin's illicit thoughts towards his wife. I will investigate this matter. If it proves true, I will personally teach him a lesson. Shen Man scoffed. No need for that. The matter has passed, and someone has already dealt with him. As for who? You can likely guess, she had no intention of hiding her relationship with Gu Yang from Lu Zhengguo, who was well aware of the situation. His expression turned cold. I have heard he is now your sister's partner. Shen Man, do not overstep your bounds. He was aware of their childhood connection, but now that she was married and Gu Yang had a new partner, why was she still entangled with him? Did she derive pleasure from stealing her sister's suitors? Upon hearing this, Shen Man instantly grasped his misunderstanding. Rest assured, I never look back. His assistance is merely due to our past encounters. Before long they arrived at the textile factory. Lu Zhengguo handed her the bicycle. This is the apology gift I promised you last night. As for the other item, I have arranged for it to be brought from Haishur, but it will take some time. Shen Man paused, saying nothing further, and turned to enter the factory grounds. Lu Zhengguo remained stationary, watching her figure fade from view before departing. The events surrounding Qi Yuan today only heightened his suspicion that Shen Man had indeed changed. Could it be that his prolonged absence had led her to seek another? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhengguo resolved to find Gu Yang. He was likely well informed about all matters concerning Shen Man. In addition to this issue, he had other inquiries to make. Chapter 17, Clarity of Mind. Gu Yang's father was a worker at the Hongqi machinery factory, while his mother was a secondary school teacher. Being their only child, he was also a skilled technician. The Gu family's standing within the entire machinery factory community was certainly among the best, if not surpassing that of the Lu family. In fact, one could argue that the Gu family was better off than the Lu family. Yang Feng had always held Gu Yang in high regard as a prospective son-in-law, repeatedly advising her daughter to pay more attention to him. However, an unforeseen incident had irrevocably severed their connection. Lu Zhengguo was acutely aware of these circumstances. He was not the ideal son-in-law envisioned by Yang Feng and Shen Shanshan. Now, during working hours, Gu Yang was still at his post. Thus, Lu Zhengguo had no choice but to set aside this matter for the time being and return home. Upon his arrival, Lu's mother hurried towards him, exclaiming, How did it go, Zhengguo? Have you resolved your sister's employment situation? Her youngest son was the pride of the Lu family, and if he could not help Hongmei find work, she would have no choice but to send her to the countryside. Lu Zhengguo paused. Mother, I have received news that the propaganda department of the machinery factory is hiring. They require a high school diploma, proficiency in drawing, excellent handwriting, and the ability to compose copy. As long as these criteria are met, she can apply. I have already registered Hongmei. Whether she can pass the exam depends on her own efforts. The exam is scheduled for tomorrow, and the results will be announced the day after. Lu's mother's eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim once more as she replied sourly, Such a desirable position will surely attract many applicants. What hope does she have? Just then, Lu Hongmei emerged from the house and overheard the discussion regarding the job. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over. Second brother, did you really find me a job? She had just heard it was a position in the propaganda department, which offered no less than 30 yuan a month, far superior to the paltry wages Shen Man earned as a factory worker. Lu Zhengguo shook his head, his tone icy. I have merely registered you. Whether you pass depends solely on your abilities. If you fail, you will have no choice but to go to the countryside. Prepare well for the exam tomorrow afternoon. In the current job market, every position was fiercely competitive, and good opportunities were often unknown to the average person. This propaganda role was initially reserved for the relatives of factory leadership, and he had only learned of it through connections. However, with sufficient skill, there was still a chance to secure the position. Lu Hongmei's expression shifted instantly as she clutched Lu Zhengguo's arm. Second brother, that won't do. I could never compete with the children of the leaders. These positions are already predetermined, merely a formality. The children of the leaders may have already obtained the exam answers in advance, and the interviewers are probably pre-arranged. Lu Zhengguo remained steadfast. As long as you can pass the written exam, I can guarantee fairness in the interview, but this is contingent upon your ability to achieve first place. Lu Hongmei stamped her foot in frustration. What kind of nonsense is this? It's as if Yu Haven T helped me at all. She had some ability, but how could she compete with those who already knew the exam questions? Lu Zhengguo patted her shoulder. Do not worry, the exam questions have not been leaked. This test is specifically for the children and relatives of all factory leaders, and the factory director will personally oversee it. Ensuring absolute fairness, securing this information had taken considerable effort on his part. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother became animated. Hongmei, did you hear that? Your brother has said there are no predetermined candidates for this position. With your skills, you might actually pass. Lu Hongmei was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, her chances of success were indeed substantial. After thoughtful consideration, she nodded. Alright, I will definitely take the exam tomorrow. If I pass, My job will be far better than Shen Man's. I shall look down upon her from now on, utterly infuriating her. Shen Man worked in the workshop of the textile factory from the moment she reported for duty this morning until lunch at 11:30. She remained stationed at her designated position, overseeing the quality of the fabric. Her eyes could not afford to waver, nor could her hands rest, as the repetitive nature of the work took its toll. The workshop was stifling, crowded with people. By the end of the morning, Shen Man was utterly exhausted, not just physically, but mentally as well. Only when lunchtime arrived was she able to take a breather. Shen Man rubbed her aching arms, standing up as she intended to join the other workers for lunch. A young woman from the adjacent station approached her with a bright smile. Sister-in-law, wait for me. I want to join you. Sensing Shen Man's confusion, Lu Zhengguo explained, I am Zhang Dong's wife. My husband and your man have been childhood friends. Shen Man recalled the connection. She greeted Lu Zhengguo with a smile, saying, great, from now on, we'll have each other for company. Within the pages of the book, Lu Zhengguo was not merely Zhang Dong's wife, she was one of the few women in the narrative who harbored goodwill towards the original protagonist. The other women, influenced by the protagonist's reputation, regarded her with disdain. Only Lu Zhengguo, after careful observation, discerned that the men surrounding the protagonist were largely the ones who pursued her, with some even frequently harassing her. Thus she concluded that the protagonist was not as others had portrayed her. Lu Zhengguo would even stand up for her against those who bore malice towards the protagonist. As she looked at Shen Man, a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a red rose swaying in the wind. Charming yet dignified, she could not help but momentarily lose her train of thought. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. No wonder those men can't help but gaze at you. Even as a woman, I find myself admiring you. She naturally stepped forward, linking her arm with Shen Man's, and together they made their way to the cafeteria. If I were a man, I'd want to marry a stunning sister-in-law like you. Shen Man chuckled and teased, sure, if you were a man, I would undoubtedly marry you. Lu Zhengguo's ability to assess a person's character through observation surpassed that of most men in this world. Certainly more so than Lu Zhengguo. With a shy smile, Lu Zhengguo suddenly recalled the events of the evening. By the way, sister-in-law, has brother Lu mentioned anything to you about coming to my house for dinner tonight? Dongzi and brother Lu have been close since childhood, and now that brother Lu has returned safely, we thought it would be nice to gather everyone together to celebrate his birthday. Shen Man paused, surprised to realize that it was indeed Lu Zhengguo's birthday. He only mentioned dinner at Zhang Dong's house for this evening, without any further details. Lu Zhengguo noticed Shen Man's reaction and quickly clarified. Sister-in-law, those coming tonight are mainly brother Lu's childhood friends, and they have all prepared gifts for him. Chapter 18, Job Information. Shen Man nodded appreciatively. Thank you for letting me know. I understand, however, since Lu Zhengguo had not informed her. She had no intention of preparing a gift for him. Besides, she remembered his words from that morning all too well. Given his evident disdain for her, she would not impose herself on him unnecessarily. Soon, the two finished their meal at the factory, took a brief rest, and returned to work until the end of the day. Shen Man finally breathed a sigh of relief, exhausted from a full day of labor. She had never envisioned a day when she would find herself working on an assembly line. In this era, being a worker was the most respectable class. Having a worker in the family was considered a significant achievement. And dual-income households were particularly enviable. This job was secured by her mother, who spent 500 yuan to obtain it. Currently, meat costs 7 to 8 dimes per jin, and most families only indulged in it during festive occasions. 500 yuan was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Although her mother also worked, her monthly salary was only 22 yuan, meaning she would have to forego food and drink for almost 2 years to earn that amount. As Shen Man prepared to ride her bicycle home, she spotted Yang Fong, who had been waiting for her at the factory entrance. Man over here, Man here. Shen Man turned at the sound, her eyes lighting up upon seeing her mother. Mom, what brings you here? She parked her bicycle in front of Yang Fong. With a smile, Yang Fong took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. I came to share some good news with you. Let us find a quiet spot to sit down and talk. Shen Man blinked, curious about what good news warranted her mother's absence from work to wait for her at the factory gates. Yang Fong led Shen Man to a tranquil tea house, where they settled into a private room. Man, do you remember the position of the publicity officer I mentioned last time? Shen Man recalled that. According to the plot, that position ultimately went to Shen Ping. She nodded. I remember. Yang Fong smiled. I've registered you for it. The exam is tomorrow afternoon. The job at the textile factory is rather taxing. If you can secure the position in the publicity department, you'd be able to sell this job. The publicity officer works in an office, earning 32 yuan a month, along with various perks. It's far better than being on the factory floor. Most importantly, this position is not pre-allocated. As long as you register, it's entirely fair and just. I learned about it through my connections, which I've developed over many years. Shen Man listened intently, feeling her heart stir. Mom, thank you. I will study hard for the exam tomorrow. Who wouldn't prefer an office job over working in a workshop? Furthermore, the benefits and conditions of an office position far exceeded those of a typical female factory worker. The book stated that Shen Ping learned about the exam from her memories of a past life and even had knowledge of some exam content, although the specifics were not detailed. Both the original protagonist and Shen Man were diligent in their studies. She felt confident that she would not necessarily lose the exam scheduled for the following afternoon. Yang Fong beamed with satisfaction. Of course, it would be wonderful if you passed. If not, it's no trouble, as you already have a job. Since marrying Shen Shangshan, she had been leveraging his connections to build and expand her own network. All for the purpose of ensuring her children could live better lives. Today's news was something she had inadvertently learned from the deputy factory director's wife. However, the competition would be fierce. If only Man had listened to her and chosen Gu Yang, then securing a job would have been a breeze. The Gu family was well connected and would easily have found a decent position for their only daughter-in-law. Eliminating the need for competition, Shen Man shook her head. No, I will do my utmost to secure this position. It was only 1974, and the time for reform and opening up was still distant. After a day in the workshop, she truly did not wish to spend the coming years stuck in the workshop, performing the same repetitive tasks. Moreover, with the exam approaching, the fact that the job posting had not yet been publicized indicated that it was likely reserved for specific individuals. Her mother must have invested considerable effort to acquire this information. Considering that Shen Man was responsible for dinner today, they did not linger in conversation. Mom, let me take you home. It's quite a distance from here. Shen Man mounted her bicycle. Once Yang Fong was seated, she curiously examined the brand new bicycle. Did Zhengguo buy you this? She asked, aware of how the Lu family looked down on her daughter and doubted they would buy her a new bicycle for work. Shen Man nodded. Yes, it's a gift to make amends, Yang Fong remarked. It seems Zhengguo cares about you. It's commendable for a man to think of such things for his wife. At least most men wouldn't readily spend 100 or 200 yuan on a new bicycle for their wives to commute. Shen Man forced a smile, caring. This morning, he gave me a stern warning, and every word was more cutting than the last. Perhaps it's best to consider him otherwise. After escorting Yang Fong home, Shen Man rode her bicycle back to the Lu residence. Upon entering the staff quarters of the machinery factory, many of the aunts and older women turned to gaze at Shen Man riding her bicycle. Aunt Ho-Hot smiled. Lu Zhengguo's wife. Off work, you just got a job, and now you've bought a bicycle. That must have been quite an expense. Aunt Lu chimed in. Indeed, it's not cheap. I saw an identical one at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative a few days ago. And it cost 148 yuan, plus you need a ticket. Others began to speculate. With Zhengguo back, things are different. Just look at her, she seems even more alluring now. I bet there was plenty of excitement last night. I think so too. Zhengguo just returned from the army, and at over 20, he had no woman. Now that he has a stunning wife, it's only natural for the young couple to be inseparable. Lu Zhengguo overheard all their lascivious comments. He frowned slightly as he watched Shen Man ride her bicycle toward him. Preparing to approach her, however, Shen Man seemingly ignored him, swiftly bypassing him and heading straight home. Lu Zhengguo. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback. Wasn't it said that Shen Man resorted to underhanded tactics to marry Zhengguo? Why did it seem like she had no affection for him at all? Would someone who liked another act so disinterestedly? She didn't even spare him a glance. After years of matchmaking, her keen eye had never failed her. Shen Man had not given Zhengguo a single look. The couple's long-awaited reunion lacked any warmth. She clearly did not harbor feelings for him. This led to speculation regarding the truth behind the rumors of Shen Man's supposed underhanded tactics to secure the marriage. Lu Zhengguo stood in place, watching as Shen Man's figure faded from view. He turned to glance at the gossipy aunts and mothers, and then strode forward. He was uncertain whether Shen Man still held any feelings for him. But he was certain that 4 years ago, she had been genuinely interested in him, otherwise she would not have so brazenly seduced him multiple times, disregarding the fact that he was to become her brother-in-law. And even resorted to drugging him to climb into bed and marry into the Lu family. Before long, Shen Man parked her bicycle in the yard of the Lu residence. Zhang Fengxia, who was washing clothes in the yard, immediately grew flustered upon seeing the bicycle. She hastily dropped the clothes she was holding and rushed to Shen Man, reaching out cautiously to touch the handlebars. Sister-in-law, is this your new purchase? Shen Man dismounted from the bicycle and pushed it under the eaves. No, I bought it this morning. Well, that must have cost quite a bit, right? Zhang Fengxia's eyes shimmered with envy as she surrounded the bicycle, touching here and there, admiring its beauty. She wished for such a bike herself. Just as Shen Man was about to say something, Lu Zhengguo approached, and their eyes met. She averted her gaze first. I don't know, it should be around 100 or 200 yuan. Zhang Fengxia understood immediately and ceased her inquiries. Reluctantly withdrawing her hand, this bicycle was likely a gift from Shen Man's mother. She felt a pang of jealousy. After all, who could blame someone for having a good mother who not only provided her with a job but also bought her a bike? With this thought, Zhang Fengxia could only envy her and turned back to her laundry. After properly parking the bicycle, Shen Man headed straight into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the day. The Lu family comprised 9 members, 2 of whom were children. She measured out an appropriate amount of rice from the rice bin according to the family's appetite and daily ration, rinsed it. and set it to cook. Following that, she peeled and shredded potatoes, minced garlic, and chopped a few dried chili peppers, intending to make a stir-fried potato dish. The household oil was also rationed monthly, so she had to distribute it accordingly each day. While more oil would certainly enhance the flavor of the dishes, Shen Man dared not use excess and stuck to the prescribed amount, having developed a passion for culinary exploration in the modern era. She knew how to make even simple dishes palatable, even without much oil. However, a single stir-fried potato dish would surely not suffice. Shen Man also steamed some cornbread buns, prepared a plate of pickles, and whipped up a bowl of scallion and egg soup. Dinner was soon ready. Before long, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted from the kitchen, making it impossible for anyone to resist salivating. Lu Zhengguo, who was studying in her room, could no longer sit still. She tossed aside her pen and books and dashed outside. Zhang Fengxia, who was washing clothes, caught a whiff of the egg's fragrance and her expression shifted immediately. She quickly wrung out the clothes and hurried into the house. Shen Man, did Mom give you the key to that cabinet? The family's eggs, along with some flour and meat purchased previously, were stored in the kitchen cabinet, which only the mother-in-law possessed the key to. Having been married into the Lu family for so many years, she had hardly touched that key. How could she suddenly grant it to the youngest daughter-in-law? This was unacceptable to her. At that moment, Mother Lu returned from outside, and upon catching the scent of the egg dish, she rushed into the house. Who took my key and opened the cabinet with the eggs? Could it be the eldest daughter-in-law? She instinctively shouted. Fengxia, you can't touch the eggs in the house. Zhang Fengxia, who had just reached the kitchen door, turned pale upon hearing this. Mom, who are you accusing? I haven't touched the eggs. Mother Lu entered, noticing Zhang Fengxia's darkened expression, and paused. Not you, then who else could it be? Oh, Zhang Fengxia rolled her eyes and pointed towards the kitchen. You can go in and see for yourself. It is not me cooking today. To her surprise, she realized that in her mother-in-law's eyes, she was seen as such a person. Clearly she had been too lenient with her. Mother Lu chuckled awkwardly, about to say something when Shen Man emerged from the kitchen with the freshly made egg soup. Sister-in-law, Mom, dinner is ready. Let's call everyone to sit down and eat. Lu Zhengguo stepped out from her room, drawn in by the aroma, and leaned close to the bowl of scallion and egg soup, inhaling deeply. It smells so good. Mom, with sister-in-law, what special occasion is it today to have egg soup? The last time she had smelled anything resembling eggs was so long ago. Mother Lu glanced at Shen Man, her expression somewhat displeased. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but fearing Shen Man might cause a scene, she opted for silence, quietly comforting herself. Forget it, it's not worth causing a family ruckus over 2 eggs. Besides, the soup will be shared by everyone. While she thought that way, Zhang Fengxia did not share the same sentiment. She had just been unfairly blamed and could not swallow her indignation. Once everyone from the Lu family was seated, Zhang Fengxia shot a glance at Shen Man, then turned to Lu Zhengguo. Zhengguo, how does the egg soup taste today? Your wife made it personally. It must be delightful, right? The aroma is making me drool. It seems your sister-in-law is quite generous with you. This bowl of egg soup must have used at least 2 large eggs, and she would never let her 2 nephews have any. But here was Shen Man, willing to share so much. Chapter 20, Dinner. Lu Zhengguo glanced at Shen Man, about to speak when she interrupted him, addressing Mother Lu and Zhang Fengxia. Mom, sister-in-law, I just returned from my mother's place, and these eggs were also from her. I realized I added too much rice this morning while making breakfast, which was my oversight, so I specifically used these 2 eggs to prepare soup for everyone to try. However, your reactions and behavior have made me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Tonight, Zhengguo and I will not be dining at home. Please enjoy your meal. I will return to my room now. With that, Shen Man rose and left. The Lu family was momentarily stunned, realizing that neither she nor Lu Zhengguo had any bowls or chopsticks in front of them. After Shen Man's figure disappeared, Lu Zhengguo turned his gaze back, speaking coolly. Sister-in-law, in the future, please clarify the situation before making any statements. We had no plans to eat at home tonight, and this egg soup was specially prepared by Shen Man for you all. Having said that, he too stood and returned to his room. Zhang Fengxia's face turned pale, and she instinctively looked at Father and Mother Lu. Dad, Mom, I was just speaking off the cuff, there was no malice intended. Mother Lu rubbed her temples and waved her hand. Forget it, just try to speak less in the future. It wasn't just the eldest daughter-in-law who had misunderstood, she had also misjudged the situation. Father Lu's expression remained inscrutable as he served himself a bowl of egg soup and took a sip, nodding. Jingguo's wife has improved her cooking skills. It's rare for her to put in such effort for everyone to taste. Lu Zhengbing chuckled awkwardly, feeling ashamed for his wife's earlier behavior. He quickly filled a bowl of egg soup for Mother Lu. Mom, you should try some too. It was indeed my wife's oversight today. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengguo stood at the door, knocking softly. There was no response. He pursed his lips and knocked again. Still nothing. On the 3rd knock, he simply took out his key and opened the door. Inside, Shen Man was sitting at the vanity, arranging her hair, the soft yellow light cast upon her exquisite profile, her thick eyelashes fluttering elegantly. A light blue blouse accentuated her graceful curves. Lu Zhengguo paused, standing at the doorway for a few seconds, then turned his gaze away, thinking it unnecessary to dress up just for a meal. Shen Man halted her combing, glancing at the man behind her in the mirror, and smirked coldly. Lu Zhengguo, which of your eyes sees me as deliberately dressing up? She had many such blouses in her wardrobe. This one was merely ordinary and had been purchased a long time ago. Aside from a simple hairdo and a change of clothes, she had done little else. Not even applying any face cream. Lu Zhengguo paused, turning to scrutinize Shen Man closely. Aside from the light blue blouse, it seemed she had not changed at all, yet she appeared even more radiant. Making it difficult to look away, he remained silent for a moment, withholding his words. Shen Man ignored him and continued to tidy her hair in the mirror. In this era, excessive adornment was frowned upon. Often associated with bourgeois tendencies leading to many troubles, however, blouses were still acceptable. Once she finished her preparations, Shen Man turned to glance at the man sitting at the desk, engrossed in a book. I'm ready. Lu Zhengguo set his book down, meeting her gaze, and stood to approach her. Then let us go. Zhang Dong had originally lived in the same courtyard as Lu Zhengguo. After marrying, their home became cramped. So he and his wife, Lu Shangxiao, moved out early. To facilitate his wife's work at the textile factory, they rented a place near the factory, living a sweet life together, and their child was already 3 years old. Lu Zhengguo rode his bicycle with Shen Man towards Zhang Dong's home. On the way, Shen Man suddenly remembered what Lu Shangxiao had said that morning. Today was Lu Zhengguo's birthday. This evening was not only a celebration of his safe return from the battlefield but also a birthday celebration. Moreover, his brothers had prepared gifts for him. What if during dinner, those men asked her if she had prepared a gift for Lu Zhengguo? And she had to say no? Wouldn't that be quite awkward? Shen Man pondered this and feigned ignorance about the matter, initiating a conversation. Today, they invited you to dinner, presumably to celebrate your return. There shouldn't be any other reason, right? If there happens to be something else, and I remain oblivious, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Lu Zhengguo's gaze darkened slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Today is my birthday. Perhaps they intend to celebrate it for me. Why didn't you tell me? If they present you with gifts later and I am empty-handed, wouldn't that be a source of embarrassment for me? Shen Man glared fiercely at the man. Had someone not informed her that morning, she might have indeed faced a most humiliating situation. Lu Zhengguo was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to utter a response. Shen Man immediately interrupted him. I don't care. This is your fault for not informing me that today is your birthday. If your friends later inquire about the gift I prepared for you, remember to cover for me. I have no gift to present, so how you manage to conceal that is up to you. If you cause me embarrassment tonight, I will not hesitate to make you feel the same in public. Having expressed all of this in one breath, Shen Man finally felt a sense of relief. Truly, she was clever enough to turn the situation around, thereby resolving the matter perfectly. Lu Zhengguo, he recalled that the Shen Man of yesteryears was not quite so unreasonable. However, it seemed that her current demeanor was not entirely displeasing. After all, according to her logic, it was indeed his fault for failing to inform her of his birthday in advance. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhengguo nodded. All right. Soon, the two meandered through several narrow alleys and finally arrived at Zhang Dong's courtyard. Upon entering, they found the small space already bustling with a considerable number of guests, most of whom were men accompanied by their wives. With a few children scattered about, Zhang Dong looked up and, upon spotting them, immediately approached with a smile. Lu Gu, sister-in-law, you finally made it. We've been waiting for quite some time. Others also gathered around. Lu Gu, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's certainly true for you. You have no idea how eager we were to see you after learning of your safe return. At that moment, Gu Yan, who was seated in the corner, approached with a glass of wine. Zhengguo, it's been a long time. Chapter 21. Underlying turbulence. Lu Zhengguo accepted the drink he offered and took a sip. Indeed, it has been a while. Ever since that day when Shen Man had drugged him, and Gu Yang had come to confront him, they had not exchanged a word since. Jiu Yang let out a scoff but remained silent. The others present were somewhat aware of the tension between the two. Had it not been for that incident, Shen Man would have been Gu Yang's wife by now. They attempted to lighten the mood. Come on, let us drink first. Tonight we shall only speak of joyful matters. Zhang Dong quickly interjected, positioning himself between the two, pulling Gu Yang aside and then ushering Lu Zhengguo to the dining table. Lu Gu, let us eat. Today is your birthday. We shall feast and drink well, and set aside other matters for now. Shangxiao, go fetch sister-in-law and bring her over to eat. Before Shen Man could utter a word, Lu Shangxiao swiftly approached and pulled her to sit beside Lu Zhengguo. Sister-in-law, you should sit with Lu Gu. With such insistence, Shen Man had no choice but to comply and took her seat beside Lu Zhengguo. However, as she lifted her gaze, she was met with Gu Yang's warm smile from across the table, causing her to freeze momentarily. Unbeknownst to those around them, Lu Zhengguo's hand, which had been resting under the table, clasped hers tightly, the pressure gradually increasing. Especially when Gu Yang smiled at her, she felt as though this man was on the verge of crushing her hand. Lu Shangxiao noticed Shen Man's hesitance to pick up her chopsticks and promptly placed a piece of meat into her bowl. Sister-in-law, why aren't you eating? Try this stir-fried pork. I made it myself. Dongzi said it was delicious, and I think it's quite good too. And this garlic sautéed greens is also nice. Give it a taste. Shen Man forced a polite smile, using her hand to pick up a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth. It was indeed quite tasty, yet her other hand remained firmly ensnared by the man. And despite her desperate attempts to free herself, she could not escape his grasp. Glancing at the man beside her, he appeared utterly unfazed, continuing to engage with his brothers in conversation. How adept he was at feigning ignorance. She took a deep breath and decisively stomped on Lu Zhengguo's foot, wanting him to go mad. With a loud clatter, a piece of greens fell onto the table, instantly halting the dining activities of all present. Their eyes fixated on Lu Zhengguo's chopsticks, Zhang Dong quickly attempted to smooth things over, laughing. It seems the quality of my chopsticks is lacking. Perhaps it's time to replace them. He seized the opportunity to remove the fallen greens from in front of Lu Zhengguo. Only Gu Yang, sitting across from them, casually tossed his napkin to the ground and bent down to retrieve it. Upon seeing the two hands tightly clasped beneath the table, his expression grew cold in an instant. So that was it. Once Gu Yang stood upright after picking up the napkin, Shen Man noticed Lu Zhengguo's grip on her hand loosening. She swiftly yanked her hand away from his grasp. Damn, Lu Zhengguo, behaving as if he were deranged. Her hand was almost bruised from his grip. Tomorrow afternoon, she was to attend a recruitment examination at the machinery factory. If this affected her performance, she would ensure he paid for it. At this moment, her disdain for Lu Zhengguo deepened further. Suddenly, someone turned to Shen Man and teased, "Sister-in-law, today is Lu Guo's birthday. Did you prepare any gifts for him?" Shen Man smiled. "Of course I did. If you don't believe me, just ask him." She once again stomped on Lu Zhengguo's foot, her tone sweet. "Isn't that right, Zhengguo?" Upon hearing this, all curious eyes turned to Lu Zhengguo. "Lu Guo, quickly tell us, what gift did sister-in-law prepare for you?" Feeling the sharp pain from his foot, Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow. "Want to know?" The instigators chuckled. "Of course we want to know." Lu Zhengguo glanced at Shen Man, his voice momentarily faltering. "It's a secret." Laughter and playful banter erupted, as everyone turned their attention to Shen Man. "Huh, so it's a secret? It seems we can't find out." Shen Man's face flushed with anger. She shot a fierce glare at the man beside her. No wonder Lu Zhengguo had been so accommodating on the way here. He had been waiting to catch her off guard. Seated across from them, Gu Yang, one noticed by the crowd, rose and departed. He had come here today primarily for his beloved, intending to clarify his relationship with Shen Ping, yet he had not anticipated witnessing the closeness shared between the two. Frustrated, he decided to leave. Upon arriving home, Gu Yang opened the door to find Shen Ping sitting with his parents, conversing. His expression immediately soured, and he retreated to his room. Not her again. Why couldn't she just disappear? Shen Ping watched Gu Yang's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Her hands, resting on her lap, unconsciously clenched tightly beside her. Gu mother discerned her emotions and sighed. "Xiao Ping, Gu Yang has that temperament. Don't take it to heart. Tomorrow, how about you accompany your aunt to shop at the department store?" She was well aware of whom her son favored. However, that person was now married to a military officer, and their fates were tragically incompatible. Besides, in every aspect except for appearance, Shen Ping surpassed Shen Man by leaps and bounds. Shen Ping hesitated. "Aunt, I have to attend the machinery factory recruitment tomorrow. I may not be able to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Gu mother's eyes brightened. "Xiao Ping, your exams are the priority. Focus on that. If you succeed, I will gift you something special." Current job opportunities were scarce, and most were obtained through connections. Those who could secure positions based on their own merit were even rarer. If Shen Ping could pass, it would be a reasonable match for her son. Shen Ping smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Aunt." Armed with the memories from her previous life, she had mastered the majority of the exam questions, making her success almost guaranteed. What of Shen Man, who had bought a job for herself with her father's money, a mere factory worker in a textile mill, enduring labor for a meager salary of just over 20 yuan a month? In contrast, she would be working in the publicity department of the machinery factory, earning over 30 yuan a month, complete with various subsidies, all while enjoying the comfort of an office job that was far from exhausting. As night deepened, Lu Zhengguo bid farewell to Zhang Dong and departed with Shen Man from Zhang's residence. They cycled through the dimly lit streets, and Shen Man rolled her eyes. "Lu Zhengguo, care to explain what that was all about during dinner today? My hand still stings. If this were to affect her exam tomorrow, she would not hesitate to retaliate." Chapter 22, Conflict. Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a moment. "Shen Man, we are not divorced yet." Upon entering, within mere minutes she had locked eyes with Gu Yang 3 times. His gaze was gentle yet distinct, unmistakably revealing their unusual connection. Shen Man was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that this man believed she was trying to seduce Gu Yang. "What's wrong with you? Lu Zhengguo, do you need to see a doctor tomorrow? Am I the type to invite trouble upon myself? Gu Yang is so conspicuous. How could I possibly not notice him? Besides, I didn't seek him out. It was you who brought me along to tonight's dinner." Lu Zhengguo spoke in a nonchalant tone, far from his best. It was in such a gathering that she had initially lured him in. He harbored no fondness for her, and thus remained indifferent. However, Gu Yang's feelings for her were anything but ordinary. Even if she did not actively pursue him, it was only a matter of time before Gu Yang succumbed. Shen Man was incensed, not uttering a single word to the man throughout their journey. They soon returned to the Lu household, where nearly everyone had already retired for the night, after washing up. Shen Man sat at the vanity, applying cream to her face. She dug into the small jar for an eternity, managing to extract only a minuscule amount, hardly sufficient for her needs. Recalling the events of the evening, her anger only intensified. Shen Man rose and, with a sharp motion, placed the nearly empty jar of cream in front of the man who was engrossed in a book. Didn't you say you would buy me some cream as an apology? Where is it? I need it now. Lu Zhengguo paused in his reading, casually removing his wristwatch and placing it beside the jar of cream. I had someone send it back from Haishur this morning. But it will likely take some time. This watch was a reward from my superior, and for now, it will be kept with you. Once the cream arrives, I shall exchange it for the watch you desire. Shen Man raised an eyebrow. Alright, but if it gets scratched or damaged, I won't take responsibility. She picked up the watch and idly toyed with it. Indeed, it was an exquisite timepiece, adorned with several small gems. Its craftsmanship undeniably remarkable. After examining it for a moment, Shen Man, in a playful manner, offered the watch back to Lu Zhengguo, feigning interest. Since it's yours, why don't you put it on for me? Lu Zhengguo rubbed his temples, meeting her alluring gaze, his tone faltering. I cannot. This watch holds significant value for me. Shen Man smirked. So you're not keeping your word. She moved around the man and tossed the watch into the pocket of his military uniform. Take it back. I can buy my own cream. No need for your trouble. With that, she turned to retire for the night. Lu Zhengguo handled the watch, feeling its lingering warmth, then glanced at the woman, who had turned away and cocooned herself in the blanket. He frowned slightly. Her temper was indeed fierce. Was she angry again? Never mind. If Shen Man desired it so much, he would take her to the department store tomorrow to personally select a watch. That night, Lu Zhengguo found himself nearly pushed off his bed multiple times, as Shen Man rolled over into his embrace, snuggling closer. As if that weren't enough, he could hear her murmuring in her sleep, cursing him, calling him insane, accusing him of having faulty vision, and declaring that he never kept his promises. Lu Zhengguo sat up abruptly, massaging his temples. In her drowsy state, Shen Man rolled over again, wrapping her arms around his thigh, nuzzling against him while mumbling incoherently. He gazed down at her, well aware that she was berating him even in her slumber, accusing him of being unable to play fair and of breaking his word. After a long silence, he retrieved the watch, gently lifted her left wrist, and, in the dim light, carefully placed it on her. The delicate touch of her soft skin sent a rush of warmth through him. Lu Zhengguo found himself unconsciously caressing her wrist until a soft murmur broke the tranquility of the moment. He then gently pushed the woman who had rolled into his embrace back to her side of the bed, covering her with the blanket before closing his eyes to return to sleep. The next morning, Shen Man awoke to find the man beside her had already vanished. She paid it no mind. Rising to dress from the wardrobe that afternoon, she had to attend a recruitment exam at the machinery factory, and dressing appropriately was a fundamental courtesy. Shen Man chose a black skirt paired with a white blouse, braiding her hair into two sleek, dark twists that cascaded over her chest, presenting a polished yet modest appearance. Suddenly, while changing, she noticed something on her left wrist. She froze. Was that not Lu Zhengguo's watch? How did it come to be on her wrist? Shen Man raised her left hand to examine it closely. Indeed, it was that very watch. However, being a men's watch, it was rather oversized for her slender wrist. Accentuating its delicacy, Shen Man furrowed her brow, removing the watch and placing it securely in the drawer. She had only made that remark to vex Lu Zhengguo. She had no intention of keeping the men's watch. She would return it to him in a few days. Dressed and ready, Shen Man left her room, finding that nearly everyone in the Lu household was already awake, including Lu Zhengguo. Today, it was Lu's mother's turn to prepare breakfast, which consisted once again of rice porridge paired with pickled vegetables. This time, the porridge was particularly watery, clearly made with half the amount of rice Shen Man had used the previous day. During breakfast, Lu Hongmei suddenly placed a piece of pickled vegetable into Shen Man's bowl, leaning in with a smile. Sister-in-law, may I borrow the bicycle you bought yesterday? I'll return it in a couple of days. No, I still need it for work, Shen Man replied, returning the pickled vegetable to Lu Hongmei's bowl. Just as Lu Hongmei was about to throw a tantrum, Lu Zhengguo placed a piece of pickled vegetable into her bowl, warning her coolly, eat your meal and speak less. No one thinks of you as a mute. Immediately, Lu Hongmei stiffened, shooting a glare at Shen Man, continuing her meal in silence. It was all her fault. Even her usually doting second brother had turned against her, yet, thinking about the recruitment exam that afternoon, her excitement resurfaced. If she could secure a position in the machinery factory's publicity department, she could trample Shen Man, the wicked woman, underfoot. With this thought, Lu Hongmei raised her chin proudly, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Man. Wicked woman, just wait. Shen Man regarded Lu Hongmei with confusion. What was her issue? Why couldn't she just eat in peace without glaring at her? Chapter 23, Recruitment Exam. After a morning of work, Shen Man took the afternoon off and rode her bicycle to the Hongqi Machinery Factory for the exam. Upon arrival, she found 5 or 6 individuals already waiting. With half an hour remaining until the exam began, she scanned the area but did not see Shen Ping. It seemed she had not yet arrived, though she would likely be there soon. Just as she found a seat, unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhengguo had also arrived at the factory entrance with Lu Hongmei. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you fail, there is nothing to be done. You'll have to go to the countryside. Lu Hongmei raised her chin confidently. Don't worry, second brother, I was the top student in school. A mere recruitment exam cannot possibly hinder me. As long as the positions weren't predetermined. She was certain of her success. Lu Zhengguo nodded, reminding her, remember to answer carefully. Lu Hongmei waved her hand dismissively, about to say something when she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, her expression shifting dramatically. How can it be Shen Man? I thought only a few people knew about this recruitment information. How did Shen Man find out? Could it be that second brother? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pointed toward Shen Man, exclaiming, Lu Zhengguo, are you still my second brother? You actually told Shen Man about the recruitment. You know I have no job and can only go to the countryside. Are you trying to drive me to my death? Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow, following her gaze to see the woman seated by the window. Why is she here? Lu Hongmei quickly realized that this was not the time for blame. She clasped Lu Zhengguo's hand, her eyes swollen from crying. Second brother, please help me. You must get rid of Shen Man. With her here, I cannot possibly pass, despite Shen Man's notorious reputation for her past misdeeds. Everyone remembered her as the most outstanding girl from the machinery factory's staff dormitory, excelling in her studies and talented in singing, painting, and dancing. Had her reputation not been tarnished, she would have surely joined the performing arts troupe in the capital long ago. After all, how could Shen Man, with her beauty, fail to captivate so many young and promising men? Faced with Lu Hongmei's desperate pleas, Lu Zhengguo remained silent. No matter how poor Shen Man's reputation or character, her intrinsic excellence was undeniable. Hongmei truly had no chance. Lu Zhengguo sighed, choosing not to speak. Seeing her brother's demeanor, Lu Hongmei understood that she could not rely on him. With a cold laugh, she ceased her entreaties. Wiping her tears, she shot Lu Zhengguo a fierce glare. If you want to help me, then I'll help myself. Just don't interfere with that. Lu Hongmei strode toward Shen Man's sister-in-law. The recruitment information was told to you by my brother. Wasn't he it? She leaned in closer to Shen Man. My second brother said you came here to take the exam for me. If you secure this position, I won't have to go to the countryside. Sister-in-law, you're so capable, you will definitely succeed. I'm here to thank you in advance. After this is all over, I'll have my second brother treat you well. At first, Shen Man was somewhat perplexed. But upon hearing the latter part of Lu Hongmei's words, she suddenly understood those words could not have come from Lu Zhengguo. While he was indeed not the best, as a soldier, he had not sunk to such depths. Shen Man smiled. Alright, then you can wait for me to finish the exam. I'll personally ask your second brother about it afterward. Lu Hongmei's expression darkened instantly. She knew her brother's true nature better than anyone. He would never assist her. Forced to suppress her discontent due to Shen Man's formidable presence, Lu Hongmei pushed forward. Sister-in-law, we are family. You already have a job. As my sister-in-law, you cannot just stand by and watch me go to the countryside. Can you? Shen Man raised an eyebrow, remarking that it would depend on your performance. If the Lu family could muster enough funds, she would not hesitate to sell them the position at the textile factory. Lu Hongmei, under the impression that Shen Man had acquiesced, broke into a broad smile and promptly linked her arm with Shen Man's. Sister-in-law, you were so kind to me. I will return home at once and ask mother to prepare a feast for your return. Shen Man nodded, aware of her misunderstanding, yet chose to remain silent. Suddenly she caught sight of Shen Ping's figure. Her opponent for the day of the examination was fast approaching, prompting Lu Hongmei to head home. Shen Ping, noticing Shen Man, approached with a smile. Sister, are you here for the exam too? Unfortunately, this position was rightfully hers. Her scheming stepsister, who had always been cunning, was destined for disappointment. Shen Man replied, yes, I thought I might try my luck. Perhaps I might succeed, Shen Ping continued. Indeed, how could I forget? You were the most outstanding in our class back then, so you were sure to pass. Although her words seemed supportive, the challenge in her gaze was unmistakable. Their last encounter at the Shen residence had already torn the facade of sisterly affection. They were merely maintaining a semblance of camaraderie due to the fact that everything in the Shen family was still under the control of their stepmother. Young Fong, Shen Man smiled faintly. Indeed, we were classmates, and I always overshadowed you. Who knows, perhaps today I shall overshadow you once more. As her words hung in the air, Shen Ping's expression darkened, for this was a topic she wished to avoid. Despite being the biological daughter of the Shen family, she had received none of its benefits. Stepmother Yang Fong had devoted all the family's resources to nurturing Shen Man, providing her with lessons in academics, dance, vocal arts, and even calligraphy and painting. Anything she desired, Young Fong ensured she could pursue. In contrast, Shen Ping, apart from her studies, could only watch as Shen Man blossomed under Yang Fong's guidance, drawing the attention of one distinguished man after another. Even the man Shen Ping admired was helplessly enamored by Shen Man. Had it not been for her resurrection 4 years prior, during which she had schemed against Shen Man, they might very well have been raising children together by now. Shen Ping sneered to sister, do you think you are still the same as 4 years ago? I am determined to secure this position, just wait and see your own folly. With that, she stepped into the examination hall ahead of Shen Man. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Man chose not to respond. One must endure falls to truly grasp reality. The question of who would mock whom remained to be seen. Soon, the examination concluded and the results were promptly announced. Shen Ping cast a glance at those around her, smirking coldly. Sister, how did you fare? Are you confident? This examination, though seemingly straightforward, was fraught with pitfalls that could lead to missing the mark entirely were it not for her reincarnation and the recollection of last life's questions. Shen Ping would likely have stumbled as well. Shen Man casually replied, of course, it was quite simple. I feel confident. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping realized her stepsister likely hadn't even comprehended the questions. Revealing that the once celebrated individual was not so formidable after all, she stifled a laugh. Sister, I hope you can maintain such confidence when the scores are announced. Shen Man raised an eyebrow, and you as well. Soon, the moment of revealing the scores arrived. Among the 50 or so candidates, only the top 3 would advance to the final interview. Shen Ping hurriedly approached the announcement board, her heart racing as she looked for the top scorer. Only to discover that it was Shen Man. She froze, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, then leaned closer to confirm. The first place was indeed Shen Man. Shen Ping's face drained of color as she shook her head repeatedly. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. She held the answer key from her past life, and even if she remembered only half of it, it should have sufficed. At that moment, Shen Man approached her side, her gaze landing on the announcement board. Raising an eyebrow, I recall your scores have always been at the bottom. To see you achieve second place in this recruitment exam is rather hard to believe. Did you truly understand the questions? Or perhaps you resorted to cheating? Shen Ping's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a step back. You are speaking nonsense. How could I possibly cheat? The absurdity of her reincarnation was too far-fetched for anyone to suspect. Besides, it hardly constituted cheating. Shen Man advanced towards Shen Ping, cornering her in a secluded area. Shen Ping, do you truly believe you are clever enough to calculate every situation and shift the blame onto others? She found it perplexing. After all, Shen Ping's tragic existence in her previous life was a consequence of her own foolishness, a result of her own making. Why, after her rebirth, did she insist on blaming everything on the original owner? In the previous life, Shen Ping had married Lu Zhengguo, becoming a widow, and faced ostracism from the Lu family. This had nothing to do with the original owner or her mother. Shen Ping had been foolish enough to trust a petty thug, eloping with him only to be sold into the mountains, reduced to a mere breeding tool. Again, this had no bearing on the original owner, fueled by jealousy over the original owner's superior life. She had stolen the original owner's man and schemed to ruin her purity and reputation. Even more despicable was how Shen Ping manipulated Gu Yang, the future tycoon, under the guise of exposing cunning women, repeatedly plotting against the original owner by drugging her. Yet, her true aim was merely to replace the original owner and have Gu Yang fall for her. Was there no cunning in Shen Ping's actions? This question lingered in Shen Man's mind, unanswered. Shen Ping stared directly at her, without a hint of guilt. Shen Man, from the moment you were born, you had a mother who meticulously planned everything for you. You could never comprehend the hardships I've endured. You, merely a burden brought in by your stepmother, enjoy a life far better than mine, the biological daughter of the Shen family. No matter how hard I strive, they only see you. Do you have any idea how envious I am of you? Envious of her mother who had always looked out for her, envious of how easily she commanded everyone's attention. Shen Ping was also envious that even when she played with the affections of those men, they still favored Shen Man. Shen Man nodded. Hearing you say this, I understand now. You are simply that type of person, jealous and unable to bear seeing others excel beyond you. Shen Ping only perceived the original owner's glamorous facade, never acknowledging the hard work that lay beneath. Nothing comes effortlessly. The original owner had once clandestinely befriended several academically gifted male classmates, coaxing them into tutoring her daily. Yet Shen Ping only saw the original owner's flirtations, fixating on the superficiality of her interactions with men. Shen Man withdrew her gaze. This position is mine to claim. If you wish to avoid witnessing my success firsthand, then stay back and continue with the interview. This was her final piece of advice. Whether Shen Ping heeded it was her concern observing Shen Man's departing figure. Shen Ping brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes and couldn't help but scoff. What did it matter if she had topped the written exam? It was merely a difference of a few points. She had all the questions prepared for the interview. This time, she refused to believe Shen Man could remain so arrogant. Soon, the interviews for the top 3 commenced, based on the written exam results. Shen Man was the first to enter. Within 10 minutes she emerged, her expression neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. As she exited, Shen Ping entered, and their paths crossed briefly. Seeing Shen Man's demeanor, she let out a derisive laugh before turning to enter. In her past life, the individual who was eventually hired had undergone an interview lasting half an hour, having placed third in the written exam, only to rise to first after the interview. Shen Man's swift exit suggested a lack of depth in her performance. The person who had secured the position in the previous life was now unable to sit for the exam due to an injury. This position in the publicity department was hers to claim. The final results would not be revealed until the following afternoon. After completing the interview, Shen Man intended to ride her bicycle home. However, upon reaching her bike, she spotted a tall, imposing figure clad in military attire standing nearby. Several young women surrounded him, glancing his way and whispering among themselves. Shen Man paused momentarily before walking towards him. You haven't left yet. From the moment she had seen Lu Hongmei before the exam, she had suspected Lu Zhengguo was nearby, for he was the only one in the Lu family capable of securing a chance at this recruitment examination. Lu Zhengguo glanced at her left wrist, which bore no adornment. He quickly averted his gaze, stating, "I was waiting for you." Given that Shen Man had come to participate in this recruitment exam, it was likely that chaos would ensue at home upon her return. Shen Man nodded. "I understand. You are here waiting for me on behalf of your sister. However, I am not inclined to discuss this matter right now if your intention is solely to discuss this. Then there is no need." Her mother's current role was merely that of a temporary worker. If there were any surplus positions, she would certainly prioritize her mother. Moreover, the information regarding this recruitment had been procured through her mother's connections, specifically for her benefit, bearing no relation to the Lu family. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from further comment. After all, the selection of candidates had yet to be finalized. Upon their return to the Lu residence, Lu Hongmei had already been waiting at the gate, and Lu Mu had brought home some meat, filling the kitchen with a delicious aroma. As Shen Man and Lu Zhengguo parked their bicycles in the courtyard, Lu Hongmei rushed over, eagerly pulling Shen Man inside. "Sister-in-law, you're back. Come in. I'll get you some water. Mother specifically bought meat for you today and fried 2 eggs. Mother Lu was still busy in the kitchen while Lu Hongmei pulled Shen Man to the dining table, serving her tea and water and massaging her shoulders. "Sister-in-law, how's the pressure? I've been helping Mother with shoulder massages since I was a child. My skills are no less than those outside. If you like it, I can give you a massage again tomorrow." Shen Man evaded her hands and did not accept the tea she offered, rising to return to her room, insisting it was no trouble. She was all too aware of the ulterior motives at play. "Sister-in-law, it's no trouble at all, not in the slightest. You've worked hard today. This is what I should do." Lu Hongmei again urged Shen Man to sit down upon seeing Lu Zhengguo enter. She immediately exchanged glances with him. "Second brother, you ought to treat sister-in-law well. She's such a beautiful and talented person, and she married you. Consider yourself fortunate. If you mistreat her, I won't let you off easily." After saying this, Lu Hongmei leaned closer to Shen Man. "Sister-in-law, if my second brother treats you poorly, feel free to tell me. I will certainly have our parents speak to him." Shen Man cast a glance at the man sitting beside her. "Oh really? I recall you wanted your brother to divorce me the night before last. At that time, Lu Hongmei had been relentlessly banging on her door, disturbing the peace of the entire household, even threatening that if her job was not returned to her, she would have Lu Zhengguo divorce Shen Man. Those words were etched clearly in her memory. Lu Hongmei shook Shen Man's hand and whined, "Sister-in-law, I was just joking, don't hold it against me." Shen Man remained silent, utterly unmoved by her feigned innocence. Lu Zhengguo shot a warning glance at his younger sister, who sheepishly smiled back at him. Finally restraining herself somewhat, before long Mother Lu finished preparing the meal. Father Lu and Zhang Fingxia returned from work. Upon entering, they were greeted by a table laden with meat and eggs, reminiscent of a festive occasion. "Mother, is today a special day? Why so many delicious dishes?" Zhang Fingxia asked, unable to suppress her appetite upon seeing the spread. Father Lu looked at Mother Lu, pondering for a moment what day it could be. Could it be that Hongmei's partner was coming to visit? Yet he recalled that the partner had been dismissed. Mother Lu subconsciously glanced at Shen Man, relieved to see her expression was calm and uneventful, alleviating her worry significantly. Just as she was about to explain, Lu Zhengguo interjected with a frown. "Mom, let us eat first." Lu Hongmei, displeased, shot a glare at Lu Zhengguo and excitedly explained to their parents, "Dad, a big brother, sister-in-law, I got a job. I won't have to go to the countryside, and I'll be working in an office as a clerk. Mother prepared this lavish feast to celebrate my new job." Zhang Fingxia was taken aback. "What job?" Hongmei, clarify this. "How did you get a job? With the current job market being so tight, it's nearly impossible to secure a position. Otherwise, why would so many young people be heading to the countryside? Even purchasing a job isn't cheap, 300 to 400 at the least, and often over 1,000. How could an ordinary family afford that?" She remembered the last time her in-laws wanted to take out 500 yuan to buy a job for her sister-in-law. She had opposed it from the bottom of her heart. Father Lu and Lu Zhengbing were equally astonished. Quickly turning to Mother Lu for confirmation, she nodded in response. Hongmei mentioned that Shen Man agreed to give her this position. Lu Hongmei raised her chin proudly. "Of course, it's my sister-in-law." She had barely finished her sentence when Shen Man stood up abruptly, interrupting her. "First, the recruitment announcement hasn't been finalized. Whether this position is mine remains uncertain. Second, if I am indeed hired, I will give my current job at the textile factory to my mother, as it was she who paid for it. This has nothing to do with anyone else. Third, you all can take your time eating. I must take my leave." Having said that, Shen Man disregarded the reactions of the Lu family, returning to her room to gather her work attire and other necessary items before exiting. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened, but he said nothing as he stood up and followed her. The Lu family was left in stunned silence. Quickly turning to Lu Hongmei, "Hongmei, what just happened? Shen Man doesn't seem like someone willing to relinquish her position." Not only were the other members of the Lu family bewildered, but even Lu Hongmei was taken aback. Watching the two depart, she muttered, "But she promised she would give me the job." Zhang Fingxia rolled her eyes and helped herself to some eggs. Mother, Hongmei is being ridiculous, why are you going along with her? Do you think Shen Man is the type to sacrifice her own interests? You're all overthinking this. If it were me, I wouldn't want to give up a job either. Lu Hongmei stamped her foot in frustration, her entire being trembling with indignation. I don't care, Shen Man said it herself, the position in the publicity department is mine, she promised she would give it to me. As she spoke, she plopped onto the ground rolling about in tears. Dad, Mom, you have to stand up for me, if I don't have a job tomorrow, I'll have to go to the countryside the day after. You can't just stand by and watch me suffer. The scene left Lu Zhengguo, who had been standing to the side, utterly speechless. He hurriedly approached to help her up. Hongmei, you're a grown woman now. Why are you throwing a tantrum on the ground? People will laugh at you if they see you. Furthermore, what nonsense about going to the countryside? Don't say such things. If someone hears, it could cause trouble for the whole family. Upon hearing her husband's words, Zhang Fengxia quickly interjected. Dad, Mom, how have you raised Hongmei? Just listen to her. If someone with ill intentions hears her, it won't just be Hongmei who suffers, but the entire family. She recalled a family in their compound that had faced dire consequences for saying the wrong things. They had just spoken carelessly that morning, and by afternoon, a group of people wearing red armbands burst in and wrecked their home. The entire family, regardless of age or gender, was sent to the countryside for labor reform. Rumor had it they lived in cow sheds, with little food and suffering from hunger and cold, facing public denunciation. The family's two elderly members had passed away shortly after being sent off, followed by the children. Father Lu and Mother Lu felt a wave of dread wash over them, quickly covering Hongmei's mouth. You silly girl, why don't you think before you speak? You can't just say whatever comes to your mind. If this continues, not only will you lose your job, but our whole family could face consequences. Hongmei's face turned pale, and she fell silent. Chapter 26. Returning to the Shen family after leaving the Lu family, Shen Man rode her bicycle directly towards her own home. By the time Lu Zhengguo chased after her, she had already pedaled away. He halted, watching her figure disappear from sight without pursuing her. Listening to the commotion inside the house, Lu Zhengguo did not immediately return but instead sat quietly in the yard. Leaning against the wall. In the dark of night, it was difficult to discern the emotions hidden within his gaze. It was not until the noise inside gradually subsided that he stood and returned indoors. As he pushed the door open, he found Lu Hongmei squatting at the entrance, her eyes swollen from crying. She looked up at him, her voice choked with emotion. Second brother, can you really bear to see me go to the countryside? Why was it that other brothers adored their sisters, but hers showed no affection? Before he was married, her eldest brother treated her well, but since tying the knot, his attention had shifted entirely to his wife and children. And even their parents favored the two grandchildren over her. She was no longer the most cherished child in the family. Lu Zhengguo paused, silent for a moment. I've already given you an opportunity. It was you who failed to seize it. With that, he made to return to his room to sleep. Lu Hongmei quickly spread her arms, blocking his path. Second brother, I only ask this once. I won't trouble you again in the future. Please help me. Shen Man already has 2 jobs. Why won't she give me the position at the machinery factory? She is my sister-in-law. Why can't she think of me? Lu Zhengguo's expression turned icy. His tone stern. Lu Hongmei, Shen Man doesn't owe you anything. Even if she is your sister-in-law, she is under no obligation to relinquish what rightfully belongs to her. Besides, he and Shen Man are not even a proper couple now. Lu Hongmei remained undeterred, tugging at Lu Zhengguo's sleeve, pleading desperately. Second brother, Shen Man loves you so much that she even resorted to underhanded means to marry you. If you just ask her, she will certainly be willing to relinquish her job. Who didn't know that Shen Man had tarnished her reputation for him? If that wasn't love, then what was? Second brother, you must win her back. Lu Zhengguo shook off Lu Hongmei's grip, unmoved. It would be pointless for me to speak to her. She wouldn't listen to me, and I wouldn't mediate for you. The Shen Man of today was no longer the same as the Shen Man from 4 years ago. The person remained unchanged, but the way she looked at him had shifted. Her gaze, even gentler towards Gu Yang, was no longer the same. Perhaps, after so many years apart, she had grown indifferent to him. Or perhaps she regretted her past decisions. The mere thought of this possibility stirred a fleeting sense of irritation within Lu Zhengguo, but it quickly faded, almost as if it were a figment of his imagination. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly, choosing not to delve deeper. Lu Hongmei, however, was relentless, even dropping to her knees, hugging Lu Zhengguo's legs and sobbing. Second brother, she wouldn't ignore you. She loves you so much, even risking her reputation to be with you. Giving up so many suitors, how could Shen Man not listen to you? Certainly, you have been rather indifferent and unfeeling towards her. She may not heed your words, but if you sincerely apologize and humbly coax her, Shen Man will undoubtedly listen to you. Lu Zhengguo fell silent. No, Hongmei was mistaken. 4 years ago, Shen Man also did not harbor any affection for him. Her motives for seducing him were solely due to his status as her brother-in-law, who possessed commendable qualities in various aspects. In a moment of folly, she sought to make Shen Ping suffer, thus resorting to all manner of enticements with him. Were he not Shen Ping's fiancé? Given Shen Man's disposition and the multitude of suitors vying for her attention, she would scarcely have spared him a glance. Shen Man is devoid of genuine sentiment. She relishes in the artifice of seduction. Such a woman is the epitome of his distaste, regardless of Lu Hongmei's pleas. Lu Zhengguo remained unmoved, ultimately choosing to close the door and retire for the night. As the night deepened, the moonlight scattered across the ground. At the Shen residence, shortly thereafter, Shen Man returned home. Just as Yang Fong and Shen Shangshan were preparing for bed, they were startled by the sound of the door. As Yang Fong approached to open it, she raised her head to see her daughter entering alone in the dead of night. Man, what brings you back at this hour? Have the Lu family mistreated you, or has something happened? Did Zhengguo not accompany you? Yang Fong rushed forward, her heart racing at the mere thought of such a possibility, ready to storm over to the Lu household for an explanation. Shen Shangshan, equally anxious, echoed her concern. Yes, Man, have they bullied you? If they truly dared to do so, I would go over there and demand satisfaction for you. Though not his biological daughter, over the years, he had come to regard her as his own. Especially since Shen Man was far more obedient and well-behaved than Shen Ping. Shen Man shut the door behind her and shook her head. Dad, Mom, given my temperament, how could they possibly bully me? You needn't worry, I have already resolved the matter. The reason she had returned to her parental home was merely to avoid the inevitable uproar that would ensue upon the announcement of the results tomorrow. As the Lu family would likely demand that she relinquish her position at the machinery factory in favor of Lu Hongmei, but she was no fool, nor did she wish to endure the incessant troubles brought by the Lu family. So she had come to stay for a few days. Coincidentally, she planned to transfer her job at the textile factory to her mother once things settled down. Yang Fong finally sighed in relief, patting her chest, grateful that her daughter had not faced any grievances. If the Lu family dared to let her daughter suffer, she would not hesitate to confront them, disregarding any sense of propriety. Nothing was more important than her daughter's well-being. Suddenly, Yang Fong recalled the recruitment exam from earlier that day. Man, how did it go? Are you confident? She had just learned that Shen Ping had also participated in the exam. Though she was unsure how Shen Ping had gotten wind of it, however, considering Shen Ping's level of competence, there was no way she could compete with her daughter, whom she had nurtured with utmost care since childhood. Shen Man linked her arm with Yang Fong's and smiled faintly. Tomorrow, you shall find out. Her mother's position was that of a temporary worker at the supply and marketing cooperative, earning around 20 yuan a month. Which sounded decent but was unstable. At any moment, she could be dismissed at someone else's whim, and many benefits did not compare to those of a formal employee working at the textile factory. While tiring, at least afforded her the status of a formal employee, with a slightly higher wage than at the cooperative. However, it ultimately depended on her mother's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Yang Fong felt assured of her daughter's prospects and refrained from further inquiries. In a small room partitioned off from the living area, Shen Ping lay on her bed listening intently to the conversation between the mother and daughter, resentment and bitterness surging within her once more. Shen Man was indeed fortunate to have such a mother who cared for her in every possible way. Chapter 27. How to choose. The house was modest, comprising merely 3 rooms, yet Shen Man had her own independent space since childhood. Every detail within it, from the smallest trinkets to the bedding, had been meticulously arranged by Yang Fong. In stark contrast, Shen Ping had nothing. She had spent her childhood confined to a tiny corner of the living room, merely draping a piece of cloth to create a makeshift room. The bed, hastily constructed from wooden planks, was where she had slept throughout her life. Even now, after Shen Man's eventual marriage, that room remained inaccessible to her. Why should Shen Man enjoy such privileges? Clearly she was merely a burdensome stepdaughter brought into the family, while she was the biological daughter of Shen Shangshan, yet he favored another's child, turning a blind eye to her feelings of neglect. Listening to her stepmother and Shen Man converse, Shen Ping's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Just wait, tomorrow the results of the machinery factory's recruitment will be announced, and she would undoubtedly come out on top. For now she would let Shen Man and Yang Fong bask in their temporary satisfaction. On the other side, after chatting for a while, Shen Man finally retreated to her room to sleep. The small living area of the Shen household was divided into 3 sections, the largest served as both dining and living area, while the 2 smaller sections contained a bed each, one for Shen Ping and another for her younger brother, Shen Mingchuan. Within the entire Shen household, only Shen Man had her own room, modest though it was. It was a small sanctuary filled with all necessities. While conversing, both Shen Man and Yang Fong understood that Shen Ping could hear them, yet they neither spoke of anything shameful nor deliberately avoided her presence. The following morning, Shen Man arose early once more, with Yang Fong having prepared breakfast ahead of time. The family had their usual fare of rice porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables, and once everyone had washed up, they gathered around the dining table to eat. Mom, after breakfast, I'll take you to work. I have a bicycle, and it's on my way, Shen Man stated, sipping her porridge. Yang Fong nodded with a smile. That's wonderful. My daughter has grown and now shows concern for me. Shen Shangshan cleared his throat awkwardly and spoke up. If you like bicycles, we could buy one together sometime. He happened to possess a bicycle ticket. Yang Fong shot him a glance. Where did you get that ticket? Oh, bicycle tickets are not easily obtained. Shen Shangshan proudly raised his chin. Who do you think I am? I am now the team leader in the production workshop. Having worked diligently in the machinery factory for many years, this is a reward from the factory. Impressive, isn't it? Yang Fong chuckled and nodded. Indeed, impressive, truly impressive. She was well aware of his capabilities, or lack thereof. The only reason he had attained the position of team leader was due to his lengthy tenure and the kindness of others acknowledging his age and diligence. Shen Shangshan beamed with pride. Turning to his children, what do you all think? Is your father impressive? 10-year-old Shen Mingchuan immediately put down his bowl, his eyes sparkling as he clapped his hands in approval. Impressive. Dad is the best. Shen Man smiled and nodded. I also think that's quite impressive. I in the original owner's memories, Shen Shangshan may not have been an exemplary father in Shen Ping's eyes, however, to the original owner, he was undoubtedly a good father. As his favoritism towards her was evident throughout her upbringing, even surpassing that shown to his son. Of course, a part of this favoritism stemmed from love for the daughter and her mother. Shen Ping observed this scene with a disdainful smirk. Dad, let them amuse you. If he were truly impressive, he wouldn't have spent decades only to attain the minor position of team leader this year. Especially when peers of his age had long ascended to management roles. Shen Shangshan's expression darkened, his tone icy. Shen Ping, if you have nothing to say, kindly remain silent. Why must there be such a disparity between daughters? He is aware of his own limitations. Why should she voice them so bluntly, lacking any sense of charm? Shen Ping rolled her eyes and buried her head in her meal, after finishing swiftly. She left without a word. This behavior infuriated Shen Shangshan, who lost his appetite for food, lamenting, what kind of daughter acts like that, only to vex me day in and day out? She couldn't even lend a hand in cleaning up after dinner. She finishes eating and simply walks away. I must have owed her in my past life. No wonder my previous wife perished during childbirth with Shen Ping. Perhaps she was born to bring misfortune to her parents. Yang Fong intervened. Enough. Don't let it get to you. Your health is paramount. If you let anger consume you, you'll only suffer. It's just dishwashing. I can handle it without much trouble. Shen Man, having finished her meal, began to tidy up the dishes. Mom, let me help you with that. To be frank, the majority of household chores fell upon her mother's shoulders. Shen Man and Shen Ping had rarely contributed to the household work. While Yang Fong did not overly burden Shen Ping, she also did not spare her from responsibilities, typically handling chores herself. Occasionally, when the original owner had free time, she would assist her mother with the household tasks. Once the dishes were cleared away, Shen Man rode her bicycle to drop Yang Fong off at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative was a fair distance from the Shen home. Requiring at least a 20-minute walk, they quickly arrived at the cooperative. Man, you can drop me off here. Be sure to head to work, and remember to check the announcement board at the machinery factory after you finish your shift. Yang Fong instructed as Shen Man smiled and dismounted. Don't worry, Mom, I will remember. After bidding farewell, Shen Man rode her bicycle to the textile factory for her shift. Behind her, Yang Fong watched her daughter's figure disappear before entering the cooperative. At that moment, a colleague happened to notice and remarked, Yang Fong, was that your daughter who just dropped you off? She is quite striking. Is she seeing anyone? If not, how about my nephew in the army? As she spoke, she pulled out a photograph. Yang Fong waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. My daughter is already married, and her husband is also in the army, although she harbored doubts about the marriage. The situation had already reached a point of no return, and all she could do was hope that Lu Zhengguo would be a good man. However, since Man returned home late last night and he did not come after her, her dissatisfaction with this son-in-law deepened once more. On the other hand, Lu Zhengguo spent the entire night sleepless, until early morning when Gu Yang sent someone to summon him. Coincidentally, he also wished to inquire about certain matters. Upon exiting the staff compound, Gu Yang was already waiting there, and as he observed the approaching man, he raised an eyebrow, suggesting they find a quiet tea house for a chat. Chapter 28, a conversation. Lu Zhengguo nodded in agreement. It was indeed time for a serious discussion. They had grown up together in the same compound, childhood friends who had witnessed each other's lives unfold. He had personally observed Gu Yang's feelings for Shen Man and the nuances of their relationship. The two men found a private room in a tea house, where the surroundings were tranquil and devoid of other patrons. Ji Yang poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lu Zhengguo, who took a sip, appreciating its pleasant flavor. In the past, he would often bring Man here for tea and conversation, yet now he found himself sharing tea with the husband of the woman he cherished. A childhood friend who had witnessed all his emotional experiences with Man. Receiving the cup, Lu Zhengguo took a gentle sip and inquired, you summoned me regarding Shen Man? Gu Yang met his gaze directly. Nodding, yes, it concerns her. He articulated his intentions plainly, without a hint of subterfuge. Zhengguo, since you do not cherish her, then divorce her. I would be a better match for her, and you can seek someone you truly desire. Having been brothers for many years, he understood Lu Zhengguo well. The latter favored a docile and obedient wife, a virtuous woman who could manage domestic affairs, qualities embodied by Lu Zhengguo's original fiancée. Shen Ping perfectly aligned with Lu Zhengguo's expectations of a spouse, while Man was entirely different. He would never be drawn to her. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, Lu Zhengguo's expression turned cold. Note you are also not suitable for her, equally she is not suited for you. Shen Man was a woman who could not remain content in one place, during her ambiguous relationship with Gu Yang. She simultaneously entangled herself with several other men. She did not love Gu Yang nor did she love anyone. Her intentions were merely to exploit men to achieve her aims. Her flirtation with Gu Yang was simply because she perceived him as a suitable marriage candidate. A backup option likewise, her climbing into his bed was not out of affection but because she deemed him a more fitting choice than Gu Yang at that moment. Ji Yang scoffed, "You are not me. How can you ascertain that she is not suited for me, or that I am not suitable for her?" He had grown up alongside Man, having loved her since childhood, even after her marriage to another. His feelings had never wavered. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly, stating, "Shen Man's scheming is too profound. She does not harbor feelings for you. Her affection was solely for a suitable partner, not for you or me. Any man who met her criteria could be the object of her affection." He understood this all too well. Since returning, Shen Man's demeanor toward him had shifted, likely because she had set her sights on a new target. Gu Yang smirked, realizing that no agreement would be reached today, and thus deemed it unnecessary to continue the discussion. With that, he turned to leave. Having grown up alongside her, he knew precisely what kind of person Man was. There was no need for Lu Zhengguo to enlighten him. After a long day at the production workshop, Shen Man finally completed her shift. She rode her bicycle directly to the machinery factory's bulletin board to check the hiring results. At that moment, Shen Ping arrived at the factory entrance, standing before a tall, imposing man clad in military attire, none other than Lu Zhengguo. Although there was some distance between them, it was evident they were engaged in conversation. Appearing quite harmonious, Shen Man cast a hasty glance before parking her bicycle elsewhere and entering. In the narrative, Lu Zhengguo could be considered a supporting male character, and their interaction was quite normal. Given that Shen Ping was his ideal wife and they had nearly become a married couple, Shen Man quickly arrived at the bulletin board, and upon seeing her name listed, her heart finally settled. Now, she merely needed to wrap up her work at the textile factory, then proceed to the publicity department of the machinery factory to complete her onboarding procedures, just as she prepared to turn away. She heard Shen Ping's light laughter behind her. "Sister, how did it go? Were you hired?" Before Shen Man could respond, Shen Ping strode forward to the bulletin board, her eyes widening in disbelief. "No, this is impossible. How could it be you? It should have been me." As a reincarnated being, she remembered the answers from her previous life's hiring exam. How could she not have been selected? Shen Man glanced at her. Unfazed, "There is nothing impossible about it. You never excelled compared to me in school, so it's entirely normal for you to not surpass me in the hiring exam either, but you certainly seem a bit out of sorts. I recall you never possessed such capabilities to achieve second place." "Shen Ping, you didn't eat, did you?" Shen Ping instinctively bit her lip, her complexion shifting. She took a step back. "You're talking nonsense. If you have proof, present it. Without evidence, it's merely slander." Shen Man relished her panic, raising an eyebrow. "If I had evidence, you wouldn't be here right now. However, it matters little whether I have proof. In any case, you know how you obtained this result, and I am equally aware rather than engaging in petty schemes, you would be better off improving yourself." With those words, she turned to leave, only to find Lu Zhengguo standing behind her. His expression neutral, his gaze coolly observing her. Shen Man quickly understood, glancing back at Shen Ping. She was attempting to ensnare Lu Zhengguo as she had done previously. However, it mattered not, whatever words she spoke today. Lu Zhengguo's opinions of her were inconsequential. Clearly, Shen Ping remained as foolish as ever, her intellect unchanged despite her reincarnation. In her past life, she had been deceived by a scoundrel, and her fate was well deserved. Shen Man disregarded Lu Zhengguo entirely, circumventing him to leave. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly, preparing to pursue her, but Shen Ping obstructed his path, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Zhengguo, I did not cheat. Why does my sister insist that I did? You know that only a select few were aware of the exam details. I lack the ability to have known the questions in advance. Can you please convey to my sister that she is mistaken? I did not cheat." Lu Zhengguo's expression grew colder as he approached the bulletin board, clearly seeing Shen Man ranked first and Shen Ping second. He quickly withdrew his gaze, speaking indifferently, "Your progress is commendable." Her suspicions are understandable. Not only Shen Man harbored doubts, he too questioned her, yet, lacking evidence, he could not act on those suspicions. Shen Ping's face drained of color, disbelief etched across her features. What did you say?" "Shen Man doubts me, but you do too." Chapter 29. The past. Upon returning to the Shen household, Yang Fong had prepared a sumptuous feast in anticipation of Shen Man's arrival. Hearing the door open, she rushed over, clasping Shen Man's hand as she inquired, Man, did you check? What was the outcome?" Shen Man smiled and nodded. "Yes, I got the job. I just need to take my household registration book tomorrow to complete the onboarding process." "How impressive, just as I expected from my daughter," Yang Fong exclaimed, embracing her with excitement. "I knew you were clever enough to secure even a minor clerk position." Shen Man beamed. "It's all thanks to you. Mom. If you hadn't gone through such lengths to find out about this job opportunity, I wouldn't have had the chance to apply. Without your tireless efforts, I wouldn't be who I am today." Once I receive my first month's salary, I'll treat you a dad and Mingchuan to a meal at the state-run restaurant, and I'll buy you a new outfit. This was the truth, throughout her life. Yang Fong had invested the most thought and effort into raising her. Yang Fong playfully tapped her forehead, her tone gentle. As long as you and your brother are well, I will be content. Keep your earnings for yourself. Having your own money brings security, and you won't have to rely on others when challenges arise. Shen Man linked her arm with Yang Fong's, guiding her to sit down. I understand, Mom. With you safeguarding me, I will surely thrive. By the way, Mingchuan should be finishing school soon, right? Mingchuan was her younger half-brother, 10 years old and in 5th grade. Next year he would be entering middle school. Their sibling bond was strong, and within their family, Shen Mingchuan was the most obedient to her. According to the original plot, after the original hostess' demise, Yang Fong could not cope with the loss and descended into madness. Becoming a pariah, Shen Mingchuan, having lost 2 of his closest kin, developed severe social withdrawal, ceasing to communicate with outsiders. Shen Xiangshan's health deteriorated, rendering him incapable of caring for Shen Mingchuan. Ultimately, he had to bequeath the entire family fortune to Shen Ping, hoping she would look after her half-brother for the sake of the money. However, how could Shen Ping ever care for this half-brother? She had just taken away all the wealth of the Shen family and, in a swift motion, abandoned Shen Mingchuan at a bustling train station to fend for himself. Ultimately, Mingchuan fell prey to human traffickers and met a tragic end for the Shen family's fortune. She justified her actions by claiming that all of it rightfully belonged to her, the cherished daughter of the Shen household, and thus she was entitled to take it all. Yang Fong glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Mingchuan should be returning soon, and your father would be finishing work shortly as well. I have prepared the meal, just waiting for your return. Suddenly, Shen Man recalled the job at the textile factory. By the way, Mom, what about that position at the textile factory? Do you want it? Yang Fong was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. After pondering, she realized that although she currently had a job, it was merely a temporary position, lacking the stability and benefits of a formal one, and she could be dismissed at any moment. However, having worked at the supply and marketing cooperative for so long, she had built up a considerable network and connections, which were irreplaceable by just any formal job. Man, I prefer to stay at the cooperative. Let us sell the textile factory position to ITS. Currently the season when many recent graduates are struggling to find work and are about to be sent to the countryside. We bought it for 500 yuan, at the very least, we should sell it for 600. That way, we make a profit of 100 yuan. Shen Man pursed her lips. Mom, Shen Ping is currently unemployed. If we sell the job, what about Dad? Despite their strained relationship, she was still his biological daughter. Yang Fong waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, the money we used to buy the job is your biological father's compensation. It has nothing to do with the Shen family. The portion of money you have used over the years is also from your late father, before I married into the Shen family. I had already agreed with your father that your biological father's compensation could only be used for you, not even for Mingchuan. Shen Ping has no right to envy you. If your father was wealthy and willing to let her spend, I wouldn't say anything. After all, they are blood relatives. Naturally, whatever your father gives Shen Ping, you should also receive. Considering you have called him dad for so many years, Shen Man was slightly taken aback. It was no wonder her mother had spent so much on her. While her father had said nothing, when her biological father sacrificed himself, he held a significant position, and the compensation was substantial. Additionally, many comrades had donated money. Even after all these years, her mother continued to receive remittance slips. This sum of money was undoubtedly considerable. Suddenly, Yang Fong remembered something. By the way, man, you didn't return last night because of your newly graduated little sister, did you? Her sister's connections, coupled with their relationship, meant she would pay extra attention to her. She had heard that the Lu family had been helping Lu Hongmei find a job, but jobs were scarce these days. Even with money, it was challenging to secure employment. If these individuals had not found work by the time the registration for sending graduates to the countryside started, they would inevitably have to go. The Lu family only had one daughter. They wouldn't want Lu Hongmei to go to the countryside, so they wouldn't dare to set their sights on her daughter, would they? Shen Man nodded. Yes, they found out I was participating in the recruitment exam yesterday. So they hoped that once I succeeded, I would give the position at the machinery factory to Lu Hongmei. If they were referring to the job at the textile factory, I could consider it for Lu Hongmei if my mother didn't want it. However, the issue is, they have their eyes set directly on the position at the machinery factory. I haven't lost my mind. There is no way I would relinquish that role, even if my relationship with Lu Zhengguo isn't particularly close. And even if we had a good relationship, I couldn't let emotions dictate my decisions and give away that job. Upon hearing this, Yang Fong was enraged. Do they truly have the audacity to act this way? What does Lu Zhengguo mean by this? Surely he isn't siding with his sister. If that were the case, she would need to advise her daughter to see through her partner sooner rather than later and consider divorce. Shen Man smiled nonchalantly. He did try to speak up for his sister, but I promptly silenced him, and he didn't bring it up again. Chapter 30, rejected at the door. At that moment, Footsteps and voices were heard outside. Zhengguo, you mustn't do this again. Late at night, Man returning to her family alone frightened both me and her mother. We were terrified something might have happened to her. And you, how could you let your wife leave home alone at night without following her? Aren't you worried about her safety? Just this alone is your fault, and I ought to have a serious talk with you about it. From now on, you mustn't do this again, do you hear me? Otherwise, I will be the first to object. Lu Zhengguo followed Shen Shangshan closely, nodding. Uncle Shen, you are right, I should not have let her return alone last night. I will be more mindful in the future. Hearing this, Shen Shangshan grew displeased, quickly waving his hand to push him away. Why call me uncle? My daughter has married you, you should address me differently. Man would be deeply hurt to hear you call me that. This shows you do not care for her or us at all. Just go home for now, don't come over for the time being. Listen to what you just said. Even I as a man find it infuriating, how much more so for Man. It's no wonder she returned home alone last night, it must be because you did something wrong. Nearby, Shen Mingchuan, carrying his backpack, pushed Lu Zhengguo away. Dad, don't let him in, he will only upset my sister. We are enough for her. He had clearly heard his sister was upset and had returned home due to the Lu family. He didn't need such a brother-in-law and hoped his sister would never return to that family. Thus, before Lu Zhengguo could step foot into the Shen household, he was forcefully pushed out by his father-in-law and younger brother, leaving him with nothing but a face full of dust. Inside, Yang Fong and Shen Man observed the father-son duo as they entered, then glanced back at the door. Did Zhengguo just arrive? Yang Fong asked. Intrigued, Shen Mingchuan dropped his backpack and rushed over, hugging Shen Man's leg, blinking innocently. Sister, don't go back, stay home with us please. When I grow up, I will earn money to support you. His sister was beautiful and intelligent, and many admired her. The current brother-in-law did not treat her well at all and was unworthy of her beauty. Shen Man affectionately ruffled his hair, her eyes brightening. All right, dear brother, I will wait for you to grow up and support me. To earn money, you must study hard. By the time the college entrance examination was reinstated, Shen Mingchuan would be 17, the perfect age to participate. Shen Mingchuan nodded earnestly. I will study diligently. When I grow up, I will buy you and mom and dad a big house. The rooms in their home were still too small, barely accommodating them. As a boy, he was content with a simple sleeping board, but his sister deserved a room that was both spacious and beautiful. Yang Fong watched the sibling interaction with a sense of nostalgia. Though they were half-siblings, their bond was no less profound than that of full siblings. As she aged, she hoped they would always have each other for companionship. Inside, laughter and joy filled the air. Outside, Lu Zhengguo lingered at the Shen family door, hesitant to leave. Many passers-by noticed the scene and paused to observe, some considering inquiring about the situation, yet, due to Yang Fong's temperament, few dared to voice their opinions. Finally, Shen Ping returned. She glanced at the man standing at her family's door and then at the tightly shut door. Immediately understanding the situation, Zhengguo, why aren't you coming in? Lu Zhengguo looked at the closed door of the Shen family, took a few steps aside without responding to her. Shen Ping noticed his movement, paused for a moment, and instinctively stepped closer to Zhengguo. However, with every step she took forward, Lu Zhengguo took a step back, frowning as he interrupted her. Just stand there and speak, Shen Ping. She remembered that Lu Zhengguo had not always been like this. When they were once betrothed, he had promised that once they married, he would ensure she could join him in the military and would never let her stay behind to be bullied by his stepmother and Shen Man. Could it be that he had developed feelings for Shen Man, that shameless woman who only knew how to seduce men? The mere thought of this deepened her resentment. Why did everyone favor her? Was it merely because she was more beautiful and knew how to attract men better than she did? Lu Zhengguo glanced again at the still-closed Shen family door and knocked again. He realized that he had indeed acted wrongly last night, and Uncle Shen was right to admonish him. However, after knocking for a long time, no one emerged to open the door. Seeing this, Shen Ping could no longer bear it and took out her key to unlock the door. Zhengguo, come in with me. After a brief silence, Lu Zhengguo followed her inside. Inside, Shen Man and the others were already seated, beginning their meal. Today, in celebration of her new position as a staff member in the publicity department of the machinery factory, Yang Fong had specially bought half a gene of meat to prepare a stir-fried dish. Although times had improved compared to previous years, when people starved due to lack of food, meals were still rationed, and running out of food by the end of the month was commonplace. The monthly meat ration was limited, requiring careful planning. As soon as Shen Ping entered, she glanced at the stir-fried meat on the table and immediately sat down. Dad, why didn't you wait for me to eat meat? If I had returned a little later, you wouldn't have secretly devoured it all, would you, without caring about the expressions of others? She pulled a chair closer to her side. Zhengguo, how fortuitous your arrival is. Please take a seat and join us for dinner. I have saved a place just for you. Shen Man paused in her dining actions, glanced at the approaching man, then averted her gaze to continue eating. Yang Fong, however, quickly rose to attend to Lu Zhengguo. Zhengguo, you have come at the perfect time. Today, Man has been accepted into the publicity department of the machinery factory. I prepared some meat to celebrate her achievement, and you should join us for the feast. As she spoke, she ladled rice into Lu Zhengguo's bowl. Without needing to look, Lu Zhengguo was well aware that the Shen family had not prepared his meal today. Mom, I already had dinner before coming here. You need not serve me. I am here to escort Shen Man back home. Yang Fong halted her serving, feigning hesitation as she glanced at her daughter. Then at Lu Zhengguo, but Zhengguo, a few days prior, you came to take Man Man home, and today, you are here for the same reason. Why do you keep provoking her anger? It is not just me. The future mother-in-law, who says this. Last night, in the dead of night, you let Man Man return alone. What if something had happened? What would we, as her parents, do? Our family does not lack for Man Man's presence, and if you were to follow her back, we would not say much. But what you did last night, what do you call that? Which man would allow his wife to leave the house alone at such an hour? It is truly unthinkable that it is you. Lu Zhengguo, who has done this. As she spoke, Yang Fong grew increasingly agitated, placing the bowl and her hand down onto the table without sparing Lu Zhengguo a glance. She was genuinely angry. Lu Zhengguo pressed his lips together. Dad, Mom, it is my fault. I will be more mindful in the future. It was the first time he addressed someone as Dad and Mom, and he felt somewhat awkward, his tone lacking naturalness. Shen Man shot him a glance, recognizing his discomfort. Dad, Mom, let us eat first. We can discuss matters afterwards. Yang Fong's expression softened slightly. Yes, let us eat first. Shen Shangshan placed a piece of meat into Yang Fong's bowl. Wife, do not be upset. Eat some meat and do not harm your health. At that moment, Shen Ping interjected to sister. Although Zhengguo has made mistakes, you are not without fault either. Which daughter-in-law constantly runs back to her maternal home? Shouldn't couples discuss their issues together? You ought to amend your temperament, lest you suffer significant losses in the future. Zhengguo, do you not agree? Before Lu Zhengguo could respond, Yang Fong set down her bowl, her tone turning icy. Xiaoping, what do you mean by that? Are you publicly criticizing your sister's character? Or are you insinuating that your father and I have failed to educate your sister properly? Shen Ping smiled lightly. Aunt Fong, I did not imply that. You have misunderstood. Indeed, that was precisely the implication. Shen Man's cunning and arrogant demeanor stemmed from Yang Fong's indulgence. From a young age, whatever she desired, Yang Fong would provide without a second thought, even spending a substantial sum to teach Shen Man various skills. Had Yang Fong nurtured her differently, Shen Man would have undoubtedly been more exceptional and obedient. Shen Man turned her gaze toward Shen Ping, then toward the man beside her, speaking coolly. Lu Zhengguo, do you truly believe last night's incident was simply a matter of my pettiness? If that is not the case, please clarify for outsiders to avoid any misunderstandings. Shen Ping also looked at Lu Zhengguo, softening her tone. Zhengguo, if my sister has erred, do voice it. Concealing it will only harm her. She could not fathom how Lu Zhengguo could tolerate Shen Man's behavior. Lu Zhengguo shook his head. No, last night it was I who upset your sister. Shen Ping stared at Lu Zhengguo incredulously. Even after she treated you that way, you still shield her? For reasons unknown, she sensed that certain matters were beyond her control. Was it possible that Lu Zhengguo had been captivated by Shen Man's beauty? Shen Shangshan's expression darkened. Shen Ping, what madness is this? Is there anyone who disparages their own sister in such a manner? You should be quiet. Yang Fong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Old Shen, I have been married to you for over a decade. When I entered this family, your daughter was but a child. Throughout these years, I have never treated her poorly. The expenses Man Man has incurred over the years are covered by her father's compensation. Beyond that, Man Man has what your daughter has, and she has hardly been burdened with household chores. What stepmother can boast of such a role? Yet, look at how your daughter speaks of me and of Man Man. If I can endure grievances, my daughter should not have to. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps we ought to part ways. Upon hearing these words, Yang Fong's tears spilled down her cheeks. In her youth, she had been quite beautiful. Even now, though her years had advanced, she stood nearly on par with Shen Man in appearance. Beautiful women always evoke sympathy when they see her white. As she wept, Shen Shangshan abandoned his meal to comfort her. His feelings toward Shen Ping, his biological daughter, growing increasingly unfavorable. Shen Ping, if you continue to speak ill of your Aunt Fong or your sister, you may as well leave this home. I shall consider you no longer my daughter. All these years, although the family's finances were managed by his wife, the bulk of Man Man's expenses had been covered by her biological father's funds. As her stepfather, he had exerted little influence, which made him favor Man Man more. Yet, he had not anticipated Shen Ping's utter lack of understanding. She was only a few days younger than Man Man. How could she have fallen so short? Just as Shen Ping was about to retort, Shen Man interjected. Dad, Shen Ping is nearly 20, many girls her age are already married. Why not let her bring her partner over for a meeting with both families to settle matters? Perhaps once married, she will become more sensible. Shen Ping's complexion drained of color, her gaze snapping to Shen Man. She was being deliberately provoked. Shen Man knew that Gu Yang was currently unwilling to see her. Even loathed her, yet at this moment, she brought up this matter, clearly intending to embarrass her. Hearing this, Shen Shangshan suddenly thought it was a good idea. Marrying her off would alleviate the irritation of having her around. If you do not wish to leave this home, then marry off yourself first. Look at the girls your age. They already have children, while you remain here to vex me, since you claim to have a partner. Let them come over tomorrow. If all goes well, you can marry soon. Shen Ping's anger flared further as she fixed her gaze on Shen Man but found herself speechless, for Gu Yang was certainly not her partner. Shen Man raised a hand to touch her face, blinking innocently. Xiaoping, why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face, or perhaps that you do not have a partner at all? Otherwise, why have you been dating for several years without introducing them to your family? This statement caused the Shen family's expressions to shift. Shen Xiangshan glared coldly at Shen Ping. If you do not bring your partner over tomorrow to discuss your marriage, I will arrange a blind date for you the day after until you find someone. It was unfathomable to him why she would deceive even her own father. Shen Ping fell silent, burying her head in her meal. Saying nothing further, after dinner, as Shen Man prepared to clear the dishes, Lu Zhengguo unexpectedly approached to assist her. Yang Fong, witnessing this scene, took Shen Xiangshan and Shen Mingchuan back to their room, granting the two space to resolve their issues. As for Shen Ping, she exited after finishing her meal. In the kitchen, Shen Man stood leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. The tall, handsome man busily bent over the sink, washing the dishes in the cramped space. His sharply defined profile was striking, with a high nose and deep-set eyes, his arms rolled up at the sleeves. He was indeed a sight to behold, compelling one to steal glances. However, his demeanor was rather unpleasant, and his manner of speaking was not to her liking. When the opportune moment arose, she would certainly not hesitate to rid herself of him and find someone gentler and more considerate. Lu Zhengguo perceived her scrutinizing gaze and furrowed his brow slightly. I apologize on behalf of Hongmei and my mother for last night's events. Shen Man continued to snack on sunflower seeds, her tone indifferent. So your purpose for coming today is to apologize to your mother and sister. Lu Zhengguo paused his dishwashing, replying, not solely that. I also wish to discuss another matter with you. Shen Man raised an eyebrow. What matter? It is not work-related, is it? If so, that presents a multitude of issues. Lu Zhengguo fell silent for a moment before nodding. Do you have arrangements for the job at the textile factory? Regardless of circumstances, Hongmei was his biological sister, and it was indeed not easy for her to go to the countryside. It was neither safe nor convenient for a girl that he still wished to advocate for her regarding employment. Shen Man understood. Of course I have arrangements. I intend to purchase it and provide the funds to my mother. After all, it was my mother who spent 500 yuan to buy it for me. Lu Zhengguo pressed his lips together. I will contribute 700 yuan to buy it for Hongmei. What do you think? You know it is unsafe for a girl to go to the countryside. Shen Man pondered for a moment. It was indeed quite dangerous, but what did it have to do with her? She had not forgotten Lu Zhengguo's sister's attitude toward her, as you well know. She was not one to help others out of the goodness of her heart. I am rather vengeful by nature. Lu Zhengguo paused for a moment, then stated, upon your return, I shall ensure she apologizes to you. Should her apology fail to meet your expectations, I can compel her to apologize repeatedly until you are satisfied. If she cannot secure employment by tomorrow, she will indeed have no choice but to return to the countryside. If Hongmei refuses even to apologize, then he has no obligation to assist her. Shen Man continued to crack the seeds in her hand, remaining silent until she finally spoke. Very well, have her clarify her stance first. If she consents to your proposal, I would not oppose it. After all, this position is worth at most 600 yuan. Selling it to Lu Hongmei not only allows me to witness her humiliated apology but also nets an additional 100 yuan. Which seems acceptable. Moreover, it is worth considering that, for now, she and Lu Zhengguo are still, ostensibly, a married couple. Given that I reside in the Lu household, it would be rather inconvenient if matters escalated too severely. I certainly do not wish to hear daily complaints directed at me. Lu Zhengguo's expression softened slightly. All right, I will speak to her tomorrow morning. I shall stay with you tonight, and we will return together in the morning. Shen Man instinctively opened her mouth to refuse. You should return first. I will manage to get back on my own tomorrow. After all, it was a rare occasion for her to sleep alone in a bed, and she had no desire to share a space with Lu Zhengguo. Lu Zhengguo meticulously arranged the clean dishes and maintained a firm stance. My parents will be concerned. Shen Man paused, pondering the implication of his words. Concerned about what? Surely that cannot be the case. Just as she was about to retort, a sudden realization struck her. His mention of parents could not possibly refer to her own, could it? She recalled how Lu Zhengguo had referred to her father as Uncle Shen and her mother as Aunt Fong with a tone that dripped with coldness. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, are you referring to my parents? It was not unreasonable for her to ask this. When Lu Zhengguo had called her mother Aunt Fong, her mother had said nothing outwardly, but had clearly felt discomfort internally, keeping her feelings concealed for Shen Man's sake. Lu Zhengguo nodded. Yes, since the day I arrived at the Shen household, Uncle Shen and Aunt Fong have been quite worried about the relationship between us. Having married you, I have no intention of divorcing unless faced with a principle that crosses my bottom line. This is not born of affection or love, but rather a sense of responsibility. In this era, women suffer far more harm in the event of a divorce. Shen Man wished to contest this further. She truly did not wish to share a bed with Lu Zhengguo. Rest assured, I will explain things to my parents myself. The bed was hardly spacious enough for two, especially with someone she was not particularly fond of, who would willingly endure such a situation. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow slightly. Do you not want me to stay? Is that not obvious? Our relationship is what it is. You find me wanting, and I feel the same about you. You should return to your own space. My bed is too small to accommodate you. Shen Man rolled her eyes, recalling his earlier comments about her being scheming. While she might struggle to remember other things, she certainly excelled at holding grudges. Lu Zhengguo fell silent for a moment. I can sleep on the floor in your room. One must have the proper demeanor when receiving guests. Shen Man's sunflower seeds lost their appeal as she shot a fierce glare at him before striding out of the kitchen. Do as you please, but do not set foot on my bed. There are no extra blankets for sleeping on the floor. Lu Zhengguo arranged the clean dishes with calm composure, following Shen Man into her room without a hint of trepidation. Upon entering, he glanced at the pink bed, determining that with some squeezing, two could indeed fit. This bed was merely slightly smaller than their marital bed. Shen Man pursed her lips. However, I do not wish to share with you. If you insist on staying, you must sleep on the floor. She was not so deranged as to share a bed when she could sleep alone. Lu Zhengguo removed his military jacket and lay down on the bed. His tone nonchalant. Comrade Shen Man, we are legally married. Sharing a bed is permissible. With a bed available, he was not foolish enough to forego its use, for reasons unknown. Shen Man detected a hint of mischievousness in his tone. Infuriated, yet powerless to change the situation, she resigned herself to his presence on her bed. Fine, consider it a debt I owe you. Ultimately, Lu Zhengguo succeeded in remaining on the bed. Initially, Shen Man anticipated that the addition of another person would prevent her from falling asleep. Yet to her surprise, she soon drifted off. Conversely, Lu Zhengguo remained wide awake throughout the night. The bed was indeed cramped, particularly for him, leaving no room for his legs. Moreover, Shen Man's restless sleep saw her continuously burrowing into him, leaving him drenched in sweat and unable to find rest. The following morning, when Shen Man awoke, she was startled to find Lu Zhengguo still beside her, and that she had awakened in his embrace. Remembering her tendency to toss and turn in her sleep, she realized that she had unwittingly rolled into his arms. Quietly, she pried his arm away and climbed out from under him, stepping over him to get up. At that moment, Lu Zhengguo unconsciously turned over, and Shen Man lost her balance, tumbling onto him. The man instantly opened his eyes, and Shen Man found herself perched on his chest, their gazes locking. The rapid thumping of his heart resonated against her, the heat of their skin touching igniting in intense warmth. Her hands rested upon his chiseled abdomen and chest, a tantalizing proximity. Lu Zhengguo could feel the temperature and softness of her hands, as well as her alluring countenance and beguiling eyes. Momentarily lost in thought, he quickly regained his composure. Aware that this woman was adept at toying with men, he forcefully pushed her away, awkwardly diverting his gaze. What are you doing? Shen Man had intended to rise independently. However, upon hearing his tone and feeling his rough handling, she found herself increasingly irritated, as though she were at fault. After all, it was he who had turned over abruptly, causing her to lose her footing and land atop him. What do you think I'm doing? Shen Man's vengeful spirit ignited as she flipped over, wrapping her arms around his neck, her delicate fingers trailing down his back. Her voice rose slightly, provoking a stirring heat within him. Lu Zhengguo's body tensed involuntarily, yet he continued to avert his gaze, his tone rigid. Cease your antics. Such tactics are ineffective against me. Little did he realize that his taut posture and the heat surging within him had completely betrayed him. Shen Man caught sight of his flushed ears and smirked. Oh, if that's the case, why are you so flustered? Lu Zhengguo froze, forcefully suppressing the heat rising within him as he took a deep breath. Comrade Shen Man, I am a normal man. His tone bore a hint of barely restrained frustration. Shen Man chuckled lightly as she rose, pushing him aside and wiping her hands with a handkerchief. Rest assured, someone like you is not my type. I will not harbor any feelings for you. What she favored were men who were gentle, courteous, and possessed a sense of propriety. Lu Zhengguo observed as she carelessly tossed the handkerchief aside, his expression darkening. He could not shake the feeling that Shen Man was subtly expressing her disdain, even going so far as to clean herself after touching him. His tone grew icy. Well, you are not the wife I envisioned either. Shen Man cast him a sidelong glance. That's perfectly fine, since neither of us is particularly fond of the other. Divorce will be much simpler. With that, she returned her gaze elsewhere. Dressing herself, she still had to go to work that day, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be her final shift at the textile factory. After work this afternoon, I will return home. Be sure to inform your sister in advance, if her apology is satisfactory to me. I would be willing to sell the textile factory position to you for 700 yuan. However, if her apology does not meet my expectations, I regret to inform you that I will sell the job to someone else tomorrow. There is only one opportunity. You may decide how to proceed. I must now head to work. With that, Shen Man donned her blue work uniform, finished her breakfast, and rode her bicycle, dropping Yang Fong off at the supply and marketing cooperative before heading to her job. On the way, Shen Man relayed Lu Zhengguo's intentions to her mother. After all, the job at the textile factory had been purchased with her mother's money, so it was only right to inform her of the prospective buyer. Upon learning it was for Lu Hongmei, Yang Fong agreed but felt some discomfort considering the Lu family's attitude toward her daughter. However, as it was her daughter's in-laws, it would not be wise to let matters grow too tense. Man, if the Lu family's attitude remains poor, you need not feel obligated to accommodate them. Selling is a matter of goodwill, not duty. Your feelings are what matter most. Shen Man nodded. I understand, Mom. This was precisely what she had conveyed to Lu Zhengguo. That evening, as Shen Man exited the factory after her shift, she spotted Lu Zhengguo and Lu Hongmei waiting at the factory gate. The moment Lu Hongmei saw her eyes brightened, and she hurried over. "Sister-in-law, you're off work, are you tired? Let me treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant." Shen Man glanced at the man standing beside her. "Your brother is footing the bill, yet you take it upon yourself to treat me?" Lu Zhengguo remained silent, for indeed, he was the one covering the costs. Lu Hongmei chuckled awkwardly, approaching to link her arm through Shen Man's. "Sister-in-law, you know I have no job, so where would I procure money and tickets? Once I secure employment, I will definitely treat you properly." Shen Man subtly evaded her hand, choosing not to respond further. She harbored no fondness for her sister-in-law, Lu Hongmei, and did not anticipate any hospitality from her. As long as she refrained from stirring up trouble, it would suffice. After the trio arrived at a state-run restaurant, Lu Hongmei promptly ordered several meat dishes from the small blackboard, then turned to Shen Man. "Sister-in-law, take a look at what you would like to eat. Please don't hold back on my brother. He is quite affluent now. I am the future. Whatever you purchase, just let my brother reimburse you." She had inquired and discovered that her brother's monthly salary amounted to a staggering 101 yuan, rendering the cost of this meal negligible in his eyes. Shen Man glanced at the blackboard. "All right, then I shall add a portion of braised pork and some yellow beans stewed with pig's trotters. This would serve as compensation for the vexation caused by that man earlier this morning." Upon hearing the orders placed by the two, Lu Zhengguo took the initiative to approach the counter and settle the bill, for someone earning a mere 20 to 30 yuan a month. Such a meal would undoubtedly be a considerable expense. However, it was manageable for Lu Zhengguo. Soon, the dishes were served, 5 meat dishes in total: braised pork, yellow beans stewed with pig's trotters, stir-fried meat with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a steamed base, accompanied by rice. Lu Hongmei gazed at the sumptuous spread, unable to suppress her salivation, yet recalling the purpose of today's gathering, she resolutely stifled her desire to dig in and turned to Shen Man. "Sister-in-law, you should try this. The fare today is far superior to what we have during the New Year. Second brother, you should also partake. After all, it is your treat." She deftly placed a piece of meat into Lu Zhengguo's bowl, followed by another for Shen Man. Shen Man, however, did not touch the meat, continuing to eat her own meal in silence. Observing her indifference, Lu Hongmei grew anxious and discreetly tugged at Lu Zhengguo's sleeve, hoping he would speak on her behalf. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly and directly moved to sit opposite Shen Man. He had already done what he could, if she could not even muster an apology. There was nothing more to be done, she would have to face the consequences alone. Lu Hongmei shot a glare at Lu Zhengguo. Realizing she must rely on herself, she looked at Shen Man, who was quietly eating, and with a determined heart, bit her lip. "Sister-in-law, could you possibly secure me a position at the textile factory? The position in the publicity department of the machinery factory would undoubtedly be out of her reach." The only opportunity she could hope for was at the textile factory. Shen Man continued eating her meal, seemingly having heard the plea. Lu Zhengguo did not intervene, allowing Lu Hongmei to plead. It was not until Shen Man finished her meal, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and prepared to leave that Lu Hongmei felt a surge of panic. Second brother had mentioned that this was her only chance. If she failed to satisfy Shen Man, she would have to sign up for rural work the following day. Chapter 34, Apology. Lu Hongmei hurried to Shen Man's side and grasped her arm. "Sister-in-law, I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have been impolite to you or insulted you. I recognize my mistakes. Please help me," she continued. "Once I secure a job, I will certainly repay you. Just assist me this once." Shen Man cast a cool glance at her. "Didn't you wish for the position at the machinery factory? Why the sudden change of heart for the textile factory?" Lu Hongmei quickly clarified. "Sister-in-law, I've come to realize that the machinery factory position is one you earn through your own efforts, which makes it more suitable for you. A person of my limited abilities has no right to aspire to such a role. Merely securing any job would be a blessing." Shen Man directed her gaze towards the silent man beside her. "Did your second brother suggest you say this?" This individual had previously shown a strong desire for an office job. Lu Zhengguo sat quietly, not uttering a word. Lu Hongmei gave a sheepish smile. At this point, finding any job is already quite fortunate. There are many vying for positions at the textile factory, and I would be lucky to have my sister-in-law's assistance. Shen Man withdrew her gaze. "Very well, when we return tonight, bring the money to me. I will take you tomorrow to complete the employment formalities." "Really, sister-in-law, you are too kind to me. I promise I won't oppose you in the future." Lu Hongmei embraced Shen Man's neck, nearly showering her with affection. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened, and he stepped forward to pull her away. "Lu Hongmei, cease this excessive familiarity. It looks unbecoming. From now on, behave yourself." Observing the man's stern countenance, Shen Man raised an eyebrow. It seemed Lu Zhengguo was indeed a good brother, protective of his sister's reputation. Alas, he was not a commendable man, as his daily antics were beginning to irk her. Upon exiting the state-run restaurant, Shen Man mounted her bicycle, stating, "I shall head back first. You two can stroll leisurely behind." With that, she pedaled away, swiftly disappearing from Lu Zhengguo and Lu Hongmei's view. Lu Hongmei was taken aback. poking Lu Zhengguo's armed brother. Did sister-in-law just leave you behind? The bicycle could only accommodate one person, yet it seemed Shen Man held affection for her brother. Why then had her demeanor grown so lukewarm since his return? Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly, his tone icy. From now on, treat your sister-in-law with respect. Should I discover any disrespectful behavior towards her, do not expect my assistance in the future. With that, he strode ahead, indifferent to his sister trailing behind. Lu Hongmei hurried after him. Brother, second brother, wait for me. Second brother was truly vexing. He himself had not treated his wife well, so how could he expect her to behave differently towards Shen Man? How hypocritical. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that he was still kind to his sister. Henceforth, she would keep a closer eye on his wife. When Shen Man returned home, the family had already returned from work. Today, it was Zhang Feixia's turn to prepare dinner. As she washed vegetables in the yard, she noticed Shen Man parking her bicycle and exclaimed to sister-in-law, "That bicycle was bought by Zhengguo, yet you claimed it was a gift from your mother? Are you afraid we might say something?" Shen Man halted her steps. "Eldest sister-in-law, I never claimed it was from my mother. You must have misunderstood. If you desire one as well, ask eldest brother to buy you one." Zhang Feixia's expression soured, and she instinctively retorted, "Buy it if you can, as if anyone can't afford it's merely a bicycle, yet you flaunt it every few days." Shen Man turned to face her. "Eldest sister-in-law, your thoughts are so impure that you perceive everything as boastful. I have never flaunted anything before you. If you have the courage, speak to me directly. I dislike being unjustly accused. I believe in evidence. Without it, it is merely slander." Zhang Fengxia's face turned a mix of red and green as she tossed the vegetables into the basin and pointed an accusing finger at Shen Man. "Look at your tone and attitude. This is nothing but showing off, riding that bicycle home every day, as if you fear others might not notice. You must circle around in front of me." Unable to contain her laughter, Shen Man replied, "Eldest sister-in-law, our yard is so small, if I didn't enter here, where else would I? Besides, it's such a tiny space that finding a place to park takes ages. If you feel I am showing off, you can always ask eldest brother to buy you one to flaunt before me." Zhang Fengxia was furious. "Buy it if you can, as if anyone can't afford it's merely a couple of hundred yuan. My husband can certainly manage that. Very well, I shall await the day when you showcase your new bicycle before me," Shen Man retorted before turning to enter the house. Inside, Lu Mu sat mending clothes and, upon seeing Shen Man enter, promptly set aside her work and approached her second daughter-in-law. "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss." Shen Man paused. "Mother, I presume this is about the job. If so, there is no need for further discussion. 700 yuan, you all need to provide it to me tonight. Tomorrow morning I will take Hongmei to the textile factory to finalize her employment." "What, 700 yuan? Wasn't he at 500? Hearing Shen Man's agreement, Lu Mu was initially elated, but she quickly realized that she had to come up with 700 yuan, leaving her momentarily stunned. Just a few days had passed, and the amount had escalated from 500 to 700. Such a sum would take the entire family years of frugality to accumulate. Shen Man looked at Lu Mu. "What's the matter? Didn't Zhengguo and Hongmei inform you? This amount was not my suggestion." Could it be that Lu Zhengguo hasn't mentioned this to the family? At that moment, Zhang Fengxia, who had just finished washing the vegetables, overheard the mention of 700 yuan and rushed over. "Mother, you must not agree to this. Where would our family find such funds to secure a job for Hongmei? Even if you disregard our family, consider your two grandsons. Surely, we cannot exhaust all the family's resources for a daughter who is soon to be married. If she truly wishes to avoid rural work, why not simply find someone to marry instead of draining our resources?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mu felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of how to proceed. She turned to Shen Man for assistance. "Second daughter-in-law, would 500 suffice? 700 is simply too steep. Our family cannot afford such an expense." Chapter 35, Dispute. Observing their expressions, Shen Man quickly comprehended the situation. The so-called 700 yuan had not been discussed with the family by Lu Zhengguo at all. Shen Man spoke softly. 700 yuan is not a figure I conjured up myself. If you disagree, there are plenty of others outside willing to pay that amount. Currently, a multitude of high school graduates is grappling with the daunting task of securing employment should they fail to find work. Many are prepared to venture into the countryside, and there are indeed those willing to part with this 700 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu grew anxious, resembling a restless ant on a hot pan. Man, we truly cannot muster 700 yuan. Just look around, every corner of our home demands financial attention. Your father's meager salary is barely enough to sustain us, even if he worked himself to the bone. We could manage at most 500 yuan." Zhang Fengxia wore a sullen expression, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Man's sister-in-law. "I'm not scolding you, we are family after all. Is it really wise to be so calculating? Our parents are getting on in years, and as their daughter-in-law, it would do you well to show a little understanding of their hardships." 700 yuan sounds easy for you to say. But how long would it take for us to save such an amount? Have you considered that? Lu Mu nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, your sister-in-law is right. We are all family here. This job was recently acquired for 500 yuan. And now you wish to sell it for 700, it's one thing for outsiders, but we are family. Hongmei even calls you sister-in-law, why not ask for a little less? Would 550 yuan suffice?" Shen Man's expression remained calm. Mother, sister-in-law, I regard you as family and I considered Hongmei first. Why not inquire about how much a job can be purchased for nowadays? Moreover, the textile factory offers considerable benefits. Each month, one can acquire some discounted defective materials, some of which you won't find at the supply and marketing cooperative. Of course, if you feel it is too expensive, you are not obligated to buy it. I am not coercing anyone. Zhang Fengxiao was waiting for this very response. She quickly pulled Lu Mu aside. If we don't buy it, we simply want who can afford 700 yuan? If Hongmei doesn't want to go to the countryside, let us find her a husband instead. We can arrange the marriage by tomorrow. That would resolve everything and even yield a bride price. I have already inquired. He is a truck driver with a stable job and a good income, and he treats people well. What a splendid match. If Hongmei were not my sister-in-law, I wouldn't hesitate to introduce such a fine candidate to her. Listening to this, Shen Man immediately grasped Zhang Fengxiao's ulterior motives. The Lu family was spending money to secure a job for Lu Hongmei, which she was already dissatisfied with. If they could marry her off, not only would they save a significant sum, but they would also receive a bride price. However, she wondered how suitable the match was, yet none of this was her concern. If the Lu family did not want the job, there were plenty of others who did. Just as Shen Man was about to retreat to her room to set down her bag, Lu Hongmei returned. As soon as she entered, she overheard Zhang Fengxiao plotting to marry her off. Lu Hongmei was instantly infuriated, striding forward and pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Fengxiao. Are you still my sister-in-law, knowing full well that I do not wish to marry or go to the countryside? You still conspired with my mother to arrange my marriage behind my back. How could you, Zhang Fengxiao? I truly misjudged you. I once helped you deal with the second sister-in-law, but now it appears you are the most malicious woman in this family. Mother, you cannot heed her words. I have just graduated from high school and have no desire to marry. I have already spoken to the second sister-in-law. She will sell me the job at the textile factory. If you dare listen to Zhang Fengxiao, I will no longer regard you as my mother. Lu Mu, seeing her daughter in such distress, rushed to comfort her. Hongmei, I do not wish to marry you off either. But the candidate your sister-in-law mentioned is indeed quite good. He is a truck driver and has a home. Your sister-in-law has already arranged for you to meet him tomorrow morning. If you find him agreeable, marrying him would be much better than working in the factory. Lu Hongmei pushed Lu Mu away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know what this is about. You simply do not want to part with the money. You claim to be concerned for me, but now that I have finally found a job, you want me to marry instead. Mother, how could you treat me this way, if you refuse to help me secure a job? I will consider you no longer my mother. At that moment Lu Zhengguo returned home. He approached, glancing at Zhang Fengxiao and then at the weeping Lu Hongmei, his tone icy and stern. Mother, sister-in-law, do you truly want Hongmei to marry off now? Lu Mu avoided Lu Zhengguo's gaze, uncomfortably explaining, your wife demands 700 yuan to transfer the job to Hongmei. Our family cannot possibly come up with that amount, and since Hongmei does not wish to go to the countryside, we are left with no choice but to arrange her marriage. Coincidentally, your sister-in-law has found her a truck driver who earns over 50 a month. Once married, Hongmei won't have to toil away at work. Zhang Fengxiao scoffed. Indeed, Zhengguo, we are family. Your wife's demands are excessive and would drain our household finances. Marrying Hongmei is for her benefit and the good of the family. We cannot simply deplete our resources to purchase her a job. You two have high salaries, but that is not the case for me and your elder brother. Our wages are low, and we have 2 children to consider. You ought to think about us as well. Don't you agree, mother? She smiled at Lu Mu. Initially Lu Mu intended to remain silent, but when her grandchildren were mentioned, she could no longer feign ignorance. Eventually she conceded, daughters will eventually marry off, and grandchildren are of utmost importance. Your sister-in-law is right, Zhengguo. It is not that we do not wish to help Hongmei secure a job, but your wife's demands are simply too high for us to manage. Hongmei, do not blame your mother or sister-in-law. Tomorrow morning, go on the blind date. Aim to obtain the marriage certificate by tomorrow afternoon, so that you need not go to the countryside. Lu Hongmei's face paled instantly. She had not anticipated that after finally securing her second sister-in-law's forgiveness to purchase the job for her, her family would suddenly retract their support. Mother, are you serious? Lu Mu, unable to meet her daughter's gaze, replied, women must eventually marry. You must also consider your 2 nephews. The family simply cannot muster that much money. Lu Zhengguo's expression turned icy. Mother, you had previously agreed to provide 600 yuan to purchase a job for Hongmei. I intended to cover the remaining 100 myself, but what do your current words imply? Are you blaming Shen Man for asking for too much, or do you simply never intend to contribute? Chapter 36, Schemes. Lu Mu chuckled awkwardly. Zhengguo, you misunderstand. That is not what I meant. It's just 700 yuan is indeed too much. And the family cannot afford it. Why not talk to your wife and suggest she lower her asking price? If it were 500, we could manage. Zhang Fengxiao chimed in. Zhengguo, I know you care for Hongmei, but you cannot sacrifice our family's interests for her sake. Being able to contribute 500 is already quite generous. We cannot spare 700, or even 600. Lu Zhengguo fixed a sharp gaze on Zhang Fengxiao. Sister-in-law, when I married you, our family spent a considerable amount of money, even providing you with a job. The total of those expenses far exceeds 700 yuan. Hongmei is also our parents' child. Providing 600 for her job is hardly unreasonable. Lu Hongmei wiped her tears. Yes, you all spent much more to marry off my elder brother. I only ask for your support in purchasing this job. When I eventually marry, I won't require you to contribute dowry. I will save up myself. If you still refuse, I will consider this money as a loan from the family each month. After covering my basic living expenses, I will return the amount until it is repaid. Liu Mu still held affection for her daughter. But given that the family had not yet split, their finances were not solely at her discretion, especially with 2 grandchildren to consider. After hesitating, she finally said, Fengsha, perhaps we should proceed with this. Hongmei will repay the money. We cannot truly send her off to the countryside. Zhang Fengxia rolled her eyes, glancing toward Shen Man as closed door. Why consult me? This family comprises more than just one daughter-in-law. I agree, but what if she does not? We have not divided our finances yet. Why should we use shared funds to purchase work for a sister-in-law? I do not believe. Shen Man has no objections. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone realized the truth of the matter. They had almost overlooked Shen Man, forgetting she was also part of the family. Lu Hongmei instinctively looked at Lu Zhengguo, biting her lip. Second brother. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhengguo spoke slowly. I will discuss this with Shen Man. As long as you all agree to provide 600 yuan, it will suffice. Since he had no intention of divorce, he felt it prudent to consult her before making decisions. Liu Mu glanced at Zhang Fengxia and then at her tearful daughter. Before finally conceding, alright, the family will cover this 600 yuan. Mother, wait. We can provide the money, but Hongmei must write an IOU first. Even among siblings, clarity in financial matters is essential, though Hongmei is part of the family. Proper documentation is still necessary. Zhang Fengxia cast another glance at Shen Man's tightly shut door and raised her voice, deliberately ensuring those inside could hear. Before drafting the promissory note, it is imperative for the entire family to be present as witnesses. Zhengguo, please hasten to summon your wife and clarify the situation with her. Upon the return of father and your elder brother from work, if there are no objections, let Hongmei proceed to draft the note. As the family has yet to separate, the household finances also pertain to the second branch. Given Shen Man's meticulous nature, it is inconceivable that she would permit family members to utilize her share of funds to procure employment for her sister-in-law, with whom she has always had a contentious relationship. Lu Zhengguo glanced at Zhang Fengxia before turning to knock on the door. Inside, Shen Man had naturally overheard the conversation, including the remarks that Zhang Fengxia had deliberately directed at her. If she and Lu Zhengguo were a typical couple, and if Lu Hongmei consistently sought to make her life difficult, she would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable with the prospect of the Lu family using her funds to secure employment for Lu Hongmei. However, their relationship was far from conventional. Whatever decisions he made were his own, and even if the funds for this job placement came entirely from him, she would have no particular feelings about it. The knocking persisted outside. Growing somewhat impatient, Shen Man rose to open the door. It was not locked. After all, the next time, if you knock twice and receive no response, just let yourself in. Lu Zhengguo nodded and followed Shen Man inside. Pondering how to initiate the conversation, Shen Man opened the cabinet and presented him with the watch from a few nights prior. If it's merely a matter of 700 yuan, you need not inform me. We are not a conventional couple, and there is no necessity for you to consult me on everything. Just ensure that the 700 yuan is ready, and I can accompany your sister tomorrow to complete her employment formalities. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened as he looked at the watch she offered. He did not reach out to take it. This was the same watch he had placed on her wrist one night. Yet the following day, he noticed she had not worn it. It had been tucked away and now she was returning it to him. In the past, when Shen Man had accepted items from Gu Yang, she had never behaved this way. Frowning slightly, Lu Zhengguo replied coolly, since I gave it to you, it is yours. Shen Man stepped forward, placing the watch into the pocket of his military uniform. I am merely returning what is not mine. I do not want it, nor will I keep it. The last time I asked you to put it on me, it was merely because your words were too harsh, and I sought to create a bit of trouble for you. She did not conceal her dissatisfaction with him. Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a moment but ultimately put the watch back on his wrist. Perhaps this watch was simply not suited for her. Tomorrow, I will take you to the department store to select a watch that you truly like. As for the cream you desired, it may take a few more days to arrive. It had been agreed that whenever the cream arrived, he would exchange it for his watch, and now that the cream was delayed and the watch had returned, he contemplated purchasing her a watch that would be fitting for her. Surprised, Shen Man glanced at him. He remembered the matter of the cream quite clearly. While she had nearly forgotten, however, after visiting her family yesterday, her mother had arranged for her to receive 2 jars. She shook her head, insisting that she did not need the watch and would purchase one for herself when she had the means. The last bicycle he bought was an apology, and she was uncertain what wrongdoing Lu Zhengguo had committed this time. He frowned slightly but said nothing further. He proceeded to discuss the purpose of his visit, the 700 yuan for Hongmei's job, of which 100 was his contribution, while the remaining 600 would come from the family. I should have mentioned this to you earlier, that was my oversight. The watch was also a part of this arrangement. I have clarified with her that this 100 yuan will serve as her future dowry. Currently, watches at the department store are priced at several hundred yuan, far exceeding the value of his contribution to Hongmei. Chapter 37, The Watch. Shen Man looked at Lu Zhengguo with some astonishment. Was he attempting to explain himself? Nonetheless, he was quite generous in purchasing her a watch. Modern watches are not inexpensive, they require tickets and typically start at 1 or 200 yuan. With high-quality timepieces reaching 4 or 500. Are you not worried that I might choose the most expensive one? Lu Zhengguo's gaze rested on her delicate and alluring features, his tone nonchalant. As long as you like it. Over the years, he had covertly undertaken missions, accumulating a considerable amount in allowances and wages, which he had mostly saved. A watch was still within his means. After some contemplation, Shen Man decided against it. I prefer to buy my own watch. The more entangled we become, the more inconvenient divorce will be in the future. This arrangement works well enough. Seeing her resolve, Lu Zhengguo did not press further but had already resolved to buy her a watch the next day. By the way, the 600 yuan allocated for Hongmei's employment will be repaid monthly once she starts working. Eldest sister-in-law wants her to write a promissory note in front of the entire family. If you have no objections, shall we proceed outside? Shen Man nodded. I have no objections. As they exited the room, Zhang Fengxia positioned herself beside Shen Man's sister-in-law. What are your thoughts on the family's financial contribution for Hongmei's job? If you have any concerns, do voice them. You cannot keep everything bottled up. Shen Man glanced at Zhang Fengxia, noticing her persistent signaling. She understood that this was an attempt to provoke her into voicing dissent. However, she was no longer afraid of her schemes. Shen Man smiled. I have no objections. As long as the 700 yuan is in place, I am satisfied. Eldest sister-in-law, if you have any concerns, feel free to express them. At that moment, both Lu's father and Lu Zhengbing arrived home, remaining silent on the matter. Following the events of the evening, Lu Hongmei perceived her family's true colors, particularly her parents, who had always doted on her, and her elder brother and sister-in-law, who now seemed less supportive than Shen Man, with whom she had often clashed. No longer crying, she wiped away her last tear and addressed all her relatives present. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, please provide a clear answer tonight. Will you contribute to my job placement? If not, I will promptly register for rural work tomorrow and select a favorable location. If you do contribute, I will repay a portion monthly and will not require a dowry for my future marriage. Upon hearing this, the Lu family fell silent. 600 yuan is no trivial sum. The monthly wages at the textile factory are merely around 20 yuan. And after expenses, she would only be able to repay a little over 10 yuan each month. To repay the entire amount, it would take several years should Lu Hongmei marry during this period. Her in-laws would undoubtedly raise issues regarding the debt. Shen Man, unable to bear the tension, spoke up. Father, mother, please do not remain silent. What exactly do you mean? Let us clarify this matter so we can all rest easy. The night is late, and if you are unwilling to provide financial assistance, I must prepare to offer the job to someone else. Your continued silence is perplexing. Before Lu's mother and Zhang Fengxia could respond, Lu's father suddenly struck the dining table. Enough, I will take responsibility for this. The family will contribute 600 yuan for Hongmei's job placement. Once she begins working, she will repay 10 yuan per month until the debt is settled in 2 years. As for the remaining funds, your mother and I will cover them. Regarding the promissory note, it must still be written. Hongmei, fetch paper and a pen now and draft the note as I instructed. Zhang Fengxia protested. Father, what do you mean? 10 yuan a month amounts to only 240 yuan over 2 years. Where will you find the remaining 360 yuan to finance Hongmei's job? We have not yet divided the family assets, and nearly every month, we contribute our wages to the family. How can we afford to spend so much on a daughter still reliant on the family? Enough, eldest son, manage your wife. Hongmei is your sister. You cannot allow her to be sent away for rural work. Lu's father waves dismissively. Look at Zhengguo. He has independently contributed 100 yuan. That is what a brother should do. Zhang Fengxia attempted to interject further, but Lu Zhengbing grasped her arm. Let it be. Do not speak too much. Hongmei is my sister, and you should show her some compassion. Afterward, he turned to Lu's father. Father, let us proceed as such. We agree, since Zhengguo has contributed 100 yuan, it would be remiss for me, as the elder brother, to contribute nothing. Lu's father nodded. Very well then, Hongmei, draft the promissory note, tomorrow morning. I will retrieve the funds for your second sister-in-law. Excited, Lu Hongmei dashed to her room to find paper and a pen, quickly drafting the note and presenting it. Father, please review it. If it is inadequate, I will revise it. After the events of the evening, all she desired was a job, and as long as she was not sent away for rural work, she would not demand anything further. Lu's father examined the note before passing it to Lu Zhengbing and his wife. You should also take a look. If there are no issues, let Zhengguo and his wife review it as well. If everyone is in agreement, we shall sign. Once the signatures were affixed, the matter was settled. Zhang Fengxia's expression soured, but with the family's unanimous agreement, her dissent would hold little weight, despite her outward demeanor. She scrutinized the promissory note more closely than anyone else, ensuring no discrepancies before finally passing it to Shen Man's sister-in-law. Please take a look. Shen Man casually glanced at the IOU before handing it over to Lu Zhengguo. Saying, take a look, without even a cursory glance, Lu Zhengguo returned the note to Lu Fu, stating, I have no objections. Lu Fu nodded in agreement. Alright, since everyone is in accord, Hongmei, please sign here. Once you have signed, I will take the savings book tomorrow morning to withdraw the money for your second sister-in-law. Having said that, he turned to Shen Man, second daughter-in-law, could you check when you might be free tomorrow to assist Hongmei with the job handover? After a moment's thought, Shen Man replied, I won't be working tomorrow. Once you give me the money, I can take her to the textile factory for her onboarding at any time, after completing Hongmei's onboarding. She would also need to handle her own employment at the machinery factory. Lu Fu pondered briefly, I will give you the money tomorrow morning. You should take Hongmei to finalize everything by noon. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can rest easy. There have already been people from the street office urging Hongmei to go to the countryside, looking outside at the fading light. Lu Fu remarked that it was getting late, urging everyone to return to their rest. Once back in her room, Shen Man had just changed into her nightgown when she turned and saw Lu Zhengguo entering with a bucket of water. Momentarily taken aback, she had yet to register his presence. The man raised his hand to begin unbuttoning his military jacket, his expression as indifferent as ever, with sharp features that seemed distant. One by one, his bony fingers undid the buttons, revealing a white shirt beneath. In an instant, Shen Man understood that he intended to bathe. Instinctively, she turned away, refusing to look at him, her tone growing cooler. Lu Zhengguo, could you possibly give me a heads up before you undress next time? His movements halted as he glanced at the delicate nape of her neck. Alright. He assumed that between spouses, there was no need for such reservations, and he saw nothing inappropriate about bathing in front of his wife. Yet, she appeared somewhat averse to the idea. Shen Man disregarded him, letting her hair down while listening to the sounds of him washing, internally critiquing his lack of decorum. This man displayed an utter lack of awareness. Bathing in front of a woman he supposedly disdained, who would willingly marry such a man, only to find themselves embroiled in frequent arguments. Fortunately, she had no attraction to men like him. Once Lu Zhengguo finished bathing, he instinctively cast a glance in Shen Man's direction, only to find her resolutely turned away. It seemed she was quite uncomfortable with his bathing in her presence. He averted his gaze and retrieved a change of clothes from his duffel bag on the floor. Since returning, he had struggled to find a place for his belongings, which remained crammed inside the bag itself, relegated to a corner of the room. The wardrobe overflowed with women's clothing, leaving no space for his items. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhengguo spoke, I plan to stay for a month or two. Could you help me by clearing some space in the wardrobe? Shen Man, who had just settled into bed, replied with exasperation, you have no sense of timing. Why bring this up now when I was about to sleep? Are you intentionally disrupting my rest? Besides, you have hands, manage your own things. Pulling the covers tightly around herself, she turned her back to him, adding, you can tidy up as you wish, as long as you don't disturb my things. Lu Zhengguo fell silent. Her wardrobe was filled with various garments, making it easy to inadvertently create a mess. After a moment's thought, he shook his head, deciding to let it be for now. Although he had a 3-month break, he intended to leave after 1 month, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters. Shen Man paid him no mind and comfortably drifted off to sleep. Knowing she had tasks to attend to the following day and unwilling to squander time on him, after a refreshing wash, Lu Zhengguo was about to lie down when he noticed that Shen Man had completely enveloped herself in the blanket. Leaving no room for him, it dawned on him that in the flurry of recent days, he had forgotten to ask his mother for an extra blanket. Rising, he retrieved a clean coat from his bag and draped it over himself. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he felt a warm, soft body roll into his embrace. Even without opening his eyes, he could sense her breath and her strong presence, having shared the same bed for several days. Lu Zhengguo had become adept at discreetly pushing her away without waking her. Initially, it had been difficult to fall asleep, but he had grown accustomed to it. The next morning, when Shen Man awoke, she noticed the absence of Lu Zhengguo beside her. After dressing and washing up, she opened the door to find Lu Hongmei already up and about. Upon seeing Shen Man, she hurriedly untied her apron and approached with a smile. Sister-in-law, I've prepared breakfast. Please sit down and eat. Shen Man paused, glancing at the table, which was indeed set with congee and pickles. I thought today was my turn to cook. How did you end up making breakfast? In the Lu household, Lu Hongmei was not required to cook, as the task was typically shared among her Guzheng Fengxia, and Lu Mu, feeling a bit bashful. Lu Hongmei rubbed her nose. Sister-in-law, I used to be thoughtless. I apologize for that. I am grateful to you for selling me the job and speaking on my behalf. However, I currently have nothing to repay you, so I can only help with household chores. Shen Man shook her head. I haven't helped you much. You should be thanking your second brother. Despite Lu Zhengguo's icy demeanor, he has been instrumental in securing this job for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sold the position to the Lu family. Lu Hongmei nodded repeatedly. I understand. If it weren't for my second brother, I would have been forced to register for the countryside, but without you, sister-in-law, I would be in the same predicament. You both have been the greatest help to me. And I will never forget that. Shen Man raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment further. Surveying the room, she noticed that only the two of them were present. Have our parents not risen yet? Lu Hongmei shook her head. Dad has gone to work, and Mom took the savings book to withdraw money. Eldest brother and sister-in-law have yet to wake, but they should be up soon. As for second brother. When I got up, I saw him exercising in the yard. By the time I prepared breakfast and called him, he had already vanished. Sister-in-law, let us eat first. We needn't wait for them, Shen Man agreed. Alright then. Just as they were about to sit down, Zhang Fengxia emerged from the room with her two 5-year-old sons. Oh, younger sister-in-law, Hongmei, have you already started eating? Why not wait for everyone? She urged her sons. Mingming Song Song, hurry and eat before it's too late and you're left with only leftovers. Your father and I can manage, but you children need proper nutrition to grow. Lu Hongmei threw her chopsticks onto the table. Sister-in-law, there's only enough food here for me and second sister-in-law. I've set aside your portions separately in the kitchen to keep warm. Can you please stop with the veiled remarks? It is quite discomforting. She had come to realize that her sister-in-law was two-faced. While appearing kind, she was secretly envious of her. Zhang Fengxia rolled her eyes. Hongmei, I am your sister-in-law. You ought to adjust your tone. Otherwise, when you marry, your in-laws will think we failed to raise you well. I am only looking out for your best interests. You should know that you lack the fortune of others, so stop coveting what they have. Though Shen Man's reputation was tarnished, the life she led was still enviable. Despite being merely the stepdaughter of the Shen family, she had a mother who considered her in every aspect, enjoying a life far more comfortable than that of the biological daughter. Even if she had shamelessly resorted to underhanded tactics to marry her future brother-in-law, she had nonetheless succeeded in marrying a man with great potential, thereby securing a life filled with maternal affection and a loving husband. Such a life was beyond what Lu Hongmei could ever hope to attain. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongmei remained unfazed, calmly responding, Sister-in-law, I understand you are envious, that if you desire a better life, you should have been more discerning before marrying. Instead of envying others after your marriage, you should have sought out a capable husband. Alternatively, if you possess the skills, you could have pursued an office position like sister-in-law did. By doing so, your salary would increase. And you wouldn't need to toil in the workshop, perhaps even living a life more lavish than mine. Zhang Fengxia's face flushed with alternating colors of red and green. If she had such capabilities, she wouldn't have married the aimless Lu Zhengbing. This was clearly a deliberate jab at her. Zhang Fengxia cast a disdainful glance at Shen Man, who was eating quietly, sneering, Hongmei, you're still a high school student and yet lack basic courtesy and decorum. Just follow in her footsteps, and when you suffer the consequences, you'll have only yourself to blame. I recall that you, too, attended junior high school. How could you be unaware that the foundation of respecting an individual lies in mutual respect? Sister-in-law, it seems your education has left much to be desired. Zhang Fengxia, infuriated, felt her chest heave with indignation, her face paling with displeasure. You all seem to have conspired against me. Yes, I may lack your extensive education and capabilities. You are a cultured person, while I am merely an illiterate. However, I understand the values of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Unlike some individuals who, on the verge of being accepted into the Beijing arts troupe, shamelessly resort to drugging and crawling into the bed of their future brother-in-law, usurping their sister's man. Indeed, the stepmother brought into the home reflects nothing but a lack of upbringing, resulting in a reputation so tarnished it is akin to that of a soldier in the Zhenguo army. In the future, when accompanying the military, I can only imagine the lengths to which people will go to avoid you, fearful that their own men may fall prey to your advances. Shen Man's expression turned icy. Without uttering a word, she approached Zhang Fengxia, seizing her hair and delivering several resounding slaps across her face. The terrified screams of the woman echoed throughout the courtyard. Shen Man, I am your sister-in-law. How dare you strike me? Shen Man retaliated with more slaps, her eyes glinting with coldness. I don't care if you are my sister-in-law, you may speak as you please, but do not speak of my mother. Perhaps if it were merely her, she could have retorted verbally, but any mention of her mother warranted a physical response. After all, her reputation was already irreparably damaged. A little more disgrace mattered little. At that moment, a crowd had gathered outside, many eager to intervene. Upon witnessing Shen Man's assault, their murmurs intensified, yet not a single soul dared to step forward to mediate, even as Zhang Fengxia's face became a grotesque sight. Their whispers gradually quieted, fearful of incurring the wrath of this vicious woman lest they too become targets. It was indeed unexpected. The more beautiful a woman, the more ruthless her strike. Thankfully, they had not consented to their son's proposal, or they might have found themselves in her position today. After Shen Man had exhausted herself, Lu Hongmei approached, attempting to mediate. Sister-in-law, please stop. If this continues, you will make your sister-in-law late for work. Shen Man, realizing her hands were sore, finally ceased her assault, rubbing her aching arms. Sister-in-law, I could overlook your provocations, but you should never have dragged my mother into this. You deserved this beating, and not a bit of it was unjust. With that, she produced 2 coins from her pocket and tossed them before Zhang Fengxia. Consider this your medical expenses. Remember, do not repeat this mistake. Zhang Fengxia cradled her swollen face, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. Was she to be dismissed with merely 2 coins after such a beating? Shen Man's contempt was palpable. Crouched in the corner, her face a patchwork of bruises, tears streamed down her cheeks. Evoking pity from onlookers. Sister-in-law, I merely spoke a few harsh words. How could you strike me so? A couple of bystanders, unable to bear the sight, rushed to help Zhang Fengxia to her feet. Jingguo's wife. Even if your sister-in-law is at fault, you should not have struck her so. How will she face others henceforth? Indeed, Zhengguo's wife, should you err, it is only right for your sister-in-law to admonish you. However, you have gone too far. Look at what you have done to her. As they awaited Zhengguo and Zhang Bing's return, they pondered how the brothers would react. Zhang Fengxia collapsed into Aunt Haoha's embrace. Sobbing, "Aunt, you must stand up for me. I did speak a few unkind words to my sister-in-law, but why could we not discuss things calmly? Why resort to violence? This is driving me to despair. I cannot bear to live with this shame. Aunt, just let me die." Zhang Bing's wife, please do not act rashly. We are here, and we will ensure you receive justice. Aunt Haoha and Aunt Lu quickly pulled the distraught woman away from the wall. Comforting her and preventing her from making a grave mistake, the two children clung to Zhang Fengxia, weeping inconsolably. Observing the escalating situation, the onlookers could no longer remain silent, demanding an explanation from Shen Man. Xingguo's wife, why did you strike your sister-in-law, specifically targeting her face? Someone go fetch Uncle San from the backyard. This matter must be resolved today, and we will not allow Zhang Bing's wife to be wronged. The speaker was Aunt Huang, who had long been at odds with Shen Man's mother. Had it not been for Shen Man's mother intervening, Aunt Huang's own daughter would have married into the Shen family. Avoiding the fate of marrying a drunken man like Shen Xiangshan, this resentment had bred a profound hatred for Yang Feng, naturally extending to Shen Man. Lu Hongmei, sensing the gravity of the situation, expressed her concern. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Should I fetch urge? Shen Man was about to dismiss the need for assistance, believing she could handle it, when she noticed Lu Zhengguo had returned. Chapter 40, Uncle San. He was accompanied by a smoking old man known to all as Uncle San. Upon seeing him, Aunt Huang rushed forward. Uncle San, you've arrived. You oversee the management of our backyard. You must advocate for Zhang Bing's wife today. Look at the state of her face, it's unrecognizable. Turning to Lu Zhengguo, Aunt Huang continued, Zhengguo, your timing is impeccable. You must take charge of your wife. If you cannot continue living with her, feel free to consult me. I can introduce you to someone better, more gentle and virtuous. Lu Zhengguo's lips pressed into a thin line, exuding an aura of detachment. As he opened his mouth to speak, his gaze met Shen Man's unwavering stare. You all arrive ready to condemn me without seeking the truth. Why not inquire about the actual circumstances? Shen Man addressed the crowd. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Generally, I refrain from engaging unless provoked. While striking someone may be satisfying, my hands ache as well. Just look, my hands are reddened. As she spoke, Shen Man displayed her palm for all to see. The delicate skin of her wrist contrasted sharply with the flushed palm, resembling a mark left by a whip. Some onlookers couldn't help but express sympathy. It indeed looked painful, affirming Shen Man's claims. Though she struck Zhang Bing's wife, her own hands are not unscathed. Just look at her swollen palm, it's heart-wrenching. Lu Zhengguo glanced at her reddened palm, his expression darkening as he assessed the severity of the situation. He approached Shen Man, turning his gaze toward Zhang Fengxia's grotesque visage, tears streaming down her cheeks, and spoke with a measured tone. Sister-in-law, please recount the events leading to this altercation. Uncle San is here. If it is Shen Man's fault, I shall apologize on her behalf and ensure you are compensated for today's incident. However, if the fault lies with you, I will not show leniency simply because you are my sister-in-law. Apologies and reparations will be obligatory. With that, Lu Zhengguo acknowledged Uncle San with a nod, signifying his impartiality. Uncle San, I entrust this matter to you. Uncle San waved his hand. Very well, if you choose not to intervene, then I will take charge. He first addressed the most victimized Zhang Fengxia, Zhang Bing's wife. Please explain why Zhengguo's wife struck you. What led to your conflict? Zhang Fengxia, tearfully wiping her eyes, revealed her swollen face, rendering her unrecognizable. This morning, it was supposed to be Shen Man's responsibility to prepare breakfast, yet she slept in, instructing my sister-in-law Hongmei to cook instead. By the time I arose, they were already eating. I thought our parents hadn't had breakfast yet, and they were consuming the meal first. We young ones would be left with leftovers when they returned. However, they dismissed my concerns, accusing me of meddling, claiming I lacked respect, and ridiculing me for being an illiterate who hadn't attended school for long. Unable to tolerate this, I retorted, and without a word, she lunged at me, pulling my hair and delivering several harsh slaps, leaving me in this state. Uncle San, you must advocate for me. I have been married to the Lu family for many years, and my character is well known. I may have my flaws, but I am certainly no villain. The crowd began to murmur, casting reproachful glances at Shen Man. Her actions were excessively brutal. It is no wonder her reputation is so tarnished. I suspect those rumors about her drugging and seducing men hold a kernel of truth. Indeed, such rumors do not arise without cause. Just look at her alluring face. It is evident she has not been of good character. I suspect that during Jingwe's absence, she has been entangled with other men. Let us all keep a close watch on our husbands to prevent these vixen-like women from ensnaring them. Lu Zhengguo absorbed the murmurs of those around him without missing a single word, his countenance visibly chilling with each passing moment. The truth of the matter had yet to be ascertained. Esteemed aunts and matrons, it would be prudent for you to temper your words. As soon as this statement escaped his lips, the atmosphere abruptly stilled, the fervent discussions dwindling to a hush, regardless of Shen Man's situation. These matters remained unverified. To speak so in the presence of her husband was indeed rather unbecoming. At this juncture, Uncle San turned to Shen Man and inquired of Zhengguo's wife, "Pray tell, is what Jingbing's wife claims true? Did you truly resort to violence over mere words?" Shen Man shook her head, poised to offer an explanation when Lu Hongmei interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Fengxia. "That is not the case at all. It is the elder sister-in-law who is lying. She was the one who first insulted me, claiming I lacked upbringing and that my parents had failed to educate me properly. She even went so far as to say I was disrespectful to her as the elder sister-in-law." The second sister-in-law, unable to remain silent, defended Shen Man, only for Zhang Fengxia to retaliate by berating the second sister-in-law's mother for supposedly failing to instill respect in her daughter. Initially, the second sister-in-law had no intention of escalating the situation. But upon the mention of her mother, she could no longer contain her indignation and retaliated against the elder sister-in-law. After delivering her account, Lu Hongmei turned to the assembly. "Tell me, if someone were to insult your own mother, would you not feel provoked to retaliate? If your daughter were to be bullied by her sister-in-law, and you too were insulted, do you not believe such a person deserves a beating?" she concluded with a resolute stance. "I stand here today. Should anyone utter a single disparaging word about my second sister-in-law, I shall take issue with them." Shen Man, taken aback, had not anticipated Lu Hongmei would come to her defense. This morning's assistance seemed to stem from her inability to bear witness to the injustice, especially since Zhang Feixiao's remarks were primarily aimed at Shen Man herself. Shen Man surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Uncle San. "Uncle San, what Hongmei has articulated reflects my sentiments precisely. I have never been one to resort to violence. Inflicting harm only begets further injury to oneself. I do not regret striking Zhang Fengxia today. She may insult and berate me, but she must never speak ill of my mother. My biological father was a martyr when he perished on the battlefield. I was but 5 years old. Others urged my mother to abandon me and remarry, yet she steadfastly chose to endure, seeking a stepfather who would accept and treat me kindly even after she bore a son. She never neglected me, and her affection only grew. Surely any person with a semblance of conscience would not allow others to speak of her so contemptuously." Chapter 41. A disturbance. The onlookers instinctively shook their heads in disapproval. How could one permit their own mother to be insulted? They too would find such behavior intolerable. Unbeknownst to many, the wife of Zheng Bing possessed the audacity to turn the tables on her accusers. "Were she to insult my own mother, even a few slaps would be entirely justified." The speaker was Aunt Feng, who had grown up relying on her mother. Their bond was profound, to remain with her mother. She had even arranged for someone to become part of their family. Aunt Feng immediately aligned herself with Shen Man, Zhengguo's wife. "On this point alone, I support you. Your sister-in-law truly deserved to be struck. You were rather lenient. Had it been me, I would have ensured she was left in a state of disarray." The majority of the spectators recognized that while Shen Man's actions were not entirely commendable, Zhang Fengxia indeed warranted retribution. Such behavior was intolerable. As Zhang Fengxia absorbed the murmurs of the crowd, her body stiffened, her expression darkening further. With feigned indignation she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, even if you are displeased with my words, there is no need to slander me. What I spoke was merely the truth. Your mother has indeed failed in her parenting. She invested so much effort in nurturing you, and yet you squandered it all, resorting to underhanded tactics to seduce your future brother-in-law. Tell me, how could you possibly honor your mother's teachings?" With that proclamation, the crowd turned their attention to Shen Man, realizing the rumors of her impropriety might hold some truth. Just days prior, they had perceived her cold demeanor towards Zhengguo as unfounded. It was perplexing. Zhengguo was to marry Shen Man's biological sister, yet he had instead taken in this burden. This marriage had been arranged long before Shen Man's mother had joined the family. Thus, it was not her rightful place, poor Shen Ping, to be usurped by her half-sister. It was well known that she had always treated Shen Man kindly, frequently bringing her treats. Indeed, tales circulated that Shen Ping faced constant bullying from her stepmother in Shen Man, reinforcing the adage that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. At that moment, Shen Ping appeared, approaching Zhang Fengxia and extending a hand to assist her. "Sister-in-law, on behalf of my sister, I apologize for today's events. She has been indulged by our father and stepmother, never having faced adversity. Please do not hold her actions against her. I sincerely apologize on her behalf." In uttering these words, she seemingly sought to exonerate Shen Man. Yet in reality, she was laying the blame squarely upon her shoulders, inciting the crowd's disdain towards Shen Man. In an instant, Zhang Fengxiao's expression soured, as she forcefully pushed Shen Ping's hand away. "You may have become accustomed to being wronged at home, but I have never succumbed to such treatment. For today's incident, your sister must apologize and compensate me, otherwise, this matter will not end here." Hearing this, Shen Ping's heart swelled with joy, yet she maintained the faade of a dutiful sister pleading for her sibling's cause, further stoking the flames. "Sister-in-law, if you feel wronged, I can apologize on behalf of my sister. I am used to it, but my sister has never apologized to anyone." The implication was clear to those in the know. Shen Man was indeed favored at home, while Shen Ping was often subjected to her sister's bullying. Shen Man, observing this display of cunning, could hardly contain her applause, albeit regrettably she had encountered Shen Ping on this day. The opportunity to settle both old and new scores had arrived. Stepping closer to Shen Ping, she raised an eyebrow. Shen Ping, you have arrived at an opportune moment. My altercation with Zhang Fengxia today is, in part, connected to you. She just accused me of drugging and seducing Zhengguo 4 years ago. You are one of the parties involved. Why not clarify the truth of the matter? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Shen Ping. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow, recalling the events of 4 years prior. The tea had been served by Shen Man herself. In a daze, he remembered her willingly shedding her clothing and joining him in bed. Prior to that encounter, Shen Man had made several advances towards him, from suggestive remarks to intentional physical contact, even covertly expressing her feelings. These events were indelibly etched in his memory, there could be no doubt. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists at his sides. He directed a frigid gaze at Shen Man, utterly perplexed by her intentions. Shen Ping, upon hearing Shen Man's words, paused for several seconds, seemingly hesitant to speak the truth in Shen Man's presence. Sister, you are correct. You did not drug Zhengguo. It was merely a misunderstanding. I beseech everyone to refrain from further questioning. My sister did not engage in such actions as Zhang Fengxia, scoffed Shen Man. Your heart must be made of stone to treat your own sister so cruelly. It is a wonder she continues to shield you from the shameful deeds you have committed. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they deliberated the veracity of Shen Man's alleged actions. Only a handful of individuals knew the truth. The rest were merely hearing rumors, given Shen Man's hasty marriage to Lu Zhengguo and her alluring visage. Speculation had flourished, however. Shen Ping's recent statements painted her as a victim, unable to voice the truth due to certain constraints. Surely the rumors of drugging and seduction could not be accurate. If so, Shen Ping's plight would be all the more tragic. Shen Man cast a glance at Shen Ping's innocent face, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she spoke coldly. Let me make myself clear. If anyone accuses me of drugging and seducing anyone, I demand that you present evidence. Without proof, your words are mere slander, and I will take legal action, especially you, Shen Ping, and you, Zhang Fengxia. I implore you both to provide evidence of my alleged actions. Should you fail to do so today, you will be required to apologize publicly. Shen Man pointed at the two. Otherwise, if I am to suffer, so shall you. Furious, Zhang Fengxia tugged at Shen Ping's sleeve. I distinctly heard you say that Shen Man drugged and seduced someone, stealing her fiancé. But if you had the audacity to make such claims, you must have evidence. Why not produce it? Do you truly wish to be trampled underfoot? Lu Zhengguo's brows knitted tighter. He regarded Shen Man with confusion. What was her intention in voluntarily tarnishing her already fragile reputation? He was certain that the incident of drugging had originated with Shen Man. Even finding the very substance beneath her bed, Shen Ping hesitated for a moment. Although she was unsure of Shen Man's motives for her reckless behavior, she could not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. Sister, you asked me to speak, so do not blame me. Back then, not back then, the scene of you drugging and climbing into bed with Zhengguo was witnessed by my father, myself, and Aunt Feng. In fact, we even discovered the remaining drugs beneath your bed. Chapter 42, Fabrication. Out of thin air, the onlookers erupted into a frenzy. Indeed, it was Shen Man. No wonder her reputation was so tarnished. Shen Ping was utterly pitiful. Not only did she have a stepmother, but she was also bullied by her stepsister at home, and even her fiancé was snatched away by that very stepsister. I always said that Shen Man was the first girl from our county to be accepted by the arts troupe from the capital. But after that, things went quiet. It turned out she had drugged someone and ruined her own reputation, leading others to reject her outright. Shen Ping felt sorry for having such a stepsister, and Zhengguo was unfortunate to be entangled with such a shameless woman. If it weren't for her meddling, the two of them would have long been together by now. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened suddenly. He surveyed everyone present and spoke in a deep voice. This is my home. I kindly ask you all to be silent. No matter what Shen Man was, she was still his wife, and he would not allow anyone to speak ill of her in his presence. The gossipers exchanged awkward smiles. Instantly silenced, Shen Man cast a surprised glance at Lu Zhengguo, who had come to her defense, something she had not anticipated. However, her purpose for today remained unfulfilled. She withdrew her gaze and fixed her eyes on the frail and helpless Shen Ping standing nearby. My room is always unlocked. Anyone can enter. Shen Ping, how will you prove that the package of drugs you mentioned is mine? Moreover, you claim you witnessed me and Lu Zhengguo together, but does seeing something with your own eyes necessarily equate to it being the truth? You know, both he and I were drugged. If I truly administered the drug, why would I also take it myself? I didn't even bother to choose a more discreet location, opting instead to do it right in my own room. Wouldn't that make it all too easy to be discovered? Shen Man turned to address the crowd. Consider this, if you were in my position, intending to drug someone and climb into bed with them, would you conduct yourself so openly and without concealment? I believe that, regardless of who you are, none of you would be foolish enough to act in such a manner. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Shen Man had, after all, been the first individual from the entire county to pass the entrance exam for the arts troupe in the capital. It was hard to label her as foolish. Furthermore, if they were in her shoes, they would not act so naively. It seemed likely that Shen Man had been set up. As Shen Ping observed this scene, her heart seethed with resentment, yet she maintained her composure on the surface. It was no wonder Shen Man had chosen to expose this matter. It was all part of her cunning plan. Sister, I believe you did not steal my fiancé, but you did indeed lie in bed with Zhengguo. At that time, one was my sister, and the other was my fiancé. I would not wish for anything to occur between you two. However, you were genuinely interested in Zhengguo, and you told me he would eventually be yours. Beside them, Lu Zhengguo instinctively glanced at Shen Man. Shen Man could not help but clap her hands, her tone growing icy. Your way with words is impressive, you speak as if you were there. When did I ever say such a thing? I am completely unaware of this. If you have the capability, then present your evidence. Should you lack evidence, I can certainly provide proof that I did not drug anyone. Shen Ping's expression shifted dramatically, her mind racing. What do you mean? Where is your evidence? 4 years ago, the tea that Lu Zhengguo drank was indeed brewed by Shen Man herself, with no outside interference. She had climbed into bed with him herself. Although he was dazed, he certainly had a recollection of it. That package of drugs was found beneath Shen Man's bed, and several people had witnessed it. Where could she possibly acquire any evidence? Shen Man smirked. Do not be in such a hurry. The evidence will arrive shortly. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Yang emerged from the crowd. I can attest that Man could not have drugged anyone. 4 years ago, before her incident, we had already established our relationship and even discussed the timing for meeting each other's parents and planning our wedding. She had no reason to climb into bed with Lu Zhengguo. Moreover, you all claim she drugged him, yet you cannot provide any proof that she administered the drugs. As for the package found beneath the bed, it was merely a simple white powder. Ji Yang produced a small white paper bag from his possession. At that time, I deliberately retained what you all referred to as the drugs. Feel free to examine it yourselves. The crowd, witnessing the bag of powder, began to murmur amongst themselves again. I believe someone intentionally drugged Shen Man and Zhengguo, resulting in their shared bed. I think that under the circumstances of her imminent engagement, no woman would choose to ruin her own reputation and purity in such a manner with another man. The way one looks at someone they like cannot be concealed. It is clear that Shen Man harbored no feelings for Zhengguo. Indeed, that is correct. Zhengguo has been back for several days. Yet every time they are together, Shen Man does not even cast him a glance. If she truly had feelings for him, I would find it hard to believe. Ji Yang had been no less than Zhengguo at the time. And the Gu family was one that many young women aspired to marry into. Given the Gu family's standing, it was likely that they would secure a job for their daughter-in-law, far superior to anything the Lu family could offer. Shen Man had been dating Gu Yang. How could she possibly commit such a foolish act? Shen Ping's expression darkened instantly, her gaze fixed on the small paper. It was indeed the same package found beneath Shen Man's bed 4 years ago. The contents within had undoubtedly been swapped. It could not possibly be lime powder. Those were items she had personally placed there, and she would never mistake them. Shen Ping took a deep breath and lifted her gaze to Gu Yang. Her heart growing cold, her eyes slightly reddening. She never expected that after 4 years Gu Yang still held such affection for her, even willing to fabricate evidence on Shen Man's behalf. What, then, had the past 4 years of her devotion to him amounted to? Was Shen Man, that duplicitous schemer, truly worth such a sacrifice, forsaking principles and boundaries? He had always been truthful. Watching the powder in Gu Yang's hand, Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened suddenly. That package of drugs was fake. The one from 4 years ago was indeed real. In truth, he had never believed Shen Man would be so foolish as to ruin her own reputation and purity for him. He had privately investigated the matter, and the evidence confirmed that the drugs from 4 years ago were genuine. Subsequently, he had discreetly disposed of that package. Therefore, the item in Gu Yang's hand was counterfeit. He was lying for Shen Man, creating false testimony to clear her name regarding the drugging incident 4 years prior. Chapter 43, Exoneration. Shen Man smirked as she looked at Shen Ping and Zhang Fengxia. Do you have anything else to say? The events transpired so many years ago. Even if there were evidence, it would have long been destroyed. Since there is no evidence, then one can fabricate it. After all, the person who originally orchestrated this matter knows the truth better than anyone. Zhang Fengxia's expression darkened as she tugged at Shen Ping's sleeve. You were the one who told me with your own mouth that Shen Man drugged Zhengguo and climbed into bed with him. Now that things have gone awry, you cannot pretend to be ignorant. With that, she disregarded Shen Ping's protests and dragged her before the third uncle who managed their backyard. Third uncle, today, I spoke those words to Zhengguo's wife based on the rumors I heard from Shen Ping. But all of this stemmed from Shen Ping. I cannot bear the blame alone. Shen Ping panicked, hastily shaking her head in denial. No, I did not say that. You are framing me. How could she be foolish enough to deliver incriminating evidence directly? Unfortunately, Zhang Fengxia required an excuse to extricate herself from the situation, and Shen Ping was hardly innocent. With a resolute heart, she swung her hand, delivering a sharp slap across Shen Ping's face, venting the anger she had accumulated from being struck by Shen Man earlier that morning. The force of the blow sent Shen Ping reeling, her vision blurred. Do you still dare to deny it? If not, how did these rumors about Shen Man emerge? You must have been jealous of her all along. For she is more accomplished and beautiful than you, thus, you have always sought to tarnish her reputation. I would not be surprised if you were the one who drugged her. No, I didn't do it. Gu Yang, save me, please. Shen Ping's face turned red and swollen, stinging with pain. Before anyone could react, Zhang Fengxia struck her again, knocking her to the ground. This is all your fault, you little wretch. Otherwise, I would not have misunderstood my sister-in-law. As she clutched Shen Ping's hair, ready to continue her assault, Lu Zhengguo stepped forward, blocking her hand. Sister-in-law, that is enough. Whether the events from 4 years ago were true or false, I can discern for myself. Standing nearby, Shen Man watched the scene unfold, clicking her tongue in appreciation. Behold, what a dramatic scene of heroism and rescue, were it not for these two individuals, one her nominal husband and the other her sister, who constantly plots against her. She might have applauded the spectacle. Had she not been prepared today, it is likely she would have found herself utterly disgraced. With this thought, Shen Man couldn't help but glance at Gu Yang. The man who had come to her aid, unbeknownst to her, he had already positioned himself at her side. Shen Man smiled, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. Thank you for testifying on my behalf today. Gu Yang met her gaze directly, his heart brimming with a myriad of words he yearned to express, yet he recognized that the moment was ill-suited, especially since she was now married. He suppressed the tumult of emotions swirling within him, replying simply, there is no need for thanks, assisting you was the least I could do. They had grown up together, childhood companions. He could not fathom that she would resort to such base tactics as drugging someone to claim a man already spoken for. In the aftermath of the incident, he had questioned the veracity of the events more than once, even suspecting Lu Zhengguo of foul play, leading to a fierce confrontation that night. However, after overhearing certain conversations at the Shen household, everything seemed to unravel into clarity. Shen Ping bore the greatest suspicion. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, Gu Yang had already begun to form a hypothesis in his mind regarding her involvement. Shen Man smiled faintly, on the verge of sharing her thoughts with Gu Yang, when she suddenly noticed Lu Zhengguo appearing before them without her noticing. His sharp, scrutinizing gaze swept over both of them. Yet he uttered not a word, merely observing. Shen Man glanced at Lu Zhengguo before nonchalantly averting her gaze. She had no intention of concealing her actions from him today. He must have suspected her collusion with Gu Yang in the fabrication of testimony, but he lacked any proof to confront them with. Ultimately, she was indifferent to his opinions so long as she could cleanse her tarnished reputation before others. Soon, under the witness of the third uncle, the events of the morning drew to a close. With Gu Yang as testimony and supporting evidence, Shen Man's name was vindicated of the scandal involving drugging and entrapment. Shen Ping and Zhang Fengxia were left with no choice but to endure their humiliation. Apologizing to Shen Man in front of the assembled crowd. Sister-in-law, I was in the wrong today, and I apologize. Sister, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. In truth, Shen Ping harbored deep resentment. 4 years ago, she had meticulously schemed to ruin Shen Man's reputation and force her into a loveless marriage with Lu Zhengguo, who was destined for the battlefield. Yet, 4 years later, not only had Lu Zhengguo returned alive, but Shen Man had also manipulated Gu Yang's affections to fabricate false evidence that shattered her carefully laid plans. Shen Man seemed to possess extraordinary fortune. Despite her dire circumstances, she had managed to turn the tide. Shen Man offered a faint smile. Though I am not one to hold a grudge, acknowledging your faults is insufficient. It is imperative that those unaware of the truth also recognize that I was a victim of deceit, and the slander cast upon me over the years is unfounded. She then addressed the audience. Today, I ask you to bear witness, whether I can successfully clear my name from the disgrace of drugging and attempting to usurp my future brother-in-law rests upon the testimonies of my sister-in-law and my sister. Certainly, we will support you in your quest for vindication, came the chorus of voices. Yes, Zhengguo's wife, you need not worry. Your sister-in-law and sister will not shirk their responsibilities. We will ensure they do not evade their duties. It is baffling to ponder who harbored such malice to orchestrate the downfall of Shen Man and Zhengguo, and now, they found themselves forced together, disrupting Shen Man's budding relationship with Gu Yang, who had nearly wed. Indeed, the Shen Man of yesteryear was on the verge of being accepted into the capital's cultural troupe, yet, because of this, she lost not only a promising career but also the affection of the one she loved. Enduring years of misunderstanding, how pitiful. Hearing such words of support, Shen Man bowed deeply to everyone present, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It felt as if the grievances of years past were finally finding an outlet. I apologize for the disruption caused today. Over the past 4 years, wherever I went, I was met with scorn, accused of shamelessness and of ruthlessly pursuing my own sister's partner. Today, at last, I can clear my name of these slanders. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened. He had underestimated Shen Man's audacity and cunning. In her quest for redemption, she not only exploited Gu Yang's affections but also manipulated the sympathy of those around her to further her own agenda. Chapter 44, Employment Procedures. As the onlookers dispersed, the rumors regarding Shen Man's scandal from 4 years prior were finally laid to rest. Soon after, Lu's mother returned from her errand, presenting 600 yuan to Shen Man in the presence of Lu Zhengguo and Lu Hongmei. Second daughter-in-law, count it and ensure it's correct. If all is in order, take Hongmei and complete the employment procedures promptly. Shen Man accepted the money and counted it before their eyes. Everything appears to be in order. She turned to Lu Hongmei, who had been standing beside her. Let us depart now while the factory personnel have yet to clock out. Lu Hongmei was beside herself with excitement, throwing her arms around Shen Man. Thank you, second sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. Shen Man glanced at the money in her hands. I am merely conducting a transaction, there is no need for thanks. Finalizing this matter will allow you to find peace of mind. Let us go at once, Lu's mother interjected with a smile. Yes, Hongmei, hurry along with your sister-in-law. If you delay, the street office will surely pressure you to register for rural work. Nodding eagerly, Lu Hongmei linked her arm with Shen Man's. Then let us be off, sister-in-law. Upon their departure, Lu's mother turned to see someone seated in a chair, nearly causing her to jump in fright. She recoiled and hid behind Lu Zhengguo, pointing at the individual. Zhengguo, who is she? That face is terrifying, like a pig's head. At that moment, two children hiding in the corner rushed over, clinging to Lu's mother's leg, crying pitifully, Grandma, I'm scared. Lu Zhengguo regarded his sister-in-law, who had been so thoroughly beaten by Shen Man that she was unrecognizable, and addressed his mother. Mom, that is your daughter-in-law. Lu's mother instinctively retorted, that's impossible. How could Fengxia possibly look like a pig's head? Mom, it's me. Can't you recognize me? Wuzhong Fengxia covered her swollen face, tears streaming down as she looked at her mother-in-law. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu's mother finally grasped the situation. This so-called pig's head was indeed her eldest daughter-in-law. Rushing over, she scrutinized her from head to toe. Oh dear, Fengxia, who could have done this to you? This is barbaric. Speak up, tell me who did this, and I shall have Zhengguo and Zhang Bing take revenge. Her daughter-in-law had not gone to work today, and her face was grotesquely swollen, evidently the result of a brutal beating. Zhang Fengxia instinctively glanced at Lu Zhengguo, who had remained silent, yet the coldness in his gaze was palpable. She instinctively shrank back, her intended words dying on her lips. Mom, let it go. This is my fault. Just pretend you saw nothing. Zhang Fengxia resolved to swallow her pride, recognizing that the current circumstances were not in her favor. Speaking up would only provoke Zhengguo. Lu's mother was taken aback, casting an incredulous look at her eldest daughter-in-law. Fengxia, are you certain? This daughter-in-law had always been one to avoid losses. It was strange indeed for her to be so submissive. Had she truly crossed paths with the wrong crowd, leading to this beating? Lu Zhengguo stepped forward, producing 50 yuan and handing it to Lu's mother, diverting her attention. Mom, in a couple of days, I will visit a comrade from the battlefield. Here is some money. Could you help me prepare a few necessities? This comrade lost a leg in combat and was discharged. He has a wife and 5 children at home, and I thought to bring some food and supplies for them. Please, Mom, help me with this. Lu's mother shot him an exasperated glare. Just buy a few items. You don't need to spend so much on them. Are you really incapable of managing household expenses? Has your wife not mentioned this to you? The moment the words left her mouth, she noticed her son's expression darken, and she swiftly halted her speech. She had almost forgotten that Zhengguo had no fondness for Shen Man. Their marriage had been a calculated arrangement. These matters were certainly not ones Zhengguo would wish Shen Man to handle. Alright, I'll take care of it. Lu Zhengguo's eyes were dark and his tone indifferent. Mom, this is not something to discuss with Shen Man. She wouldn't care. Zhengguo, no matter how things were in the past, you were still married. Spending 50 yuan to buy something for someone else without informing her, what kind of behavior is that, if it were me? And your father concealed such expenditures from me, I would certainly raise a fuss. Lu's mother reflected for a moment before attempting to counsel him. 25 Zhengguo, you should be considering starting a family. This situation cannot continue. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly. Mom, this matter is not your concern. I know what I am doing. Had this been before today, he might have consulted Shen Man before taking any actions. However, witnessing her willingness to exploit Gu Yang's affections to fabricate evidence for her own redemption had irrevocably altered his perception of her. Shen Man remained the same as she had been 4 years ago, cunning and unscrupulous, willing to manipulate those who cared for her to achieve her own ends. Lu Mu let out a sigh and said, alright, I won't interfere, just make sure you know your limits. Zhengguo, you're not a child anymore. Your elder brother has already welcomed 2 grandchildren at this it's time you prioritize matters concerning children as well. I won't meddle in other affairs, but you must give serious consideration to the matter of children. Lu Zhengguo rubbed his forehead and replied, Mother, my elder brother has already given you 2 grandsons. I'm not essential. Lu Mu wanted to say more, but he raised his hand to interrupt her. Alright, go and help me prepare some things. I'm leaving tomorrow. What? You're visiting your comrade tomorrow? How long will you be gone? Probably just a day or 2. His hometown is in a village nearby our county. I am going on behalf of the unit, along with other comrades, to pay him a visit. Lu Mu let out a breath of relief. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I thought you were leaving just a few days after returning. As for your visit to your comrade tomorrow, you should inform your wife tonight. Do you hear me? Don't take this lightly. She nudged her son. Lu Zhengguo fell silent for a moment before nodding. It's the same whether I tell her or not anyway. Shen Man doesn't care. Meanwhile, Shen Man quickly finished the handover of her work at the textile factory with Lu Hongmei just as they were about to exit the factory. Lu Zhengguo was waiting for them at the entrance. Sister-in-law, look, it's second brother, he must be here to pick you up, Lu Hongmei exclaimed, spotting Lu Zhengguo. Shen Man noticed him too. She felt a bit surprised. But then recalled how she had embarrassed Shen Ping in public that morning, as well as Lu Zhengguo's various acts of support for Shen Ping in the book. She instantly understood. This man was most likely here for Shen Ping. Chapter 45. Small talk. Lu Zhengguo noticed Shen Man as well. She was dressed in a deep blue zhongshan suit paired with black trousers, simple yet casual. Exuding a touch of vigor and less femininity, her beauty was still striking, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Their gazes met from a distance, but after a few seconds, Shen Man averted her gaze. No longer looking at him. Why is he here? At that moment, a young man approached her, speaking in a gentle and polite tone. Comrade Shen Man, do you have some free time now? Would you like to go watch a movie together? Shen Man glanced up at him. He had fair skin, a handsome face, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving off an air of scholarly charm. This man was Lu, a new staff member from the personnel department of the textile factory. They had crossed paths a few times. Such advances happened frequently, with several men attempting to flirt with her throughout the day. Shen Man shook her head. I'm sorry, but I just resigned from the factory today, and I need to hurry home. After saying this, she took Lu Hongmei's arm and strode away. Behind them, Lu's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had heard tales of a beautiful and talented female comrade arriving at the factory, quickly becoming its belle. Many unmarried men had snuck glances at her in her workshop. He had thought these were mere exaggerations, but now he realized they had understated Shen Man's beauty and talent. Such an exceptional woman, he wondered who would be fortunate enough to marry her. Not far away, Lu Zhengguo observed Lu lingering, still watching Shen Man's departing figure with reluctance. His expression darkened as he strode over. Hongmei, you head back first. I need to speak with your sister-in-law about some matters. Lu Hongmei looked at them in confusion, but didn't he ask further? All right, sister-in-law, I'll be going now. Shen Man nodded in acknowledgement. After dismissing those around him, it was evident Lu Zhengguo was indeed here for Shen Ping. Once they were alone, she turned to him. What do you want? However, she found Lu Zhengguo silent, his gaze coldly fixed behind her. Curious, Shen Man looked back. What are you looking at? But there was nothing behind her. Lu Zhengguo withdrew his gaze. The man had already left. It's nothing. I came to take you to the department store to pick out a watch. The watch he had did not suit her. Since he had promised to buy her one, he intended to take her to select it. Shen Man was taken aback. So he specifically came over just to buy her a watch? She shook her head. I don't need it. You can go back. I have things to do. It was clear that what Lu Zhengguo had initially wanted to discuss was not this matter. She just couldn't fathom why he suddenly changed the topic. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly, following her closely. Why not? Last time, you seemed to really like watches. Shen Man mounted her bicycle and glanced back at Lu Zhengguo. There is no reason. I simply don't want it. With that, she pedaled away, swiftly disappearing from his sight. Lu Zhengguo stood there, his gaze lingering on Shen Man's vanishing figure. After pondering for a moment, he decided to go to the department store alone. Upon reaching the watch section, he stood quietly before the glass counter, his eyes settling on two silver ladies' watches. One had tiny diamonds encircling the dial, appearing exquisite and beautiful, somewhat similar in style to his own. The other, though lacking diamonds, was crafted with meticulous attention, and its strap exuded superior quality. Excuse me, could you please take out the silver lady's watch with the diamonds? The saleswoman Zhang Fong, a young woman, smiled and nodded. Of course, this watch is a new model just arrived from Haisher, priced at 235 yuan, and requires a ticket. It's unaffordable for most people. However, this tall and handsome man in military uniform exudes a remarkable presence, clearly not an ordinary officer. He should have the means. Soon Zhang Fong presented the watch to Lu Zhengguo. You must be picking this out for your girlfriend. This model is the only one we have in the department store, and it's a new arrival. Lu Zhengguo paused his selection. Girlfriend? We are already married, but in the 4 years since our marriage, aside from the bicycle I bought to apologize last time, I've given her nothing else. Their wedding had been hasty. Beyond the 200 yuan in bride price, Shen Man had received nothing. Compared to how his sister-in-law had entered their family, with a job and a bride price, he felt he had indeed shortchanged her. Seeing Lu Zhengguo remain silent, Zhang Fong assumed he was not buying it for a girlfriend and awkwardly smiled, about to apologize, but the next moment she saw him nod and say, yes, it's for her, please wrap it up. I'll take it. How much is it? The price was the watch ticket plus 235 yuan. Lu Zhengguo took out the money and ticket, handed them over, and left with the watch. However, upon returning home, he discovered Shen Man had not yet arrived, so he suspected she was either at the mechanical factory completing her onboarding procedures or had returned to her family. Second brother, why didn't sister-in-law come back with you? Lu Hongmei looked behind Lu Zhengguo, seeing no sign of Shen Man. Lu Zhengguo ignored her and turned to leave again. Hey, second brother, where are you going? Lu Hongmei attempted to catch up and inquire, but in the blink of an eye, he had already departed. She stomped her foot in frustration. Second brother really doesn't deserve such a beautiful and kind-hearted sister-in-law. If he weren't my own brother, I would have scolded him long ago. On the other side, Shen Man, with her household registration book in hand, successfully completed her onboarding at the Hongqi Mechanical Factory. From now on, she would be a staff member in the publicity department, no longer needing to toil in the workshop. When she went to handle her onboarding, she inquired and learned that she had a half-month holiday before officially reporting for duty. Of course, she could choose to report early with a rare break. Shen Man initially had no plans to report early, but thinking about how Lu Zhengguo was back and would be home for a month, the idea of spending time alone with him made her uneasy. With a sigh, she decided it was better to report in a few days rather than stay home with that man. Just as she exited the factory, she looked up and saw Lu Zhengguo's figure again. She halted her steps, falling into silence. Seriously, is he unwell? I just brushed him off and now he is back in front of me? Lu Zhengguo had already spotted Shen Man emerging from the factory. Although he didn't understand why she had stopped, he approached her nonetheless. Chapter 46. Cold tone. What is this? Shen Man asked. Looking at the small bag Lu Zhengguo handed her. Lu Zhengguo replied coolly, "It's your watch." Shen Man assessed the tall, imposing figure before her, his deep-set eyes and distinguished demeanor commanding respect. She raised an eyebrow. "You came to find me just for the watch. Wasn't he here to create trouble for Shen Ping?" Lu Zhengguo thought she was referring to his visit to see his comrade tomorrow. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll be going out for a couple of days, around 3 or 4. Shen Man was slightly taken aback. So this was his reason for seeking her out today? He wasn't here because of Shen Ping. Seeing her surprise, Lu Zhengguo assumed she was displeased with his plans to visit his comrade. In the army, there had been many instances where comrades faced opposition from their families when visiting fellow soldiers. Fearing they would squander their family's money on those who had retired. Upon reflecting on this, Lu Zhengguo pondered for a few seconds and remarked, "If you are uneasy, you may accompany me." His journey this time was, in fact, to represent some comrades who were unable to visit, expressing concern for those disabled veterans. As for the financial contributions, he would match whatever amount others offered. Shen Man shook her head repeatedly. "Nope, you should go alone. I have matters to attend to." The absence of her family member brought her joy, and the thought of accompanying him felt like inviting unnecessary trouble. Lu Zhengguo found himself perplexed by the complexities of a woman's heart. Yet he inquired, "If you choose to go, I shall prepare a letter of introduction at the street office. If you do not go, you could spend a few days at your family home." This morning's incident had thoroughly escalated matters between Shen Man and her sister-in-law, who could not help but harbor grievances. The two of them being together would inevitably lead to further conflict. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Man declared, "I will return to my family." She had just exited the factory and initially intended to visit her family. Had Lu Zhengguo not intervened, she would have arrived home by now. The Shen and Lu families were merely a few streets apart. A mere 10-minute walk. The job at the textile factory was funded by her mother, and the 600 yuan given to her by the Lu family today was entrusted to her mother for safekeeping. No, it should be 700 yuan. The remaining 100 had yet to be received from Lu Zhengguo. Nodding, Lu Zhengguo replied, "Very well, I shall purchase some gifts and visit my parents, while also informing them." Reflecting on it, since his return, he had not brought anything during his 2 previous visits. It was indeed quite inappropriate. Shen Man shook her head. "There's no need. I am heading back now, you should return." Just as she was about to leave, Lu Zhengguo instinctively grasped her arm. "Wait, you haven't taken this watch." He continued, "The cream I asked someone to bring from Haishur should arrive tomorrow. Remember to collect it." Shen Man instinctively pulled away from his hold, her tone slightly faltering. "Comrade Lu Zhengguo, we are in public. Please refrain from such actions. I made it clear from the start that I do not want this watch. I still do not wish to accept it. You purchased it, so you should handle it yourself. The cost of the cream will be deducted from the 100 yuan you owe me. I will collect the cream myself tomorrow. In these extraordinary times, even between married couples, public displays of affection were strictly prohibited. Should a person with a red armband observe them, they could expect at least a reprimand. Lu Zhengguo withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow in confusion as he gazed at her. "Are you angry?" Since this morning, her demeanor towards him had been consistently unfriendly, yet he failed to comprehend that he was the one who ought to feel aggrieved. Thoughts of Shen Man utilizing another man as a false witness to exonerate herself surfaced in his mind, causing his tone to cool considerably. "There is no need for you to repay the cost of the cream. I will give you the remaining 100 yuan from your wages tonight after you return home." With that, he turned and departed. First, Shen Man sensed the shift in his demeanor but paid no mind as she rode her bicycle back to the Shen household. Upon entering the courtyard, it was the time when most people were returning home from work, and many had just arrived. After a morning's commotion, the events that had conspired against her were already widely known. Most people lamented that she had almost joined the artistic troupe in the capital, only to see her reputation tarnished, resulting in the loss of such a promising opportunity. As she walked, the gazes directed at her were particularly intricate. With several individuals greeting her. It was noteworthy that since her reputation had soured, many had spoken ill of her behind her back, let alone greeted her. Shen Man found herself momentarily disoriented, managing only polite smiles in response. Soon, she arrived back at the Shen residence. Upon opening the door, she found only Shen Ping at home. The others had yet to return. Shen Ping, upon hearing her footsteps, did not look up but immediately recognized who it was. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she took a sip and remarked, "Shen Man, do you only know how to use the men who are fond of you to deal with me? It was the case last time." And it is again, this woman remained as insufferable as ever. Shen Man approached and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea as well. The method is inconsequential. What matters is the outcome. Besides, you know all too well whether today's outcome was just or not. As for the events from 4 years ago, you are more aware than anyone. You all claim that I am deeply scheming. If I do not take some actions, how can I live up to the labels you affix to me? Shen Ping suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on the woman before her. Despite the passage of 4 years, Shen Man's beauty had not waned. Her lips were still luscious, her teeth white, her allure captivating. In fact, she appeared even more enchanting now, having shed some youthful innocence for a more sophisticated charm. Gritting her teeth in hatred, Shen Ping demanded, Shen Man, do you even have a heart? You clearly do not like Gu Yang. Yet why do you continue to dangle him along, causing him to remain enamored with you? 4 years have passed, and I have stood by him for 4 years, yet he still cannot forget you. With just a word from you, he would effortlessly cast me aside for you. A woman as malicious as you does not deserve Gu Yang's love. One day, I will ensure he sees your true nature. Shen Man listened quietly, arching an eyebrow. How do you know whether he loves the facade I present or genuinely loves me as a person? You must understand that we grew up as childhood sweethearts. Perhaps his understanding of me surpasses yours. No, that cannot be. Gu Yang must be enchanted by your exterior. Shen Ping's expression turned pale in an instant. This is simply impossible. What man would fall for a vicious woman who manipulates him? You must be speaking nonsense. Chapter 47, Equitable Treatment. Shen Man smiled lightly. If that is how you wish to perceive it, I cannot change your mind. I in the original narrative, after the protagonist's demise. Gu Yang fell into despair, ultimately accepting Shen Ping due to her companionship. Additionally, the bond between the original protagonist and Shen Ping as sisters played a role, just as Shen Ping was about to retort. Footsteps echoed from outside as Yang Fong and the others returned home. Upon entering, Yang Fong was the first to spot her daughter sitting in the house, promptly offering the egg cake she held to Shen Man. Here, try this egg cake. Although its exterior is crumbled, the taste is still delightful. Shen Man accepted the piece of cake wrapped in paper, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, Mom. No need for thanks. I had a feeling you would return today. So I brought it for you, Yang Fong replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. Working at the supply and marketing cooperative, she often encountered defective goods due to unforeseen circumstances. These defective items were part of their internal benefits. Available at low prices, with some food items even being free. Meanwhile, Shen Ping observed the deep bond between the mother and daughter, a trace of sarcasm flickering in her eyes. Here she was, sitting for quite some time. Yet Yang Fong seemed oblivious to her presence. Previously, when Yang Fong treated Shen Man well, she would conceal her affection, but now it was all laid bare, and to claim she had not wronged her, was that not a wrong in itself? Soon, Chen Shangshan returned home as well. After work, he typically stopped by the affiliated school of the Hongqi Machinery Factory to pick up his youngest son. Upon their return, Chen Shangshan's expression was quite grim. Particularly upon seeing Shen Ping, as thoughts of the gossip circulating outside darkened his countenance further. Shen Ping, I ask you, why did you say such things about your sister this morning? He was well aware of her prior involvement in those events. He understood Shen Man's character and knew she would never resort to such lowly and sordid tactics to win a man. However, lacking evidence, all conjectures remained unproven. His heart ached for the injustices Shen Man had endured over the years. Upon hearing her father's tone, Shen Ping instantly comprehended. This morning, her visit to the Lu family to assist Zhang Fengxia in confronting Shen Man had evidently reached his ears. She decided to brazen it out. Smiling nonchalantly, Dad, I did not mean any harm this morning, and I have already publicly apologized to my sister. She has publicly forgiven me. You need not scold me on her behalf. Yang Fong paused, casting a glance at Shen Shangshan before turning her gaze back to Shen Ping, her tone chilling. Did you cause trouble for Man again today? She truly could not fathom why, despite not treating Shen Ping unfairly as a stepmother, Shen Ping always seemed to target Shen Man. Shen Ping glanced at Shen Man, who was sitting beside her, enjoying the egg cake, feeling a sense of injustice. Aunt Fong, why do you question me first instead of your own daughter? This had always been the case. Whenever there was a conflict between her and Shen Man, Yang Fong would first suspect Shen Ping of instigating trouble. The truth was, it had been Shen Man who flaunted the various gifts Yang Fong had bought for her right before Shen Ping. At that time, Shen Shangshan had favored Shen Man, the burdensome child, which had infuriated Shen Ping, leading her to secretly ruin the new clothes Yang Fong had gifted Shen Man. But as soon as Shen Man cried, she would receive several harsh beatings from Shen Shangshan. Yang Fong's expression turned cold. Shen Ping, do not always act as though you and Man owe you something. I assure you, I consider myself a responsible stepmother. More so than most. She raised her hand and pointed to the next door, saying, take a look at those families in our courtyard with stepmothers. Which of them is not struggling to make ends meet? Barely clothed and fed, and unable even to attend school, at home, they must help with various chores and are often beaten by their stepmothers. Over the years, have I ever treated you as poorly as those stepmothers treat their wards? Have I ever laid a hand on you? Upon hearing these words, Shen Shangshan realized that his wife was genuinely upset, and he hurried to comfort her. Dear, please don't be angry, don't let your health suffer. I'll handle this disobedient girl. Yang Feng pushed Shen Shangshan's outstretched hand away and coldly replied, "Leave me be, this matter will remain unresolved until today." Shen Ping pointed at Shen Man, who was leisurely enjoying a piece of cake. Jealousy and resentment flashing in her eyes. "What do you mean by not treating me poorly? If you claim that, then why have you treated me and Shen Man so differently since childhood? Why has she been allowed to learn various skills while I could only attend school? Why do you always bring her food from the supply store after work while I can only watch her eat? Why do you shower Shen Man with concern while I'm treated like a transparent person in this household? You may have become my stepmother upon marrying into this family, but you have not treated me as your own daughter. Is this not a form of mistreatment?" For a moment everyone present was taken aback, especially Yang Feng, who found it hard to believe that her stepdaughter had harbored such thoughts all these years. Only Shen Man remained expressionless, as she had long guessed Shen Ping's feelings. After finishing the last bite of her cake and wiping her mouth and hands with a napkin, she stood up and walked in front of Shen Ping. "Do you wish to know why? I shall tell you now." With a resounding slap, Shen Ping's face was struck, instantly turning red and swollen to eye. In that moment, she was utterly dazed. "Shen Man, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit me?" Shen Man rarely resorted to violence. Aside from the incident earlier that morning with Zhang Fengxia, this was only her second time striking someone. Shen Shangshan and Yang Feng were momentarily stunned. Man, Shen Man fixed her gaze on the swelling on Shen Ping's face and burst into laughter. "You claim my mother mistreats you. How can you not acknowledge that the money she spends on me comes from the compensation left by my biological father? What am I supposed to share my father's money with you? How ridiculous." For a fleeting moment, Shen Ping's mind went blank, but soon she regained her composure and, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Didn't your mother say she never mistreated me? That statement isn't mine. She has failed to treat both you and me equally, and isn't that mistreatment. Your father has been dead for over a decade. How long can his compensation sustain your expenses? You still rely on my father's salary, Shen Man. You're truly vile, living off my father's hard-earned money while not being a member of the Shen family." The moment her words fell, a loud slap echoed as her right cheek was struck again. This time by Shen Shangshan himself, his finger quivering as he pointed at Shen Ping. "Let me make this clear. Man has hardly spent a dime of my money over the years. Rather, it is you who has cost me significantly for your schooling, meals, and clothing." Chapter 48. Heart to heart. From this day forth, you are to leave the Shen family. I have no need for a daughter who stirs trouble and brings shame to our name. Raising you to 19 has already been an act of great benevolence. Shen Ping was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure and shot a glance at Shen Man. "Why should I leave? If anyone should go, it should be Shen Man and her mother. If I leave, won't that perfectly align with their wishes? I absolutely refuse to leave today. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. The entire courtyard will soon hear the rumors of your inability to discern right from wrong, indulging your stepmother while abusing your biological daughter." Shen Ping raised her chin, a triumphant smile on her face. "By then, I will walk around the courtyard covered in bruises, and we shall see whom they believe, me or you. You truly are driving me to madness." Shen Shangshan's arm trembled, his face alternating between shades of blue and red as he glared at this ungrateful child. Yang Feng, feeling exasperated, interjected, "Enough, Shen Ping. Don't try that tactic with me. Do you think your little tricks can threaten us?" She continued, "I'll make it clear, if I catch you playing tricks on my daughter again, I will not let this slide. To be honest, if I were to expose just a couple of your past shenanigans, I could easily find a man to marry you off to. I haven't done so out of conscience. I am not heartless, nor am I afraid of you." With that, Yang Feng removed her apron and took her two children, heading out. Man, Mingchuan, let us go. Today Mama is treating you to a meal that we won't be serving anyone else. I will care for you, and the rest, I have chosen to let go." With that, the trio left through the door. Shen Ping watched as the three of them departed, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. Unable to suppress her laughter, the one who should leave was not her. It should be Shen Man. The burden. Shen Shangshan chased after Yang Feng, repeatedly apologizing and trying to appease her, casting glances at Shen Man, hoping she would speak a few kind words. Unfortunately, Shen Man merely returned a look of helplessness, then silently turned her gaze away from him. Shen Mingchuan had always understood that his family was different from others. He had consistently stood firmly by his mother and sister's side, never defending his father. Moreover, he felt that his second sister had gone too far today, even trying to claim the money left for his sister by her biological father. Before long, they arrived at a nearby state-run restaurant. Yang Feng took out money and tickets, ordering 3 portions of rice, 1 serving of soy sauce meat, 1 serving of braised pork, and a portion of shredded potatoes. She seated Shen Man and Shen Mingchuan, completely ignoring the older man, who, despite his age, followed behind them, too timid to make a sound. Man, Mingchuan, eat your meal, don't mind the others, Yang Feng said, noticing her daughter's thoughts. Shen Man had intended to order a portion of rice for her father, but seeing how genuinely angry her mother was, she decided to look out for herself instead. Shen Shangshan felt utterly wronged. Gazing pitifully at his wife, hoping she would calm down. Unfortunately, Yang Feng was too upset to pay him any mind. Thus, the scene unfolded where the three of them feasted while one person sat starving. Merely watching them eat, after they finished, Shen Shangshan approached again. Dear, please don't be angry. It's bad for your health. If you don't want to see that ungrateful daughter, I can find someone to marry her off soon. It has been days since Shen Ping brought her partner home. It seems I must arrange more blind dates for her to marry off quickly. Yang Fong refused to look at him, saying, your family matters are none of my concern. I don't want to manage so many affairs. She was well aware that Shen Ping had taken a liking to Gu Yang ever since 4 years ago. When Man married Lu Zhengguo, Shen Ping had been trying to get close to Gu Yang. She knew that forcing Shen Ping into a marriage now would likely fail, and she had no desire to get involved in such troublesome matters. Shen Shangshan grew anxious, insisting, how can it not concern you? You are my wife. My family matters are your family matters. He looked pleadingly at Shen Man, please persuade your mother not to be angry. It pains me to see her this way. Shen Man pondered for a moment, then replied, Dad, why don't you head home first? Ming Chuan and I will take Mom for a stroll. Maybe that will lighten her mood. If you stay here, she will only dwell on what happened earlier and become even angrier. Shen Shangshan hesitated, glancing at his wife, who continued to ignore him. Well, alright then. I'll head back, you two be careful outside. After he left, Shen Man accompanied Yang Fong for a walk. Man, be honest with me, was it Shen Ping who did that thing 4 years ago? If it was her, I will repay her for how she treated you back then. Shen Man was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained her composure, lowering her gaze. Mom, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter. I know what I'm doing now in a few days. My reputation should improve, so just be wary of Shen Ping from now on. She did not wish to involve her mother, knowing that the other party was the heroine of this world. Yang Fong sighed, gently patting her hand. Alright, I won't interfere, but if you need anything, know that your mother will always be behind you. Don't worry about the relationship between me and your father. Just focus on taking care of yourself. Shen Man wrapped her arm around her mother as, smiling, rest assured, Mom, I'll be just fine. The mother and daughter shared a heartfelt conversation, and as night began to fall, Shen Man led Yang Fong and Shen Mingchuan back home. Upon returning to the Shen family, they found Shen Ping already asleep, while Shen Shangshan had been waiting for their return. Noticing his sincere demeanor, Yang Fong temporarily refrained from confronting him. Shen Man, however, did not stay at the Shen residence but rode her bicycle back to her in-laws' home. Upon entering, she found the Lu family gathered for dinner. As soon as Lu Hongmei saw her, she smiled warmly and called a sister-in-law, come join us for dinner. Shen Man glanced around. Lu Zhengguo was there, as was Zhang Fengxia, who had been struck by her earlier that morning. The atmosphere in the Lu family was tense. She shook her head. No, I've already eaten. You all enjoy your meal. Just as she was about to head to her room, Lu's mother called out to her. Wait, daughter-in-law, come here. I need to talk to you. She came to a halt, yet did not proceed. Mom, is there something you wish to discuss? I'm here, listening. Mother Lu glanced at her silent second son, Lu Zhengguo, cleared her throat, and said, Zhengguo will be leaving for a few days tomorrow. Since you're not eating, could you help him pack some things? However, before she could finish, Lu Zhengguo, with a cold expression, interjected, no need. I can manage on my own. Chapter 49, Agitation. Shen Man cast a sidelong glance at the man who exuded an air of distance, then turned to Mother Lu and blinked. Mom, you heard him. He can pack by himself. I'll be returning to my room to rest. With that, she did not spare Lu Zhengguo a second glance and walked straight into her room, shutting the door behind her. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Zhengguo's gaze darkened slightly, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Mom, Dad, elder brother, and sister-in-law, please enjoy your meal. He set down his utensils and rose to follow her. The Lu family was somewhat puzzled, wondering if he was truly upset. Nevertheless, they deemed the meal more important and resumed eating. Zhang Fengxia glanced toward Shen Man's room, raising a hand to touch her swollen face. A day had passed, yet the marks had not faded, revealing the severity of Shen Man's strike. Lu Zhengguo did not knock but simply pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of smooth, fair skin, a slender waist, and under the soft light, a delicate profile. He momentarily lost his focus, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shen Man hastily covered her body with clothing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at him. What are you staring at? Hurry up and turn around. Previously, she would have opened the door for him. Today, however, he entered without a word, realizing his intrusion. Lu Zhengguo awkwardly turned his back. I'm sorry, Shen Man pouted, ignoring him as she swiftly donned her nightgown, wrapping herself in a quilt and lying down with her back to him, ready to sleep. Having spent the morning dealing with conflicts and running to 2 factories for employment paperwork, she was utterly exhausted and simply wished to rest, dismissing the man entirely from her mind. Lu Zhengguo observed her, noting her complete disinterest in engaging with him, even to the point of not bothering to scold him for reasons unknown. He felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. The small confines of the room felt stifling. He retrieved 10 large bills from his pocket and placed them on Shen Man's vanity, finding an object to hold the money down. At that moment, as Lu Zhengguo raised his head, he noticed 2 boxes of face cream on the vanity, identical to those he had arranged to be brought from Haisher, which would not arrive until the following morning. Thus, Shen Man had evidently procured this brand from elsewhere, rendering his efforts unnecessary. This realization led him to recall how she had rejected the watch he offered earlier that afternoon, her gaze so indifferent and disdainful. Was she dismissive of the gift itself or of him as the giver? Lu Zhengguo's eyes darkened, a sense of unease filling his chest as if an uncontrollable emotion had surfaced. He lowered his gaze, pulling out the women's watch he had just purchased and, after a prolonged silence, placed it along with 100 yuan on the vanity. Under the dim light, the woman lying on the bed slept soundly, occasionally kicking off the covers, revealing a glimpse of her petite legs and delicate, fair toes. The moment Lu Zhengguo placed the items down and looked up, he was met with this sight. He frowned slightly, stepping forward to cover her with the quilt again. His fingers accidentally brushed against her soft toes, sending a jolt of sensation through him, a ticklish warmth. Lu Zhengguo lowered his eyes, gently squeezing her toes, which were indeed soft and tender, entirely different from her usual demeanor. If only she could speak more softly and soften her gaze a bit. This fleeting thought crossed his mind before he quickly shook his head. No, if she were gentler, she would no longer be Shen Man after organizing the items he needed for the next morning. Lu Zhengguo went out to fetch a blanket from Mother Lu. She was somewhat surprised that the young couple did not share a blanket, but then considered it normal given her son's temperament. He felt no affection for Shen Man, only obligation, and who could predict when Shen Man might cross Zhengguo's limits, leading to a divorce. Observing their interactions tonight, it was clear that they were at odds. Mother Lu retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe and handed it to Lu Zhengguo. Zhengguo, be honest with your mother, are you considering divorce? If that is the case, I can speak to Shen Man and ask her to let you go. Lu Zhengguo accepted the blanket, his tone softened. Mom, there is no need for you to worry about my affairs with her, I'm capable of handling it. He added, please refrain from favoring my sister-in-law. Shen Man is also your daughter-in-law, you should treat them both equally. Mother Lu frowned, I favor those who are good to me. Look at your wife, she spends her days in your room without a thought for me. Her mother-in-law, you tell me, how does she resemble a proper daughter-in-law? When I asked her to help you pack, she ignored me entirely. Lu Zhengguo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Mom, it's my responsibility to pack my things. Please don't interfere in my matters with her. Since my return, Shen Man has been diligent with her household duties. He continued, the dowry she received upon entering this family was far less than that of my sister-in-law. Please don't use these issues to trouble her. Hearing such words from her son infuriated Mother Lu, and she lightly slapped him a few times. Are you still my son? Have you forgotten your mother since you got a wife? Do you not recall how she entered this family? She can hardly compare to Fingxia, and your sister-in-law is undoubtedly superior in many ways. Besides, during the years you were away, I've seen her with other men. I've treated her fairly. Had she married elsewhere, she would likely have been mistreated. Lu Zhengguo instinctively retorted, Mom, Shen Man was also a victim of deceit. She, like me, suffered. As soon as he spoke, he froze, astonished that he was defending Shen Man and fabricating excuses for her. Mother Lu, still unaware of this morning's events, looked at him with suspicion. What do you mean? How is she a victim? Wasn't it she who drugged you and climbed into your bed? Her son, who typically never lied, made her wonder if there was indeed more to the story. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhengguo replied, Mom, whatever happened in the past is behind us, now that we are married. We should not consider divorce. Please accept her as your daughter and law. No matter her shortcomings, Shen Man remained his wife. Mother Lu regarded her son for a long time before finally sighing, alright, I'll try to treat her better. Since you have no intention of divorcing, perhaps it's time to consider having children. Otherwise, if something happens to you outside, what will I do? Lu Zhengguo did not answer her question, glancing at his watch. Mom, it's getting late, you should rest early. Chapter 50. Change of attitude. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Shen Man, still in a dazed state, heard a persistent rustling sound echoing within the room. Early morning disturbances were quite vexing, prompting her to turn over in annoyance and open her eyes. She saw Lu Zhengguo packing his belongings, only then did she remember that he would be away for a few days to visit his comrades. Acknowledging his impending departure, she decided not to hold a grudge against him. Thus Shen Man turned her head and fell back into a sleepy haze. Lu Zhengguo glanced at her, just as he was about to notice her small movements. The delicate morning light filtered through the window, casting a glow upon her exceptionally beautiful profile, making her appear almost ethereal. For a fleeting moment, his heart stirred, softened by the sight, yet, recalling her past actions. That warmth quickly dissipated, leaving him feeling cold inside. Having finished packing, as he was about to leave with his bag, he instinctively turned back to glance at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed. Then, without another look, he departed. A few days away would be beneficial. Seeing her daily reminded him of Shen Man's lies that she had concocted with Gu Yang in front of everyone. As a soldier of integrity, reason dictated that he should expose her deceit, yet, in reality, he found himself unable to voice the truth to others, unable to reveal Shen Man's true nature. Perhaps this was why Gu Yang was willing to perjure himself for her sake. Although Lu Zhengguo's comrades were nearby, the distance was still significant. Departing from the county town, he could save time if he encountered a bullock cart, but if not, he would have to carry his heavy load on foot to reach the brigade. This journey could take anywhere from 1 to several days. When Shen Man awoke again, she found herself alone in the room. Lu Zhengguo had already left. She dressed and made her way to the vanity, preparing to comb her hair, only to discover a woman's watch adorned with tiny diamonds resting atop the vanity, with 10 large bills tucked underneath it. Momentarily stunned, she quickly deduced that this was the watch Lu Zhengguo had purchased yesterday. which she had declined at the time. Unexpectedly, he had left it there before his departure. As for the 100 yuan, it was intended for purchasing work supplies for Lu Hongmei. Shen Man took the money and examined the watch, which she had to admit, appeared quite exquisite. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to adorn her wrist with the watch. Upon inspecting it further, she found it fit her perfectly. If that were the case, she would wear it. At worst, she could set aside a portion of her salary each month to repay Lu Zhengguo, treating it as an advance on her consumption. As Shen Man emerged from her room, she chanced upon Zhang Fengxia, who had just risen from her slumber. Zhang Fengxia paused for a moment, then greeted her nonchalantly. Sister-in-law, you're awake. Today it's my turn to prepare the meal, and I've only just gotten up, so you might need to wait a while. Shen Man offered a faint smile. It's quite alright, I'm off work for the next few days. Take your time, sister-in-law, I'm in no rush. Oh, that's wonderful. Zhang Fengxia suddenly recalled that Shen Man had recently joined the publicity department of the machinery factory and had yet to officially report for duty, likely affording her a half-month's leave. Unlike her, who had just endured a slap to the face and was still recovering from the swelling, she must hasten back to work, then return home to prepare meals for the entire family. Lu Hongmei had risen early like Shen Man, enjoying a few days of rest before her own job began. Upon seeing Shen Man, she quickly approached. Sister-in-law, since we have some free time today, why don't we go for a stroll at the department store? This morning, her second brother had given her 50 yuan, urging her to take Shen Man out to relieve her mind. Shen Man pondered for a few seconds. Alright, let us wait until after breakfast, and I'll change my clothes. Speaking of which, since arriving here, she had yet to enjoy a leisurely outing. In the kitchen, upon overhearing the two discussing their plans, Zhang Fengxia curled her lip and mumbled a few words. They lucky, unlike me, just a mere housekeeper. Suddenly another thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with realization. My sister-in-law has a job now. It won't hinder her chances for marriage. The man she had introduced to her last time came from a well-off family. Aside from being somewhat older and having a child, he was practically flawless. Moreover, marrying a man means having someone to provide for you. A little extra age might even mean he would be more considerate. If her sister-in-law married him, the bride price would surely be substantial. Soon breakfast was ready, and the Lu family gathered to eat. Lu Mu broached the topic of work. Hongmei, when do you plan to report to the textile factory? Lu Hongmei thought for a moment. Perhaps in a few days. She could still enjoy a few days of rest, but after that, it would be difficult to find such an extended break again. Lu Mu glanced at Shen Man, who was quietly eating, and Yu's second daughter-in-law. Ever since Zhengguo had asked her for a quilt the previous night, she had suspected that the couple had yet to consummate their marriage. Zhengguo's leave was nearly over, and their relationship had not progressed. They were unwilling to divorce, which only served to agitate her as a mother. Shen Man picked up a chopstick of pickled vegetables and placed it in her bowl. In a few days. Lu Mu momentarily struggled to find the right words. Well, Zhengguo has only just returned. Can't you delay your reporting a bit? Although Zhengguo's position allowed him to bring his wife along, his return had been so hasty that he likely hadn't even applied for housing with the army yet. Even if he submitted the request now, it was uncertain when they would receive a place. And the matter of military relocation could not be rushed. Once Zhengguo left again, who knew when they would have children? Shen Man seemed to ignore Lu Mu's words, focusing instead on her meal. She understood her mother-in-law's implication. Children, however, Zhengguo had never expressed any desire in that regard, and fortuitously, she herself did not wish to entangle herself too deeply with him. Lu Mu shot Shen Man an exasperated glance. Feeling somewhat frustrated, forget it, perhaps if I mind my own business, I might live a few more years. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengxia seized the opportunity to bring up the subject of finding a match for Lu Hongmei. Hongmei, last time I tried to introduce you to someone, what did you think? Immediately realizing the other's intentions were far from benign, Lu Hongmei shook her head vigorously. I have a job now, and I'm not considering marriage. Zhang Fengxia turned her gaze to Shen Man. Sister-in-law, why don't you persuade Hongmei? She is already 17 and owes the family so much money. Marrying early means enjoying life sooner. Shen Man replied calmly. Sister-in-law, whether or not to marry is a decision for Hongmei to make herself. I believe she knows what is best. Zhang Fengxia was about to retort when she met Shen Man's gaze. Instinctively she fell silent, her face burning as if struck. Chapter 51, Return. In the following days, with Lu Zhengguo away from home, Shen Man found herself at leisure, not required to go to work. She enjoyed her time, occasionally visiting the department store or taking walks with Lu Hongmei. Whenever she felt discontented with the meals at the Lu household, she would simply turn to her mother for a chat and savor the dishes she prepared. Remarkably, no one from the Lu family sought to trouble her, and even Lu Mu had been notably kinder. As the clock neared the end of the workday, Shen Man changed her clothes and rode her bicycle to the supply and marketing cooperative to pick up her mother. Planning to purchase some items while there, however, halfway there, she spotted Lu Zhengguo conversing with Shen Ping not far off. Lu Zhengguo had his back to her, obscuring his expression, while Shen Ping faced her, smiling sweetly and occasionally lowering her head with a coy smile, suggesting their relationship was anything but ordinary. He had been gone for only a day or two, and yet here he was, Already entangled with Shen Ping, Shen Man halted, uncertain whether to approach or take a detour. Should she circumvent them, she would likely miss her mother's departure, but if she approached directly, she might intrude. After a moment's reflection, she decided to ride her bicycle past them swiftly. To hell with it, the awkwardness is not mine to bear. A familiar scent wafted through the air. Lu Zhengguo glanced up, catching sight of that familiar slender figure, instantly recognizing Shen Man, and instinctively followed her. She had just seen him but pretended not to. Shen Ping called out to him, "Brother Zhengguo, you can't catch up with her now that she is on her bicycle." In truth, she had spotted Shen Man long ago but simply wished to irk her, hence her silence. Lu Zhengguo halted, realizing, indeed, how could I have forgotten? I will verify the matters you mentioned, if they prove true. I will take action, however, if they are false. I will personally inform Gu Yang of what you said today. After warning Shen Ping, Lu Zhengguo departed, heading in the direction Shen Man had just taken. Shen Ping's expression stiffened, her resentment towards Shen Man deepening. It's no wonder. How long have they been together? He is already siding with her, even willing to believe her over me when she is involved with other men. Before long, Shen Man arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, where Yang Fong had just finished work. Initially intending to walk home, she looked up to see her daughter waving at her from atop a bicycle. "Mom, over here." Man, why are you here again? It's just a short walk home. I can manage on my own," Yang Fong chided, although her face betrayed a smile she could not conceal. Shen Man blinked. "Mom, I'm off work for now, and I find myself rather idle at home. Coming to pick you up allows me to enjoy a bit of a stroll." This was, in fact, true. On the first day Zhengguo left, she and Lu Hongmei had spent the entire day exploring, from the department store to the cinema and the park. They had done it all each time. Lu Hongmei insisted on paying, and only later did she learn that Zhengguo had given her 50 yuan to take Shen Man out for some fun. Upon discovering this, Shen Man lost her enthusiasm for outings, opting to stay home instead. After escorting Yang Fong to the Shen household, she spotted Lu Zhengguo standing outside, carrying several items. Yang Fong glanced at Shen Man. Man, look, isn't the Zhengguo, why has he come back so suddenly? Didn't you say he was away for these few days? Shen Man observed the items he held. He has returned today. He probably came to see you. It was worth noting that since his return, he had yet to formally visit her parents. This was likely tied to his indifference towards her, yet he simultaneously professed he wouldn't easily divorce her while disregarding her family. The situation was somewhat absurd. Yang Fong paused, recalling this detail. Initially, her son-in-law had addressed her as aunt. Even now, while he referred to her as mom, it still felt somewhat unusual to her ears. Lu Zhengguo also noticed the two figures, his gaze landing briefly on Shen Man before shifting to Yang Fong as he approached with the items in hand. "Mom, I just returned from outside and brought you all some things." Yang Fong smiled as she retrieved her keys to unlock the door. "You're welcome to come, but there is no need to bring so much. We're all family here." Lu Zhengguo glanced at Shen Man beside him, his tone slightly faltering. "Since I've been back, I haven't properly visited your family. It's indeed my oversight. After finishing my errands, I finally remembered to come. I've been away these days. And Man has often troubled you for assistance." Shen Man shot him a glance, surprised that Lu Zhengguo could utter such words. He usually didn't speak to her this way. Yang Fong was equally taken aback but quickly regained her composure. Understanding that men were all the same, they might claim indifference, yet when faced with a beautiful wife, they couldn't help but be swayed. "It's not about trouble. Man is my daughter. We're all family." Yang Fong welcomed them inside. "Your father hasn't returned from work yet, Zhengguo. Please sit with Man. I'll go out to buy some vegetables and prepare a meal for you." Shen Man stepped forward, linking her arm with Yang Fong's. "Mom, I'll go with you." Yang Fong gently pulled her hand away. "Zhengguo is still here. Talk to him for a bit. Be a good girl. I'll be back shortly." Having finished speaking, she left Shen Man behind and walked out the door. Shen Man thought to herself, "It's over now. Even her mother has abandoned her." At some point, Lu Zhengguo had approached her side and, in a calm tone, asked, "Do you not wish to spend time with me?" Ever since his return, her demeanor towards him had been strikingly distant, even more so than her attitude towards strangers, despite her own wrongdoing. She effortlessly feigned innocence, evoking pity, and easily persuading others to shield her from blame. Shen Man blinked, feigning seriousness as she replied, "No, you've misinterpreted my feelings." She had come to a realization, since they were unlikely to divorce in the near future, she should maintain a semblance of indifference. As long as he did not lose his temper, her attitude towards him should at least resemble that of a typical acquaintance. This way, life could continue without disruption. Chapter 52. A visit. Lu Zhengguo thought to himself, did she believe he could not see through her facade? However, reflecting on his own sometimes harsh words, it was understandable that Shen Man harbored resentment towards him. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged that his tone with her could indeed be improved. "I apologize for some of the things I said before." Shen Man raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "What did you say? Is the sun rising in the west?" Lu Zhengguo fell silent for a few seconds, offering no response. To be honest, Shen Man had many flaws in her behavior, yet she was now his wife, and he should not treat her with cold indifference. If she was in the wrong, it was his duty as a man to assist her in correcting her mistakes rather than criticize her. Observing his demeanor, Shen Man chose not to comment as they were merely cohabiting for the time being. Alright, stop standing there and take a seat. Lu Zhengguo placed the items he had brought on the table. Take a look and see if anything is missing. If it is, I can go out and buy more. He had come in a rush and perhaps some items had been overlooked. Shen Man glanced at the items. Momentarily taken aback, this person had actually put in some thought. In addition to some seasonal fruits, a bag of apples, and a bag of pears, there were several cans of fruit preserves, 2 cans of malted milk, a box of biscuits, 2 boxes of high-end snacks, 2 bottles of Maodai liquor, and a piece of ham, among other things. These items were not cheap and could almost rival her monthly salary. Some of these items even required a ticket for purchase, such as the Maodai. Realizing this, Shen Man's attitude towards Lu Zhengguo softened slightly. No need to buy anything else. This is sufficient. Lu Zhengguo looked at the items he had brought and felt that he could have included more, but given the time constraints, it would have to suffice. Before long, Shen Shangshan returned home from work. Yang Fong had specifically bought some meat today and had also packed a portion of soybean stew with pig's trotter from the state-run restaurant. Zhengguo, you're back. Oh, why did you bring so many things? You could have just come yourself. Lu Zhengguo stood up. Dad, I haven't formally visited you since I returned, so I brought some items as a gesture of goodwill. Shen Shangshan patted his shoulder and sighed. It's good that you have this intention, but you needn't bring so much. Taking care of Man Man is more important than any gifts. He understood that Zhengguo had been troubled by the events of 4 years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned and addressed them as uncle and aunt, nor would he have been indifferent towards Man Man. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhengguo nodded. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I will treat her well. He had no intention of divorcing, so Shen Man was indeed his wife. Her family was aware of his cold demeanor, which reflected poorly on him as a husband. Shen Man sat quietly, munching on sunflower seeds. And when she heard Lu Zhengguo's words, she paused, looking up at his profile. Why does he seem gentler today? Lu Zhengguo, sensing her gaze, turned slightly to meet her eyes, and in that moment, his bright, clear peach blossom eyes reflected only her image. A subtle emotion spread deep within him, tingling and electrifying, not overpowering, yet impossible to ignore. Moments later, Lu Zhengguo instinctively averted his gaze. Shen Man blinked, as if she had sensed something. Was this man actually shy? She had merely glanced at him, yet he blushed so easily. Yang Fong, noticing the exchange of glances between the young couple, couldn't help but chuckle as she pulled Shen Shangshan into the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the kitchen, Shen Shangshan, who had just been chatting amicably with Lu Zhengguo, found himself bewildered as he was drawn in. Wife, is it appropriate for me to come in while Zhengguo is still outside? Yang Fong handed him the groceries she had brought home. What good will you do standing there? Don't you see that Man Man and Zhengguo's relationship is improving? Let's not disturb the young couple. They need to cultivate their feelings on their own. Shen Zhengguo secretly peeked through the door, and indeed, he noticed the change. Zhengguo displayed more patience with Man Man than before, no longer appearing cold and expressionless. He withdrew his gaze and gave Yang Fong a thumbs up. Wife, you're impressive. I hadn't even noticed the signs, yet you did. Yang Fong sighed. Ever since Zhengguo returned, I've been worried about their relationship. Divorce is a last resort. Nowadays, it's tough for women who divorce, and they become the subject of gossip. They might even attribute the reasons for the divorce to the woman, making it harder for her to find someone new. If it can be avoided, I do not wish for them to separate. Shen Shangshan nodded in agreement, especially with the rumors surrounding Man Man. A divorce would only tarnish her reputation further. Many people do not care for the truth. They only believe the rumors. Shen Man and Lu Zhengguo sat in the living room, one munching on sunflower seeds while the other sat in silence, neither speaking. If Shen Shangshan were to come out, he would realize that the situation was quite different from what he had observed in the kitchen. Just then, Shen Mingchuan returned from school and, upon seeing Shen Man at home, rushed into her embrace. Sister, you're back. I haven't seen you in ages. Shen Man set aside her seeds and ruffled his hair. Did you forget, or did I misremember? We just saw each other yesterday. Shen Mingchuan stubbornly clung to her waist, nuzzling against her. I don't remember. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengguo watched the boy cling to Shen Man, his expression darkening. However, given his currently strained relationship with Shen Man and the fact that her family did not particularly welcome him, he felt he had no right to say anything. Shen Mingchuan caught sight of Lu Zhengguo sitting nearby and, hiding behind Shen Man, shot him a fierce glare. Sister, why is he here? After all, it was this man who had caused her to be scolded by many, and he treated her poorly, always speaking to her in a cold manner. He certainly did not want a brother-in-law like that. Shen Man glanced at Lu Zhengguo. I don't know. Why don't you ask him yourself? She had no idea he intended to visit her parents. Shen Mingchuan turned to Lu Zhengguo. What are you doing in my house? He was not naive. He knew this man had married his sister but had not treated her well. And now, on a late evening, he had allowed his family to bully her, forcing her to return home alone. Lu Zhengguo assessed Shen Mingchuan and had to admit that the siblings bore a striking resemblance, especially in their temperaments, both accustomed to deflecting blame and being unreasonable. Lu Zhengguo looked at the woman casually munching sunflower seeds, his tone momentarily faltering. I came to see your sister. Shen Mingchuan immediately exploded with anger, glaring at him fiercely. I won't allow it. You're a bad person. You only know how to bully my sister. Last time, I even heard you say my sister was scheming and unworthy of Guyang. Chapter 53, expelled. As those words escaped his lips, Lu Zhengguo's body stiffened. He instinctively looked at Shen Man, opening his mouth to explain but finding himself at a loss for words. These were indeed words he had uttered. Shen Man was taken aback. While she knew Lu Zhengguo did not like her, she had not anticipated that he would speak ill of her behind her back, even letting Mingchuan overhear. At that moment, Shen Mingchuan dashed behind Lu Zhengguo shouting, "Dad, Mom, why don't you kick him out? Are you going to let him bully my sister like this?" Lu Zhengguo fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Shangshan and Yang Fong had already positioned themselves behind him. Both wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with coldness as they regarded Lu Zhengguo, evidently having overheard his earlier remarks. Just then, Shen Ping returned home and, having caught wind of the commotion, took a seat beside Shen Man. A look of amusement on her face as she began to stoke the flames. "Zhengguo, I'm not criticizing you, but even if my sister has her shortcomings, how can you speak ill of your own wife to others?" "Sister, don't be angry. Zhengguo didn't mean it." Shen Man ignored her, continuing to crack sunflower seeds as if unaffected by the situation. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brows, an inexplicable irritation rising within him. Initially, his intention had been to expose Shen Man's true nature in front of Gu Yang, hoping to disillusion him, although what he said was true. Hearing it brought to light in front of Shen Man left him feeling unsettled. Yang Fong's expression darkened, but she did not wish to escalate matters further. Knowing that the only ones who would suffer would be her daughter, taking a deep breath, she forced down her anger. "Husband, throw all these items out. We do not need them. One cannot afford the gifts of others." Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Shangshan nodded and declared, "Very well, I shall go at once." With that, he strode forward, clutching the items that Lu Zhengguo had purchased that day, poised to discard them. At that moment, however, Lu Zhengguo rose and spoke in a solemn tone, "Dad, Mom, this situation is my fault, and your anger is justified, yet the items are innocent. Please keep them, and I shall take my leave." Upon uttering these words, Lu Zhengguo glanced at Shen Man, only to find that she had not regarded him even once. For reasons he could not fathom, a sense of gloom settled in his heart. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on this emotion and departed from the Shen household. After Lu Zhengguo had left, Shen Shangshan, still holding the items, turned to his wife and asked, "What shall we do with these?" Although their family was relatively well off, it seemed a pity to discard such fine goods. Yang Fong waved her hand dismissively, "We'll return them to the Lu family later. We wouldn't want them to say that the Shen family is selling off their daughter." Yang Fong approached Shen Man, wiping her tears with one hand while grasping her wrist with the other. Man, is this how he treats you regularly? Why didn't you tell me? Her poor daughter, how could she have chosen such a man? She had thought Lu Zhengguo to be a decent fellow, but now he seemed utterly inferior to Gu Yang. Had Shen Man listened to her and married Gu Yang, she might have had children by now. Shen Man sighed and took her mother's hand. "Mom, you know he has always held a grudge about me marrying him, coupled with the rumors circulating outside. He thinks ill of me, and I am aware of this. I just did not anticipate that he would speak of me so disparagingly in private." Nearby, Shen Ping smirked, thinking to herself that today had indeed been a splendid spectacle. She had once believed Lu Zhengguo to be quite fond of Shen Man, enduring humiliation for her sake, but now it appeared otherwise. Such grievances were intolerable for Shen Man. The dissolution of their marriage was inevitable. She awaited the day when Shen Man would be cast aside by Lu Zhengguo, becoming a discarded woman, looked down upon by all. Yang Fong, listening to her daughter's words, felt a surge of anger. Man, do not worry, I will make this right. Shortly, your father and I will return all the items that Lu Zhengguo brought today. Just to vent our frustrations, however, she recognized that, as her daughter was still Lu's wife, it was unwise to escalate matters to an irretrievable point. Shen Man's reputation had improved significantly, and if Lu Zhengguo's words were to spread, her name would be tarnished once more. In such matters, it was always the woman who bore the brunt of the consequences. Despite her anger, Yang Fong maintained a semblance of rationality, while seeking justice for her daughter. She also needed to protect her reputation. Seeing her mother's distress, Shen Man wished to speak up but remembered that Shen Ping was present. Some things could not be divulged in her presence. She grasped Yang Fong's hand and led her into her room, locking the door behind them. "Mom, please listen to me. We should not escalate today's incident. If it becomes too big, I will be the one to suffer the most. In this era, such an uproar has little impact on men, but for women, it can be utterly devastating. Regardless, my divorce from him is a foregone conclusion. I have no affection for him and care little for his opinion of me. As long as it does not disrupt my life. However, what Lu Zhengguo did was indeed wrong. I will handle it and ensure he pays for his words. You and Dad need not worry too much. You know I am not one to tolerate humiliation." Hearing her daughter's analysis, Yang Fong's composure gradually returned. Upon reflection, her daughter was right, although Shen Man's reputation had improved considerably after Gu Yang's testimony. There were still those who would spread rumors, eager to sully her name because of her beauty. Man, since you were destined for divorce, why not do it now? At 20, you are still young and can easily find someone else. Naturally, she was waiting for 3 years until the college entrance exams resumed with the reforms. By then, no one would care about the divorce. Most importantly, no one would use her tarnished reputation to insult her mother for failing to raise her properly. This was something she could not abide. However, such sentiments could not be shared with her mother at present. Shen Man paused to contemplate a suitable excuse to placate her mother. "Mom, do you remember that woman from our compound who returned to her family after her divorce? They truly cared for her and supported her, yet the neighbors spread rumors about her that were far worse than my previous scandal. She was once a cheerful girl, but after a few years of being subjected to slander, she has been driven to madness. If I could, I would also prefer to divorce now, but I do not wish to end up like her. Perhaps if Lu Zhengguo and I are given some time, our marriage might be salvageable. If it cannot be in a few years, times will change, and people's attitudes toward divorced women may become more forgiving." Chapter 54. Arrival at the Lu household. Observing her carefully nurtured daughter, who had become so cautious in her words and actions after marriage, Yang Fong could not help but shed tears, her eyes reddening. Man, you have suffered. An unhappy marriage inevitably burdens a woman with restrictions and limitations. Yang Fong gently stroked Shen Man's head, contemplating once more, and nevertheless, she felt it necessary to assert herself. She could not allow anyone to bully her daughter. "You have your father and me behind you. We must confront the Lu family today and return all the items Lu Zhengguo brought. We do not need them." Shen Man nodded in agreement. "All right, I will take you both with me." She understood that if her mother did not vent her frustrations today, it would linger in her mind, preventing her from sleeping soundly at night. Yang Fong smiled. "Just wait and see how I handle that family." Previously, she had thought that the initial events were her daughter's fault, and that Lu Zhengguo was the victim. Thus, even when he returned and referred to her and her husband as aunt and uncle, she felt uncomfortable but said nothing. However, now that she recognized her daughter as a victim, her feelings toward Lu Zhengguo had soured. The past events were not her daughter's scheming. Why should he place all the blame on her? Shen Man could not help but smile, resting her head on her mother's shoulder. Feeling grateful for her presence, the greatest joy in her life was having a mother like hers. In her previous life, her mother had passed away early due to illness, and she had missed the chance to see her one last time due to traffic. To her surprise, after arriving in this world, she found her mother again, unchanged in every way. Yang Fong patted Shen Man's head. "Having you makes it all worthwhile." Growing up in the countryside, she had endured her parents' preference for sons over daughters. She had always longed to provide her daughter with everything she had been denied, to ensure her daughter experienced the happiness she had missed. When she was pregnant, everyone hoped for a son, but she alone wished for a daughter, and fortunately she had given birth to a beautiful girl. Soon, Shen Man led Shen Shangshan and Yang Fong, carrying the items left behind by Lu Zhengguo, to the Lu household. Upon entering the workers' compound of the mechanical factory where the Lu family resided, many people noticed the trio and the valuable items they bore. It was just the right time, as many were returning from work. The sight of Yang Fong and Shen Shangshan with so many expensive items drew considerable attention and gossip. "Look, why are Yang Fong and her family bringing so many good things? They must be for the Lu family." "Indeed, just look at what she's holding, a large ham. That must be worth a fortune, and she has Mao Tai too. That liquor isn't cheap, costing $50 or $60 a bottle, and it even comes with a ticket. Look at what Shen Shangshan is carrying. I saw those premium pastries last time I passed by that fancy pastry shop. They're at least $50 or $60 a box, and he seems to have more than one. Goodness, the Shen family is really generous. All these items must be quite valuable. Some of these things are hard to come by. Even if you have money, you need tickets for some. Say, if Shen Man had married into our family, would these items have belonged to us? You? Forget it, just look at your son compared to Shen Man." Hearing the murmurings around her, Yang Fong realized that they had already achieved part of their objective for the day. The real drama awaited them at the Lu household with Lu Zhengguo. She was determined to make sure Lu Zhengguo faced a silent defeat while also delivering a firm lesson to the Lu family. Yang Fong leaned closer to Shen Man and whispered, Man, just remain silent when we arrive. Watch for my signals. Once I give you a nod, you can come over and suggest that we head home, reminding me to be considerate of their feelings. After your father and I leave, ignore Lu Zhengguo completely, treat him as if he were invisible, and do not forgive him easily. If he exhibits a foul temper or displays an unsatisfactory attitude towards you, feign shedding tears in his presence, disregarding him and sulking in silence. The predicament today is indeed his fault. After executing this series of actions, rest assured he will not only swallow his pride but also harbor feelings of guilt towards you. She has come to realize that Lu Zhengguo has evidently developed some feelings for her daughter, though he remains blissfully unaware. Although not profound, it is sufficient for today. Upon hearing these words, Shen Man instantly comprehended her mother's intentions. She couldn't help but give her mother a thumbs up. Indeed, it must be her mother who orchestrated this. Armed with Lu Zhengguo's gifts, specifically designed to target the Lu family, they would play contrasting roles, with one acting the villain and the other the innocent, and given Lu Zhengguo's character, he would undoubtedly refrain from exposing the situation on the spot. This maneuver not only bolstered her standing but also served as a warning to both the Lu family and Lu Zhengguo. Soon, a group carrying an array of valuable gifts arrived at the Lu residence, attracting quite a few onlookers along the way. Upon reaching the Lu household, Shen Man stepped forward first, producing her keys to unlock the door. Inside, the Lu family was gathered for dinner, and Lu Zhengguo was present as well. Upon seeing Shen Man enter, he was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing she would not return today. In the next moment, Yang Feng and Shen Xiangshan entered, burdened with numerous items. The Lu family was instantly stunned. It was Lu's mother and father who first regained their composure, promptly rising to speak. "In-laws, dear mother-in-law, why did you come without a word? We ain't prepared any meals, and now we've failed to host you properly. Hongmei, go to the kitchen and prepare more dishes. Fengsha, please buy some cooked food from outside." Yang Feng surveyed the Lu household and finally focused her gaze on Lu's mother. "Dear mother-in-law, there is no need to prepare a meal. We came here not to eat. Shangshan Man, please place down the items we brought. Let us nourish our in-laws." The Lu family instinctively turned their eyes, utterly astonished as the items they carried were placed on their table, soon cluttering it entirely. At that moment, Lu Zhengguo recognized the items. They were all gifts he had prepared earlier to visit the Shen family. He furrowed his brow slightly, lifting his gaze to Shen Man. Chapter 55, Agreement. Shen Man stood beside Yang Feng, avoiding the man's gaze, refusing to look at him. Truth be told, although she was aware that Lu Zhengguo harbored no feelings for her, she had never anticipated that he would speak of her in such a manner to another man. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened as his gaze remained fixed on Shen Man. Lu's father and mother were taken aback by the lavish gifts, simultaneously feeling both astonished and somewhat flattered. "In-laws, dear mother-in-law, why bring such a bounty? This must have cost a fortune." Although the two families were in-laws, their interactions had been sparse since the incident 4 years ago. Maintaining a mere superficial relationship, Yang Feng interjected nonchalantly, "It didn't cost much. We brought these items to ensure certain individuals understand that our man is not to be underestimated. 4 years ago, my daughter was also a victim, and we possess evidence to support this. I hope you grasp this clearly and refrain from using external rumors to harm her." After saying this, she cast a pointed glance at the man standing nearby. "Isn't that right, Zhengguo?" Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a long moment before nodding. Yang Feng's words were clearly intended as a reprimand. He lifted his gaze once more to the woman standing beside Yang Feng. Shen Man sensed his gaze but chose to ignore him. After all, she held no expectations for the man and did not wish to curry his favor. Faced with Yang Feng's veiled remarks, Lu's mother and father were momentarily taken aback. Who in this household could ever gain the upper hand against Shen Man? She could easily counter any slight with a sharp retort, even to her mother-in-law, who had endured her own share of Shen Man's ire. Lu's mother's expression darkened, her tone turning unfriendly. "Dear mother-in-law, if you've come to visit, we welcome you, but if you've come to stir trouble, I am afraid we're having dinner and cannot attend to you. Please take these items back. Our Lu family has no need for them." Zhang Fengsha gazed at the heap of gifts with wide eyes and quickly interjected, "Mom, what are you saying? We are in-laws. They've traveled a long way, and it's improper to speak to them this way." Faced with her eldest daughter-in-law's interruption, Lu's mother turned an alarming shade of red and green, clearly infuriated. "Am I your mother-in-law or are you mine? What a disgrace!" Yang Feng glanced at Zhang Fengsha and couldn't help but chuckle. "Dear mother-in-law, it seems your eldest daughter-in-law understands the rules. We brought so many gifts out of goodwill to visit your family, yet you not only fail to appreciate it but also wish to send us away. One might think you look down upon what we've brought today, allowing outsiders to mock you." Lu's mother's expression darkened further, wanting to retort, but upon glancing up, she noticed the walls of her yard were already teeming with onlookers drawn by the commotion. If she were to chase these individuals away, rumors would soon spread throughout the neighborhood about how the Lu family was ungrateful and ill-tempered. Lu's father tugged at her sleeve, looking up at Yang Feng and Shen Xiangshan. "In-laws, dear mother-in-law, please come inside and sit. Next time, don't bring so many items. We have everything we need at home." He then turned to glare at his second son. "Zhengguo, what is wrong with you today? Your in-laws are here, and yet you're not rushing to offer them a seat and invite them to dine with us." His father was perplexed by Zhengguo's odd behavior since returning home. He had been acting strangely, and now that his wife's family had come, there was no sign of him taking any action, suggesting he truly harbored no affection for Shen Man. Lu Zhengguo nodded, turning to fetch chairs, placing them beside the dining table. "Mom and Dad, please sit down first. I'll get some water for you." After saying this, he grasped Shen Man's hand and strode into the kitchen. Shen Man was taken aback, struggling against his grip, but fearing her parents' concern, she allowed him to hold her hand tightly. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Lu Zhengguo immediately released her hand. "Shen Man, you shouldn't have escalated matters to this extent today. The situation between them should not have involved their parents. She shouldn't have brought her parents along, making everyone uncomfortable." Lu Hongmei, who was cooking nearby, could no longer stand by. "Second brother, what is this? No matter what, you ought to treat your sister-in-law better than this." She understood he disliked his second sister-in-law, but his attitude was excessively harsh. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened. "Shen Man, you truly know how to win people over." Previously Hongmei had detested her, yet now, only a few days later, she was defending her. Shen Man rubbed her wrist, reddened from his grip, and coldly laughed. "Lu Zhengguo, Don't forget, it was you who spoke ill of me first. I don't believe my actions today were in any way inappropriate. If you cannot endure this slight, did you consider my predicament when you were the one wronging me? After speaking, she didn't spare him a glance, bypassing the two of them and leaving the kitchen. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened further, exuding an air of chill. Was she now so weary of even glancing at him? Lu Hongmei nudged Lu Zhengguo, second brother. You ought to go after her. Sister-in-law has already endured enough hardships in our home. 4 years ago, she was also a victim, just like him, and he should not unleash his anger upon her. You re unaware of the circumstances. During these years at home, the eldest sister-in-law and mother have repeatedly bullied her, accusing her of seducing men. Sister-in-law has often suffered because of this, and she has endured countless looks of disdain and scorn. If it were me, after being wronged for so many years and receiving cold treatment from my husband, I would have likely ended my own life long ago. It's truly remarkable that sister-in-law has managed to persevere through it all. Chapter 56, Reconciliation. After hearing these words, Lu Zhengguo fell silent, beginning to reflect upon his actions. Shen Man had erred, but so much time had passed, she had paid a significant price for the incident involving seduction. Perhaps he should consider her perspective and empathize with her. Shen Man's motives for instructing Gu Yang to provide false testimony to clear her name were merely to prevent those around her from pointing fingers. She was not as calculating as he had imagined. Everything she did was simply for self-preservation. Seeing her second brother in this state, Lu Hongmei understood he had been convinced. Second brother, think about it. Sister-in-law has not committed any heinous acts. The marriage 4 years ago, born of circumstance, might even be considered a blessing. My second sister-in-law is far more beautiful than that Shen Ping, and she is surrounded by so many admirers. If she hadn't encountered that unfortunate incident, you would never have stood a chance. Lu Hongmei pushed the person out, and if you don't treat her well now, what will you do when my sister-in-law decides she's had enough of you? Aren't you going to go out and appease her? She has truly exhausted herself over the relationship of this couple, were it not for the kindness shown to her by these two. She wouldn't be so weary. Just as Lu Zhengguo was about to leave, he turned back to brew a pot of tea. In the living room, Yang Fong was still there, conversing with Lu Mu and Zhang Fengxia. While Shen Man sat quietly beside her, Shen Shangshan was drinking with Lu Fu and Lu Zhengbing. In-laws, your house is simply too small. Although Man and Zhengguo have been married for over 4 years, they have hardly spent much time alone together. It's essential for the young couple to live independently to cultivate their relationship. Have you never considered buying them a place outside? Lu Mu's expression stiffened. And before she could respond, Zhang Fengxia could no longer contain herself. Look at you, Aunt. I've been married for so many years, and I still live with my in-laws. As a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. If I can live here, why can't my sister-in-law? Are you suggesting that our marriage is any less legitimate? After saying this, she turned to the silent Shen Man, asking, Sister-in-law, did you teach Aunt to say this? Or did she come up with it herself? Initially, considering the numerous gifts they brought, she intended to treat Shen Man's family with a bit more courtesy. However, the words spoken were utterly disrespectful to her as the eldest sister-in-law. Yang Fong tugged at Shen Man, signaling her to remain silent and let her handle the situation. Shen Man understood her mother's intention and quietly sat still, knowing her mother would ensure her interests were protected. Yang Fong coldly replied, You Lu family still have the audacity to speak. When Man got married, you only offered a bride price of 200 yuan, which was actually paid by Lu Zhengguo himself. Not a single cent came from your family, yet you gained a daughter-in-law to serve your entire household. I wouldn't even let my daughter step into the kitchen, yet you all start to criticize her when she adds a bit too much rice while cooking. I remember when you married your eldest daughter-in-law, not only did you give her 200 yuan in bride price, but you also provided her with a job. Yet when it comes to my daughter, you offered nothing and still bully her. Zhang Fengxia nearly swallowed her retort. It was true, when she married into the Lu family, they had indeed offered her more than they had to Shen Man. Especially the job at the machinery factory, which was a formal position with a decent monthly salary. Shen Man, on the other hand, received nothing from the family apart from the 200 yuan from Lu Zhengguo's own pocket. Lu Mu's expression faltered, and she dared not counter this point. The truth was undeniable. Back then, Shen Man's reputation was tarnished, leaving her no choice but to marry Zhengguo, and thus the family never intended to contribute financially. Yang Fong cast a glance at both women, feeling a bitter amusement within her. With such a family-in-law, even if her son-in-law were exceptionally capable, she would still prefer her daughter not to marry into the Lu family. She had initially been drawn to the Gu family, whose circumstances and values were far superior to those of the Lu family, especially since Gu's parents were open-minded and clearly not the type to mistreat their daughter-in-law. Marrying into the Gu family would mean no rivalry with sisters-in-law, making it an ideal choice for a family-in-law. Even if Gu Yang was not as capable as Lu Zhengguo, it was hardly a significant issue. Lu Zhengguo brought the prepared tea to Yang Fong. Mom, please have some tea first. If there's anything to discuss, I'll address it when I visit you and Dad tomorrow. He understood that their visit today was primarily to defend Shen Man's honor. This issue was initiated by him, and thus he felt it was his responsibility to resolve it personally. Although Yang Fong initially hesitated to accept the tea, she reconsidered, realizing that Lu Zhengguo and Man were still husband and wife. And it wouldn't do to escalate matters further. She took the cup but set it aside without drinking. Lu Zhengguo noticed her cold demeanor, which he had anticipated. Mom, I acknowledge my mistake regarding that matter. I should not have treated Man in that manner. I will provide her with an explanation, and when I visit you and Dad tomorrow, I will also clarify things with you both. I promise to rectify the shortcomings from our marriage 4 years ago promptly. The essential items will not be lacking, and I will compensate her for everything she already possesses, including her job. Yang Fong felt a slight satisfaction at his words. The total value of the 3 essential items and the job amounted to over 1,000 yuan. However, her satisfaction hinged on Lu Zhengguo's attitude tomorrow. She exchanged a glance with Shen Man, who instantly understood it was her time to step in. Grabbing her mother's hand, with teary eyes, she pleaded, "All right, Mom, let's leave it at that." There's no need to say more. With this single statement, she vividly portrayed a woman who had endured countless grievances in her in-laws' home yet still bore no ill will, seeking to defend her future family. Even Yang Fong nearly believed her daughter was genuinely trying to alleviate the Lu family's burdens, not to mention the rest of the Lu family. Lu Zhengguo's gaze towards Shen Man grew increasingly complex, prompting him to reflect on whether he had indeed been too heartless towards her. Lu Mu felt a twinge of emotion, realizing she should treat the second daughter-in-law a bit better. She wasn't as terrible as others claimed. At least she understood the importance of maintaining family harmony. Zhang Fingxia, though surprised, couldn't suppress her disdain for Shen Man. It was astonishing that with her mother treating her so well, buying so many gifts and coming to her defense, Shen Man still managed to pull her down. She was grateful not to have a daughter. Had she given birth to such a girl, she would have considered putting her in line. Yang Fong's gaze towards Shen Man was tinged with disappointment. Yet ultimately unable to resist her daughter's pleas, she relented towards the Lu family. Clearing her throat, she concluded, "Fine, I will let it go today for my daughter's sake, but if I discover any further bullying towards my daughter, I will not let anyone off so easily." With that, Yang Fong called for Xin Shanshan and departed from the Lu family home. Before leaving, she pulled Shen Man aside for a thorough admonition. Chapter 57. Illness. That night, Lu Zhengguo sat at his desk, appearing to read, yet he frequently glanced at the woman beside him. Shen Man was at the vanity, meticulously combing her hair from roots to tips. Completely unaware of his gaze, under the soft yellow light, each strand of her hair seemed to radiate light, accentuating her delicate profile, making her skin appear even more exquisite. The coldness of the day had faded, replaced by a gentle warmth. Unconsciously, Lu Zhengguo found himself lost in thought, unable to tear his eyes away, even neglecting the book in his hands. How had he never noticed this softer side of Shen Man? She was not as prickly as she presented herself before him. Perhaps due to the events of 4 years prior, he had cultivated a considerable prejudice against her, subjecting her to unfair treatment. Lu Zhengguo fell silent for a moment, about to apologize for today's events. However, to his surprise, Shen Man climbed into bed, turning her back to him and falling asleep without even glancing his way. As if he were non-existent in the room, his expression shifted slightly. Thinking she was upset with him for today's incident and thus chose to ignore him, he set down his book and rose to wash up, soon returning with the intention of climbing into bed. Yet, his arm inadvertently brushed against her neck. Feeling an unusual heat, realizing something was amiss, Lu Zhengguo instinctively reached to touch Shen Man's forehead, confirming she was indeed running a fever. This was unexpected, as she had seemed perfectly fine just a short while ago. He pulled the blanket over her and stood up, intending to fetch some fever-reducing medicine, but before he could move, she grasped his hand tightly, unwilling to let him go. In her dazed state, enveloped in darkness, Shen Man heard someone calling her name. She wanted to respond but found herself unable to speak, only able to cling to him, pleading for him not to leave. She was afraid of the dark, unwilling to be alone in such a cold and shadowy place. In her desperation to keep him close, she wrapped her arms around him, determined not to let him slip away. Lu Zhengguo's body tensed at her unexpected embrace, a wave of heat coursing through him. He looked down at the woman who had nestled into his arms, her hands firmly around his waist, her petite face flushed slightly, rubbing against his chest like a small kitten, soft and delicate, capable of melting anyone's heart. Don't go. This was a stark contrast to Shen Man's usual demeanor before him, where she often displayed a haughty and domineering attitude. Now she appeared fragile, wronged, and helpless, as if in that moment she had shed her protective armor to reveal her tender side, evoking a surge of compassion within him. A wave of guilt washed over Lu Zhengguo. He couldn't help but ponder whether his words had deeply wounded Shen Man, stripping her of her sense of security and causing her sudden fever. Instinctively, he drew her soft body closer, whispering, "Don't worry, I won't leave, I'm just going to get you some medicine." In her foggy state, Shen Man felt as if she had returned to her own bed, cradling her beloved stuffed bear, sinking into a peaceful slumber. She clung more tightly to the man's robust waist, her small face nuzzling against his chest, a faint smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Lu Zhengguo rubbed his brow in exasperation, gently prying her hands away. She was still burning with fever and needed medication. Not be ye good, let go first, and I shall fetch you some medicine. His deep, resonant voice resonated in Shen Man's ears. Rousing her to a semblance of awareness, she pushed herself up from his embrace, blinking up at him with eyes that seemed to hold only his reflection. This pair of bright, clear eyes appeared to contain his figure alone. Lu Zhengguo felt an involuntary flush creep up his ears, his heart racing unexpectedly. He awkwardly averted his gaze, instinctively raising his hand to shield Shen Man's eyes. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, her soft hand forcefully swatted his away. Why are you blocking my view? That's rude. Lu Zhengguo's expression momentarily froze, taken aback by her audacity to sulk despite her high fever. His tone softened. Rare for him. Alright, I should be the one to apologize. Just let me go so I can get you some medicine. While soothing the woman nestled against him, he gently pried her hands from his waist. Time was of the essence. He could not allow her to become delirious from the fever. This time, Shen Man ceased her protests, blinking obediently as Lu Zhengguo carefully extricated her from his grasp and tucked her snugly beneath the covers. The night, already on the brink of autumn, remained oppressively warm. Exacerbated by the fact that the man had draped his own blanket over her. In her drowsy state, Shen Man found it unbearably hot, beads of sweat trickling down her body. She struggled to kick off the suffocating covers. It's so hot, I don't want the blanket. Lu Zhengguo rubbed his brow, casting a glance at the restless woman on the bed. He then turned to retrieve some fever-reducing medication from his luggage. Pouring some hot water from the thermos before bringing it to her bedside, after taking the medicine, Shen Man quickly succumbed to sleep, her body slick with perspiration, the strands of hair on her forehead dampened. Her flushed face increasingly enchanting. Lu Zhengguo's heart raced wildly, and the air around him felt stifling, as if he were struggling to breathe. When he finally regained his composure, he realized he was drenched in sweat. A restless fire still simmering within him, suppressing his discomfort, he tucked Shen Man in properly before striding out of the room, heading to the courtyard where he doused himself with a bucket of water. Yet, for reasons unknown, the agitation in his heart only intensified, becoming increasingly unbearable. In the dead of night, Lu Zhengbing awoke to use the restroom and was startled to find a tall, dark silhouette standing in the courtyard. Droplets of liquid falling to the ground, the sound of splashing, coupled with heavy breathing, was eerily unsettling. Terrified, Lu Zhengbing's eyes widened, his legs buckling beneath him as he fell to the ground, just as he was about to cry out. The last remnants of his awareness stifled him, and he quickly clamped a hand over his mouth to avoid alarming the shadowy figure. Lu Zhenguo, hearing the commotion, instinctively turned to look. His vision was sharp even in the darkness, and he quickly recognized the figure on the ground as his elder brother. Brother, are you all right? Lu Zhenguo furrowed his brow slightly, setting down the wooden bucket and approaching with purposeful strides, hearing the familiar voice. Lu Zhengbing patted his chest, relief washing over him as he scrambled to his feet. Zhengguo, what are you doing outside at this hour? You nearly scared me to death. Had it been anyone else, they would have been terrified beyond belief. Seeing his brother was unharmed, Lu Zhengguo chose not to respond, turning to head back inside and change his clothes. Hey, don't just leave, I have something to ask you. Wait, Lu Zhengbing hurriedly pursued him, calling him back. What is it? What else could it be? We haven't had a good chat in ages. Since you seem unable to sleep, why not sit with me for a bit in the courtyard? Lu Zhengguo paused, contemplating. Ever since joining the military, he and his brother had not shared a private conversation in quite some time. Seeing his acquiescence, Lu Zhengbing clapped him on the shoulder. Just wait, I'll grab a couple of stools and some good wine I've stashed away. Let's have a drink. Just as Lu Zhengguo was about to decline, his brother had already dashed off. Moments later, they sat beneath a tree in the courtyard, each holding a bowl filled with wine. Lu Zhengbing gazed up at the pitch-black sky, silence enveloping them. Zhengguo, despite the years apart, our brotherly bond remains unchanged. I want to apologize on behalf of my wife regarding the incident a few days ago. She tends to overthink, but her heart is kind, especially her incessant chatter. She can't seem to stop talking to anyone she meets. Lu Zhengguo remained silent, lifting his bowl to his lips, downing the fiery liquid in one go. The sharp taste exploded in his mouth. Although it was not particularly strong wine, it felt especially harsh today. Brother, you need not apologize on her behalf. Shen Man is my wife now, and however she is treated by your wife reflects on me as well. Please tell her to refrain from causing trouble for Shen Man in the future. As for matters between men, fists would suffice to resolve them. With that, Lu Zhengguo rose, leaving no glance backward at the man still seated. Lu Zhengbing hurried after him. Zhengguo, that's not what I meant. Why should their disputes involve us men? Don't take it this way. It weighs on my heart. Regrettably, Lu Zhengguo had little interest in hearing such sentiments. He never imagined that, in just a few short years, their lives would diverge so dramatically after both had established their own families. Perhaps, during his absence, Shen Man had indeed suffered due to his family's influence. The actions she had taken were likely born of necessity, not malice, merely an attempt to improve her circumstances. Upon returning home, he glanced at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, her fever seemingly subsiding as he touched her forehead, which was no longer as hot. It seemed her fever was gradually retreating. After taking a cold shower in the courtyard, his pants were soaked. Lu Zhengguo changed into fresh clothes, intending to get into bed. only to find that Shen Man had completely claimed the space. Her delicate, fair legs sprawled across his sleeping spot. As he reached out, his hand brushed against her soft, smooth skin, and without anyone noticing, he quickly withdrew it, his ears flushing crimson, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. The darkness concealed his intentions. He had not meant to trespass. Just then, Shen Man turned over, placing a hand on Lu Zhengguo's abdomen. His body tensed once more, instinctively holding his breath, as if he were a taut bowstring, afraid to move lest he provoke a reaction. Throughout the night, Lu Zhengguo wrestled with an overwhelming heat, beads of sweat forming anew, rendering his earlier shower futile. The following morning, everyone in the Lu household was gathered at the dining table save for Shen Man, whose absence was noted. Zhengguo, why haven't you gone to wake your wife? It's time for breakfast, and look at the hour. Lu Mu cast a glance at the empty chair, unable to contain her disapproval. Whose daughter-in-law sleeps so soundly? The in-laws are about to head to work, and she remains in bed. Zhang Fingxia, placing a piece of pickled vegetable in Lu Mu's bowl, interjected. Mom, there's no need to criticize your daughter-in-law. Zhengguo hasn't complained, so let's not meddle in their affairs. Lu Mu regarded her with surprise. It was unusual for the elder daughter-in-law to speak in defense of the younger, given their history of discord. Zhengguo, Shen Man was running a high fever last night. She still has a slight fever this morning. She needs to rest, Lu Zhengguo replied solemnly. Lu Mu's brow furrowed momentarily. Sick? Has her fever subsided? Perhaps you should take her to the hospital. She had not expected her daughter-in-law to fall ill so suddenly, and in light of this, her earlier comments felt inappropriate. Lu Zhengguo nodded in agreement. Though Shen Man's fever had already begun to wane the previous night, it was merely the exhaustion of a restless night that warranted her continued rest. Suddenly Lu Mu recalled something. Not be why the way Ai Hong is coming to our house today. Zhengguo, are you free? If you have no plans, why not stay home while I go out to buy some groceries? Lu Zhengguo nodded. I have no plans today. Zhang Fingxia inquired curiously. Mom, who is Ai Hong? Why do you need to buy groceries for her? Having been part of the family for many years, she had never heard this name before. Ai Hong is a distant niece of mine. Though she lives in the countryside, she has always been sweet and charming. She even stayed with us for a while during her childhood, despite the years apart. She still sends me letters during the holidays, Lu Mu explained with a smile, her affection for Ai Hong evident in her expression. Oh Zhengguo, do you remember when you were young Ai Hong said she wanted to stay with me and would grow up to be my daughter-in-law? When I asked her whom she liked, she clung to your leg, declaring she wanted to marry you when she grew up. Recalling those memories, Lu Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Zhengguo's expression dimmed. Mom, that was long ago. I am already married, why bring that up? There's no need for such talk. Lu's father wore a somewhat cold expression, directly setting down his chopsticks after being warned by the Shen family yesterday. Had he not yet learned his lesson? Did he require another visit from them, to have the honor of the Lu family trampled into the ground once more before he would be satisfied? Lu's mother also realized her words were inappropriate and offered a sheepish smile. Look at my mouth. I was just joking. It's been so many years, and back then, it was merely in jest. Chapter 59, Distant Relatives. After finishing their meal, the members of the Lu family gradually set out for work. In recent days, Lu Hongmei had also returned to her job. Shen Man, having slept soundly until midday, yawned and stretched just as she was about to change clothes and get out of bed. She noticed she was drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. It then struck her that she seemed to have had a fever last night. In her hazy state, someone had fed her antipyretics and tucked her under the covers, resulting in a night of incessant sweating. Thus she now felt quite miserable. Shen Man glanced at her watch. At this hour, nearly all the Lu family members were at work, and typically only Lu's mother or occasionally Lu Zhengguo would be home. She decided to don her nightgown and head to the kitchen to boil some hot water for a bath. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped outside, she heard a voice unfamiliar to her. Zhengguo, this must be your sister-in-law, right? Shen Man halted in her tracks, coming face to face with Lu Zhengguo and the owner of that voice. The woman, with a delicate appearance and a sweet smile, possessed a healthy wheat-colored complexion and remarkably bright eyes, complete with two charming dimples. When she smiled, Lu Ai Hong extended her hand with a smile, saying, Sister-in-law, hello. My name is Ai Hong, and I may disturb you for a while. Shen Man shook her hand in return. Hello, I am Shen Man. Lu Zhengguo reintroduced them. Ai Hong is my mother's distant niece, and she will be staying with us for a time. He added, this is my wife. Ai Hong, just call her sister-in-law. Lu Ai Hong observed Shen Man in her nightgown and slightly disheveled hair and glanced outside at the blazing sun. Sister-in-law, it's already midday, why are you just getting up? In their rural community, a daughter-in-law who slept until noon would be scolded, not only by her mother-in-law but also by the other women in the village who would gossip about her laziness. Shen Man immediately perceived the underlying implication in her words. She replied nonchalantly, I had a fever and have been in a daze after taking medicine. Lu Ai Hong's expression stiffened, and she quickly apologized. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I tend to speak my mind without thinking. I didn't mean to imply you were lazy. I was merely asking. I didn't realize you were unwell. Shen Man waved her hand to interrupt. I understand. If there is nothing else, I need to go boil some hot water for my bath. Boiling water would take some time, and she had initially intended to do that before freshening up. However, she had unexpectedly encountered these two. Just as she was about to turn away, Lu Aihong bit her lip hesitantly. Zhengguo, you don't think sister-in-law will be upset, do you? I truly didn't mean any harm. Could you explain it to her for me? To her surprise, there was no response. When she looked up, she found Lu Zhengguo gazing at Shen Man's retreating figure until she disappeared from view. Lu Aihong was taken aback, instinctively tugging at Lu Zhengguo's sleeve. Zhengguo, you. Lu Zhengguo evaded her gesture, his expression indifferent. Aihong, we've grown up. It's inappropriate to casually pull at a man's clothing. It could lead to misunderstandings, and it won't bode well for you when seeking a husband. Lu Aihong bit her lip. Zhengguo, I understand. I will be more cautious in the future to avoid causing sister-in-law any misunderstandings. Perhaps I should go explain to her now. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly, his tone cool. No need, I will explain it to her myself. While you're staying here, it's best to keep your distance from your sister-in-law. Shen Man had a temper and Lu Aihong had a knack for causing trouble. The two of them together might lead to conflict. Lu Aihong's body stiffened. Was he warning her? Wasn't he had said that his relationship with Shen Man was poor and that they would eventually divorce? Yet she felt otherwise. In the kitchen, Shen Man had finished boiling the water and was about to carry it to her room for a bath. As she was about to lift the wooden tub with all her strength, a hand with distinct knuckles beat her to it. Let me do it. The man's deep, resonant voice rang in her ears. Shen Man looked up at Lu Zhengguo. His angular face was striking and aloof. With deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, he carried a faint scent of soap. Aren't you going to accompany the guest? Lu Zhengguo glanced at her. It would be inappropriate for me to remain with her. Shen Man fell silent. Indeed, that was something only this man could articulate. In the living room, Lu Aihong watched Lu Zhengguo assist Shen Man with the hot water, while she herself was left sitting alone. Feeling somewhat displeased, she approached him. Zhengguo, you treat sister-in-law so well. The men from my village would never help women with such tasks. They say women can hold up half the sky. Many of the sister-in-laws in our brigade are more capable than the men. Working in the fields, managing household chores, caring for children, and cooking, each task they excel at. Recently, I even learned how to drive a tractor from the tractor drivers in our brigade. Now, in the entire brigade, I am the only woman who can operate a tractor. Lu Aihong smiled shyly. Our brigade leader even mentioned recommending me as a model worker this year, and perhaps I could participate in the selection for the workers' university alongside the educated youth. If I succeed, I could attend university. Lu Zhengguo's demeanor grew increasingly distant, his tone indifferent. That sounds good, Lu Aihong. But after all she had said, he only offered those 3 words. Shen Man nearly burst into laughter. Lu Aihong had shared so much, not for that simple affirmation. She noticed Lu Aihong's face immediately turned pale. Taking a deep breath, Lu Aihong attempted to say more, but suddenly Lu Zhengguo blocked her path. Stating in a deep voice, this is my and your sister-in-law's room, you should wait in the living room until my mother returns. Lu Aihong stiffened, glancing at Shen Man's sister-in-law. I'm sorry, I'll head over there first. Shen Man raised an eyebrow. Aihong, your complexion doesn't look quite right. Are you unwell? Perhaps you should visit a nearby hospital. Lu Aihong offered a sheepish smile. I'm fine, maybe it's just the heat. Shen Man nodded. That could be it. In the room, Lu Zhengguo had poured the hot water into the bathing tub and added some cold water to adjust the temperature, testing the water with his hand. He deemed it suitable before stepping out to call Shen Man in. The bathwater is ready, see if it's to your liking. Shen Man checked the water temperature. It's fine, thank you, though it was somewhat cool. She felt it inappropriate to decline his assistance. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened slightly. She consistently treated him with such formality and distance. Chapter 60. Cooking. Just as Shen Man retrieved a clean outfit from the wardrobe and was about to bathe, she noticed the man still standing there, unmoving, holding her clothes. She turned to Lu Zhengguo. Aren't you leaving? How could she bathe with him still there? Did he lack any sense of awareness? Lu Zhengguo pressed his lips together and turned to close the door behind him. At that moment, Lu's mother returned, her hands laden with various groceries she had purchased that day. Upon entering, Lu Aihong ran over with a smile to help carry some of the items. Auntie, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly after so many years. Lu Aihong noticed that Lu's mother seemed unchanged, standing beside her. One might mistake her for Lu Aihong's sister. A few exchanges were enough to lift Lu's mother's spirits, dispelling the unfamiliarity that had lingered after years apart, replaced by warmth and affection, particularly knowing that Aihong had graduated high school in such a rural place and could even drive a tractor made Lu's mother admire her even more. It was unfortunate, though, that this girl had not been particularly lucky. After finally finding a partner in the city, she encountered a heartless scoundrel who took advantage of her return to the city only to abandon her for another woman. Lu's mother's gaze towards Aihong grew increasingly tender. With such a sweet tongue, you certainly know how to make your auntie happy. During your stay, make yourself at home. Feel free to stay as long as you like. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let us know. Fortunately, Lu Zhengguo is back these days. You can count on him for any assistance. Lu Aihong smiled shyly. Auntie, you're so kind to me. The two women entered the house, chatting amiably as they went. Lu's mother glanced around the room, noticing only Lu Zhengguo was present, with no sign of Shen Man. Zhengguo, where is your wife? We have guests. She should be the one cooking today. Hong must be starving after such a long train ride. Lu Zhengguo stepped forward to take the groceries from their hands. Mom, Shen Man was sick all night yesterday. She is just now feeling a bit better after taking medicine and is still in the shower. He noted. I'll handle the cooking today. Having served in the military, washing and cooking were basic skills for him. Although his culinary skills were average, he was certainly capable of preparing a meal. Lu Mu raised her head to glance at the firmly shut door, her expression tinged with displeasure. What was the matter with being ill? It was not a grave illness. Hong, who was younger than her by 2 years, had recently fallen ill yet still managed to teach at the local primary school. Why was she a woman? So delicate. She recalled how at a mere teenager she had given birth to her eldest and scarcely having rested during her confinement, had immediately returned to work, managing the household both inside and out. It was utterly unacceptable for her daughter-in-law, Shen Man, to impose household chores on her husband. She ought to inquire who among the daughters-in-law was as both lazy and demanding as she was. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow slightly and spoke tersely. Mother, Shen Man is unwell. There is no difference between me cooking and her cooking. He held the vegetables and meat in his hands, intending to head to the kitchen upon seeing him in this manner. Lu Mu felt a pang of anger. She abruptly seized his arm. Wait a moment, how can a grown man do such women's work? The purpose of marrying a wife is for her to manage the household. Yet here you are eager to serve her. I, as your mother, have never been served like this by you. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, realizing that her son, whom she had raised with great effort, willingly toiled for a woman who wouldn't be incensed, especially since Shen Man was no virtuous woman. She was alluring and charming, hardly resembling a respectable lady. Just a few days prior, her son had been indifferent towards her. How could his heart be so easily swayed to cook for her? Was he next to be coaxed into washing her clothes and undergarments? Lu Zhengguo's demeanor turned icy. Mother, Shen Man is feeling unwell. I am not merely helping her. Household chores can be done by anyone. It has nothing to do with whether I am a man or a woman. Shen Man is my wife now. Your words today are utterly inappropriate. I have said I will cook, so you should rest and refrain from speaking nonsense. At this moment, Lu Hong linked her arm with Lu Mu's. Auntie, it is rare for Lu Zhengguo to cook. Please do not be upset. Later, you can taste his cooking. Suddenly, an idea struck her. How about I cook today? That way, Auntie, you can sample my culinary skills. Without hesitation, Lu Hong rolled up her sleeves and headed towards the kitchen. Calling Lu Zhengguo out. Lu Mu quickly pulled her back. Oh, Hong, you mustn't trouble yourself. You've been on a long train ride. You must be exhausted. Please sit down and rest. I will summon Zhengguo to keep you company. Today, I will handle the cooking. Just wait to eat. Observing Hong and then comparing her to Shen Man, the disparity became glaringly apparent. One was diligent, while the other was indolent. Hong's round face exuded health, while Shen Man, though captivating, had a past that could hardly be dismissed. Lu Mu entered the kitchen and shooed Lu Zhengguo out. You go outside. I will take care of things here. Make sure to properly entertain Hong, who has traveled a long way to visit us. Do not let her feel neglected. Lu Zhengguo rubbed his forehead. Mother, there are distinctions between men and women, even if I were not married, in this peculiar era. I cannot be too familiar with a female comrade. If misunderstandings arise and those with red armbands perceive it as misconduct, it would be troublesome. While washing vegetables, Lu Mu shot him a glare. What are you talking about? Hong is practically your sister. What is wrong with you chatting with her? Besides, we are at home. Who would see? Lu Zhengguo's expression remained cold. She is not related to us by blood. She is not my sister. Without waiting for Lu Mu to respond, he turned and exited the kitchen. As he stepped out, he noticed Shen Man's door had opened. Lu Zhengguo's gaze shifted as he strode towards her. At that moment, Shen Man had just finished dressing and was seated at the vanity, brushing her hair. She had overheard every word Lu Mu had said outside, word for word, clear as day. The Lu family typically had lunch at home, while the others ate at the factory canteen. Only a couple of people remained at home, casually preparing a meal if they felt hungry. They never made a special effort to cook lunch. Today, however, it was her turn to cook, but she was the last to know the guests were coming. Had Lu Mu informed her earlier, things would not have unfolded this way. As Shen Man brushed her hair, she observed her reflection in the mirror. The woman looking back had a somewhat pale complexion but still possessed exquisite features. Her lips were red, her teeth white, and her skin fair and beautiful. Her enchanting, slightly upturned eyes added to her charm, rendering her visage even more alluring. Lu Zhengguo entered the room and noticed the bathwater in the tub had not been disposed of. He took the initiative to remove it and set the tub in order. Shen Man caught a glimpse of his actions in the mirror but remained silent. She had endured many grievances while living in the Lu household. It was not excessive for Lu Zhengguo to help her with the bathwater. Moreover, it was his own initiative, not something she had requested. With that thought, Shen Man focused on her hair. Her long, lustrous tresses cascaded down to her waist, braided into 2 plaits, hanging gracefully in front of her, making her appear vibrant and beautiful even without deliberate embellishment. Simply dressing neatly and brushing her hair, her face was captivating enough to stand out in a crowd. Lu Zhengguo approached her and suddenly placed 3 exquisitely packaged boxes of high-end face cream before her. These were brought back for you from High City last time, But I heard you and T picked them up. So I retrieved them for you. Shen Man stared at the face cream. Momentarily taken aback, she had indeed forgotten about it until now. Unexpectedly, this man had kept it in mind. Thank you, politeness must be upheld. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly. You need not thank me if the word thank you feels overly formal and distant between us. Shen Man sensed his tone was off and pouted. Choosing not to engage, she expressed her gratitude out of courtesy. She would say thank you to anyone. What a strange man. Did he expect her to scold him? Suddenly Lu Mu's voice called from outside. Zhengguo, come out for dinner. Lu Zhengguo gazed at Shen Man's beautiful, fair profile and hesitated before speaking. If my mother says something unpleasant later, please place the blame on me. Although he had been away for years, he was aware of the frictions that could arise between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, especially having learned from Hongmei that Shen Man had not had an easy time in the Lu household. He felt a twinge of remorse. Shen Man turned to look at him, just as she was about to say something, when she spotted Lu Mu standing at the door, her expression icy as though Shen Man had committed an unforgivable sin. Shen Man froze and instinctively tugged at Lu Zhengguo's sleeve, gesturing for him to notice his mother. Your mother is here. She had not realized that Lu Mu had taken such an interest in their affairs. Eavesdropping at the threshold of her and her husband's room, the sudden appearance had startled her. Lu Zhengguo noticed Shen Man's gesture and turned to follow her gaze, momentarily taken aback. Mother, why are you standing there? Shen Man withdrew her hand. Lu Mu cast a glance at Shen Man's subtle action, further solidifying her disapproval of her daughter. Law. In broad daylight, with the door ajar, they were already behaving intimately. It was no wonder she had a tarnished reputation. What could I possibly do? I merely came to call you for dinner. With that, she turned and left. Lu Zhengguo recalled Hongmei's words. During his absence, Shen Man had endured considerable hardship in the household. He pressed his lips together. This time, I will submit a request to the military for a family transfer. When the housing allocation comes up for me, you should accompany me. Remaining in this household might not bring her happiness. Shen Man was taken aback. She had never considered accompanying him. She had her job here and was living quite well. Why would she want to move and live under the same roof with Lu Zhengguo every day? Yet, considering it was now 1974, with 3 years until the college entrance exams resumed, and while they were still married, 3 years of living apart would not be ideal, especially since her mother would undoubtedly worry. Accompanying him might indeed offer her some advantages. After all, he was not home often. Living alone would be preferable to being surrounded by the daily turmoil of the Lu family. After contemplating, she said, let me think about it for a while, and I will give you an answer later. After all, he still had over 10 days before returning. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly. That is fine. Take your time to consider. There is no rush. He had not thought about the family transfer before arriving. The entire process, from filing the request to waiting for housing allocation, would take at least a few months. He had originally planned to stay for a month before leaving. But now it seemed more prudent to linger a while longer. At tea mealtime, Shen Man and Lu Zhengguo walked in together. Lu Mu and Lu Ai Hong were already at the table, enjoying their meal. Today's meal was more sumptuous than usual, featuring a plate of scrambled eggs, garlic-flavored bok choy, stir-fried potatoes with meat, and a dish of pickles. Typically, there wouldn't be any eggs or meat on the table. As the two of them sat down, Lu Zhengguo was the first to notice that he had chopsticks in a bowl in front of him, while Shen Man had nothing. This was undoubtedly the work of his mother. He rubbed his temples and stopped the woman who was about to get up to fetch her utensils, pushing his bowl and chopsticks toward her. Use these, I'll go get another set. Shen Man glanced at him, disregarding Lu's mother's displeasure, and simply sat down to eat with Lu Zhengguo's utensils. Lu's mother's expression darkened immediately, and as Lu Zhengguo got up to retrieve another set, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table with a resounding thud. The atmosphere around them fell silent. Lu Ai Hong, who was eating, couldn't help but look over at Shen Man. It was clear to anyone that Lu's mother's ire was directed at her. Yet, Shen Man appeared unfazed, picking up a piece of meat with the chopsticks Lu Zhengguo had just given her and placing it in her mouth. Surprisingly, the food was quite delicious, rivaling that of the state-run restaurants outside. After finishing the meat, she took some scrambled eggs and savored them as well, nodding in approval as if she were a master chef critiquing a prodigious dish. Seeing Lu's mother's increasingly sour expression made Lu Ai Hong anxious for Shen Man. In their village, it was unheard of for a daughter-in-law to treat her mother-in-law this way. Such behavior could lead to severe repercussions from both the in-laws and her own family. Was Shen Man's judgment impaired? Her audacity was truly remarkable. Lu's mother could no longer contain her frustration and was about to reprimand Shen Man, the second daughter-in-law. Just then, Lu Zhengguo returned from the kitchen, bowl and chopsticks in hand, and coolly interjected, Mom, let us not talk while eating. It's not good for your health. The words his mother had been about to utter were swallowed back down, her face flushed with anger. She was well aware that Zhengguo was defending Shen Man. Suddenly, Shen Man placed a piece of meat into Lu's mother's bowl. Mom, I was supposed to cook today, but I'd appreciate it if you could take care of this meal. Don't just watch me eat. This stir-fried potato dish is quite good. Do try it. Lu's mother's expression softened slightly as she opened her mouth to say something, but Shen Man quickly pivoted her statement. However, I do wonder why you didn't notify me beforehand. Usually Dad and my older brother and sister-in-law eat at the factory cafeteria for lunch, so it's just us here, and we typically have a casual meal without much preparation. I was ill all night yesterday and thought today would be the same. Only to find out we had guests. You could have informed me earlier to help me prepare. She then turned to Lu Zhengguo. I had no idea you were coming to visit. I didn't even prepare lunch. Lu Zhengguo smiled awkwardly. Sister-in-law, you're joking. She dared not engage in the daughter-in-law and mother-in-law affairs and preferred to observe quietly. Lu's mother's face shifted between red and green with suppressed anger as she struggled to maintain her composure. So you're saying this is all my fault? Shen Man smiled lightly. Of course not. Everyone in the family knew Ihong was coming today. It's not just you, Mom, who was aware. They probably didn't inform me out of consideration for my fever last night. Wanting me to rest more, I merely mentioned it to express my gratitude for you cooking. Lu's mother's face darkened further. The meal was now utterly unappetizing, her anger boiling within her, just as she was about to leave. She noticed the company at the table. There was not only Shen Man but also Ihong, who had traveled a long distance. With that thought, Lu's mother begrudgingly sat back down, though the frustration in her heart was palpable. Second daughter-in-law, I remember Zhengguo has a childhood friend named Zhang Dong. You should visit his house more often and chat with his wife, Xianxao, now that's a wife worth marrying. I in her first year of marriage. She gave birth to a healthy baby boy, and their household is exceptionally well managed. Even when pregnant, she took care of her mother-in-law in the hospital. That's what a good daughter-in-law looks like. Lu Zhengguo frowned slightly and slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Mom, Zhang Dong's home is quite far from ours, and Shen Man will be starting her job soon. How will she have time to visit his wife? Shen Man nodded in agreement. Zhengguo is right, Mom. I've worked hard to secure a position in the publicity department of the machinery factory, and I'll be starting soon with all the work. I won't have time to wander around. Lu's mother knew exactly what this meant. She wanted Shen Man to learn from Xianxao how to be a good wife. However, that was a futile hope. Xianxao was Xianxao, and she was herself. She would never transform into someone else simply because she got married. She didn't oppose doing household chores like cooking and washing, but would never take on responsibilities that were not hers. Nor would she be expected to. Who said that women must cater to men once they marry? She certainly did not subscribe to that notion. Ultimately, the only person who enjoyed the meal was Shen Man. Lu Zhengguo intervened every time Lu's mother attempted to lecture her. By the end of the meal, Lu Ihong had come to understand Shen Man's tactics and Lu Zhengguo's attitude toward her. Her interest in the man dwindled for the time being, primarily to avoid confrontation with Shen Man. After the meal, Lu's mother decided to ignore the situation and took Lu Ihong out for a stroll. Leaving Lu Zhengguo and Shen Man alone at the table, after finishing her meal, just as Shen Man was about to get up to tidy the dishes, Lu Zhengguo stepped in front of her. You were sick all night yesterday. Go rest in your room. I'll take care of this. He then began to clean up the table. Shen Man scrutinized him for a moment, pondering deeply, and ultimately concluded. Lu Zhengguo, you're acting a bit strange today. Speak up. You haven't taken the wrong medicine, have you? Though he had assisted her before, he had never offered to wash dishes or cook. Lu Zhengguo paused, his tone becoming more subdued. You don't want to rest? You prefer washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen? Shen Man waved her hand. No, I'll go rest now. You take your time washing. I won't disturb you. With that, she turned and returned to her room. She had endured quite a bit because of his mother today. It was only right that Lu Zhengguo helped her. And she felt no need for gratitude, not even a simple thank you. As Lu Zhengguo watched her swiftly depart, a trace of an unrecognized smile flickered in his eyes, and he hastened his cleaning. Unbeknownst to him, while he was washing the dishes, Shen Man had already left. Her mother was resting today, and they had planned to go to the department store to buy some items. Unfortunately, she had been ill last night and couldn't rise. Thankfully, it was still early, leaving her time to shop. Shen Man quickly cycled to her family's home, where Yang Feng had been anxiously waiting for her daughter to return, fearing something had happened. Just as she was about to head over to Lu's house to check, she opened the door and saw her daughter cheerfully standing at the entrance. Yang Feng's face lit up with joy as she embraced her tightly. Inspecting her from head to toe. You're fine, thank goodness. Man, why did you come so late? I was worried you were in trouble. Shen Man linked her arm with her mother's. Mom, what could happen to me? I just overslept this morning. I got up, changed my clothes, and rushed over to find you. She dared not let her mother know about her illness, even though she had recovered. If her mother found out, she would surely take her to the hospital for a checkup. Yang Feng gently patted her hand and gave her a knowing look. I can tell you're lying. Come on, what happened? Mom will help you sort it out. Shen Man paused for a moment, but it was hardly unexpected. Alright, I can't hide anything from you. It's nothing serious, just a slight fever, but I'm perfectly fine now. Feel for yourself. As she spoke, she took her mother's hand and pressed it against her forehead. See, I'm not even warm. I wasn't lying, was I? She smiled sweetly, her captivating face glowing with charm. Yang Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. But she then carefully touched her daughter's forehead and confirmed she was no longer feverish, allowing her heart to finally relax. You sure know how to sweet talk, given what you went through last night. I'll reimburse whatever you buy today. Really, Mom, you're the best. Once I start working and get my salary, I'll treat you well, Shen Man exclaimed, wishing she could kiss her mother in gratitude. Leaning in closely, Yang Fong chuckled. All right, enough with the sweet talk. While there is still time, let us head to that nearby department store. I heard they received a new batch of vibrant and beautiful fabric from Haisher. Perfect for young people like you. Come on, let us pick out a couple of pieces. Before long, the mother and daughter duo arrived at the department store. Heading straight for the fabric section, Yang Fong beheld Lu Mu leading a strange young woman. Holding a light yellow bra, smiling as she gestured animatedly at the girl, she tugged at Shen Man's sleeve and whispered, Man, do you think that's your mother-in-law? That unfamiliar girl doesn't seem like your sister-in-law? But they do appear quite close. Shen Man glanced up and replied, Mom, that is a distant relative of the Lu family, named Lu Hong. When she came over today, her provocative words towards me clearly indicated her interest in Lu Zhengguo. Unfortunately, Lu Zhengguo is rather unromantic and has unwittingly offended her several times in less than a day. Yang Fong instinctively observed the scene more closely and leaned in to whisper to her daughter. That girl seems quite remarkable. Just look. With a few casual words, she has your mother-in-law beaming with delight. She wouldn't have come here just to visit. Could it be she intends to stay for a while? Shen Man paused, then replied, Mom, you're impressive. You guessed it right. Given the tone of Lu Zhengguo and Lu Mu today, it seems she is indeed going to stay with the Lu family, though I'm uncertain for how long. Yang Fong raised her chin. Of course, who do you think I am? The tricks she employs are merely remnants of my youth. The reason I could marry the most successful man in the village, your late father, was precisely because of such tactics. I won over his family. Every single one of them sang my praises, coupled with my beauty and ability to charm men. Your father soon found he could not live without me, had he not perished on the battlefield. I dare say our lives would have been even better. At this thought, Yang Fong felt a twinge of bitterness. After more than a decade, she realized she could hardly remember what that man looked like. Were it not for their beautiful daughter, she might have forgotten him entirely. Shen Man couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Mom, let us go choose some clothes. She took Yang Fong's hand and led her to the section featuring the latest bra styles from Haisher. The merchandise here was indeed the finest in the entire department store. Yang Fong had a friend named Gu Shangyun who worked as a sales assistant here, one of her many connections. Just as the mother and daughter departed, Lu Hong spotted Shen Man's figure. She pointed in the direction they had gone. Auntie, look, isn't that my sister-in-law? Isn't she supposed to be at home? How did she end up here so quickly? Lu Mu looked up and immediately recognized Shen Man's silhouette alongside Yang Fong. Considering the expensive bras Shen Man often wore, each costing nearly a month's wages for an ordinary worker, Lu Mu couldn't help but admire Yang Fong. You see, your sister-in-law has quite the strong personality. Even I, as her mother-in-law, cannot provoke her. Once you move in, keep your distance from her to avoid her annoyance, especially given that Shen Man's mother is a ruthless character. Just recall the last time she brought a mountain of gifts just to confront our family. Yang Fong was no easy adversary. Lu Hong nodded, watching the departing figures of Shen Man and her mother, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Shen Man and Yang Fong had just arrived at the designated area for purchasing bras. The sales assistant, Gu Shangyun, spotted them from a distance and greeted them warmly. Producing a light blue BRA. At last, you two have come. I've saved something special for you today. This was a new arrival from Haisher, specifically set aside for them, otherwise it would have been sold out. Yang Fong approached to feel the fabric and inspect the workmanship, confirming its quality. It was indeed a fine piece, though perhaps a tad understated in color. That's where you're mistaken. Man is beautiful and can pull off any style. This particular bra was chosen just for her. Why not let her try it on? It will surely be stunning. Gu Shangyun beckoned Shen Man over. Man, come take a look. Your aunt specially picked this for you. If you don't like it, that's alright. I can set aside others for you next time. Shen Man approached and her eyes lit up. Thank you, Auntie. I adore this bra. She had several in her wardrobe, yet none quite as elegant and charming as this one. Yang Fong, seeing her daughter's delight, felt satisfied. Shangyun, I'll take this one. How much is it? Gu Shangyun smiled. I got this for you at an internal price. It would typically sell for 18, but for you, it's 15. Yang Fong shook her head with a smile. Alright, thank you so much. No need for thanks. It's I who should be grateful. Without you, I wouldn't have this job. Gu Shangyun waved her hand. A mutually beneficial relationship is the best kind. I truly admire you, Yang Fong. After leaving the department store, Shen Man linked her arm with Yang Fong and remarked, Mom, I recall Aunt Gu used to be quite envious of you, often opposing you, yet now her attitude has changed drastically. What is so surprising about that? Relationships between people are often transactional. My bond with your aunt is not rooted in deep-seated animosity. If the interests align, anyone can become friends. Chapter 64. Something as Miss Yang Fong noticed her daughter listening intently and shared further insights, imparting her experiences from the years. Man, do you know why I chose to marry your father? Shen Man paused, quickly realizing her mother meant her current father. I suppose it's because he treats you well and is kind to me. Yang Fong shook her head. That's not the only reason. His circumstances were also acceptable. I found him reasonably well off, and he was attracted to my beauty and grace. Initially, there was no love, he merely admired my appearance. To put it bluntly, he sought a gentle and capable wife to care for him and help look after Shen Ping. I, on the other hand, was eager to provide you with a home, and he appeared just at the right moment. After some careful investigation to ensure I could manage him, I agreed to marry. Yang Feng paused, then continued. Moreover, Shen Ping was correct. Your father's salary has been under my management all these years. He receives only a meager allowance each month, while all else is handed over to me. When we first married, he never intended to submit his earnings, even expecting me to serve him, but eventually, it became a source of distress for him if he didn't turn over his earnings. Shen Man couldn't help but glance at Yang Feng. Mom, you're incredible. No wonder Dad is so thoroughly managed by you even at his age, reflecting upon Shen Ping's struggles after graduating high school. She recalled how she had attempted to persuade her family to fund her job search, only to be dismissed by her father's declaration of financial constraints, had it not been for Shen Ping securing a temporary position at a lumber mill. She would have been sent to the countryside. Of course, part of the reason was that she was nearing marriage to Lu Zhengguo. Even without a job, she wouldn't have been forced to relocate. Yang Feng sighed, I share this with you not for praise but to encourage you to find a way to make things work with Zhengguo. If you can, try to sustain the relationship. After all, you're already intertwined, and divorce would tarnish your reputation. Should it truly come to that, plan ahead. Lu Zhengguo has held a high position in the military for years and must have some savings. You've spent 4 years with him. You deserve what is owed to you, and you should secure any compensation promptly. If your reputation suffers, at least ensure you have financial security. Besides, Gu Yang is still waiting for you. Once divorced, being with him wouldn't be out of the question. Just as Shen Man was about to respond, she suddenly noticed Lu Zhengguo standing not far ahead. Watching them, she quickly tugged on Yang Feng's hand. Mom, stop talking, someone might overhear. Yang Feng paused, glancing up to see Lu Zhengguo at a distance. Surely he didn't hear us, did he? At that distance, they had deliberately lowered their voices, and she assumed he couldn't possibly have caught their conversation. Shen Man felt uncertain but recognized that this wasn't the time for such discussions. She urged Yang Feng, Mom, it's getting late. I need to head back to prepare dinner. You should go home first. I'll find you when I can. Yang Feng regarded her briefly. Alright, I'll go back. If anything comes up, let me know. Given the distance, there was no way he could have overheard. If he did. And if he made things difficult for Man, it would only confirm their incompatibility, making an early separation beneficial. Shen Man nodded reassuringly, saying, Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. Soon after, Yang Feng left, and shortly thereafter, Lu Zhengguo approached. The journey back to the Lu residence was marked by an unsettling silence between the two. The atmosphere around them grew suddenly hushed. Shen Man understood the implications. He had certainly overheard their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, Lu Zhengguo, perhaps we ought to find a place to talk. Lu Zhengguo paused in his tracks, stopping as he noticed a nearby park that was nearly deserted at this hour. It was indeed an opportune moment for the two of them to have a serious discussion. Upon arriving at the park, the lack of people was confirmed, and Shen Man was about to find a suitable spot to engage in a meaningful conversation with the man when, for reasons unknown, Lu Zhengguo's body tensed abruptly. He cleared his throat, interrupting the words that were about to escape her lips. I'll go buy 2 bottles of soda. As soon as he spoke, he walked away. Shen Man thought to herself, it's rather cool today. Who wants soda? After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the man finally returned with the sodas. He handed one to her. And as she accepted it, she realized he had only purchased a single bottle. Instantly, she lost her desire for it and pushed the soda back toward him. You drink it. I'm not thirsty. Lu Zhengguo maintained his composure, not reaching out to reclaim its for you. Just keep it. I don't want this. Shen Man, seeing his unwillingness to take it back, chose not to insist further. Though she made no move to accept the bottle. Lu Zhengguo, there are things I know you might not believe, but I still wish to express them. What happened 4 years ago was not my doing. Lu Zhengguo remained silent. Shen Man cast a glance at him and continued, you must have surmised that Gu Yang intervened intentionally to speak on my behalf during the last incident. I don't know what your thoughts on this matter are. But if it has caused you discomfort or led you to harbor grievances against me, then it is perhaps best for us to end this marriage now. It would be beneficial for both of us. While she had planned to wait until after her college entrance examination in 3 years to propose divorce, the daily tension between them was becoming increasingly unbearable. If it truly became unmanageable, then perhaps divorce was indeed the solution. Lu Zhengguo fell into a contemplative silence. To be honest, he had not anticipated Shen Man would be so forthright. After what felt like an eternity, her patience waned, and she shot him a fierce glare. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement to the divorce. Truth be told, Lu Zhengguo was a man of admirable integrity. He was principled and only believed in evidence, never yielding for anyone. His hasty departure on their wedding night had been due to an urgent mission. Before he left, he had left 500 yuan for the original owner, and upon news of his death in battle, She received a substantial compensation as the widow of a martyr. In terms of finances, he had not shortchanged her. However, emotionally, his treatment of the original owner was akin to cold indifference. Such a man, regardless of his commendable qualities, had never been her ideal partner. Lu Zhengguo lifted his gaze to Shen Man. At that moment, her strikingly beautiful face was etched with impatience. The frivolity and seduction he once saw in her eyes had vanished. She had not changed in other aspects, but her feelings toward him had undeniably transformed. Chapter 65. Choice now. Even though Shen Man's reputation remained tarnished and she had not regained her former luster, merely standing there exuded an aura that compelled belief in her capabilities. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have exposed her true self when Gu Yang fabricated evidence on her behalf. Noticing his silence, Shen Man felt no inclination to continue this fruitless exchange. It seems you wish to divorce. Let us finalize it tomorrow. With that, she stood to leave. Suddenly Lu Zhengguo rose as well, grasping her hand firmly. His deep but cool voice interrupted. Wait, let us discuss this further. His tall and imposing figure loomed over her like a steadfast mountain, blocking her path. Her expression turned icy as she met his gaze. Lu Zhengguo, what do you mean by this? He had been unwilling to listen to her explanations, and yet when she sought to release him from their bond, he obstructed her. His behavior struck her as somewhat absurd. Lu Zhengguo observed the unmistakable disdain reflected in her eyes, feeling a fleeting discomfort within himself, yet he quickly suppressed that emotion once more. On the night of our wedding 4 years ago, I did not abandon you intentionally. I was unexpectedly called away on a covert mission, and for the next 4 years, I lived under the guise of having perished while fulfilling that mission. Before I left you 500 yuan. Which you must have noticed. Lu Zhengguo glanced at Shen Man, noticing her calm demeanor revealed no shock, prompting him to continue. Due to the confidentiality of the mission, I was unable to inform anyone of my survival for these 4 years. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding our marriage, I took vows and should bear responsibility for you. I believe that with the compensation from my sacrifice, your life would not be too difficult. At this point, Lu Zhengguo's tone noticeably faltered. However, I did not realize that you had endured hardship all this time. It was Hongmei who brought this to my attention, making me aware that I had not been a capable husband. His acknowledgement of fault was evident, and Shen Man's grievances were entirely justified. She regarded him for a moment before interrupting his words. Stop. I do not blame you for the mission and your assumed death. I understand your obligations. However, there is one thing I cannot comprehend. Lu Zhengguo, on what grounds do you believe it was truly I who drugged you 4 years ago? Do you think I would sacrifice my reputation to compete for a man? As she spoke, the air around them fell into a heavy silence. 4 years ago, Shen Man was radiant and exceptionally talented, never lacking for admirers. Lu Zhengguo remained quiet for a moment before responding. Initially, I did not believe it. Therefore, after the incident, I personally investigated the matter. The evidence was compelling, leaving me no choice but to accept it as truth. Shen Man's tone softened. What evidence? Are you speaking of the drugs you found under my bed? Or perhaps you genuinely saw me climb into bed with you before losing consciousness? While those were indeed superficial pieces of evidence, easily misconstrued, she had been a woman of beauty and talent, surrounded by admirers, and had no need to sacrifice her reputation to scheme against Lu Zhengguo or Shen Ping. Lu Zhengguo raised his gaze to her, finally letting out a sigh. No, besides that, I also overheard a conversation between you and Shen Ping. It occurred the day before the incident. Shen Man blinked, confused. What conversation? She racked her brain, unable to recall any discussion with Shen Ping prior to that day. Lu Zhengguo studied her, hesitating to speak. The bewilderment in her eyes seemed genuine. And yet he was certain of the words he had heard. Shen Man sensed Lu Zhengguo's reluctance to respond. A realization dawned upon her. What did you hear the day before the incident? Lu Zhengguo took a moment before replying. I not only heard, but I also witnessed. That day, you struck Shen Ping hard across the face and said, if you beckon, I will abandon her for you. The following day, the incident occurred, and afterward, I discreetly conducted my own investigation, even suspecting Shen Ping of using the situation to exact revenge upon you. However, my inquiries revealed she had no opportunity to commit the act. As she had an alibi, the incident transpired within your family, and the others could not possibly have harmed you. Having delivered this account, Lu Zhengguo turned his gaze back to Shen Man after eliminating all other suspects. Only she remained. The air around them thickened once more. Shen Man stiffened, recollecting fragments of her memory, realizing why it felt incomplete. A small portion of her memories had yet to integrate upon her arrival. What Lu Zhengguo recounted was indeed true. Shen Ping had always held animosity towards the original owner. Although they appeared amicable in front of others, their conflicts ran deep. At that time, both had just graduated from high school and faced the prospect of rural assignments. Shen Xiangshan and their mother had already conspired privately. The family lacked the funds to secure jobs for both, and since Shen Ping was betrothed to Lu Zhengguo, marrying him would exempt her from going. As for the original owner, an opportunity arose when a cultural troupe from the capital sought recruits. With her years of dance training, she was preliminarily selected, and the news spread throughout the factory compound. For a moment she basked in glory, yet, in the next breath, she received a polite rejection from the troop.in that RI jobs were scarce, and as rural assignments peaked, there were always individuals with stronger connections vying for those positions. Consequently, the original owner lost the opportunity, and without a desire to be sent to the countryside, her only alternatives were marriage or purchasing a job. Having returned from her rebirth, Shen Ping was acutely aware that she had been the one cast aside. She was unwilling to accept this fate. To avoid rural assignment and to eliminate the original owner, Shen Ping schemed to entangle her with Lu Zhengguo, hoping this would secure her the chance to obtain a job. Regrettably, Shen Shangshan and Yang Fang rejected her plea, ultimately leaving Shen Ping to find a temporary position by other means. The original owner's slap against Shen Ping stemmed from her realization that Shen Ping was attempting to usurp her opportunity. And her words were a warning for Shen Ping to back off. To her surprise, Lu Zhengguo had overheard those words. No wonder his prejudice against her had reached a level of sheer disdain. As he observed the shifting expressions on her face, he realized that she was beginning to comprehend the situation. It appeared that his initial instincts had not led him astray, nor had his hearing failed him. Shen Man lifted her gaze to meet his. Yes, she had indeed committed that act. Chapter 66. Acknowledgement. This incident had indeed transpired, and there was nothing shameful about admitting it. Was the matter from 4 years ago something you were involved in? Unnoticed by anyone, Lu Zhengguo's body tensed instantaneously. Shen Man shook her head, asserting her innocence. Lu Zhengguo relaxed, affirming, "All right, I believe you." What? Shen Man looked up at the man in disbelief. Had she truly heard him correctly? After a moment of silence, Lu Zhengguo continued, "Let us consider this matter in the past. I have just returned from a brush with death, although the murmurs from outside regarding you have lessened significantly. They still persist. Divorce would only amplify the scrutiny you endure. Thus, even if it comes to that, not now, but I will strive to trust you and fulfill my responsibilities as a husband." Shen Man was taken aback. Hadn't this man always harbored doubts about her? How could he suddenly be so willing to believe? "Are you serious?" she questioned, incredulous. "Do you truly believe in my innocence now?" Lu Zhengguo nodded earnestly. "Yes, I am serious. I trust you." Matters of right and wrong had become less significant. She claimed she had not done so, and that was enough for him. Shen Man contemplated for a moment. While for the time being she could agree to postpone the divorce, he must refrain from dictating her actions henceforth, nor could he subject her to emotional cruelty as he had before, or cast baseless suspicions upon her. Moreover, there was one crucial stipulation: should I ever propose divorce, you must not refuse. With only 3 years until the reinstatement of college entrance examinations, the first thing she intended to do after being accepted into university was to file for divorce. Regardless of what transpired in the coming 3 years, Shen Man remained resolute about her decision to divorce after that period. Lu Zhengguo pondered for a few seconds. The preceding requests were quite reasonable. Yet he did not believe that the final stipulation would ever come to pass. "Very well," he acquiesced. "From now on each month, I will allocate 2/3 of my salary to you. You may use this money for household expenses or for your own needs. Once I return to the military, I will submit a request for deployment, and once housing is arranged, I will take you along." He added, "I will respect your wishes and will not compel you to do anything against your will." Shen Man did not fully trust the words he had spoken. "How about this? Write me a guarantee in duplicate detailing my requests and your commitments in clear terms, should you violate any of these stipulations. We need not wait for years. We shall divorce immediately for the benefit of both parties." Lu Zhengguo nodded. "All right, I can write that guarantee for you now. I will pledge this based on my faith in the country over the past 8 years and my dedication to my career." This declaration alone was enough to express his stance. Shen Man felt a measure of relief. While she might not completely trust Lu Zhengguo, she was aware of his unwavering loyalty to his country and people. In the narrative, Lu Zhengguo's eventual rise to the status of an admired and respected general stemmed from his genuine sacrifices for the nation and its citizens. He had faced death multiple times on the battlefield, and without his indomitable will, he would not have endured. Yet, his words held more weight than any written guarantee, and nonetheless, it was necessary to document the agreement. Shen Man nodded. "Very well, let us return and write it out." In duplicate. Soon, they returned to the Lu residence. Just as Lu Hongmei returned home from work and was about to greet them, she noticed them hastily retreating into a room, closing the door behind them. Puzzled, she scratched her head, wondering what had transpired. Surely, her brother was not bullying his wife again. This simply would not do. Lu Hongmei hurried over, pressing her ear against the door, straining to listen to the commotion within. If her brother truly intended to mistreat his wife, she would not hesitate to act decisively. With that thought, she scanned the vicinity and grasped a feather duster in her hand, her ear pressed against the doorframe. Attentively monitoring the sounds inside, ready to intervene and rescue her beautiful and kind sister-in-law. Inside the room, Lu Zhengguo sat at the desk, methodically writing with pen and paper. Shen Man stood beside him, offering suggestions for revisions until the guarantee contained precisely what she desired. As he neared completion, Lu Zhengguo presented the document to her. "Please review this and let me know if there is anything you wish to add." Shen Man took it, scrutinizing it thoroughly. The conditions discussed today were satisfactory, yet she wished to add one more stipulation. If he had no objections, you may speak until the conclusion of our marital relationship. Regardless of what occurs, you must refrain from committing any acts of betrayal against me, including but not limited to believing what others say and questioning my integrity. This point was of utmost importance. Shen Man arched an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on the man before her. I truly detest a man who does not trust me. Being with such a man for even a minute is unbearable. Do you understand? Lu Zhengguo comprehended perfectly. Her words, laced with blatant sarcasm and retribution, were directed at him. Very well, he replied, and the stipulation was duly noted. Shen Man held the guarantee, meticulously reviewing it from beginning to end. Satisfied that nothing had been overlooked, she then placed the document before Lu Zhengguo, stating, "If there are no issues, please prepare a second copy in duplicate, one for each of us." Lu Zhengguo picked up a fountain pen and swiftly completed the second copy. They signed their names and reviewed it once more, ensuring all was in order before each took their respective copies for safekeeping. Lu Zhengguo looked at her. "Consider the matter of deployment carefully. I actually have a 3-month leave upon my return, before I head back to the military. I expect your answer." Shen Man tucked away the guarantee she had just received, casually responding, "All right, I understand." Whether or not she would accompany him was not something she wished to contemplate at present. She would address it in a few days. Lu Zhengguo recognized her evasiveness but chose not to press further. He retrieved a savings book from the cabinet and handed it to Shen Man. "This contains the majority of my earnings from these past years. I now entrust it to your care." Shen Man regarded him but did not reach for it. "You should manage your own salary. You can oversee the household expenses." Given their inevitable divorce, she preferred not to entangle herself financially with him. Lu Zhengguo pressed his lips together. "Take it. Consider it compensation for the past 4 years. Regardless of whether we divorce in the future, this money is yours." Shen Man deliberated for a moment and agreed. Since his return, he had caused her no small amount of distress, and thus some form of compensation was warranted. "Very well, I shall accept it." After receiving the savings book, she did not immediately inspect its contents but instead locked it away in the drawer where she typically stored money. Chapter 67. Assistants. Having completed all of this, Shen Man glanced at the time. It was now time to prepare dinner. She sighed, suddenly feeling that such a life was devoid of meaning. It was better to return to work sooner. Just as she was about to exit the room and head to the kitchen, Lu Zhengguo instinctively caught her arm. "You should rest today. I will handle dinner." Shen Man was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing his intent, she chose to retract her step. "You said that yourself. I did not request your assistance. If your mother sees you, and if she becomes angry, do not involve me." Lu Zhengguo fixed his gaze upon her. "Do not worry. I will ensure that you are not wronged." Shen Man pondered for a moment. "Very well, thank you. I am planning to return to my family home. Do you have any objections?" She made this inquiry casually, having already resolved to visit her mother regardless of his approval. Today's events would undoubtedly have left her mother anxious at home. Lu Zhengguo nodded. "All right, I will pick you up shortly." Shen Man waved dismissively. "There is no need to pick me up. I can manage on my own. I will return when the time is right." Although Lu Zhengguo had written her a guarantee and handed over the savings book that day, she still found his presence irksome. Lu Zhengguo immediately sensed her impatience. He paused, momentarily at a loss for words. It was a peculiar sensation to be disliked. His heart felt heavy, burdened with an unshakable irritability that he could not express or share with anyone. Shen Man's comment was not meant to seek his approval. It was simply a notification. After speaking, she turned her back on him and left, unaware that Lu Zhengguo stood behind her, watching her silhouette fade from view. As Shen Man rode her bicycle away from the Lu residence, she encountered Lu Mu returning home with Lu Aihong. The two were linked arm in arm, carrying an assortment of items, appearing exceedingly affectionate. To an outsider, they could easily be mistaken for a pair of close mother and daughter. The sight of them elicited a quiet sigh from Shen Man. Trouble was once again at her doorstep. Had she known, she would have refrained from conversing so extensively with Lu Zhengguo and left earlier to avoid encountering them. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Mu, who had been laughing with Lu Aihong, caught sight of Shen Man on her bicycle. The smile on her face instantly froze, and her steps halted as she stood rooted in place. Lu Aihong, who was beside her, also sensed something amiss. She looked up and immediately understood the situation. It was that time of day when dinner was being prepared. Shen Man was not home to cook but had inexplicably run out, which was bound to infuriate her mother. Law. It was important to note that Uncle Lu and the others would soon return from work to eat. Lu's mother released Lu Aihong's hand, her gaze fixated on Shen Man. Taking a deep breath, she said, Nyang, your father and elder brother will be back from work shortly. Have you prepared the meal?" Shen Man sighed. "Mom, don't worry, Zhengguo is cooking in the kitchen. It should be ready soon. Dad and my brother won't go hungry after their work." Lu's mother felt a pang of anger, clutching her chest. What did you say? You actually let your husband cook while you went out to play? What kind of daughter-in-law behaves like this?" Shen Man, hurry back. Do you really want Zhengguo to do your chores? Lu Aihong, taken aback, quickly grasped Lu's mother's arm. "And, please don't be angry, what if sister has urgent matters to attend to?" and just temporarily asked brother Zhengguo to help with the cooking. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother calmed down. Ihong had a point. Although Shen Man had a difficult temperament over the years, she had never been so reckless as today. Perhaps she truly had matters to attend to. Clearing her throat, she was about to inquire further when Shen Man guessed her intentions. "Mom, if you want to know, just ask Lu Zhengguo when you return. I won't engage in this conversation." With that, she paid no heed to Lu's mother's displeased expression and pedaled her bicycle away from her. This left Lu's mother seething with anger, her chest heaving violently. She pointed at Shen Man's retreating figure, exclaiming, She just left like that. She increasingly disregards me as her mother-in-law." Lu Ihong remained silent, watching Shen Man's departing figure, feeling a twinge of envy. So it could be done this way, but then she reconsidered. She and Shen Man were not comparable. Shen Man was a city girl with both parents working, and she had ample support. Her own family, however, were genuine farmers who could offer her nothing. Before long, Shen Man arrived back at the Shen residence. At that moment, Shen Ping had just returned from work, and they bumped into each other at the door. She glanced behind Shen Man several times, noticing no one else, and suddenly burst into laughter. "I thought it was someone else. Sister, why hasn't brother Zhengguo come? You two haven't quarreled again, have you?" She mused that a man like Lu Zhengguo could never tolerate his wife mingling with other men. Surely Shen Man must have faced some grievance at the Lu household, which prompted her to return to seek solace from young Fong. Shen Man raised an eyebrow. "Instead of worrying about me, you should be concerned about your job. That temporary position of yours is about to vanish, right? If you can't find work and don't wish to marry, I suppose you'll have to move to the countryside." Shen Ping's expression changed abruptly. "Where did you hear that?" She had kept this matter well concealed, with hardly anyone aware. How could she know? However, Shen Man ignored her inquiry and pulled out her keys to open the door. How did she know? Of course, it was because she was aware of the storyline from the book. Shen Ping's temporary job was inherently unstable, and relatives in the factory were keen to take over, leaving unrelated individuals to be let go. Otherwise, she wouldn't have repeatedly sought financial assistance from Shen Xiangshan to secure another position. Unfortunately, all the family funds were controlled by her mother, who, due to her animosity towards Shen Ping, was unwilling to part with any money to buy her a job. Shen Ping's heart was filled with unease as she had returned today to ask for money, yet she didn't expect Shen Man to be back. And now that her intentions were apparent, it seemed exceedingly difficult to obtain the funds. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try. She couldn't possibly end up in the countryside, could she? With this thought, Shen Ping steeled herself, gritting her teeth as she hurried after Shen Man. "Shen Man, what do you mean by this?" Shen Man sat on the sofa, hands spread out. "What could I mean? Isn't it you who has the ulterior motives? Shen Ping, you've plotted against me so many times, and I am not a fool. I must retaliate. Today, if you think you can come back and demand money for a job, forget it. As long as I am here, you won't get a single cent." Chapter 68, The Demand for Money. Shen Ping's face instantly paled, her fingers tightly clenching her sleeves. "Shen Man, don't forget, I am the true daughter of the Shen family. The family's money is partly mine. You, Shen Man, are merely a burden brought in by a stepmother, with no right to interfere in our affairs. I am simply using my father's money to buy myself a job. What right do you have to stop me?" Shen Man glanced at her, then lowered her eyes to toy with her fingers, speaking nonchalantly. "True, I have no right, but who said I lacked the ability? Since you dare to scheme against me, be prepared for my retaliation." She was no saint, and Shen Ping was no better. Dealing with her required no moral reasoning, only effective methods. Shen Ping was furious, her face turning green. "Shen Man, you are truly disgusting. You insist on meddling in matters that do not belong to you, just because Shen Xiangshan favors you and your mother. Do not think I will let this slide. I will secure that money today, and if you and your mother refuse to comply, don't blame me for exposing your true nature to everyone in this courtyard." Shen Man raised an eyebrow. "Fine, if you dare to speak, I'll gladly assist you in spreading the word about how 4 years ago, you secretly dated a man for a temporary job position. At that time, you were not only involved with other men behind the scenes but also pursued Gu Yang. Attempting to play both sides, she was not afraid of such tactics." Shen Ping froze, disbelief etched on her face. How could she know everything? These matters were conducted so discreetly that hardly anyone was aware. Shen Man poured herself a cup of tea and took a gentle sip. "You need not be so shocked. I am not one to initiate harm unless someone schemes against me first. I have already signed you up for a countryside assignment. Pack your bags in a few days. The destination is the desolate northwest, where sand is abundant, and perhaps one day, if you manage to plant trees there, you might return her." Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's eyes widened, her mind going blank as a ringing filled her ears. What did you say? The northwest? Is that a place where people can go? There's nothing but sand. Dust clouds everywhere. Over the years, hardly anyone has returned from that place as a sent-down youth. Some who manage to come back are completely changed, looking decades older than their actual age. A moment's inattention could mean death in that desolate land. Shen Man, your intentions are truly malicious. My father will never agree to this. No matter what, I am his biological daughter, and your actions will certainly earn his disdain. Shen Ping shook her head repeatedly, quickly regaining her composure, utterly refusing to believe that Shen Man could do such a thing. After all, in front of her father, she was the gentle and kind daughter, and it was inconceivable that she would engage in actions that could ruin her image. Shen Man set her teacup down with a sigh. You are not me. How do you know what I won't do, in a few days, when the street office sends you a big red flower? You'll understand, she could indeed carry out such actions. After all, she was no innocent flower. Shen Man shifted her tone, adding a reminder. You better prepare well. Your time in the city has not been long. That place is severely lacking in water. Given that we've been nominally sisters for so long, don't blame me for not warning you. Remember to bring a water bottle. It will be quite useful once you arrive. This was a heartfelt reminder. Watching the increasingly charming woman before her, Shen Ping felt a deep-seated hatred, yet she remained skeptical, convinced that Shen Man was merely trying to deceive her. Shen Ping valued her reputation above all and would never willingly tarnish her flawless image in the eyes of others. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Fine, I'll be waiting. Shen Man couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that despite her clear words some people simply failed to comprehend. Alright then, you wait. The desolate Northwest was no easy place to endure. And even if Shen Ping was the protagonist, she would probably shed a few layers of skin. Soon, Yang Fong returned from work, having specifically picked up Shen Mingchuan from school. Upon seeing Shen Man, Shen Mingchuan's eyes lit up. He dropped his backpack and ran over his sister. You're back? Shen Man smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm back. However, the next moment, upon noticing the bloodstains on Shen Mingchuan's hands, her smile instantly vanished. Mingchuan, what happened to your hands? Her younger brother was usually well-behaved and sensible, never getting into conflicts. These injuries were clearly out of the ordinary. Yang Fong, hearing this, was startled and hurried over to examine her son's hands closely. They were bruised and some even scabbed over, with others still bleeding. Mingchuan, what on earth happened? Why didn't you tell Mom? Shen Mingchuan's face turned awkward as he quickly withdrew his hand. Mom's sister, it's nothing. I just got a little hurt by accident. Don't worry about it. Shen Man stood up, pulling his other hand to inspect it. There were several distinct bruises of varying shades of purple on his body, clearly the result of someone's violent assault. Shen Mingchuan, with such evident marks, do you think your mother and I would believe you? Yang Fong exclaimed. Upon seeing the myriad of bruises, her heart sank. Without hesitation, she reached out and touched Shen Mingchuan's back. Instantly, his complexion paled slightly. It was over. He had been discovered. Yang Fong, filled with fury, seized his ear. So Shen Mingchuan, you've even learned to lie to your mother and sister now. Have I taught you this over the years? Speak up. Who is it that harmed you? Shen Man, observing the bruises on her younger brother, felt a surge of compassion. She gently grasped Shen Mingchuan's shoulders and crouched down to meet his averted gaze. Mingchuan, tell your sister who inflicted these injuries upon you. I will surely seek justice for you. She would not allow anyone to bully her brother. Shen Mingchuan lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. Absently tugging at his shirt hem. Sister, no one is bullying me. Please don't ask. Yang Fong's heart ached with anger. The tenderness she usually displayed vanished entirely. She held her son firmly, scrutinizing him once more and pointing at the unmistakable bruises. Shen Mingchuan, do you think your sister and I are fools? This is clearly the result of someone hitting you. If you refuse to speak, I will take you to your classroom tomorrow and ask around. I refuse to believe we cannot find out who did this to you. Chapter 69. Confrontation. Shen Mingchuan panicked and quickly grabbed Yang Fong's arm. Mom, don't go. It wasn't someone else who hit me. I hit someone else, although I'm injured. He is hurt far worse than I am. Both Shen Man and Yang Fong were momentarily taken aback. They knew Shen Mingchuan's character well. He would never instigate a conflict without reason. And there was undoubtedly more to this story. Just as Shen Man was about to inquire further, Shen Ping, who had been watching the commotion, sneered, Aunt Fong, it's one thing for you to neglect me. Your stepdaughter, since I'm not your biological child, but how can you disregard Mingchuan? He is your own son. You lavish all your care upon Shen Man and give no thought to Mingchuan. It seems he holds no place in your heart. One might think you still harbor feelings for your ex-husband, treating the daughter born of that union as a treasure while regarding the son of your current husband as worthless. Having delivered her biting remarks, Shen Ping turned to Shen Mingchuan. Mingchuan, in this household, only you and I are true siblings. Don't let some people deceive you into sacrificing for them only to be cast aside. Yang Fong's expression darkened immediately. Shen Ping, it seems you're eager to lose your allowance and your position. How dare you openly sow discord between mother and son? She retorted fiercely. Have you considered the consequences of crossing me? If you think your actions will earn you a good reputation, think again. Not if I were a cruel stepmother, you would have long been forced to toil as a maid, illiterate and married off at the first opportunity. Here in this compound, I am a devoted stepmother, and anyone with eyes can see my efforts for Shen Ping. If she dares to show ingratitude toward me, the scorn she receives will drown her. Suddenly, Shen Mingchuan tugged at Yang Fong's sleeve. Mom, please don't be angry. I am well aware of how you and my sister treat me. The things my second sister says, I've heard countless times since childhood. But I have never believed them. He understood that his second sister was merely trying to create rifts between them. Noticing Yang Fong's emotions had eased slightly, he turned to Shen Ping. Second sister, please refrain from making such comments in the future. We are all family, although I am indeed closer to my sister, as long as you don't provoke her or trouble Mom. I will acknowledge you as my sister. Shen Ping couldn't help but laugh, her eyes filled with scorn. What do you mean by acknowledging me as your sister? Mingchuan, in this house, only the two of us are true members of the Shen family. We are the real siblings, you may not help me, but you are determined to protect outsiders. She simply could not fathom why, despite treating Shen Mingchuan well during their childhood, he favored Shen Man. Every time he returned from school, his gaze seemed solely fixated on Shen Man. He called her sister with affection, while addressing Shen Ping as merely second sister. One was warm and familiar, the other cold and distant. It was apparent to anyone who looked that he was closer to Shen Man. Disappointed, Shen Mingchuan shook his head. Second sister, you are mistaken. My sister and I share the same mother, we are siblings too. Your disparaging remarks about her only serve to deepen my aversion toward you. You should not speak of her in such a manner. She is part of this family. Shen Ping did not wish to hear any more. She waved her hand dismissively. Say whatever you want. In your heart, you prefer Shen Man as your true sister. Fine. I have no need for a brother like you. Sobiti in this household, she would forever remain at the bottom. While everyone else revolved around Shen Man, she could only hide in the shadows, watching as the four of them enjoyed their happiness. Though Yang Fong found Shen Ping's words infuriating, her son was of utmost importance. Shen Man shared this sentiment. After all, Shen Ping would soon be leaving for the northwest. There was no need to rush into a confrontation. She approached Shen Mingchuan and gently asked, Mingchuan, please be honest with your sister. What happened to your injuries? I cannot believe you would initiate violence without a reason. Is there perhaps more to this story? Shen Mingchuan continued to lower his head, unwilling to answer. Mom, sister, please don't ask. The situation was far too extreme. If his sister found out, she would surely be furious. Shen Man observed her younger brother's reluctance to speak. She exchanged a glance with Yang Fong. Just as she was about to say something, a rapid knock on the door interrupted. Bang, bang, bang. Shen family, come out at once. How dare you harm my precious son? I'll make you pay today. Upon hearing this voice, Shen Mingchuan's body stiffened, and his mind went blank. It was over. He should have known better than to resort to violence today. Now that things had escalated to this point, the truth could not be hidden any longer. Shen Man looked up at Yang Fong. Mom, I'll go answer the door. It's best to clarify this matter sooner. Yang Fong waved her hand. No, let me handle it. Man, stay out of this. Sensing her son's distress, she had her suspicions. With that, she walked over to open the door. A short, stout woman barged in, dragging a boy behind her. Yang Fong, where is your son? Call him out immediately. Look at what he has done to my son. He is covered in bruises from head to toe. The boy's body was marred with injuries, each one a testament to the severity of the conflict. How could a child be so vicious? What kind of upbringing do you Shen family have? She continued. The eldest is promiscuous, and the youngest is ruthless, not sparing even classmates. It's clear to me that you, Yang Fong, are a poor example as a mother. It is no wonder you were able to marry from the countryside to the city. Your children obviously take after you. Yang Fong's expression turned icy at the insinuation. She grabbed a feather duster and prepared to strike the woman. Your mother clearly failed to teach you manners. Today, I will teach you a lesson. No wonder my son hid yours. Your son must be as wretched as you. The phrase like mother, like son seemed more fitting for her. She could tolerate many things, but when it came to her children, she could not hold back. Seeing the feather duster, Liang Xiuhua's eyes widened in alarm as she stepped back. Have you lost your mind? Yang Fong, you dare to lay hands on me? Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? I'm not afraid of you, Yang Fong retorted. Everyone knows about your daughter's scandalous behavior. And I heard it straight from my sister-in-law Zheng Fingxia, the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. If you cross me, are you not worried about the trouble your daughter will face? Yang Fong's demeanor hardened, and she showed no mercy as she aimed the duster at Liang Xiuhua. Oh, I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family, a foolish woman who exploits her family's resources for her in-laws. Chapter 70, Confrontation. Liang Xiuhua's face paled, and she cried out in distress, sprinting outside the Shen residence while shouting, Yang Fong has lost her mind. She dares to hit me in public. Someone come out and witness this. At that moment, it was dinner time, and the commotion drew attention. When the neighbors heard the uproar, especially concerning Yang Fong, known for her amiable nature, they rushed out from their meals to gather at the Shen family's doorstep. Eager to witness the unfolding drama. As the crowd gathered, they were greeted by a startling sight. Yang Fong, usually soft-spoken, now bore a fierce expression as she relentlessly pursued Liang Xiuhua with the feather duster. Liang Xiuhua, her hair in disarray, fled in panic like a rat scurrying from a cat, desperately trying to shield herself while shouting, Yang Fong, what good does hitting me do? You, as a mother, have not only failed to raise your daughter properly, but you've also neglected your son. Your son either resorts to drugging men to climb into their beds, or bullies his classmates at school. Just look at your precious offspring. He has reduced my son to this state. Just wait, I will certainly have my elder sister come to the Lu family to teach your shameless daughter a lesson. Yang Fong's expression turned icy, and she struck harder, deliberately targeting Liang Xiuyun's most vulnerable spots. From thigh to waist and chest, sparing not a single inch. It seems you cannot comprehend human language. Your brain must have been devoured by a dog. If you had merely asked someone, you wouldn't have dared to dump the disgrace of 4 years ago onto your daughter's head. My daughter is not only beautiful but also excels in every aspect. She has no need for such despicable means to snatch a man who was already taken. This matter was clarified several days ago. My daughter is also a victim. Instead of inquiring with those around you, you rush to confront me, attempting to tarnish my daughter's reputation. Tell me, should I not strike this person, at this moment? Those who had gathered to watch began to understand. They had long heard of Shen Man's ordeal, and with evidence and witnesses, they naturally believed in her innocence. They even felt sympathy for her. Having suffered a tarnished reputation for so many years and frequently being scolded, someone could not bear it any longer and spoke up. Shoyun, your sister-in-law Fengxia is also Shen Man's sister-in-law. Did she not inform you of this matter? She should be more aware than anyone else, as she was present when Gu Yang stood up to testify for Shen Man that day. You, too, are a woman. Do you not understand how vital a woman's reputation is? Do not blame Yang Fong for taking action today. Had it been anyone else, facing such slander against their daughter's integrity, even the most mild-mannered person would likely retaliate. One person stepped forward. And soon others began to murmur disapprovingly about Liang Shoyun. Indeed, she was in the wrong, and she must not blame Yang Fong for her fierce response. Liang Shoyun, truly, even I, a person who seldom ventures out, am aware of Shen Man's situation. She is known for her loose tongue in our compound. How could she not know of this? I suspect it was intentional, a deliberate attempt to ruin Shen Man's reputation. Upon hearing so many voices directed at her, Liang Shoyun felt her composure falter, yet she maintained her facade, for she had come today to seek justice for her son with a defiant neck. She wiped her tears. Well, even if I misjudged Shen Man's situation, the fact remains that Yang Fong's good son beat my son at school. Surely that must be true. Just look at what Shen Mingchuan has done to my son. Liang Shoyun seized her son, pulling back his shirt to reveal a body covered in bruises, not a single spot unscathed, clearly injured. His face bore several cuts, swollen and bruised, entirely unrecognizable. He cried out in distress. Pointing at Shen Mingchuan, who stood beside Shen Man. Mom, he hit me, it hurt so much, I'm covered in injuries, and he even threatened me not to tell anyone. Liang Shoyun, heart-aching, gently stroked her son's head. My dear child, rest assured, mother will definitely seek justice for you. Seeing the severity of the bruises, she could not help but cry in front of everyone. You all must judge for yourselves. My son has been beaten to such a state. Am I not entitled to confront them for an explanation? Does Yang Fong have the right to treat me this way? Those gathered to witness began to murmur, their eyes filled with pity and concern for Zhang Xiaobao's injuries. Indeed, Shoyun seems overly anxious. How could a mother remain calm when her child has been so mistreated? Yang Fong's actions today were indeed excessive. I agree. Look at how covered in bruises Xiaobao is. And his swollen face is heartbreaking. Has Shen Mingchuan really been so ruthless? Is this how Yang Fong usually raises her children? Upon hearing such comments directed at him, Shen Mingchuan could not contain himself any longer and stepped forward to defend himself. That is not how it happened. Clearly Zhang Xiaobao insulted my sister, calling her shameless and accusing her of drugging men to steal her own brother-in-law. I could not stand by and let that pass. So I confronted him, and he started hitting me first, forcing me to retaliate. I was also injured. These wounds are from him. He insulted my sister in front of many people, tarnishing her name, and that is why I fought back. He deserves everything that has happened to him for bullying my sister. Shen Man was taken aback, looking down at Shen Mingchuan beside her. A warm feeling flooded her heart, softening her entire being. So he fought to defend her. She reached out and grasped Shen Mingchuan's hand. Mingchuan, thank you for standing up for your sister. However, your safety is paramount. Please do not resort to such methods again. Shen Mingchuan's previously anxious heart was instantly calmed by her words. He looked up at Shen Man and cautiously asked, sister, you bet you are not going to scold me? He knew that fighting was wrong. Both his mother and sister had warned him since childhood not to engage in battles at school. Shen Man gently patted his head. Indeed, fighting is not right, but you did so to protect your sister, to defend your family, and that is commendable. However, next time, do not use such dangerous methods. You were hurt. And your mother and I would only worry more about you. Chapter 71, Settling Accounts today. Let your mother and I handle this matter. Mingchuan, you should go back and do your homework. Shen Mingchuan wanted to say something more, but a single look from Shen Man silenced him. She patted his head once more, urging him to comply. Shen Mingchuan nodded reluctantly and turned back, glancing over his shoulder multiple times as he entered the house. He seemed to have caused trouble for his sister today, but she did not blame him. It appeared that next time someone spoke ill of his sister, he must devise a better plan before acting. He cannot bring trouble to the family. After Shen Mingchuan went inside, Shen Man turned her attention back to Liang Shoyun and her son Zheng Xiaobao. Once Shen Mingchuan provided his reasons for the altercation, within mere minutes, Yang Fong had seized control of the situation, subduing the two troublemakers completely. The onlookers began to lean toward Yang Fong's side. After all, Shen Man had endured so much injustice due to the events of 4 years ago, and her reputation had yet to fully recover. There were still those who sought to tarnish her name. Soon, the commotion dissipated. Liang Shoyun left in disgrace with her child, and others gradually dispersed as well. Shen Man approached Yang Fong, linking her arm with her mother's. In a voice only they could hear, she softly said, Mom, I want a divorce. Yang Fong's previously calmed emotions surged once more. She quickly grasped her daughter's hand. Man, have you thought this through? She recalled that just recently her daughter mentioned wanting to spend some time adjusting to Lu Zhengguo, and if things could work out, they would continue. If not, they could consider divorce after a few years when some matters had faded. Lu Zhengguo had only returned for half a month. Why had Man's thoughts changed so rapidly? Had he overheard their conversation about divorce today? Shen Man paused for a moment before nodding again. Yes, I have thought it through. In the Lu household, hardly anyone regarded her favorably. Each person harbored malice and dissatisfaction toward her. Some matters she could retaliate against immediately if they involved her. However, if they involved her loved ones, she could not let it slide easily. The troublemakers who came today were Liang Xiaoyun, Zheng Fengxia's sister-in-law. Her son Zheng Xiaobao had uttered those slanderous words in front of Mingchuan. This incident would not have occurred if the adults had not frequently discussed it in front of the children. It seemed Zheng Fengxia must have visited her family often, speaking ill of her. If this matter only involved her, it could be brushed aside, but today it had also implicated Mingchuan and her mother, who had endured so much injustice. This matter absolutely could not be left unresolved. After today's events, with Lu Zhengguo's written guarantee in hand, Shen Man initially thought she could continue to live with him as a couple for a few years. Now, however, it seemed better to reconsider. The Lu family, from the dissatisfied Lu matriarch to the scheming Zheng Fengxia and the distant relative Lu Aihong who had come to stir trouble, had created a life filled with chaos that Shen Man no longer wished to endure or entangle herself with. Mom, if I divorce, you and the family might hear some unpleasant rumors. Will you still support my decision to divorce Lu Zhengguo? Yang Fang gradually regained her composure regarding her daughter's desire for divorce. She sighed and gently stroked Shen Man's head. Reputation is dead. People are alive, let them say what they will. What matters is your happiness. My greatest wish is to see you and your brother live safe and joyful lives. Divorce is not the end of the world. It's not like the sky will fall. You have a job now, and I have saved some money for you if you choose to divorce. There is plenty of space in our home for you. Shen Man felt warmth spread through her heart. Nourished by her family's love, she had initially thought that delaying the divorce would spare them from entanglements. But now she realized that perhaps divorcing sooner was indeed the correct choice. In this manner, mother would no longer have to endure Lu Zhengguo and his family for her sake. Mingchuan would also be spared from fighting with others. Returning home battered and bruised on her behalf, she would not have to return to the Lu household, a place rife with petty squabbles and deceit among the entire family, nor would she have to lay eyes upon that man. Lu Zhengguo, noticing that Yang Fang did not object, Shen Man contemplated for a moment and declared, Mother, I have made up my mind. Even if it leads to divorce, I shall not concede so easily. Over the years spent in the Lu family, she had endured considerable grievances. Currently, a distant relative had taken residence with them. While they termed her a relative, the disdain shown by the Lu family suggested otherwise. Even Lu Zhengguo's mother was constantly trying to create opportunities for the two of them to interact, her intentions evident to anyone with eyes. Although I originally wished to remain uninvolved, now that divorce is on the horizon, I cannot bear the blame for it. Otherwise, post-divorce, I would surely become the subject of scorn and derision. Hearing this, Yang Fang's expression darkened significantly. Man, you don't mean that distant relative from the Lu family is the young woman we saw at the department store today, do you? No wonder Lu Zhengguo's mother was so close to that woman, even taking her shopping. It appears she had ulterior motives. It seems this person disregarded my previous warning, or else she would not be so brazenly bullying my daughter. Shen Man nodded, affirming, yes, that is indeed her. Lu Aihong's intentions towards Lu Zhengguo were quite clear from the moment she first arrived. Yang Fang continued to inquire, what does Lu Zhengguo think of her? If he dares to engage with another woman while still married to you, such a man is indeed unworthy and should be taught a lesson. Shen Man pondered briefly before replying honestly. He probably has no particular feelings towards her. While Lu Zhengguo may not be affectionate towards me, he is otherwise competent, and since we are married, he would not pursue a relationship with another woman. Yang Fang snorted disdainfully, at least he is still a man. If Lu Zhengguo cannot even demonstrate the most basic loyalty to his wife, then he truly is not a man. Shen Man shared her sentiments. Mother, I will handle the divorce proceedings. Should I require your father's presence, I will call upon you. We must first remain calm and seize the initiative, transforming the situation to our advantage, so that post-divorce, people will feel sympathy for me rather than scorning. Yang Fang nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Man, you may pursue your course freely. A mother will always stand behind you and support, whenever you need us. We will be there to shield you. Chapter 72, Planning. After much deliberation with Yang Fang, the mother-daughter duo finally devised a plan to minimize the repercussions of the impending divorce. In this world, the impact of divorce invariably weighs heavier on women, and society tends to be particularly harsh towards divorced women. When Yang Fang was young, she had already endured considerable gossip simply for being a widow. And that was under the protection of her status as a martyr's widow, which deterred many from being too brazen. However, her daughter's situation was entirely different from hers in her youth. The stigma of widowhood, in the eyes of society, is far more favorable than that of divorce. She had been a martyr's widow, which was no easy feat. Man, on the other hand, was divorcing a military officer who had narrowly returned from the battlefield. A distinction that marked a fundamental difference between their circumstances. The path ahead for her daughter post-divorce would undoubtedly be more arduous than it had been for her in her youth. Contemplating this, Yang Fong could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes as she embraced Shen Man tightly. My dear Man, why must your fate be so cruel? It is I who have failed you. Unable to shield you from the storm, Shen Man sighed, returning the embrace. Mother, there is no need for you to apologize to it as I who should be apologizing for having caused you distress all these years. Perhaps after the divorce, I might even find someone superior to Lu Zhengguo. This statement was meant as a jest, intended to lighten her mother's mood. In the narrative, Lu Zhengguo would eventually become a high-ranking military official. No matter how wealthy the male lead Gu Yang might be, he would always fall short of Lu Zhengguo in terms of power. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Fong took this to heart, quickly drying her tears and declaring, "That's right, my daughter is not only beautiful but also exceptionally talented. After leaving Lu Zhengguo, she will undoubtedly find a better man." Shen Man was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Mother, are you serious? Although Lu Zhengguo may not treat me well, I must acknowledge certain truths. Individuals like him are indeed rare talents within the military. Had it not been for the childhood betrothal between him and Shen Ping, and the scheming that occurred 4 years ago, I would have had little to do with him." Yang Fong shot her daughter an incredulous glance. "How can you speak so poorly of yourself? You are not lacking in any regard. You possess both beauty and talent. If it weren't for Lu Zhengguo's interference, you might have already married a man who surpasses him in every way." Shen Man found herself at a loss for words. While she was indeed capable, it also depended on the times. Had she arrived a few years later, pursuing higher education and business would have been her strong suits. However, in this particular period, she had to tread carefully to avoid being mistaken for a spy and subsequently interrogated. It seemed her mother had far too much confidence in her. As the sky darkened, Shen Man realized it was time to return home, just in time for dinner with the Lu family. Given that she had not prepared a meal today, and instead left Lu Zhengguo to cook, she anticipated a lecture upon her return. This was a perfect opportunity to amplify the existing tension with the Lu family gaining the upper hand in the situation to facilitate her divorce. "Mother, it is getting late. I shall head back now." Yang Fong, noticing the encroaching darkness, replied, "Very well, but tonight, make use of Zhang Xiaobao's fight with Ming Chuan to stir up trouble with your sister-in-law. Also, leverage the Lu family's attitude towards the distant relative to further escalate matters with them. Position yourself as the victim to prepare for the divorce." Shen Man nodded. "Do not worry, Mother, I will manage it." Now that she had resolved to divorce, there was no need to endure the Lu family's antics any longer. She was unbothered by the prospect of a complete fallout. Swiftly, Shen Man rode her bicycle back to the Lu residence. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard Lu's mother's voice. "Zhengguo, what is going on today? What has Shen Man done? I just returned from outside with I Hong and saw her riding that bicycle out," she continued. "What kind of married woman is she, acting so irresponsibly? When it was time for her to cook, she ran out, leaving you, a grown man, to take over the cooking duties. Tell me, which woman dares to behave like this? I can only think it is Shen Man." Even more outrageous, Shen Man. Lu Zhengguo interrupted his mother, his voice cold. "Mother, Shen Man had urgent business to attend to. My cooking is not a favor to her. There is no need to speak of her in such a disparaging manner. She is your daughter-in-law, the wife I brought home, so please refrain from such remarks in the future." He added, "Furthermore, I will not divorce Shen Man regardless of your thoughts on the matter. Do not entertain any other ideas. I plan to take her to the military soon." Shen Man contemplated her next move but decided against entering at that moment. Just then, Lu's mother's dissatisfied voice echoed, "Look at what you become. Raising a son like this, with a wife, he forgets his mother. Today, when I returned, I encountered his wife, and she treated me with open disdain. Since Shen Man joined the family, peace had been a fleeting memory. I, as the mother-in-law, have been subjected to constant humiliation. Not if she throws me a dirty look, I cannot even voice my displeasure, lest she run back to her maternal home and accuse us, causing us to face warnings and threats from her family." Zhang Fingxia chimed in. "Indeed, not only can mother not tolerate it, but I cannot either. Zhengguo, you must manage your wife properly. It is unacceptable for a woman to ride roughshod over you, taking advantage of Shen Man's absence tonight. She must have a serious conversation with the second son. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened entirely as he slammed the dishes down onto the table with a resounding crash, startling everyone present. Lu's mother appeared displeased. "Zhengguo, what do you mean by this?" Before she could finish her sentence, the door swung open. The members of the Lu family froze in place. The only person who could enter unannounced was Shen Man. As expected, the next moment, she stepped inside, scanning the room before her gaze landed on Lu's mother, whose expression was anything but natural. She smiled faintly. "Mother, why did you stop speaking? I just heard everything from outside." "You expressed yourself quite well, please continue." Lu's mother stiffened, opening her mouth but failing to utter a word. Shen Man raised an eyebrow, turning to Zhang Fingxia, "Sister-in-law, since mother is silent, why don't you share your thoughts? I overheard you earlier, and you seemed quite animated. I suspect you have much more to say, so let us clear the air tonight, with everyone present." Chapter 73, Discontent. "What grievances do you harbor against me? Zhang Fengxia chuckled awkwardly. Sister-in-law, you must have misheard. I thought I wasn't saying anything. Having finished her words, she turned her head and exchanged a knowing glance with Mother Lu. Mother, do you not agree? We have said nothing just now. Mother Lu nodded somewhat awkwardly. Certain matters are better discussed in private. Had they been voiced in front of Shen Man, one could only speculate how far she would escalate the situation, potentially offending Yang Fong in the process. That individual is certainly not to be trifled with. The last time she came to their doorstep, it nearly led the Lu family to lose face before the entire courtyard. Shen Man's expression grew icy, her gaze sweeping over all the members of the Lu family present. Had they misheard? She had certainly heard correctly. Perfectly, everyone was gathered today, and thus she declared, I have decided to divorce Lu Zhengguo from this moment forth. I shall no longer serve your family. Upon uttering these words, all the members of the Lu family halted their dining, turning their astonished gazes towards Lu Zhengguo, utterly dumbfounded. What, divorce? Surely they had not misheard. Shen Man actually intended to seek a divorce. Wasn't Zhengguo supposed to take her along with him to serve with the army? What could she possibly be dissatisfied with? Lu Zhengguo suddenly stood up, his eyes dark and penetrating as he gazed intently at Shen Man. A surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within him. Shen Man, are you serious? You cannot casually speak of divorce. They had only just agreed to postpone their separation, having freshly penned a guarantee that bore both their signatures, safely locked away in a drawer. Yet, not even a full day had passed before she proposed divorce. Shen Man nodded, her eyes firmly meeting his. Yes, I am serious. Lu Zhengguo, your family has spoken ill of me countless times in my absence. I can no longer endure this life. A divorce would be beneficial for both of us. When we are together, neither of us is happy, and your family is even less so. I am utterly weary of this backstabbing and petty squabbling, particularly with Zhang Fengxia, who had even involved her brother, leading to her mother experiencing a fit of anger today, and Mingchuan getting into a fight for her, leaving him battered and bruised. This she could truly no longer tolerate. Lu Zhengguo stiffened, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What if we separate but continue to live together? It was undeniable that she had suffered considerable grievances due to his family. Mother Lu's expression shifted dramatically, her mouth opening to retort. Separate? What do you mean by that? Absolutely not, Zhengguo, do not even entertain such thoughts. Your father and I are still alive, and Hongmei has yet to marry. How can we speak of separation? Father Lu's expression soured as well. He glanced at Shen Man and then back at Lu Zhengguo, speaking in a grave tone. Zhengguo, before you married your mother, and I had already discussed with you and your brother that any talk of separation must wait until Hongmei is married. Hongmei has only just graduated from high school and started working. She does not even have a partner yet. What are you talking about? Are you, a military officer, truly willing to go back on your word to your own parents? Is this how you define being a qualified soldier? Zhang Fengxia, although hoping for an early separation, was not foolish. Lu Zhengguo's monthly salary was already over 100 yuan, nearly double that of both their combined incomes. The later they separated, the more they would receive. She understood this principle well enough, thus she tugged at Lu Jingbing's sleeve, whispering, Why aren't you speaking up? Go persuade your brother, everything is fine now. Why speak of separation? It would only provide outsiders with a spectacle to laugh at. Lu Zhengbing rubbed his forehead, saying, Zhengguo, reconsider this separation. Our father has not yet retired, and Hongmei is not yet married. It is far too early to bring this up. He then turned to Shen Man, his tone tinged with regret. Sister-in-law, please do not push Zhengguo towards divorce. He has just returned from the military, and these years have not been easy for him. Please show him some understanding. For tonight's events, I apologize on behalf of our mother and your sister. Law.as Lu Zhengbing spoke. He inclined his head in apology to Shen Man. Her demeanor remained frosty, unmoved, standing her ground. They were not genuinely persuading her against divorce, they were merely protecting their own interests as members of the Lu family. Zhang Fengxia nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Zhengguo and sister-in-law, your talk of separation shows a lack of consideration for our parents and Hongmei. Regardless of the circumstances, we must wait until Hongmei is married, otherwise, with whom will she reside? Suddenly Lu Hongmei slammed her dishes down on the table, rising from her seat. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, if you are to separate, do not drag my name into it. Rest assured, once you split, I will not return. Now I have already applied for dormitory accommodation at the factory. From now on I shall reside there. She was not oblivious to the fact that these two were reluctant to separate. They merely wished to enjoy the benefits brought by the second brother and sister-in-law. Mother Lu's expression darkened, forcefully pulling Lu Hongmei back into her seat. This matter does not concern you. Be quiet and do not speak out of turn. It was truly vexing. They had financed her job, and yet this foolish girl leaned towards Shen Man. When Shen Man sold her work, she had not treated her as her sister-in-law, giving her the job for free or for a lesser price. She couldn't fathom how she had given birth to such a simpleton who would be used as a pawn without realizing it. Lu Hongmei rolled her eyes. Yes, this family has nothing to do with me. I am merely a daughter, destined to belong to someone else. Only sons are of value in the Lu family. Mother Lu shot her a glare. What nonsense. Your father and I treat all of you equally. Lu Hongmei scoffed, refusing to engage with her. If they were truly equal, they would not have made her sign an IOU when they financed her job. Observing the chaotic dynamics of this family, Shen Man could no longer hold back and raised her hand to interrupt. Wait, are you all incapable of understanding? I am speaking of divorce, not separation. Your separation has nothing to do with me. All I desire is a divorce. Lu Zhengguo pressed his lips together, his gaze still fixed on Shen Man. If it is due to my family, separating could work. After separation I will take you with me to serve with the army. He had always believed that his family, no matter how disapproving of Shen Man, would not treat her poorly. It was only after hearing from Hongmei that he realized Shen Man had indeed suffered numerous grievances due to his family, including tonight's incident where his mother and sister-in-law spoke ill of her behind her back. Chapter 74. The unraveling. Shen Man's expression grew frigid. She raised her head to look at him, her gaze devoid of warmth. Lu Zhengguo, have you forgotten what we discussed today? Do not tell me that having personally penned 2 guarantees, you have no recollection of their contents. Lu Zhengguo's body stiffened abruptly. How could he forget the 2 documents he had written by hand today? Upon noticing his reaction, Shen Man understood he had not forgotten. However, considering that those guarantees were penned earlier in the afternoon, it was still evening now. How could he possibly forget? Mother Lu and Father Lu's expressions changed instantaneously, both turning to Lu Zhengguo. Zhengguo, what guarantees? What have you written for her? In all their years, they had never heard of a grown man writing guarantees for the women in his family. Surely she had not coerced him into writing them. If that were the case, it would be better for him to divorce her sooner rather than later and spare them the chaos she stirred within their household. Lu Zhengguo turned to face his parents, his expression dark and his tone icy. Father, Mother, my affairs with Shen Man do not require your intervention. Had I not returned this time, I would never have known how you treated Shen Man in my absence. He was appalled to learn that they had repeatedly spoken ill of her right before his eyes. Father Lu's expression soured even further. Zhengguo, are you now questioning your parents for the sake of your wife? Mother Lu appeared equally disappointed. What do you mean, we are bullying your wife? Go ask around. Which daughter-in-law dares to confront her mother-in-law as repeatedly as Shen Man does? With that, she wiped away a tear and turned to Shen Man. You tell me, have I not treated you well all these years as your mother-in-law? Zhong Fengxia sighed, stepping forward to fetch a handkerchief to wipe Mother Lu's tears. Mother, it is not that you have not treated her well. It is merely that some people are never satisfied. What daughter-in-law would openly confront her mother-in-law like that? I believe this is not your fault. It is clearly someone else who has issues. She spoke while casting a pointed glance at Shen Man, the implication unmistakable. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened further, and just as he was about to speak, Shen Man raised her hand to interrupt him. The matters between you and me will be addressed later. Before we discuss divorce, I must also reckon with the grievances I have endured from your family. Lu Zhengguo, you may stand by and listen. Her tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Lu Zhengguo's gaze deepened. He could only acquiesce for the moment and remain silent. Father Lu's face flushed with anger as he forcibly suppressed his rising temper. Zhengguo's wife, what exactly do you mean? Are you insisting on creating a scene over trivial matters tonight? Is it truly necessary to disrupt the peace of the entire family over a few words exchanged by a mother-in-law? Is it not merely a few words spoken by a mother-in-law? Shen Man arched an eyebrow. It may seem trivial. To me, it is far from insignificant. She raised her gaze to Mother Lu and Zhang Fengxia. In the 4 years since I wed into the Lu family, both of you have caused me no small amount of distress. I still remember that fateful night of my marriage to Lu Zhengguo. When he hurried off to the army, leaving me behind, you all conspired behind my back, claiming that I was inadequate, unable to retain a man, which led him to abandon me on our wedding night. You even gossiped with the neighbors about how Lu Zhengguo, out of disdain and hatred for me, preferred to return to the army rather than share our wedding night together. Mother, sister-in-law, my tarnished reputation over these years is partly due to your actions. Shen Man turned her gaze towards them, questioning how a mother-in-law could speak so ill of her daughter-in-law to outsiders. Lu Zhengguo suddenly raised his head to look at his mother, his eyes dark with brewing storm. His fists clenched tightly, a tumult of guilt, self-reproach, and regret swirling within him. It dawned on him that Shen Man's poor reputation over the years was, in part, due to his family's actions. Mother, sister-in-law, is it true that you have done such a thing? He could not comprehend why Shen Man, his wife, and a member of their family, had her reputation sullied, and how it could possibly benefit the Lu family. Lu Mu's expression shifted slightly, her gaze faltering. I merely spoke in passing, it wasn't intentional. Who would have thought An Zhang would spread it around? Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Zhang Fengxia. Sister-in-law, what is your reasoning behind your hostility towards my wife? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, then consider this family divided. He was acutely aware of the schemes his elder brother and sister-in-law were concocting. Initially, he had thought that family should not quarrel over trivial matters. But now he realized he had been mistaken. Zhang Fengxia forced a smile, waving her hand dismissively. Zhengguo, you misunderstand. When you left 4 years ago in such haste, without a word to us, we assumed. We believed it was due to the incident that transpired. Her voice trailed off, lowering as if afraid to continue. Lu Zhengguo's gaze sharpened. No, I distinctly remember leaving a letter on the table explaining my urgent departure. Did none of you see that letter? Lu Fu seethed with anger. What letter? You left in the dead of night without informing us. How could there be a letter? Lu Mu was equally bewildered. What letter? We didn't see any letter. At that moment Zhang Fengxia's eyes flickered nervously, her hands instinctively clutching her clothing. She knew of the letter's existence but had not intended to conceal it. It had been carelessly discarded as waste paper by her nephew during a visit. Lu Zhengguo immediately sensed her discomfort. Sister-in-law, it seems you were aware of the letter's whereabouts. Zhang Fengxia's pupils constricted, and she shook her head vehemently. No, I don't know. Beside them, Lu Zhengbing recognized his wife's unease and quickly intervened. Zhengguo, so much time has passed, with so many people present at your wedding, who knows what might have happened to it? There's no sense in dwelling on it now, let us just move on. He glanced at Shen Man's sister-in-law. Let bygones be bygones, and now that Zhengguo has returned, it is most important that you both lead a good life, though mother and sister-in-law may have wronged you over the years. You have always managed to retaliate in kind without suffering too much. Perhaps tonight, they could simply apologize and we could consider it settled. Shen Man shot a glance at Zhang Fengxia, her tone growing noticeably colder. Tonight's events may be set aside, but my brother's situation cannot be overlooked. Sister-in-law, do you not recall what you said to your family during your recent visit? Zhang Fengxia's complexion paled as she abruptly looked at Shen Man. The realization dawning on her, how did she know? Only her family had been present, and she had merely spoken offhandedly. Shen Man smirked coldly. It seems sister-in-law remembers now. Please provide me with an explanation. Why, after 4 years? Do you still feel the need to tarnish my reputation by spreading rumors to your family? What is more, your nephew took it upon himself to propagate these falsehoods at school, resulting in my brother being assaulted. Leaving him battered and bruised, you Zhang family members even dared to come to my home and cause trouble for my brother. Sister-in-law, your actions are utterly unconscionable, as the gravity of the situation became evident. Zhang Fengxia's face darkened, and she decided to drop the pretense. But as for your brother, I truly was unaware of that incident and did not intend for my nephew to spread any rumors. I can apologize for your brother's plight and ensure my nephew offers an apology as well. Zhang Fengxia forced a smile. Why don't we let tonight's matters slide? I genuinely regret my actions. Please show some magnanimity and forgive me this once. Shen Man's expression turned icy, her words unyielding. Sister-in-law, a mere superficial apology cannot erase the pain my brother endured at the hands of your nephew. Nor can it mitigate your deliberate attempts to slander my name. Moreover, your family is plotting to confront me because of this matter. Sister-in-law, after living under the same roof for years, did you think I was unaware of your capacity to torment me at will? The Lu family was taken aback, all eyes turning to Zhang Fengxia. Could she truly be so bold as to provoke Shen Man, who had previously endured public humiliation at her hands? How audacious! Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhang Fengxia's facade crumbled. Yes, it was I who said those things. Are you planning to hit me again, Shen Man? She sneered, leaning and pointing at her face. Go on, strike me again. Let us see who prevails tonight. It was the dead of night, with the entire Lu family present, including the military officer Lu Zhengguo. She doubted Shen Man would dare to act against her again. Shen Man merely laughed at the audacity of it all, never expecting someone would invite her to strike. Sister-in-law, those are your words. If I act, do not cry out in pain. With that, Shen Man's eyes hardened, and she swiftly delivered several resounding slaps to Zhang Fengxia's face. Never had she encountered someone so eager for a beating. She had to oblige. In an instant, a familiar sight of a swollen, bruised face emerged, and Zhang Fengxia barely had time to react before the stinging pain enveloped her. Her ears buzzed, drowning out all sound until a warm trickle of blood appeared at her lips. Only then did she realize she had been struck down before the entire family. A surge of resentment and grievance filled her heart, tears streaming down her face as she shot a venomous glare at Lu Zhengbing, who remained in shock. Did you not see your wife being struck? What use is it to have you as my husband? Lu Zhengbing, do something. How had she married such a spineless man, who stood idly by while she was humiliated? Lu Zhengbing stood momentarily stunned, but upon hearing his wife's cries, he snapped back to reality. He rushed to help her up. Wife, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital? Zhang Fengxia shoved him away, shouting, I asked you to back me up, to help me teach her a lesson. Why are you just standing there? Go on, hit her. What kind of man watches his wife being assaulted? Lu Zhengbing felt a surge of anger. Instinctively nodding in agreement. I'll go, please stop crying. The thought of his wife being so brutally attacked ignited a fire within him, and he turned, raising his hand to confront Shen Man. Shen Man, how dare you lay a hand on your sister-in-law? Today, I will teach you a lesson. He could not bear to see his wife harmed, especially by an outsider. In the next moment, Lu Zhengguo stepped forward and firmly restrained Lu Zhengbing. My dear brother, I have previously conveyed to you that should your wife dare to act against my spouse again, I shall refrain from laying a hand on her but will certainly direct my wrath towards you. Today, I possess a clear understanding of who is in the right and who is in the wrong. Upon finishing my statement, his gaze suddenly darkened, and with a forceful blow, he struck Lu Zhengbing in the face, causing it to swell and blood to stream down profusely. Oh dear, Zhengguo, what are you doing? He is your brother, your own flesh and blood, exclaimed Lu's parents, their eyes wide with shock as they rushed over to intervene. Shen Man, why aren't you calling Zhengguo to cease? Do you wish to see them fall out irreparably for your own amusement? Observing this scene, Shen Man could not help but chuckle. The Lu family is indeed formidable. You permit yourselves to speak ill of me and plot against me from behind, yet you disallow any retaliation from my end. Chapter 76. Wrath. Lu Mu's anger was palpable as she watched her two sons embroiled in a fierce altercation. Provoked by Shen Man, a surge of fury rose within her, and glancing around the room, she seized a feather duster and charged forward. Shen Man, as your mother-in-law, I must give you a proper lesson. Our family has brought you into our fold, despite it being a grave misfortune. Shen Man's expression turned icy as she grabbed a nearby chair, ready to defend herself. At that moment, Lu Zhengguo, witnessing the unfolding chaos, rushed forward with outstretched arms, positioning herself protectively in front of Shen Man. Mother, what are you doing? Is it not enough that you are creating discord? Must you destroy my second brother's marriage for your own satisfaction? Unbeknownst to them, their actions would only bring anguish to her second brother. She had long perceived the unordinary bond he shared with his wife. He did indeed hold feelings for her, though he was too enmeshed in the turmoil to realize it. Lu Mu's face turned an alarming shade of green upon seeing her daughter stand in front of Shen Man. She swiftly retracted the feather duster, glaring at Lu Zhengguo with a mix of disdain and exasperation. You disgraceful child, do not forget who has raised you. Are you truly siding with her against your own family? Regret not at her. Had she known better, she would have heeded Feixia's advice and married off this troublesome girl. Avoiding the need to support her financially. Lu Zhengguo lifted her chin defiantly, shielding Shen Man. No, what if I go over there and you strike my sister-in-law? I cannot allow that. Then, speaking softly into Shen Man's ear, she added, sister-in-law, do not fear, I shall protect you tonight and will not permit mother to harm you in the slightest. Shen Man felt a warmth spread through her heart and was about to urge her to step aside. Believing she could handle the situation herself, however, the next moment, Lu Zhengguo shouted towards the man currently reprimanding Lu Zhengbing, second brother, hurry over, mother is wielding the feather duster and intends to strike sister-in-law. Resolute in her promise to protect Shen Man, she would ensure that her mother could not inflict harm upon her. Shen Man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Zhengguo to take such a stand. After delivering a severe blow that sent Lu Zhengbing crashing to the ground, Lu Zhengguo rushed over, taking her hands and scrutinizing her with evident concern. Are you alright? Did she hurt you anywhere? Knowing Shen Man's vanity, he worried that the feather duster would leave marks on her delicate skin. Shen Man pulled her hand away from his grasp and shook her head. I am fine. Sensing her frigid demeanor, Lu Zhengguo stiffened, unable to resist glancing back at her. Shen Man continued to ignore him, her voice flat as she stated, once I settle the score tonight, we shall proceed with the divorce tomorrow. To be candid, aside from their intimate issues, Lu Zhengguo was otherwise commendable. However, what she yearned for was a partner who could empathize with her, not one who resorted to emotional neglect. It was evident that she and Lu Zhengguo were not meant to be. It was better to separate sooner rather than later, sparing her mother and younger brother from further suffering alongside her in that household. Lu Zhengguo felt as if he were being consumed by a swarm of ants. Everything feeling amiss, he pressed his lips together, murmuring, let us discuss this tomorrow. At that moment, Lu Mu, having overheard their conversation about divorce, interjected. Zhengguo, go ahead and leave. Divorced men can still find good women, but divorced women are deemed as misfits. Unwanted by any man. Even if a man does take her in, it would only be as a stepmother or to a household of lesser means, where she would endure abuse. Zhengguo, you are a man. A military officer, there are plenty of maidens eager to bear your children. A woman like Shen Man is wholly unsuitable for you and even less so for our family. Mother, be silent. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened, his voice cold and commanding. Did she not realize the gravity of the situation? Did they truly wish to witness his divorce from Shen Man to feel satisfied? Lu Mu trembled in disbelief, staring at Lu Zhengguo. You would dare to speak to me this way for a woman? This was her son, whom she had borne after 10 months of hardship, and he was now defending an outsider against her. Lu father, equally stunned, felt a wave of desolation wash over him. He gently tugged at Lu Mu's arm, saying, look at his demeanor. Does it matter that you are his mother? His eyes are only for his wife now. We cannot intervene, nor do we wish to. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengxia helped her husband to his feet. Upon seeing Lu Zhengbing's battered face, her anger flared, and she could not resist smirking at Shen Man. Sister-in-law, you are quite skilled. Those rumors circulating outside must hold some truth. How long has Zhengguo been back, and already you have him enchanted to the point of turning against his own family? Then, addressing Lu Zhengguo, she continued, and you, after all these years away, it was I and your elder brother who cared for our parents. When news of your sacrifice reached us, our father nearly fainted, and our mother was so distraught she ended up hospitalized. During that time, it was we who tended to them. You, Lu Zhengguo, upon your return, have chosen to oppose your family for the sake of this woman, even striking your elder brother. You think I care about your military status? If need be, I will take this matter to your superiors. Let them see how their son treats his family and strikes his own brother. Lu father and Lu mother exchanged glances, their expressions dark with anger. They both refrained from speaking but silently agreed with Zhang Feixia's words. Their son had truly become a source of shame, showing disrespect to his parents and even assaulting his elder brother. leaving him in such a pitiful state that he would struggle to face anyone tomorrow. Lu Mu's heart ached for her eldest son, and she reached out to touch his face, hesitating for fear of causing him pain. Zhengbing, you have suffered so. Lu Zhengguo's actions were excessively harsh. After all, Lu Zhengbing was his own brother, not someone Shen Man could compare to. At that moment, Lu Zhengbing looked at Lu Zhengguo with disappointment and a hint of resentment. Zhengguo, you would strike me, your elder brother, for the sake of a woman. How could you be so ruthless? They were blood brothers, bound by ties thicker than water. No outsider could ever rival that bond. Chapter 77. A strong intuition. Lu Zhengguo's expression darkened abruptly, emanating an aura of coldness. Of elder brother, is it truly manly to strike a woman? Moreover, Shen Man is my wife, your sister-in-law. Lu Zhengbing appeared somewhat uneasy, deliberately avoiding Lu Zhengguo's gaze. Who prompted her to act against your wife first? Had I not been provoked, I would never have raised my hand against a woman. Lu Zhengguo surveyed his relatives, his gaze distant, his demeanor frostier than ever. Yet this entire ordeal was instigated by his sister-in-law and mother. Had they refrained from maligning Shen Man, none of this would have transpired. I do not strike women, but that does not mean I will hesitate to confront men. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Zhengguo declared to father, mother, upon your return from work tomorrow, let us divide this household. As for Hongmei, do not concern yourselves with her. After the division, she shall remain with Shen Man and me. Lu Hongmei felt a surge of emotion. Sister-in-law, my brother is truly wonderful, but I have already applied for dormitory accommodation, so it is unnecessary. She knew her sister-in-law and brother would soon be stationed together, and her presence would only complicate matters. Moreover, she had finally secured a job, which she intended to cherish. Shen Man pressed her lips together. It seemed the rationale for her divorce had dissipated. Should she persist with the separation, the Lu family and the outside world would surely conspire to tarnish her reputation even further. She would likely bear the brunt of blame for her mother being accused of failing to raise her daughter properly. With a quiet sigh, Shen Man resolved to take her divorce matter slowly. Yet for reasons unknown, a premonition stirred within her. After tonight, it would not be long before new opportunities for divorce would arise, and she and Lu Zhengguo were destined to part ways. This feeling was strong, almost tangible, filling her with anticipation for the divorce that lay ahead. Suddenly, Lu father slammed his hand on the table, rising from his seat. Lu Zhengguo, your mother and I are still alive, and your sister has yet to marry. You wish to divide the family already. They say that as long as the elders are alive, the family remains intact. Before his marriage, they had already informed him that unless Hongmei got married or one of their parents passed away, the two brothers could not separate their households. Otherwise, it was out of the question. Little did he expect that after such a short time back, and having spent so little time with this woman Shen Man, he would actually bring up the subject of dividing the family. It seemed he had truly grown wings, and their parental authority could no longer restrain him. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice, Dad, Shen Man is my wife. The way you treat her is effectively forcing me to split the family. Tonight, no matter what you say, the division of this household is settled. Tomorrow, when you return home from work, I will seek out Uncle San, who manages the backyard, along with the street committee, to witness how this family should be divided. It will be done as such. Lu Mu's face turned pale with anger as she pointed a trembling finger at Shen Man and exclaimed to Lu Zhengguo, I ask you, do you truly intend to cause such a ruckus over that woman? Even if your sister-in-law and I were to apologize to her tonight, are you still willing to separate the family for her? I fail to understand how a few casual words about Shen Man tonight could lead to this. The son I bore for 10 months is now willing to sever ties with his own family for a woman. Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely, yes, this family must be divided. In his recollection, Shen Man had been brought up in the Shen family with utmost care, never having suffered a moment of hardship. She was vibrant, free, and entirely unconfined, yet now, due to his family, she faced daily gossip and criticism. Such a life was unbearable for anyone from any perspective. This family must be divided. Lu Mu, infuriated, took a deep breath and looked at Shen Man and you. Do you also wish to separate? Do you not intend to live with us as your in-laws? Just like Lu Zhengguo, Shen Man raised an eyebrow. It was not I who proposed the separation. I have no particular thoughts on the matter. I will follow his lead. If he says to separate, then we shall. If Lu Zhengguo stood by the side of the Lu family tonight, she could easily position herself as the victim and directly file for divorce. In that case, those who gossiped would have nothing to talk about, and perhaps she could leverage their sympathy to restore her reputation. Of course, if Lu Zhengguo firmly insisted on separating and sided with her, that would also be bearable. At the very least, after the separation, she would no longer have to endure the disdainful faces of the Lu family or engage in their petty rivalries every day. Upon returning home, the matter of divorce could be addressed later. However, she leaned more towards the former scenario. If Lu Zhengguo directly sided with his parents, the divorce would become much simpler. The Lu family turned their gaze towards Lu Zhengguo. Lu Hongmei silently prayed, let there be a separation. She had had enough of this family. If the second brother and sister-in-law did not separate soon, it was likely they would be completely ruined by her mother and sister-in-law. Zhang Fengxia and her husband felt a wave of anxiety. They did not wish for a separation. Lu Zhengguo was currently a significant military officer, earning over 100 yuan each month, nearly twice the combined income of the two of them. If the family were to separate, their share would diminish, and that was unacceptable. Lu father fixed a sharp gaze on Lu Zhengguo. Are you certain you want to separate? Are you truly willing to do so over tonight's minor incident? Lu Zhengguo's expression turned icy. Dad, this is not a minor matter. The family must be divided. Clearly incidents like tonight had become commonplace within this household. Hongmei was right. Shen Man had indeed endured considerable hardship over the past 4 years. As a responsible husband, he could no longer allow her to suffer. Lu father trembled with rage. Very well, Lu Zhengguo, since you wish to separate, then so be it. Lu Mu's face changed dramatically as she rushed forward to grasp his sleeve. What do you mean, child? Separation is no joking matter. You cannot bring it up so lightly. Please stop. Humph. Whether you wish to separate or not, your son has made his decision. It is better to separate sooner rather than later. Lu father shook off her hand and turned to Lu Zhengguo. However, I must state a few conditions before the separation takes place. Your mother and I will live with your elder brother and his wife. Hongmei can either stay with you or live in the dormitory. The house will belong to your elder brother, and the family finances will be divided into 3 parts, one for your mother and me, and one for each of you and your elder brother. Is this division agreeable to you? Zhang Fengxia felt a surge of excitement. Seeing that no one spoke up, she quickly tugged on Lu Zhengbing's sleeve and whispered, you should agree quickly. If Zhengguo changes his mind, it will be too late. Although the 2 elders would live with them, the house would belong to the couple, and the elders would eventually support them financially. All things considered, they were still at an advantage. Lu Zhengbing pursed his lips. Since you wish to separate and our parents agree, let it be as you propose. During your absence all these years, it has been your sister-in-law and I who have cared for our parents. Henceforth, they will live with us, according to Dad's proposal for the separation. Zhengguo, you should have no objections, right? Lu Zhengguo looked toward Shen Man. The division of the family was a matter for the entire family, and as his wife, her consent was essential. Shen Man sensed Lu Zhengguo's gaze and immediately understood his intent. She turned to Lu Zhengbing and Zhang Fengxia. Elder brother, sister-in-law, what do you mean by saying you two have cared for our parents? Although Lu Zhengguo has not been home for the past 4 years, I, as a daughter-in-law, have fulfilled my duties without fail. When our parents fell ill due to the news of Lu Zhengguo's sacrifice, I was right there to care for them. Thinking back on this, Shen Man couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. I have no objections to giving you the house since our parents will be living with you. However, as for the family finances, we should receive a larger share. That is only fair. Although she intended to seek divorce in the coming days, she would not miss the opportunity to create discord before that. Zhang Fengxia's face flushed with anger as she pointed an accusing finger at Shen Man, crying out to Lu mother and Lu father. Dad, Mom, how have Zhengguo and I treated you over these years? Surely you are aware of that. As for Shen Man, while she has indeed helped care for you to some extent, can she compare to the meticulous care provided by us? During the time Mom was in the hospital, I was the one who took care of her needs. Shen Man, on the other hand, found someone else to tend to Mom, showing a complete lack of effort. Zhang Fengxia wiped her tears and looked at Shen Man with red, puffy eyes. What can an outsider provide compared to the care from one's own family? Sister-in-law, if you were seeking to shirk your responsibilities or look down on Mom, just say so. I am not unreasonable. If you simply let me know, I would have been willing to take leave from work to stay by Mom's side. As she spoke, Zhang Fengxia threw her arms around Lu mother, sobbing loudly, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. Mom, I truly feel for you. You should have told me sooner so that I could take leave to care for you. I only found out about this after you were discharged. Thinking of the elder daughter-in-law's dedicated care versus the younger daughter-in-law's reliance on others, Lu mother couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Fengxia, I know your heart is in the right place. You needn't worry. In the matter of separation, your father and I will ensure that you and your husband are treated fairly. It was no wonder she favored Fengxia. The latter had genuinely shown her care. Unlike Shen Man, who had so easily entrusted her to someone else, although that person had provided adequate care, it still left a bitter taste in her mouth. Moreover, considering that Shen Man now held an office job with a salary higher than that of ordinary factory workers, and Lu Zhengguo, being a military officer, earned over 100 yuan monthly. Even if they received nothing from the separation, they should not complain. After all, the 2 elders would rely on the elder couple for their care in the future. Lu mother patted Zhang Fengxia's hand and turned to Shen Man, sighing, as for the future, your father and I will not live with you too. It is reasonable for the house to go to the elder brother's family. Regarding the finances, we shall divide them as your father proposed, without any additional shares. If you are unwilling, then this family will not be divided. We can continue to make do. You claim to have contributed significantly to this family over the years, and we acknowledge that. However, I cannot overlook the fact that you chose to bring in an outsider to care for me. That sits ill with me. As your mother-in-law, it is only natural for a daughter-in-law to care for her mother-in-law. What were you thinking when you went back to your parents' house, leaving me in the care of another? Shen Man glanced at the still crying Zhang Fengxia, then looked at Lu mother and could not help but smile sarcastically. Mom, that was no outsider. Aunt Gu was actually a distant relative of mine, a retired nurse, well-versed in patient care. She cooked and tended to you with great diligence and care. Surely you cannot deny that? If it were me, I certainly do not possess Gu Auntie's capabilities. My concern for your comfort compelled me to specifically send a telegram to summon her to care for you. The expenses incurred during those few days were calculated by the hour. And merely for attending to you, I have spent a considerable amount of money. Shen Man sighed and remarked, if you had felt incapable from the start, why did you not voice your concerns? Now that time has passed, to suddenly accuse me of not taking good care of you is simply seeking trouble and nitpicking. She continued, Mother, it seems you are merely idle, now that life is comfortable. You wish to find fault with me. It appears I shall have to invite my mother over tomorrow to engage in a proper conversation with you, lest your idleness lead to further mischief. Should Shen Man's mother indeed come, one could only wonder how tumultuous the Lu household would become. She would hardly dare. Lu mother's face flushed with indignation, rendered speechless by the rebuttal. After a moment, she managed to utter a few words, but you cannot allow outsiders to come. In the same ward all were family members caring for one another. She was the sole outsider. It was clear to her that many were likely discussing her behind her back. Shen Man smirked, finding it amusing. Outsider, she is my relative. Were it not for my connection, do you think she would have come to attend to you? You would have recovered so swiftly otherwise. You both seem to be holding grievances against me. Reflect upon your conscience. Has Gu Auntie not cared for you better than an elder sister would? With that, she extended her hand towards the two. If you truly wish to contest this matter, then return to me the money I originally spent. Initially, the original owner had indeed been reluctant to attend to Lu mother's needs, yet she had not neglected her care entirely. Rather, she had invested over 20 in hiring a recently retired nurse for assistance. This choice had been made after careful inquiries to ensure the nurse was of good character. Chapter 79. Assertive Zhang Fengxia maintained a stern expression, remaining silent. Sister-in-law, you are being excessively calculating. Our discussion is not about money but rather the dedication you have shown towards mother. She added, you need not quibble. You were initially disdainful of mother, which is why you opted to hire help. Let us not squabble over this with mother. As for the division of the family, we shall adhere to father's wishes. There is nothing more to discuss. If you disagree, then the family shall remain intact. Shen Man raised an eyebrow addressing Lu Zhengguo and the entire Lu family. The proposition of division did not originate from me. You should direct your inquiries to him, not to me. Regardless, if Lu Zhengguo refused to divide the family, she would leverage this point to assert that after enduring years of oppression from the Lu family, she could propose a divorce based on his preference for his family over her. Should he agree to the division, that would be acceptable as well, while the divorce might be postponed for a time. At least she would no longer have to reside under the same roof as these people. The events of this evening had yielded some benefit. Before the Lu family could ask once more, Lu Zhengguo interrupted, speaking in a low voice, the family must be divided. However, the manner of division shall be discussed tomorrow with third uncle and representatives from the neighborhood committee as witnesses. We shall divide as is appropriate. We shall not shirk our responsibilities, but we shall not bear losses that are not ours to take. He concluded, let tonight's matters rest. We will address tomorrow's discussions then. Lu father was silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Very well, so be it. The night is growing late. Everyone should return to rest as we have work in the morning. Zhang Fengxia's expression darkened as she contemplated saying more. However, upon meeting Lu Zhengguo's deep, indifferent gaze, the words lodged in her throat. Perhaps it was wise to let this matter go. After all, this younger brother was an officer, clearly of a different caliber. She might yet find herself needing his assistance in the future. Division was one thing, but she did not wish to strain familial relations unduly. Having come to this realization, Zhang Fengxia cleared her throat. Very well, let it be as you say. We have no objections. Soon, the members of the Lu family returned to their respective rooms to rest. The only outsider in the household, Lu Aihong, stood quietly by, suppressing her presence without uttering a word. Yet, as the Lu family members retreated to their rooms, it became increasingly clear to her that no one seemed to remember her existence, and she felt a pang of urgency. Lu mother had yet to arrange a sleeping space for her. Surely she could not spend the night in the living room. At this moment, the one she was most familiar with, Lu mother, had already gone to her room, leaving Lu Aihong with no choice but to approach the soon-to-sleep Lu Hongmei. Wait, Hongmei, may I sleep with you tonight? Lu Hongmei turned to see a stranger before her. She sized Lu Aihong up and inquired, who are you, why are you in my home, and why haven't you gone back? Upon returning from work that day, she had noticed this person but had forgotten her in the commotion as her mother and sister-in-law began to criticize the second sister-in-law. This individual had remained. Witnessing the events unfold with clarity, was it not impolite to intrude upon the host's home and then linger during such a tumultuous time? Lu Aihong, feeling the weight of the situation, awkwardly explained. Hongmei, do you not recall? We played together as children. On the day I left, you held me and said, Sister Aihong, do not go. She was astonished that the Lu family had forgotten her so quickly. Lu Hongmei pondered for a moment before recalling Lu Aihong. She scrutinized her once more. Oh, it's you. I believe you are nearly 20 now, given your age in the countryside. I assume you might even have children. What brings you to my home, and how long do you intend to stay? Lu Aihong instinctively clenched her sleeves. For some reason, she sensed a strong air of disdain and condescension in Lu Hongmei's tone. The constant references to your countryside were quite discomforting, yet, as she was now seeking refuge with the Lu family, she had to endure. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. Hongmei, let us discuss this later. May I sleep with you tonight? Lu Hongmei rolled her eyes. No, I need my space. I don't even have a proper place to sleep in this house, and you wish to take mine? She then called out to the departing Lu Zhengguo, pointing at Lu Aihong. Second brother, this person wants to take my sleeping space. What should we do? I have nowhere to sleep, and I certainly do not want another person crowding in with me. This household had merely 3 rooms, divided into several sections, resulting in separate quarters for Lu Zhengbing and Lu Zhengguo, as well as a small space for Lu father and Lu mother. As for Lu Hongmei, she had never had her own room. Every night, she simply pulled a curtain and set up a board in the small living room to sleep. Where then was there room for an outsider? Lu Zhengguo approached, and Lu Hongmei expressed her dissatisfaction. Second brother, mother ought to know better. With so many people in this house, there is hardly space to stand, so why allow an outsider to stay? She continued, with the limited space we have. Where is she to sleep? Lu Aihong felt increasingly uncomfortable, her fingers tightly gripping her sleeves as she bit her lip. Zhengguo, Hongmei, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Lu Hongmei rolled her eyes again. Enough, do not make it seem as though we are bullying you. She perceived Lu Aihong as merely a poor relative seeking handouts, one with whom they had no real connection. Second brother, what do you think? Where will she sleep tonight? Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament. There was indeed no space for Lu Aihong, unless they constructed a makeshift area in the living room with a board and some fabric. However, it was late at night, and finding wood on short notice was impractical. Ultimately, he turned to Lu Aihong. Please take your introduction letter. I will escort you to a nearby guest house for the night. Lu Hongmei frowned, stamping her foot. Second brother, she is perfectly capable of finding her way. Why must you escort her? With the commotion from tonight, sister-in-law is undoubtedly upset. You should be comforting her instead. As for Sister Aihong, the guest house is just a short walk away. She can manage on her own, so do not fret. As she spoke, she urged Lu Zhengguo back toward the house. Lu Zhengguo considered this, recognizing that given the turmoil with his mother and sister-in-law, Shen Man had even mentioned divorce in a moment of anger, indicating just how upset she was. He understood that, being a man, he should not be overly concerned, and since the guest house was nearby, he left the matter be and entered the house. Chapter 80. Returning home in the middle of the night. Inside, Shen Man was busy packing her belongings, stuffing her clothes into a bundle one by one. When Lu Zhengguo entered, he caught sight of this scene and, after a moment of silence, walked over. I will accompany you back tonight. Shen Man paused in her task but quickly resumed, there is no need. It is not fair. Lu Zhengguo's gaze darkened slightly. Given the recent circumstances, it may not be entirely safe. Allow me to escort you, once I have settled the family division tomorrow and secured a new place. I will come to retrieve you. Everything should be resolved by tomorrow evening at the latest. Seeing that Shen Man remained unmoved, he paused momentarily before continuing, tomorrow, I shall go to view some properties. I will pick you up in the morning, and we can go together. In truth, the matter of separation had crossed his mind ever since he sensed the discord between Shen Man and her family. As for the house, he had accumulated a considerable amount of savings over the years, so purchasing one outright was certainly within his means. Conveniently, there was a quaint courtyard located in an alley near Shen Man's workplace. The owner was an acquaintance of his from before, and they could inspect it tomorrow morning. Should Shen Man find it satisfactory, they could finalize the arrangement. Shen Man, without lifting her gaze, replied, there's no need. You can decide everything now. I have no objections. Lu Zhengguo instantly perceived the aloofness in her words. He was no fool and could discern the underlying meanings within her statements. It was evident that Shen Man was still contemplating divorce. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such indifference towards their future home. Recalling the moment he had heard Shen Man propose separation that very evening, he had to admit he was reluctant to part ways. As for the reasons behind his reluctance, he was uncertain. Perhaps it was due to her, or perhaps for other reasons altogether. Nevertheless, he simply did not wish to divorce. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhengguo spoke again. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we won't reside in the newly purchased house for long. I will submit my military transfer request upon my return, and it should be processed swiftly, although the allocation of housing may take a little longer. Shen Man had already packed her belongings and raised her hand to interrupt him. Wait, I have not yet agreed to the military transfer. Now is not the time to discuss this. You should promptly resolve your family issues. She had no desire to linger in that household for even a moment longer. Had Lu Zhengguo not forcefully brought up the topic of separation, they would likely have already begun discussing divorce. With that, Shen Man grasped her packed items and made her way to the door. Lu Zhengguo quickly followed, determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. He could not allow her to return home alone at such a late hour. Moreover, given the recent reports of spies in their county, danger could arise at any moment. As the two of them exited the house, they encountered Lu Zhengguo, who was lingering at the entrance. Shen Man, distracted, almost collided with her but managed to halt just in time. Startled by the near miss, regaining her composure, she bypassed Lu Zhengguo and exited the Lu family residence without casting a single glance at the man who followed closely behind. Lu Zhengguo watched her leave, his expression darkening as he prepared to chase after her. However, Lu Zhengguo unexpectedly grasped his arm, her eyes reddened, pleading, "Zhengguo, please take me to the guest house, it's dark and frightening out here." Lu Zhengguo paused, frowning slightly. "Zhengguo, the guest house is nearby, just exit the compound and walk a few steps down the main road, there is no danger." He added, "If anything were to happen, you could simply call out. And the security personnel would surely hear you." Drawing attention, with that, he shook off Lu Zhengguo's grip and hurried after Shen Man. Lu Zhengguo's face paled slightly, and she instinctively tried to follow him. At that moment, Lu Zhengguo appeared behind her, stepping forward to block her path. "Hold on, Zhengguo, what are you doing? You're not thinking of chasing after my second brother, are you?" Lu Zhengguo halted, forcing a smile. "Zhengguo, you misunderstand. I simply intended to find accommodation at the guest house." Lu Zhengguo scrutinized her with a sidelong glance. "Do you think I believe you? Don't assume I'm unaware of your intentions." "Lu Zhengguo, let me make this clear. My brother and sister-in-law are a legitimate couple. If you dare to approach my brother and sow discord between them, I won't hesitate to write to the committee to report you for trying to disrupt their family." Her previous malice was not any less than Lu Zhengguo's. Such petty schemes could not escape her notice. Lu Zhengguo stiffened, her eyes turning red. "Zhengguo, how can you say that? I am truly just scared and wanted Zhengguo to accompany me." Lu Zhengguo scoffed. "Scared? You, a country bumpkin, are afraid of what? In the countryside, people often work in the dark at night. Do you fear that?" "I don't believe it." "Lu Zhengguo, you have quite the agenda. My sister-in-law is beautiful, intelligent, and talented. She is not someone a mere country girl like you can compare to. You had best not harbor any designs on my brother and sister-in-law. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Zhengguo's fingers clenched her sleeves tightly, her body trembling slightly as a wave of humiliation washed over her, nearly overwhelming her. Yet, she maintained a facade of calm. "Zhengguo, you truly misunderstand me. I have no such intentions." Whether or not there was a misunderstanding, Lu Zhengguo was well aware of her disdain for such hypocritical countrywomen. Someone like Lu Zhengguo was not worthy of even being her servant. Rolling her eyes, she remarked, "Fine, I have my own eyes. I can see for myself what your intentions are. You've come here to seek a better match after being scorned in the countryside. Don't think you can play coy with me. If you wish to pursue my elder brother, I might create an opportunity for you, but if you plan to scheme against my second brother, believe me, I can have the committee's people treat you as a homewrecker and parade you through the streets for public condemnation. Let me know your intentions clearly. If you agree, you can stay with me tonight, and I'll ask my mother to arrange accommodation for you tomorrow." Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a moment before finally nodding through gritted teeth. Her reputation in the countryside was already tarnished, making it impossible for her to marry well. It was better to take a chance. Regardless of how weak Lu Zhengbing might be, he was still a city resident with a job. Moreover, she had realized tonight that the older couple in the Lu family clearly favored their eldest son. With the house designated for him, perhaps by marrying Lu Zhengbing, the Lu family would indeed provide her with a job, just as they had for Zhang Fengxiao when she married in. If she could manage it, she must also seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, after being delayed by Lu Zhengguo, Lu Zhengguo discovered that Shen Man had already departed on her bicycle. Frowning, he quickened his pace toward her home. Recently, Ping County had been deemed unsafe, and this was no mere exaggeration on his part. At this hour, with spies rampant, his comrades in the police force were overwhelmed and had yet to uncover any leads. They did not even have a clear count of how many spies were present in the county. Though it appeared calm on the surface, several undercurrents had already begun to stir. During this time, he had been assisting the police in capturing spies, but still, there were no updates. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to break into a run. The route from the Lu residence to Shen's was predominantly along main roads, yet it required several turns, with corners being the most likely places for trouble to arise. On the other side, Shen Man pedaled her bicycle towards her home. The night was dark, illuminated only by faint lights ahead, as families were settling down for the evening, leaving the streets nearly deserted. A brisk wind swept by, and for reasons unknown, she felt a sense of unease. Glancing around instinctively, everything appeared normal, yet Shen Man subconsciously accelerated her pace towards home. At that moment, a bicycle suddenly surged forward towards her. Shen Man's expression changed as the approaching bicycle drew near. She hastily turned to avoid the oncoming cyclist, yet was met head-on, forcefully knocked to the ground, with the bicycle crashing down upon her. Her knees scraped violently against the pavement, and immediate searing pain erupting as warm blood began to flow. Shen Man's complexion paled slightly, letting out a pained gasp. Why, on such a wide road, must one insist on colliding with her? But as she lifted her gaze, prepared to argue, she was met with a chilling glare. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart as she realized something was amiss. The diminutive man abruptly halted his bicycle. Retrieving a knife from his person, advancing towards her with malicious intent. How unfortunate it was for this woman, caught in such dire circumstances. He was being pursued by numerous individuals and had only the option of taking her hostage. Shen Man's expression shifted drastically, abandoning all thoughts as she scrambled to her feet, shouting for help while sprinting forward. Help! Help! The glint of the knife in the assailant's hand was cold and menacing. Reflecting ominously off her cheek. In that moment, her instinct for survival surged to its zenith. Ignoring the abrasions on her knees, she continued to scream for assistance, desperately fleeing. Regrettably, her voice grew hoarse, her strength waning. And no one was in sight. Meanwhile, the burly man behind her, armed with a dagger, closed in with alarming swiftness. Shen Man could even hear his labored breathing, the malevolence radiating from him palpable. She had not run far when the pain in her knee intensified, making her escape increasingly arduous, and in her haste, she twisted her ankle. With a sudden thud, Shen Man fell hard against the ground, the impact jarring her, tears threatening to spill. In the next heartbeat, the sharp blade was raised high, poised to descend upon her neck. A chilling wave of dread washing over her, tension coursed through her body as she instinctively shut her eyes. It was over. This time, it was truly over. That critical moment. A tall, striking man appeared, positioning himself in front of Shen Man. His gaze darkened as he rushed forward, leaping into action to kick the assailant's knife away. The assailant's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the turn of events. Swiftly hurling the knife toward Shen Man before fleeing in the opposite direction, the man's agility was remarkable, distinctly unlike that of the police. He bore no resemblance to the law enforcement personnel. Could he be an ally sent to assist? There was no time to waste. Jiu Qinglin, his expression grave, quickly sprang into action, pursuing the fleeing figure with a swift kick. The blade that had been aimed at Shen Man was deflected, clattering to the ground nearby. Satisfied that the immediate danger had passed, he turned his attention to the woman on the ground. The attacker had vanished, though it seemed others were in pursuit, alleviating him of the need to intervene further. Comrade, do you require assistance to the hospital? Shen Man, just having escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat. A cool, melodious voice broke through her shock, prompting her to look up at her savior. In the pitch-black night, his face was obscured, yet his tall, imposing figure and distinguished aura were unmistakable. Thank you for your help earlier. I don't need to go to the hospital. I merely twisted my ankle and scraped my knee. It's nothing serious. She thought of her mother, who would surely worry if she ended up in a hospital so late at night. Jiu Qinglin glanced down at Shen Man's ankle and knee. The once slender ankle was now swollen, and the fabric around her knee was torn and stained with blood. In such a condition, it would be exceedingly difficult for any ordinary woman to walk. Many would have already been reduced to tears at the sight of blood, yet this woman remained remarkably composed. Jiu Qinglin diverted his gaze. If you trust me, I can escort you home. In the dead of night. Allowing an injured woman to walk alone was indeed perilous, especially after the harrowing ordeal she had just experienced. Shen Man contemplated for a moment. Let me see if I can still walk. If not, I may need your assistance. With that, she placed her hands on the ground, attempting to rise. However, after only a few steps, pain shot through her ankle, her face paled slightly, and her body swayed uncontrollably as she fell once more. In a critical moment, Gu Qinglin's gaze deepened, and he instinctively reached out to steady her waist. A faint fragrance enveloped them, reminiscent of flowers blooming after a spring rain, subtle yet distinctly invigorating. Comrade, allow me to take you home. Where do you reside? Shen Man bit her lip, realizing her inability to return alone and reluctantly accepting his help. My home is just a couple of streets ahead, in the mechanical factory's residential compound. I appreciate your assistance with tonight's events. May I know how to address you? The man exuded a peculiar aura, somewhat akin to Lu Zhengguo, having witnessed his swift actions that dispatched the attacker. She surmised he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps, like Lu Zhengguo, he too was a military man. I will escort you home. Your ankle and knee injuries require prompt attention. Jiu Qinglin refrained from disclosing his identity. He was on a mission in Pingxian, and his cover could not be compromised. Shen Man understood and did not press further. As soon, with Gu Qinglin's support, she safely reached the entrance of the mechanical factory's compound. To preserve her reputation, he intended to depart immediately after ensuring her safety at the gate. As the entrance typically had security personnel on duty, she would be secure upon arrival. Shen Man watched as his figure faded into the night, wishing to remember his appearance, but the darkness obscured her memory, leaving only the echo of his voice. Shortly thereafter, Yang Feng and Shen Shangshan, alerted by the news, rushed to the gate, hastily dressed upon seeing Shen Man's injured knee and swollen ankle. Yang Feng could no longer contain herself and embraced her, crying, Man, what happened? Come, let me take you to the hospital. Shen Man gently patted her mother's back. Mom, please don't worry, it's just some scrapes. I'll recover quickly. There is no need for a hospital at this hour. Besides, such matters were best kept private. Shen Shangshan was equally distressed, surveying Shen Man's condition, noting the abandoned bicycle and bag, and deducing that a good Samaritan must have rescued her and brought her here. However, now was not the time for such discussions. He pushed the bicycle and urged them, You two, stop embracing and take Man home first. We can discuss everything later. We wouldn't want any nosy onlookers to misconstrue the situation. Young Feng finally snapped back to reality, wiping her tears and nodding in agreement. Yes, we must avoid drawing attention. Let us head back. With their support, Shen Man soon returned to the Shen household. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Zhengguo had been pursuing Shen Man but was interrupted midway by a suspicious man fleeing frantically. Closely followed by several plainclothes police officers, among them was his former comrade Tian Makai. Now the police chief, spotting Lu Zhengguo, he urgently called out, "Zhengguo, hurry, help us catch him." This man was a suspect they had been attempting to apprehend for months. He could not escape this time. With the duty and conviction of a soldier, Lu Zhengguo nodded without hesitation and took off in pursuit. Thus, after a night of relentless chasing, they successfully apprehended the suspect. Just as dawn broke, Tian Makai exhaled in relief, patting Lu Zhengguo on the shoulder. "Zhengguo, we owe you for this. Come, I'll treat you to a meal." Lu Zhengguo waved his hand in refusal, striding towards the Shen residence. "No need for a meal. I have matters to attend to. Next time, I'll treat you." He had intended to follow Shen Man last night but had been sidetracked by this incident, now uncertain if she had arrived home safely. For reasons unknown, since the previous evening Lu Zhengguo had felt an inexplicable unease, but his focus had been solely on the pursuit. Behind him, Tian Makai hurried to catch up. "Hey Zhengguo, don't rush off, we haven't eaten yet." "What's the hurry?" one of his colleagues remarked. Could it be he is eager to reunite with his wife? They haven't seen each other in 4 years. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After another night apart, he must be anxious. Tian Makai shook his head. "Impossible. I know my comrade, he isn't one for such romantic entanglements. Over these years in the military, he has never mentioned his wife. Perhaps their relationship is rather ordinary, and she may not even be worthy of him." As Lu Zhengguo entered the mechanical factory's compound, he was greeted by several familiar faces, among them, Aunt Lu, who was washing up with a basin in hand. Glanced behind him several times, failing to spot Shen Man. "Zhengguo, it's still quite early. Why are you here alone? Didn't Man accompany you back?" Others began to tease. "Indeed, after reconciling with your father-in-law, why didn't you bring your wife home? Now that you're back from the military, when will you start a family?" With both Zhengguo and Man being so striking, any child they had would surely be beautiful. "We can't wait to see." Hearing the playful banter around him, Lu Zhengguo hesitated, a peculiar emotion stirring within him. As he began to ponder the thought of having a child with Shen Man, he mused that the offspring would likely resemble her. And if it were a girl, she might inherit a similar temperament. Perhaps such a life would not be so bad after all. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Zhengguo quickened his pace towards the Shen residence. Arriving there in no time. Chapter 83, an unwanted encounter. Last night, he and Shen Man had agreed that he would take her to view a house today, a prospective home for their future together. And he could not afford to be careless. Standing before the tightly shut door of the Shen household, Lu Zhengguo raised his hand and knocked. However, after a prolonged wait, no one came to answer. Frowning slightly, he noticed the bicycle parked in the yard, confirming that Shen Man had indeed returned to her family home. A sense of relief washed over him. It seemed she had arrived safely the previous night. With this thought, he resumed knocking on the door. At this hour, everyone should be waking up, preparing to head to work. In the past, Shen Shangshan and Yang Feng would already be up, having completed their morning routines and begun breakfast. Yet, despite his persistent knocking, there was still no response. Pressing his lips together, Lu Zhengguo realized that Shen Man was likely still upset and unwilling to see him. He glanced at his wristwatch. In half an hour, he was scheduled to meet the homeowner for the house viewing. Just then, the door creaked open. Instinctively, Lu Zhengguo looked up, and as he recognized the person before him, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. "Brother Zhengguo, what brings you here?" Shen Ping inquired, somewhat taken aback. Noticing his soaked hair, she surmised he had rushed over early in the morning. However, recalling the noise from last night when Shen Man returned, her heart sank. It was evident he had come chasing after Shen Man. Lu Zhengguo chose not to respond to her question but instead peered inside the Shen household, regrettably failing to catch sight of the familiar figure. "Did your sister come back last night?" Shen Ping's expression stiffened. It was indeed for Shen Man that he had come. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? Shen Man truly had it easy. Despite her reluctance to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Throughout their lives, as long as she was around, she was the center of attention. When people spoke of the Shen family's daughter, it was always Shen Man's name that surfaced. While Shen Ping, the family's only biological daughter, remained in the shadows. Noticing Shen Ping's unusual demeanor, Lu Zhengguo suddenly realized the long-standing discord between her and Shen Man, rendering any inquiry futile. He opted to ignore her altogether and bypassed Shen Ping. Entering the Shen residence directly, yet, after surveying the interior, he still found no sign of Shen Man nor anyone else from the family. Lu Zhengguo furrowed his brow. At this hour, they should have only recently risen. "Brother Zhengguo, you needn't search any further. The person you seek is not here," Shen Ping stated, having approached him from behind at some unknown point. "Your sister didn't return last night?" Lu Zhengguo was certain that the bicycle in the yard belonged to Shen Man. There was no mistaking it. Shen Ping's eyes darted, yet she refrained from mentioning that Shen Man had left early that morning. She had only departed a few minutes prior, and if Lu Zhengguo were to chase after her, He might still catch up. My sister has never liked me, how would I know about her return? However, she was genuinely curious about where Shen Man could have gone so early. Lu Zhengguo glanced once more at the tightly shut door of the Shen household before turning to leave. With the scheduled time for his meeting with the homeowner drawing near, he had to make plans for the upcoming division of property. As for Shen Man, she seemed to be angry. Once the division was complete and the house purchased, he would return to fetch her the following day. After leaving the hospital, Shen Man found that the injuries on her ankle and knee were no longer as severe, allowing her to walk with some effort. Yang Feng had taken a day off to accompany her to the hospital for treatment, and fortunately, the injuries were not serious, just a couple of days of rest would suffice. She carefully supported Shen Man. Man, what exactly happened last night? Don't lie to me. It couldn't have been just a simple bike accident. Speak to Mom. If someone did this on purpose, she can help you. Shen Man shook her head. Mom, it was just a bike accident. There's no need to worry. Some matters were better kept from her mother to spare her from undue concern. Moreover, the person wielding the dagger last night was clearly no ordinary individual. They were likely a spy. Informing her mother would serve no purpose. Yang Feng shot her a disapproving glance, but upon meeting her daughter's beautiful gaze, could only sigh in resignation. Man, last night, you packed your things and ran back here all alone. And Lu Zhengguo showed no sign of concern. How could he be so indifferent, lacking any semblance of a man? After a moment of silence, Shen Man replied, Mom, please don't mention him in a few days. I will definitely file for divorce this time, regardless of whether Lu Zhengguo chose to divide the property or which side he stood on. After the events of the previous night, she had resolved to end their marriage. Yang Feng sighed, reaching out to gently stroke her daughter's head. Alright, if you wish to end things, then do so. Mom supports you. Once you are divorced, you can come back home. We won tilak for your share of food or shelter. Since she began working, Yang Feng had been setting aside a third of her salary each month, saving it privately as a fallback for her daughter, and now, having accumulated a modest sum, she considered it her plan for any future emergencies. However, now she pondered that once Shen Man divorced, she might as well give it to her. A warm feeling filled Shen Man's heart as she smiled at her mother. Thank you, Mom. In this era, divorce was often seen as a disgrace, particularly for women, perhaps even more severe than the sky falling. Yet, her mother did not oppose her decision. Instead, she offered her support. It was likely a rarity in these times. Suddenly, Yang Feng recalled something. By the way, Man, in a few days, it will be your cousin's wedding, and it also happens to be your grandfather's 60th birthday. If you're free, I would like to take you to visit them. Shen Man paused for a moment, quickly realizing who her mother was referring to. When her mother remarried into the Shen family, they had not severed ties with her biological father's relatives. During holidays, they would correspond and exchange gifts. In her memories, those relatives had always been kind to her, even if they had rarely met. They still thought of her. Mom, when is that? She inquired. In the coming days. She planned to finalize her divorce from Lu Zhengguo, which would certainly take up her time. Yang Feng waved her hand dismissively. No rush. It won't conflict with your plans. Your cousin's wedding is in 7 days. You can stay there for a few days, and then return just in time to report to the machinery factory. Regarding her relationship with her deceased husband's family, she had already informed Shen Shangshan of her ongoing communication with them before their marriage. They had always treated her well, and when she remarried, her in-laws had even provided her with a small dowry. They had always been fond of Man, sending her gifts during festivals. As the only bloodline of that man. Now that the elder was aging, they wished to see the child. She felt it was important to fulfill that wish. Shen Man nodded in agreement. Alright, the divorce could be settled within 3 days. And there was still time to report to the machinery factory. After the divorce, she would visit those relatives. Soon night fell. Yang Feng, wishing to nourish Shen Man's health, specifically took her meat rations to the meat processing plant and bought a piece of meat, intending to prepare some braised pork to help her recover. Chapter 84. The revelation. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Shen Ping glanced towards the source of the sound. This was precisely the tactic Shen Man employed to manipulate men, seeking to entice while maintaining a distance. Look at Lu Zhengguo. He had returned less than half a month ago, and Shen Man had already run back to her family numerous times. The key was that he truly fell for this strategy, coming to her door each time seeking reconciliation. TSK, such skillful maneuvering. Unlike her, Gu Yang had grown increasingly distant, even reluctant to see her. She wondered what he had said to his parents, as they, who had always favored her, were now avoiding her, distancing themselves. In recent days, she had found herself unable to step through the Gu family's door. It was needless to say that Shen Man had likely said something to Gu Yang behind the scenes. That woman simply could not stand to see her thriving. The more Shen Ping pondered, the angrier she became, especially since her job had vanished entirely. She wanted to ask her family for money to find work, only to be outright rejected by her father. If she failed to secure another job, she would have no choice but to go to the countryside. This was unacceptable. How could she maintain her relationship with Gu Yang if she were sent away? As for Shen Man's suggestion of signing her up to work in the countryside, she dismissed it entirely. Outside, the knocking persisted. No one from the Shen family made a move to answer. All were seated at the dining table. Shen Man appeared oblivious, savoring a piece of braised pork made by her mother, rich yet not greasy, utterly delectable, far superior to the fare at the Lu household. Yang Fong also paid no heed to the knocking, continuing to enjoy her meal, occasionally serving more meat to Shen Man. Here, man, eat this piece. This braised pork has the perfect balance of fat and lean meat, and it's quite tender and flavorful. Shen Man smiled. Thank you, Mom. Meanwhile, Shen Mingchuan, witnessing his sister's disregard for him, placed a piece of meat into Shen Man's bowl, his eyes sparkling as he urged, sister, you must try the meat I picked for you. It is so delicious. Shen Man couldn't help but laugh. Alright, beside them, Shen Ping rolled her eyes, the knocking at the door still ongoing. She could no longer bear it and stood up to open the door. Sister, it must be Zhengguo come to pick you up. I will go let him in. Before anyone could say anything, Shen Ping had already opened the door. Shen Man was determined to make things difficult for her, and she had no intention of making it easy for Shen Man either. Lu Zhengguo strode in with several bags in hand. Dad, Mom, I'm here to take Man back to our new home. Shen Xiangshan and Yang Fong exchanged glances. A new home? What new house? It couldn't be what they were thinking, could it? Lu Zhengguo noticed the confusion in their eyes, his gaze falling on Shen Man, who was still eating. Dad, Mom, this afternoon I completely separated from my family. The house I will be living in was already purchased this morning. It's not far from the mechanical factory where Man works, which will be convenient for her commute. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiangshan could not help but speak up. Zhengguo, have you really separated from your family? If you have indeed done so, being away from the Lu family might not be so bad for the young couple living together. Yang Fong suddenly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to be quiet. Man had already made up her mind to divorce Lu Zhengguo as soon as possible, so whether or not they had separated was of little consequence. Moreover, last night, Lu Zhengguo had allowed Man to return to her parents' home alone. Encountering such perilous circumstances, had her daughter not been fortunate, something terrible might have happened. As a husband, Lu Zhengguo was utterly inadequate. Such a man was better left behind. Shen Xiangshan promptly fell silent, lowering his head to eat, though he believed that as long as they could separate, Lu Zhengguo was an acceptable son-in-law. If his daughter disapproved, then it was better to forego the son-in-law entirely. He could only hope for the best. Lu Zhengguo sensed the couple's attitude toward him but chose not to dwell on it. Continuing, yes, this afternoon I officially separated from my family. The house belongs to my elder brother, and my parents will live with them. I will take 2/3 of the family's assets, while the rest will go to them. My father has yet to retire. Once he does, I will provide him with $100 a year for his retirement. As for taking care of my parents, my elder brother and his wife will be responsible for that. As he spoke, his gaze was clearly focused on Shen Man. His words were not only directed at his in-laws but also meant for her. Shen Man paused in her eating for a moment before quickly resuming her normal pace. Shen Ping, unable to contain herself, interjected, Brother Zhengguo, you've only just returned. Why are you talking about separating from Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu? You have no idea how they nearly fell ill upon hearing the sudden news of your death. Even now, they may look better, but their health has significantly deteriorated. You just returned, and now you mention separation. They must be feeling so distressed. For my sister's sake, you cannot do this. Lu Zhengguo's expression instantly turned cold as he replied in a deep voice. My family matters are not for outsiders to meddle in. He had considered the separation carefully from the very first day he returned. The sustainability of a marriage can be heavily influenced by excessive parental interference. A separation was inevitable. It was merely that last night's events had expedited the process. Shen Ping was furious, her face turning pale, but due to Lu Zhengguo's frosty demeanor, she could only suppress her anger. Clearly, before he was about to propose to her, he had claimed he would never separate from his family after marriage. Why then was he so willing to propose a separation with Shen Man? Gu Yang was like this, and now Lu Zhengguo was too. What kind of enchantment had Shen Man cast upon these two men to make them so infatuated with her? If only she had been reborn in Shen Man's body, she could easily obtain everything she desired. After finishing her meal, Shen Man set down her utensils and raised her gaze to the man sitting opposite her. Let us go to my room and talk. With that, she stood up directly. Lu Zhengguo was taken aback that he noticed that Shen Man walked slowly, her knees and ankles clearly injured. It was likely that her injuries had occurred the previous night when he had chased after her and turned to pursue the spies. Lu Zhengguo quickly approached Shen Man to support her, but she pushed him away forcefully. I don't need your help. Chapter 85, The Great Northwest. Lu Zhengguo stared at his hand that had been pushed away, momentarily stunned, as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Although Shen Man had previously expressed disdain for his touch, she had never looked at him with such indifferent detachment. Realizing this, a wave of unease surged within him. He pressed his lips together and reached out again to support Shen Man. Last night was my fault. I'll let you get hurt. Such a thing will absolutely not happen again. Shen Man turned her face away, refusing to look at him, and slapped his hand away. Let us go inside. I have something to discuss with you. Just as they were about to enter the room, Shen Ping, who had been sitting nearby, stepped forward to block their path. She first glanced at Shen Man's swollen ankle and burst into laughter. Sister, is there something that cannot be said in the living room, if you share it? I can help you come up with some ideas. Shen Shangshan could no longer bear it, and before Shen Man could say anything, his expression darkened and he stepped forward to pull Shen Ping aside. Shen Ping, get out of here, can't you see your sister is injured? Why are you still here making sarcastic remarks? If you keep acting out, I'll sign you up for rural labor and send you away to learn some discipline. Shen Ping nearly stumbled as he yanked her, but fortunately she quickly grabbed onto a nearby cabinet to steady herself. They say that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. You truly are a good father to me. Wanting to send me away for the sake of someone else's daughter, going to the countryside is no joke, especially for young women, as it can be dangerous. In their compound, there was a girl who had gone to the countryside a few years ago. She had been there less than a year when she tragically drowned after becoming pregnant, and the identity of the childless father was never discovered. Shen Shangshan's expression darkened, and he wanted to say more when suddenly there was a knock at the door. This time, it was unusual for anyone to come by. Shen Man raised an eyebrow at Shen Ping, realizing that her threat to send her to the Great Northwest was no idle joke. Shen Ping felt a surge of unease at Shen Man's gaze, sensing that something was beyond her expectations, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was until the street office personnel walked in. Shen Ping's mind went blank, her face turned ashen, and her body trembled. No, Shen Man must be deceiving her, she would never do such a thing. Perhaps there was still a chance of sent to another place for rural labor, allowing her to endure until the college entrance examinations resumed in 3 years, but going to the Great Northwest, it was likely that within just a few months, one would be overwhelmed by the harsh conditions and desperately want to return. Although Shen Man was malicious and scheming, she would never stoop to such acts that would tarnish her image, just as Shen Ping was repeatedly reassuring herself that this might only be a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the street office director, Wang Shufang, approached her with a smile and extended her hand. You must be Comrade Shen Ping, a truly ambitious and exemplary comrade, displaying the fearless spirit to take root in the most challenging places. A great person once said that there is vast potential in the world, and Comrade Shen Ping, our country needs young intellectuals like you to venture into those remote and underdeveloped areas and make a difference. Comrade Shen Ping, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you today. You are a commendable comrade, Wang Shufang remarked. Shen Ping was completely stunned, her fingers digging into her palm until it bled. It was her. It was truly her. Shen Man was ruthless enough to actually get her name onto the list for rural labor in the Great Northwest. Shen Man, how cruel you were. Wang Shufang noticed that Shen Ping's expression seemed off and thought she was having second thoughts, causing her smile to fade and her impression of Shen Ping to diminish. Yet she did not show it, instead allowing the deputy director of the street office, Zhang Yadong, to step forward to handle the matter. Zhang Yadong nodded, fully aware of the implications. He extended his hand to Shen Ping, his demeanor earnest and warm. Comrade Shen Ping, your spirit of fearlessness and willingness to contribute has touched us all. Rest assured, we have prepared a medal and commendation for you. Tomorrow afternoon, when we send you off to the Great Northwest, everyone in our compound will come to see you off and present you with a red flower. Furthermore, your voluntary contribution and willingness to go to the most challenging places will be reported in the newspaper, serving as an example for everyone to learn from your spirit of sacrifice. Zhang Yadong's words were part reminder, part warning, and ultimately a threat. The Great Northwest had seen very few young intellectuals willing to venture there in recent years, and even those who went often did so under duress. It was truly unexpected that someone would willingly volunteer. They were ecstatic. After all, they had worked hard to submit the list. How could they allow someone to change their mind? Shen Ping's face grew increasingly pale, and she felt a chill run through her body. Meanwhile, Shen Shangshan appeared bewildered. Although he did not particularly favor this daughter, she was still his flesh and blood. He knew her character well. She was full of schemes, and there was no way she would possess any spirit of sacrifice. Could this be a mistake? Shen Shangshan hurriedly approached Wang Shufang and inquired, Director Wang, are you certain that the name listed on the team assignment to the Northwest is Shen Ping's and not a mistake on your part? Shen Ping, momentarily stunned, was about to explain that the name was not one she had submitted, but rather a manipulation by Shen Man. However, at that moment, Shen Man interjected, raising an eyebrow in her direction. Sister, some things are better pondered before you speak. Director Wang's list has already been submitted, and the newspaper recognizing your contributions will likely be published soon. Do not act irrationally at such a critical juncture. Wang Shufan's expression darkened immediately, her tone becoming grave. Comrade Shen Ping, your sister is correct. The list for the Northwest has been reported, and the newspapers celebrating your achievements, along with the farewell gathering we have organized for you tomorrow afternoon, has already been arranged by our street office. Please do not reconsider at the last minute, as it would complicate everyone's efforts and create an awkward situation. She was indifferent to Shen Ping's feelings. The matter had reached this point, and whether Shen Ping wished to go to the Northwest or not, she would have to comply. Otherwise, how could the street office proceed with their work, and where would they save face? Chapter 86, Dignity. The words that Shen Ping had barely managed to vocalize were forcefully swallowed back. Though she felt a surge of resentment within, she compelled herself to remain composed. The situation had become irretrievable. Should she reveal the truth now, it would not only fail to alter the course of events but would also tarnish her reputation, perhaps even worse than Shen Man's had been 4 years prior. The only viable resolution was to acquiesce for the time being, with future matters to be addressed later. Once she had come to this realization, Shen Ping took a deep breath, mustering a forced smile. Not at all, Director, you must have misunderstood. It is often said that in vast expanses, one can achieve great things. I have always believed that as long as we strive and are willing to endure hardships, we can certainly make a mark in the Northwest, a place characterized by its arid sands, and serve the people effectively. I am indeed eager to go, otherwise I would not have volunteered. As she spoke, the bitterness within her resurfaced, and she clenched her teeth. Wang Shufan's expression softened slightly. Comrade Shen Ping, it is commendable that you think this way. Rest assured, your willingness to contribute and your spirit of dedication will certainly be well publicized by our street office. She added, tomorrow afternoon, I will personally come to present you with a red flower, hoping you can apply your knowledge in the Northwest and accomplish tangible results. After saying this, she patted Shen Ping's shoulder before departing from the Shen household. Once she left, Shen Shangshan cast a frustrated glance at Shen Ping, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining from uttering another word. He chose instead to turn away, resigned. Let it be, the path she has chosen is hers alone. Whether it leads to success or failure, so be it. Seeing that Shen Ping's relocation to the countryside was now a settled matter, Shen Man felt a slight lift in her spirits, although she refrained from expressing her joy in front of Shen Shangshan. Shen Ping shot her a glance before storming out, having underestimated Shen Man once again. Resigning herself to her misfortune, however, thoughts of Gu Yang lingered in her mind, and a glint of determination flickered in her eyes. This time, Gu Yang would undoubtedly be hers. He and Shen Man could never coexist. Little did they know that removing her from the equation would not lead to her ease. After Shen Ping's departure, Shen Man summoned Lu Zhengguo into her room and shut the door. Observing her cold, distant demeanor, Lu Zhengguo felt a twinge of unease, as if something unexpected was about to transpire. As anticipated, Shen Man sat on her bed, lifting her gaze to meet his, revealing her intentions without pretense. Lu Zhengguo, let us divorce. I no longer wish to have any ties with you or your family. Lu Zhengguo stood frozen, his mind blank. A sense of dread washed over him, akin to countless ants gnawing at his insides. After a long pause, he regained his composure and looked at Shen Man. Did we not agree that we would not discuss this matter after the separation? Shen Man shook her head. I never made such a statement. Regardless of whether we separate or not, I intend to divorce you, and it must be done now. She wished to sever all connections with him and his family. Lu Zhengguo's body stiffened, and after a moment, he managed to speak. This stuff because of what happened last night. I can explain. That moment, a spy had passed right before him, and as a soldier, he could not allow anyone detrimental to the nation to escape his grasp. He had hoped that Shen Man would not encounter danger, yet she still got hurt. Shen Man shook her head again. It is related to last night, but only tangentially. The core issue lies with you and your family. You should understand that I have rarely faced any grievances throughout my life. However, since marrying you 4 years ago, I have endured endless indignities, frequently facing disdain from your family. Shen Man paused before continuing. And then there's you. On our wedding night, you abandoned me for the army, subjecting me to a barrage of gossip. Now that you've been back for merely half a month, I have already endured countless instances of emotional neglect. Lu Zhengguo's face paled slightly. He opened his mouth to respond but was silenced by Shen Man's raised hand. Please refrain from speaking. Allow me to finish. If I am incorrect, you may refute me afterward. Lu Zhengguo's body tensed, as it was the first time he did not wish to hear someone speak, the first time he felt compelled to interrupt, yet he could not. He feared Shen Man's anger. He could not even escape, as that would only deepen her disdain for him. Thus he remained silent, listening as Shen Man condemned him, powerless to resist. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. After years of military service, he was experiencing true powerlessness for the first time. Shen Man did not cast a glance at him, instead articulating every issue between them. From the outset, you viewed me with prejudice, even transforming that bias into unkind words directed at me. Accusations of being scheming and untrustworthy, these were your assessments of my character. Though Shen Man wished to remain unaffected by others' opinions, hearing such words spoken directly to her face inevitably impacted her. Taking a deep breath, she met Lu Zhengguo's gaze. Therefore, let us divorce. I can no longer endure this life. Lu Zhengguo's body stiffened, as if something had gripped his heart, making it difficult to breathe, though he had long recognized his mistreatment of Shen Man. Hearing her lay bare the harsh reality of their situation struck him with a painful clarity. The atmosphere around them thickened, the silence in the room becoming suffocating. His eyes were fixed on her face, his fingers instinctively clenching into fists. If I say I regret it, could you possibly grant me another chance? Shen Man met his gaze unwaveringly, her resolve unshaken. No, the divorce is final. She had made up her mind. As long as she remained entangled with Lu Zhengguo, she would never escape the grasp of the Lu family. Conveniently, she had no desire for this man any longer, and thus she would discard him altogether. Lu Zhengguo felt a surge of panic, stepping forward to grasp Shen Man's hand, attempting to place it over his heart, vowing in his military attire that he would never allow her to suffer again. Shen Man, at that moment, Shen Man's expression darkened, as if she had anticipated his actions, and she raised her hand to stop him. Lu Zhengguo, let it be. Let us maintain our dignity. Chapter 87, A Pair. Lu Zhengguo Cease all futile attempts. When I say I wish to divorce, I mean it unequivocally. And no matter what you say or do, it will not alter my decision. Lu Zhengguo could no longer contain himself. His eyes welling with tears, his fingers clenched into tight fists, digging painfully into his palms. Is it truly impossible to grant me one more chance? Shen Man gazed at him with serene composure. Saying nothing, she had made her position abundantly clear. The path to divorce had been sealed from the moment his disdain for her had surfaced. Upon his return, Shen Man possessed her pride and dignity. She could never love a man who bore such contempt towards her, who looked down upon her and subjected her to emotional abuse, even if that disdain stemmed from a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, harm was still harm. The things Lu Zhengguo had done had irrevocably determined the fate of their marriage, which could not withstand even 3 years. Shen Man grew weary of this feeling and spoke again. The sun has set. Let us finalize the divorce tomorrow. She no longer cared about his thoughts. The divorce was non-negotiable. After leaving the Shen household, it was already past 10 at night. Most people had retired for the evening. The streets shrouded in darkness and silence, nearly devoid of pedestrians. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, uncertain of his destination, his mind replaying Shen Man's indifferent expression and the words she had spoken regarding the divorce. Each word, cold and unyielding, pierced his heart like a sharp blade, leaving him in a state of profound anguish and suffocation. The chilly night breeze rustled his clothing, a reminder that both the wind and the world around him were steeped in an icy detachment. She was leaving him, yet he found himself powerless to retain her, lacking even the slightest justification for doing so. Lu Zhengguo, what brings you here? Gu Yang, having just shaken off Shen Ping, had intended to return home when he unexpectedly encountered this former brother. Noticing the unmistakable turmoil in Lu Zhengguo's demeanor, he hesitated before calling out to him. Lu Zhengguo lifted his gaze towards the man before him, scrutinizing him intently for a moment. This man had once been recognized as Shen Man's perfect match. They had grown up together, embodying the ideal couple in the eyes of those around them, who had always presumed they would end up together. At that time, he and Gu Yang were close friends. Having witnessed firsthand the meticulous planning for their future wedding, from the 3 essential items to the dowry, the marital home, and every intricate detail of the decor, now, as Shen Man sought to divorce him, it seemed inevitable that she would soon find solace in the arms of another. Gu Yang sensed Lu Zhengguo's scrutiny and momentarily froze, examining the other man's expression. He did not appear to be inebriated. Rather, he resembled someone shaken by a significant event. The look Lu Zhengguo had just cast upon him was all too familiar, reminiscent of the way he had once regarded him during his marriage to Man. Could it be that something had transpired between Lu Zhengguo and Shen Man, perhaps even involving him? Just as Gu Yang was on the verge of posing a question, he glanced up only to find that Lu Zhengguo had vanished from sight. At that moment, Shen Ping, whom he had just rejected, unexpectedly appeared, attempting to embrace him. Gu Yang, why won't you accept me? Shen Man is not a good woman. She has never made it clear that she wishes to be with you. She has always toyed with your emotions. The only reason she hasn't outright rejected you is that you happen to be one of the most favorable options among the men she can access. Why can't you see that it is only I who truly likes you, who genuinely loves you? Please consider accepting me. I promise to cherish you more than Shen Man ever could. I won't be fickle or disloyal. My affections will forever remain solely with you. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes red and filled with grievance as she desperately lunged towards Gu Yang. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped her attempt to embrace him. His gaze turning icy. Shen Ping, I have made it abundantly clear more than once that I do not harbor feelings for you, nor will I ever accept you or consider marrying you. If my actions have misled you into thinking I was interested, I sincerely apologize. Shen Ping's face drained of color, as if all strength had been sapped from her body, and she collapsed to the ground. But you have always been so gentle with me. Shen Man is undeserving of your affections. Why, after 4 years of pursuing you, can you not let go of her? As she spoke, tears fell uncontrollably, blurring her vision. Yet, Shen Ping remained unwilling to yield, sitting despondently on the darkened street, gazing up at the man before her, her fingers digging into her palm. Gu Yang maintained a cold demeanor, unaffected by her plight. Shen Ping, I ask you, was your pursuit of Man for 4 years merely a part of your scheme? At his words, Shen Ping's body stiffened, a chill running through her as her heart ached profoundly. You truly asked that? A bitter smile crept onto her lips. Since that day when Gu Yang overheard her conversation with Shen Man, although he had never directly confronted her about it, his distant and aloof attitude had made her painfully aware that, regardless of the truth behind Shen Man's claims, it mattered little to him. For Gu Yang, the affection he held for Shen Man overshadowed everything, even the knowledge of her duplicity. With a heavy heart, Shen Ping acknowledged that as long as Shen Man existed, Gu Yang would never truly see her, let alone love her. Therefore, whether to conceal her actions or not became inconsequential. Laughter mingled with tears as she realized the depth of her own despair. Mocking both her own plight and Gu Yang's steadfastness, rising from the ground, she declared, yes, it was I who orchestrated everything. I envied her, envied how effortlessly she garnered the affection of all throughout my life. Wherever she was present, I was rendered invisible even when acknowledged. It was merely as a backdrop to highlight Shen Man. Shen Ping's gaze bore into Gu Yang, her words laced with resentment and bitterness. Including you, Gu Yang. I have stood by your side for so many years, yet your gaze has always been fixed solely on her. With a sudden motion, she struck him across the face. Shen Ping. You have truly lost your mind. You are the most despicable person I have ever encountered, utterly ruining your sister's life out of jealousy. Gu Yang could no longer restrain himself and retaliated. His usually gentle and handsome visage now cold as ice, radiating an aura of fury. Shen Ping touched her reddened cheek, disbelief etched across her features. You hit me. You actually laid your hands on me. Indeed, it was you I struck, and I wish I had never known you, Gu Yang retorted. Shen Ping, your malice knows no bounds. He gazed at her in disbelief, unable to fathom that jealousy could lead one to such depths. Having grown up alongside Shen Man, he had known Shen Ping since childhood, yet he had never imagined that the seemingly sweet girl could harbor such envy towards her sister to the extent of employing such vile tactics to tarnish Shen Man's reputation. As Shen Ping caressed her bruised face, her tumultuous thoughts eventually settled into a calm resolve, and she let out a cold laugh. Ha, you think me malicious? Ha, Gu Yang, how dare you label me as such? You have never endured my struggles, you have no idea of my pain, you are the last person qualified to judge me. Everything she had done was for him. After all, Shen Man, with her talent for manipulating men, did not deserve Gu Yang's affection. In this life, having been reborn, her aim was not only to alter her own fate but to unveil Shen Man's true nature, compelling Gu Yang to see through the facade and cease his love for such a heartless woman. Gu Yang's expression remained frosty, his heart untouched by her words. Shen Ping, I will ensure you pay for your scheming against Man. Man, choose between marriage and going to the countryside. If you do not decide, I will choose for you. Despite the knowledge that his affections had never been directed towards her, Shen Ping's heart ached as if countless ants were gnawing at it, tears flowing uncontrollably, yet she was determined not to cry before Gu Yang. Forcing herself to hold back her tears. No need for that. Shen Man has already acted before you, sending me to the northwest to work on a farm. Time had passed, and she wondered how they could still think alike in their methods of revenge after all these years. It seemed she had truly impeded their lives. As she contemplated this, her tears could no longer be restrained. Regarding marriage, she had plotted against the very person Gu Yang had cherished for so long. He would never let her have an easy time. Perhaps her fate was to face a harsh reality in the northwest, but who knew, perhaps amidst the endless yellow sands she could cultivate a forest. If all else failed, 3 years would pass quickly, and with perseverance through the college entrance examination she might find a way back to the city. Gu Yang hesitated momentarily but chose not to comment further. If she were to go to the northwest, it was what she deserved. Had it not been for her schemes, perhaps he and Shen Man would have already been together. In a corner, Lu Zhengguo listened to their exchange. Gradually uncovering the truth behind the events, he stood frozen, realizing he had misjudged Shen Man all along. None of this had been her doing. 4 years prior she had explained herself, and 4 years later she had reiterated her innocence, yet he had never once believed her. No wonder Shen Man was so resolute in her decision to divorce him, granting him no opportunity for redemption. Time passed, and Lu Zhengguo gradually composed himself. His fingers clenched tightly as he made his way towards the Shen residence. It was now past 11 o'clock at night, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Upon arrival, he found the Shen household was already dimmed and silent. Standing outside the courtyard, he gazed quietly at Shen Man's window, refusing to depart until dawn broke and the Shen family stirred. As he prepared to enter, another figure stepped into the courtyard ahead of him, Gu Yang. Lu Zhengguo paused, withdrawing his foot. Moments later, Gu Yang emerged, accompanied by Shen Man. From his vantage point, he observed the two share a moment of silent understanding, their chemistry palpable. One was handsome and gentle, exuding grace. The other, with a slight blush, was beautiful and poised, her every movement radiating elegance. From a distance, they appeared the perfect couple. Lu Zhengguo lingered in the shadows, watching as they exited the grand estate, their figures gradually fading from view. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Shen Shangshan, who had just drawn open the curtains, witnessed the scene unfold. His eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly pulled his wife, who had been cooking, to the window. My dear, look, is that not Zhengguo? How long has he been standing there? Surely he has not seen Man leave with Gu Yang. Yang Fong, momentarily confused by his words, clutched the kitchen knife in her hand as he dragged her to the window. Who did you see? Lu Zhengguo returned home last night. Why is he back this morning? She glanced out the window and indeed saw Lu Zhengguo, a man who was fixated on the entrance of the courtyard. Seemingly lost in thought, Shen Shangshan hurriedly explained, you were in the kitchen just now when Gu Yang came by. He was looking for Man for some reason, and they left together soon after. Just as they exited the courtyard, Lu Zhengguo appeared from nowhere, staring in that direction. Dear wife, do you think he might have seen something and misunderstood? After all, they are still husband and wife, before Man got married. She was quite close to Gu Yang, and had it not been for that incident, they would likely have been a couple by now. Yang Feng cast a glance at the man outside and irritably drew the curtains shut once more. Whatever, the two of them are about to get divorced in a few days. Man is still young. Why should I be angry about him finding someone else? In my opinion, he has merely delayed her. Shen Shangshan remained somewhat concerned, but they haven't divorced yet. If this escalates, it would only hurt Man. However, Gu Yang's actions were truly baffling. Why did he come so early? No matter how anxious he was, he should have waited until after the divorce. Yang Fong waved her hand dismissively. It's of no consequence, Man knows what she is doing, their meeting is probably important, something that needs to be clarified, so you need not worry. What you should be concerned about now is Shen Ping, who is leaving this afternoon to join the Rural Work Brigade in the Northwest. The conditions there are harsh, and it's certainly not a place for a girl like Shen Ping, who has grown up in the city. But then again, she brought this upon herself, scheming against Man at every turn. And meanwhile, after Shen Man and Gu Yang left, Gu Yang led her to a nearby alley. What are we doing here? She asked, not intending to be out with him, but felt it was better to clarify some matters sooner rather than later. Ji Yang turned to her and said, Man, I want to show you something, please don't rush to refuse. Over the years, you've turned me down numerous times. This time, could you please reconsider? He wanted to show her things he had wished to share with her but never had the chance. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Man finally nodded in agreement. To be honest, she was now entirely convinced that the original owner of this body might be another version of herself from a different timeline. In the days since she had arrived in this world, Shen Man had never concealed her true nature or habits. If she were not the same person as the original owner, her mother would have discovered the truth long ago. Yet, no one had noticed any changes in her, indicating that she was indeed the same person. As for Gu Yang, her understanding of him stemmed from the memories in her mind and the narrative within the book. Aside from that, she had scarcely seen him since arriving here, and thus feelings could hardly be said to exist. However, within the storyline, Gu Yang would be with her after Shen Ping's treachery led to her demise. This fact alone dictated that there could be no outcome for her and Gu Yang. Soon, Gu Yang led her into the alley. It was conveniently located, just a 10-minute walk from the Shen residence and not far from the Lu family's home either. In the alley stood a towering osmanthus tree, which was in full bloom at this season, its delicate fragrance enveloping the entire passageway, accompanied by the laughter and playfulness of children nearby. As they walked, Gu Yang's gaze fell upon a boy and girl, around 7 or 8 years old, squatting on the ground, collecting pebbles. Do you remember the first time we met when we were children? He inquired. Shen Man thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't remember. At that time, she had been preoccupied with learning to dance, and she couldn't recall when a little shadow had appeared beside her. Gu Yang chuckled. I knew you wouldn't remember. If she had spoken the truth, he might have doubted her identity. After all, Shen Man had never lacked companions throughout her childhood. To her, they were inconsequential. She had always been focused on becoming more accomplished, seeking to attract attention and make her mother proud. Shen Man smiled faintly, saying nothing further. Ji Yang turned to look at her and caught sight of her smile. Subtle yet disarming, she might not remember, but he did. Their first meeting was when she was 7, and he was 9, much like the children who were now playfully gathering stones. He had been there, collecting stones with others when Shen Man, clad in a pink floral dress, had emerged from somewhere. She had squatted beside him, her bright eyes gazing at him, occasionally clapping her hands in excitement. He had been fond of that little girl from the start. Eager to learn more about her, once he discovered they lived in the same courtyard, he could no longer contain his excitement and began visiting the Shen household daily to play with her. However, at that time, Shen Man rarely ventured outdoors. She was wholly devoted to dancing and oblivious to his presence trailing behind her. Gradually, Man blossomed into an exceptional individual, excelling in both dance and academics. Her beauty and talent placing her at the forefront. It was only natural for him to develop feelings for her, which helped him comprehend why so many outstanding men were drawn to her. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard. Ji Yang retrieved a key and, stepping aside, said, Come, let me show you inside. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, this would have been the home he prepared for them. As Shen Man stepped inside, she was met with a space that matched her imaginings perfectly. A surge of realization washed over her, and instinctively she looked up at Gu Yang, understanding his intentions. The small courtyard was modest yet decorated in a way that resonated with her desires. The towering osmanthus tree, the well, and the stone table and benches beneath it, along with a rocking chair adorned with soft cushions, everything embodied the home she had envisioned in her mind. Ji Yang noticed that Shen Man had grasped the significance of his gesture. His gaze lingered on her face, yearning to express something, yet, she was now another's wife, and his rationality compelled him to suppress those thoughts. Let us go inside and take a look, he urged. Shen Man pressed her lips together, and after a moment she replied, Perhaps it's best if we don't go in. She held no feelings for Gu Yang and did not wish to prolong any misunderstandings. Gu Yang froze momentarily, then took a deep breath, pushing down his emotions as if nothing had transpired. Please, just this once, indulge me. If Lu Zhengguo hasn't returned yet, I might still have a chance. But now that he is back, everything has changed. Shen Man remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. Ji Yang, you should know that some things are better left in the past. You ought to look forward. Perhaps you will encounter someone better suited for you. I want to go in. After putting everything on the table, Shen Man felt a sense of relief as she turned to leave. No matter how good Gu Yang was now or how well he had treated her in the past, the thought that he would end up with the woman who had caused her death in the original storyline made it impossible for her to entertain any connection with him. Even if Gu Yang was indeed her type, it was better to sever ties sooner rather than later. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yang instinctively reached out to pull her back, but he was just a moment too late. Missing the opportunity, he stood there, watching Shen Man's figure gradually fade from view. A time passed, and Gu Yang finally snapped back to reality. He opened the door and stepped inside. This house had been prepared as their wedding home 4 years prior. Every detail arranged according to her preferences, including the vanity with a large mirror, the wardrobe, and the grand red dragon and phoenix wedding bedding, along with the red dresses he had bought for her. Regrettably, it had all gone to waste. He had once believed they were destined to be together forever, but now he realized that fate had always kept them just a step apart. As Shen Man exited the alley and looked up, she was surprised to see a man in military uniform standing not far away, seemingly waiting for her. She paused, wondering if he had intentionally come to wait for her. After a moment's contemplation, she approached him. She had discussed divorce with him the previous night, yet he had not agreed. Perhaps it was time to revisit the topic. She had promised her mother that she would finalize the divorce within 3 days. Although it was only the first day, resolving the matter sooner would be preferable. Upon reaching him, Shen Man was about to broach the subject of divorce when Lu Zhengguo's eyes shimmered with tumultuous emotions. He pressed his lips together and said, "I'm sorry, Shen Man, I've misunderstood you all these years, and you've suffered greatly because of it." Shen Man was momentarily taken aback, looking up at him. Utterly confused by his words, hadn't they already clarified everything from 4 years ago? Hadn't he professed his belief in her? Was it possible that he never truly believed her and had merely deceived her? Shen Man raised her hand to interrupt him. "Lu Zhengguo, I do not wish to hear any more apologies. I solely desire a divorce. If you feel any guilt towards me and wish to offer compensation, then provide me with something tangible. For instance, I hope you will willingly assume the responsibility for our divorce. You are well aware that I had no intention of ending our marriage. It was you and your family who persistently made things difficult for me, scrutinizing me at every turn and expressing disdain. I could no longer endure it, which compelled me to initiate the divorce. I am the victim in this union, and I do not wish for our neighbors to attribute the blame for the divorce solely to me, tarnishing my reputation and character through this failed marriage." Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a long while before finally whispering, "All right." Shen Man felt a sense of satisfaction. He was willing to shoulder the blame for the divorce, which meant that at least her reputation would not suffer further decline post-divorce. In this regard, Lu Zhengguo could still be considered a man. She intended to glance at the time, but upon noticing the watch on her wrist, she suddenly remembered that it was a gift from Lu Zhengguo. Unlike the bicycle, which was merely a token of apology that she could accept, this watch was different. As she glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly noon, she figured that if they were to proceed with the divorce now, the staff would likely have already left for the day. However, she did not want to prolong the divorce any further. The longer they delayed, the more complications would arise. She looked up at Lu Zhengguo, her tone pausing momentarily before she suggested, "How about we obtain the divorce certificate at 2 o'clock this afternoon?" Lu Zhengguo stiffened, taken aback that they had come to this point. "I have matters to attend to lately and lack the time. Moreover, since we are a military couple, the divorce requires an application to be submitted to the army. We must wait for their approval before proceeding with the divorce. Currently, I am not at the base, so it may take some time." Shen Man was momentarily taken aback. She had momentarily forgotten this detail. Military marriages indeed differ from ordinary ones, as both marriage and divorce necessitate military consent. It appeared they would not be able to separate immediately. Nevertheless, Shen Man raised her gaze to the man. "Don't you have a 3-month leave? It has only been half a month. How can you already be too busy? Furthermore, did you not intend to stay for 3 months, only planning to remain for 1 month before returning? Why not head back to the base now and submit the divorce application? The sooner we resolve this matter, the better." Surely he would not drag this out indefinitely. Lu Zhengguo's eyes lingered on her face for a moment before he did not offer an explanation and turned on his heel. Striding away, he feared that if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist pleading with her, yet he could see that Shen Man had never held any expectations for their marriage. Nor had she invested any genuine emotions into it. Forcing the issue would only deepen her aversion. Thus, it was better to grant her freedom. They could divorce, and should he be willing to put in the effort, reconciliation could be possible. As for Gu Yang, he would not even entertain the thought. Shen Man watched him leave without uttering a word. She hurried after him, eager to establish a specific time for their divorce. But after only a few steps, her recently injured ankle began to throb, compelling her to abandon the pursuit of Lu Zhengguo. How frustrating! Having decided on divorce, could they not resolve the matter swiftly? Upon returning to the Shen household, she opened the door to find Shen Shangshan discreetly withdrawing some money from his pocket and stealthily handing it to Shen Ping. "Take it, it's not much. But you haven't contributed a single cent to the household over these years. I know you have your savings, but this is from me, so use it as you see fit. Since you went to the countryside, you ought to work on your temperament. In dealing with others, do not always be calculating this and that. The outside world is not like home. If you do not change your ways, you will inevitably suffer great losses." Startled by the sound of the door opening, Shen Xiangshan instinctively shoved the money back under his seat. Upon recognizing that it was Shen Man entering, he breathed a sigh of relief. Man, it's you. You're back. Shen Man glanced at Shen Ping, who sat expressionless on the sofa, and then at the beads of sweat forming on Shen Xiangshan's forehead. Choosing not to comment, she nodded. Dad, I'll head to my room first. Shen Xiangshan began to speak but quickly swallowed his words. Alright, you go rest. If you want anything to eat later, I'll make it for you. Shen Man pondered for a moment, then please make some scrambled eggs. It has been a long time since I've had them, and I find myself missing them. After speaking, she turned to close her door, but Shen Ping abruptly blocked her way, meeting her gaze directly. I am leaving in a few hours. Let us talk. Shen Xiangshan hurriedly intervened. You two have a strained relationship. There is nothing to discuss. The farewell party organized by the street office is about to commence. You should go and prepare. Don't pull me back. Shen Xiangshan, don't think I don't know. You are certainly aware of who submitted my name. Everyone in this household knows it. Why is it that I, your biological daughter, am being treated unfairly while you show favoritism towards Shen Man, who shares no blood ties with you? Do you know that just last night, I expected you to stand by my side, to help me confront those who have wronged me? As she spoke, Shen Ping's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks, a heavy feeling weighing down her heart. But you only care for that woman and her 2 children. As for me, your own flesh and blood, you have long since cast aside. Shen Xiangshan, you are my biological father. If you dislike me so much, why did you bring me into this world? Would it not have been better to end my life at birth? She could not comprehend why this was so. While she could understand others favoring Shen Man, it baffled her that her own father did the same. Shen Xiangshan felt a pang of discomfort within. His gaze towards Shen Ping laden with complexity. Over the years, I have indeed failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a father, but I have never perceived myself as biased. Rather, I have simply not guided you well. Had I disciplined you properly when you were younger and not devoted most of my energy to work and other matters, perhaps you would be as well behaved as Man. Shen Ping felt a mix of bitterness and pain in her heart. You did not teach me well. Others have parents to guide them, yet I lost my mother, and my father remarried, turning into a stepfather who has never cared for me nor taught me anything. The way I have grown up, which you disapprove of, is entirely your doing. Even Shen Man, whom I despise the most, received the love of Yang Fong. In fact, Yang Fong began paving the way for her from a young age, investing time and money into her education. Had I not been given a second chance at life, Shen Man would have undoubtedly walked a path leading to success, with a man who adores her and an abundance of wealth. Becoming the envy of all as the wife of a wealthy man. Even in old age, she would remain graceful and striking. That was the path laid out for her by Yang Fong. Meanwhile, I, raised without a mother's guidance and neglected by my father, am destined to be a mere shadow in her presence. Yet, despite being granted a second chance, fate still favors Shen Man, the very person who should have been sacrificed. Lu Zhengguo unexpectedly returned and within a mere month, developed feelings for Shen Man. What then were the hardships I endured as a widow? What did it matter that I eloped with a scoundrel? If only I had waited just one more day at the Lu household, I would have become the esteemed officer's wife, but one misstep led to another. I chose to elope with a scoundrel the very day before Lu Zhengguo's return. Reflecting on her past, Shen Ping realized she would always fall short in luck compared to Shen Man. With this realization, her hatred for Shen Man intensified, her gaze filled with malice. It's all your fault, Shen Man. If your mother had never entered our Shen family, I would not be in this predicament. If she had been an ordinary woman focused solely on household chores and children, without aspirations beyond that, how much better would it have been? In that case, there would have been no Shen Man to overshadow me at every turn. Shen Man cast a glance at the silent Shen Xiangshan, then at Shen Ping, whose eyes seemed to burn with a desire to kill her, and could not help but laugh. No, Shen Ping, you were mistaken. Dad treats me well, but he is not unkind to you either. If you are truly confused, why don't you ask Dad to clarify? It cannot be that I am to shoulder all the blame. Shen Xiangshan stiffened, instinctively looking at Shen Man. Upon seeing the seriousness in her eyes, he realized that she likely knew the truth all along, merely refraining from speaking it for the sake of the family, her mother, and Ming Xuan. With this thought, his complexion turned pale, and his fingers clenched tightly at his side. Man, you knew all this? Shen Man nodded. Yes, I knew it the moment I first broached the subject of divorce with Lu Zhengguo. I deduced it. He mentioned that 4 years ago, Shen Ping had an alibi, and the rest of the Shen family would not harm her. In truth, it is not as such. Only after the events transpired did someone aid her in concealing the past, and among the entire Shen family, only Shen Xiangshan might assist Shen Ping in her subterfuge. Regardless of her unappealing nature, she remains his biological daughter. As for her stepdaughter, he undoubtedly cared for her, but by that time, events had already unfolded, and Shen Xiangshan would invariably lean towards one daughter. His lips moved slightly, and a tide of guilt surged within him. Man, I am sorry for you. The events of the past have caused you distress. It is I who failed to guide your sister properly. Shen Ping abruptly glanced at Shen Xiangshan, bewildered. What do you mean? I cannot comprehend. How can you apologize to Shen Man? Have you not treated her well throughout her life? Why must you express remorse? Seemingly sensing something, she strode forward, clutching Shen Shangshan's sleeve tightly. You have always favored Shen Man and despised me. I cannot believe you would aid me. Shen Man spoke with a hint of detachment. Indeed, I too find it perplexing. When Lu Zhengguo was investigating the truth, why did someone from our household deliberately assist in concealing it, helping with the aftermath? Father, why not take this opportunity, with both Shen Ping and me present? To elucidate the matter thoroughly, Shen Shangshan, in anguish, crouched down, cradling his head, struggling to speak. This issue had been buried deep within his heart for a long time, haunting him nightly in dreams of the day the truth would be unveiled. Ultimately, he felt he had wronged Man, as well as Yang Fong, and this family. At this moment, what was there left for Shen Ping to be oblivious about? A bitter smile crept upon her lips as she mused. I always believed I executed that matter flawlessly, nearly perfectly. Even Lu Zhengguo remained oblivious. I never imagined someone was assisting in the aftermath. It seems I have triumphed over you this time, Shen Man. At least, in that critical moment, my father ultimately stood by me, his biological daughter. Shen Man, you have lost, you have lost. Shen Shangshan hastily stood, covering Shen Ping's mouth, shaking his head vigorously at Shen Man. It is not as you think. I never intended to favor anyone, it was merely. Shen Man lowered her gaze, fiddling with her fingers, seemingly indifferent. No need for explanations. I am well aware what you wish to convey is simply that the events had already transpired. I lay in disarray with Lu Zhengguo, and the situation cannot be altered, hence you chose to protect the other. As for me, you intend to say you have been compensating me all along. Those who witnessed the scene after the incident were all insiders, they would not speak of it. Only Shen Ping, who harbored intentions against me, would divulge such matters. Thus, you swiftly suppressed the incident, leveraging work to silence Shen Ping. You even specifically sought out Lu Zhengguo to marry me, and in terms of my dowry, you nearly expended the entirety of the Shen family's savings accumulated over the years on me. Even this time, when I enrolled Shen Ping for rural service, sending her to the far northwest, you, fully aware it was my doing, dared not question me. Upon reaching this point, Shen Man paused, her gaze fixed on the father-daughter duo. Her tone dripping with unspoken sarcasm. By this reckoning, you neither favored me nor Shen Ping. Indeed, you have maintained a perfect balance. Shen Ping was momentarily rendered speechless, instinctively glancing at Shen Xianghan. Is she speaking the truth? Chapter 92, Reluctance. Yes, it is true. Shen Shangshan raised his hand to wipe his face, falling into a prolonged silence before finally conceding. Shen Ping's mind went blank, a ringing in her ears. It was indeed true. He bore feelings for her, and he was not entirely partial to Shen Man. Shen Man regarded the pair, turning to shut the door. Prior to this moment, she had harbored doubts about Shen Ping, yet had never questioned Shen Shangshan, for he had genuinely treated her well throughout her life. While his affection may have stemmed from a fondness for her mother, she could still discern sincerity from pretense. Since suspecting the truth, she occasionally pondered whether, had Shen Shangshan been her biological father, he would have directly exposed Shen Ping in her defense, cleansing her of the stigma. Yet there are no what-ifs. She was not the biological daughter of the Shen family, and Shen Shangshan had indeed opted to protect Shen Ping. On several occasions, she contemplated confiding in her mother about this matter, but considering their years of marriage and Shen Shangshan's overall kindness to her mother, she feared that if she revealed the truth, her mother would surely seek a divorce, complicating matters regarding Ming Xuan's custody. The entire Shen household would descend into chaos, embroiling her two dearest relatives. This was why, despite her suspicions, she hesitated to seek confirmation or articulate her thoughts. Lying on her bed, Shen Man massaged her temples, her mind in disarray, unable to muster even a modicum of energy. To be candid, her feelings toward Shen Shangshan were exceedingly complex, so intricate that she wished not to dwell on them. Perhaps it would be best to simply refrain from thought. Once she finalized her divorce with Lu Zhengguo, she would purchase a small apartment and move out. After all, Shen Shangshan had nearly allocated the entirety of the Shen family's savings as her dowry, amounting to nearly 1,000 yuan, more than sufficient to acquire a modest home. The time for rural service had arrived. Amidst the cheers from the street office, Shen Ping donned a bright red flower and boarded the train bound for the far northwest. Shen Shangshan did not accompany her. He had intended to hand her 30 yuan, but when Shen Man unexpectedly entered, the subsequent events caused him to forget to give it to her. This 30 yuan was his savings accumulated over 4 years, meticulously set aside from his monthly smoking allowance. Though it was not a significant sum, it was the only money he could part with since the division of the family 2 days prior. Lu Hongmei's dormitory application had yet to be approved, compelling her to reside in the newly purchased home of Lu Zhengguo. She had been living there for a day without encountering her sister-in-law. Even her brother rarely returned home before nightfall. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Hongmei remained awake throughout the night, seated in the living room, waiting for someone to return. She intended to inquire thoroughly into the couple's predicament. Furthermore, her brother displayed a complete lack of awareness regarding how to please a woman. On that fateful night, when his wife left in anger for her parental home, he had pursued her only to divert his course midway to capture some spies. He was merely on leave to visit family, he had no military obligations, those individuals had sought his assistance, and he had blindly complied, without considering how frightened his wife might be returning home alone at night. What if something happened? Wouldn't that only exacerbate the rift between them? Lu Hongmei scowled. Her brother was truly foolish. Had she not inquired, she would have remained oblivious to this incident, genuinely believing he had gone after his wife. It was fortunate she had secretly helped him resolve a troublesome romantic entanglement. The more Lu Hongmei thought about it, the angrier she became. It was pitch black outside, and rather than retreating to her room, she continued to sit in the living room, waiting. However, after waiting and waiting, no one returned. As the hour grew late, she resolved to retire for the night, having an early day ahead. Just as she stood, Lu Zhengguo entered, reeking of alcohol, his demeanor starkly contrasting his usual restraint. Lu Hongmei paused for a moment before hastily approaching to close the door. Brother, have you been drinking? How could you still be out drinking at this hour? If sister-in-law finds out, she will surely be furious with you. She was well aware of her brother's feelings for his wife. Whenever she was present, his gaze would unconsciously gravitate towards her, gentle yet restrained. One cannot conceal the gaze of someone in love, and she was certain he had developed feelings for his spouse. Regrettably, he remained oblivious. She had no intention of making it explicit. Such matters must be discovered and understood by men themselves to grasp the fleeting, precious feeling of awakening to love. Lu Zhengguo smirked slightly, entering the room without uttering a word, firmly shutting the door behind him. Drinking, disdain? No, she would not care. If she did care, she would not be so intent on divorcing him. Lu Hongmei sensed something was amiss and hurriedly followed, knocking on the door. Brother, what happened? I recall you never drink. Have you quarreled with sister-in-law? Please tell me. Perhaps I can help. As Lu Zhengguo stepped inside, he collapsed onto the floor, the cold surface pressing against his skin. Clad in a crisp military uniform, with a prominent nose and chiseled features, the man, usually so composed and reserved, now lay on the ground, eyes wide open, feeling the rapid beating of his heart against his chest, his gaze fixated on the ceiling. In his mind, memories of the brief month since his return surfaced, every moment shared with Shen Man. Her every smile and frown. Never had Lu Zhengguo felt so acutely that he had never intended to divorce her. Perhaps it was because he was perpetually drawn to her, gradually developing feelings, falling for her. Outside, Lu Hongmei was in a state of panic, nearly distressed to death, persistently knocking on the door. Brother, what on earth is wrong? Have you quarreled with sister-in-law? Even if it escalates to divorce, you can always win her back. There is no need to drown your sorrows in solitude. Yet, after knocking for what felt like an eternity, there was no response from within. Lu Hongmei furrowed her brow. Having spent a restless night, tossing and turning, haunted by the feeling that something was amiss between her brother and his wife, after contemplating throughout the night, she ultimately resolved that the following day, after work, she would seek an opportunity to visit the Shen family and inquire about the situation, hoping to uncover the truth. Surely, it could not be that a divorce was truly on the horizon. The mere thought of this possibility made Lu Hongmei hastily shake her head, insisting that it simply could not be. She had no desire for others to refer to her as their sister-in-law. Chapter 93, Secrets. The day after Shen Ping went to the countryside, Yang Fang sensed that something was amiss with Shen Shangshan. Though she could not pinpoint exactly what it was, she only had a vague feeling that it was related to Man Man. Thus, that evening, she entered Shen Man's room and said, Man, your father seems off. Could it be that he has discovered you were the one who sent Shen Ping off to the northwest? Initially, Yang Fang was unaware of this matter until someone from the neighborhood office came to her door, prompting her to piece the situation together. Upon further inquiry, it was confirmed that her daughter was indeed involved. However, Shen Ping's behavior warranted some reprimand. She was filled with malice and jealousy. Yang Fang recalled her first year in the Shen household when Shen Ping was merely 5 years old. Already trying to snatch Man Man's dresses and toys, those possessions had been sent back by Man Man's biological father before his passing. How could Shen Ping be allowed to take them, when Shen Ping could not steal them? She resorted to cutting Man Man's dress with scissors. Yang Fang had been taken aback and quickly called Shen Shangshan back to witness the misdeeds of his daughter. Ultimately, the incident concluded with Shen Shangshan disciplining Shen Ping. From that point on, Yang Fang struggled to feel close to her stepdaughter, a sentiment exacerbated by the fact that Shen Ping was not her own child. Shen Man shook her head and leaned against Yang Fang's shoulder. Mom, don't overthink it. The deed is done. If Dad finds out, let him know. I simply do not like Shen Ping. For a fleeting moment, she wished to disclose everything to her mother. However, she knew that once such words were spoken, with her mother's temperament, it would inevitably lead to a divorce from Shen Shangshan. If that were to happen, both her mother and she would suffer from the ensuing gossip. Mingxuan would also be affected. After some thought, Shen Man resolved to keep this matter concealed for the time being. After all, aside from that incident, Shen Shangshan was indeed a good husband and father, yet, she could never regard him as her biological father again. Yang Fang gently stroked Shen Man's head and reassured her, do not worry. If your father harbors resentment towards you because of this, then I shall divorce him and take you and your brother away from the Shen household. She had remarried to provide her daughter with a complete family, not to subject her to distress. She intended to keep both her daughter and son. If they were to leave, they would do so as a united family. Shen Man could not help but smile, her heart warmed by her mother's words. She embraced Yang Fong tightly, tears streaming down her face. Mom, just hearing you say that is enough for me. But truly, there is nothing to worry about. I have grown up. You need not always consider me, you should think more about yourself. In my heart, you and Mingchuan are the ones I hold dearest. As long as you both are well, my heart will be at peace. Yang Fong touched Shen Man's face, filled with emotion. The same goes for me, dear. As long as you and your brother are well, I will be well. Regardless of how old you become, you will always be my children. As long as I draw breath, I shall always worry about you. After saying this, she recalled something. Oh, by the way, this morning when you and Gu Yang went out, Lu Zhengguo almost saw you. Is that a problem? Shen Man paused to realizing that Lu Zhengguo had indeed followed her and Gu Yang until she emerged. No wonder she had seen him standing at the alley's entrance when she came out. Noticing her daughter's odd demeanor, Yang Fong quickly inquired, Man, he didn't misunderstand anything and get angry with you? Did he? She understood her daughter well. There was certainly nothing between her and Gu Yang. If there were, Lu Zhengguo would not have stood a chance. Shen Man snapped back to reality and shook her head. Mom, since a divorce is on the table, his misunderstandings are of little consequence. Moreover, judging by his demeanor today, he did not appear to be misled. He is a man of strong responsibility, and despite his previous disdain for me, he never initiated a divorce. Now that I have brought it up, he is likely refraining from proceeding out of a sense of obligation and a desire to avoid complications. Perhaps in a day or two, he will come to terms with it and agree to the divorce. Yang Fong sighed, pulling out a savings book and placing it in Shen Man's palm. This is the money I have saved for you since your birth. A little each month. Over the years, it has accumulated to several hundred. Here, take it early and see for yourself. Shen Man's expression faltered as she opened the book, revealing over 500 yuan inside. A wave of warmth surged through her, and her eyes grew misty, unable to hold back tears. Mom, you are so wonderful. She leaped into Yang Fong's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Fong gently patted her daughter's back. All right, don't cry out. If you keep this up, your eyes will be swollen. In this world, women often bore a heavier burden than men, shackled by more constraints, especially a divorced beauty who was more susceptible to gossip. While money could not resolve these issues, it could afford her daughter a better life. As for Mingchuan, with Shen Shangshan around, he would undoubtedly be cared for as the only son of the Shen family. But Man was different. She had only her mother to rely on. If she did not consider her, who would? In the living room, Shen Shangshan noticed that Yang Fong had entered Shen Man's room and had yet to emerge. Anxiety gnawed at him, and cold sweat broke out as he feared that Shen Man might confide in Yang Fong about the matter. Given Yang Fong's affection for Man, if she were to learn the truth, their family would surely fall apart. At that point, he would lose his wife, son, and daughter. How could he possibly endure such a loss? Shen Shangshan, feeling restless, ran his fingers through his hair and paced the cramped living room. Minutes felt like hours until Yang Fong finally emerged from Shen Man's room. She did not spare a glance at him but returned to her own room, closing the door as if he did not exist. Panic surged within Shen Shangshan as he hurried to knock on the door, calling, Wife, I haven't even entered yet. You're locking me out. Inside, Yang Fong feigned ignorance, sitting at her vanity, combing her hair and applying snowflower cream. She was well aware that since Shen Ping had departed, Shen Shangshan had been harboring secrets from her. Moreover, the 30 yuan he had stashed away in his underwear, she suspected, had been discreetly given to Shen Ping. While she did not wish to dwell on this, recognizing it as his personal savings, she knew Shen Shangshan must have other matters concealed from her, undoubtedly related to Man. However, today she had tested the waters, and it seemed neither of them intended to disclose the truth. Yang Fong felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, but upon reflection realized that Man was growing up and having secrets was only natural. Chapter 94, Conversation. Seeing that knocking on the door was futile, Shen Shangshan stood outside for what felt like an eternity, yet there was no response from within. Eventually, he approached Shen Man's door and knocked once more. Inside, Shen Man was just about to settle down when she recognized the sound of knocking and knew who it was. After a moment's thought, she decided to rise and open the door. Upon entering, Shen Shangshan could not bring himself to meet her gaze, guilt washing over him once more. Man, he began 4 years ago. Both your sister and I owe you an apology. I do not seek your forgiveness. But could you please refrain from telling your mother about this matter for now? He was genuinely frightened, terrified that if Yang Fong learned of the truth, their family would indeed be shattered. Shen Man remained silent for a moment. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. Dad, do you realize that before I learned of this, I had always placed my trust in you? I have seen your kindness toward me. My biological father passed away too early, and my memories of him are scant. Instead, you have treated me with the love and care of a true father, standing by my side as I grew up. I genuinely regarded you as my real father. But what have you done? My mother trusted you deeply, as did I. You were fully aware of that incident yet chose to shield Shen Ping instead. Did you ever consider that if you had not swiftly suppressed the matter back then, I might have succumbed to the pressure and taken my own life? Her tone was calm, yet it brimmed with disappointment, and beneath her composure lay traces of sadness and hurt. Shen Shangshan could no longer muster the courage to meet her gaze. opting instead to turn his back to her. Man, it is your father who has wronged you, allowing you to endure so many years of suffering. It was my failure to guide your sister properly. I have known from the start about your actions in sending her to the northwest. The reason I did not intervene is that she owes you, and I owe you as well. Your retribution is justified. Shen Man pursed her lips. If that is your stance, then I might as well inform my mother. After all, you have stated that one must face the consequences of their own mistakes. At times she found it difficult to fathom how Shen Shangshan, who seemed indifferent toward Shen Ping, could be so caring towards her, his stepdaughter, yet, in those crucial moments, he had chosen to abandon her in favor of protecting Shen Ping. Was this the power of blood ties? Shen Shangshan appeared to age 10 years in an instant, his posture sagging, exuding an aura of desolation. He could hardly bear to contemplate how Yang Fong would perceive him if she were to discover this matter. Would she deem him a hypocrite, a self-serving individual? Man, that he implored. Shen Man inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. For now, I shall not disclose this matter to my mother. However, should you ever wrong her or treat her poorly, I shall personally inform her of your deeds and urge her to divorce you, taking Mingchuan to reside with me. Man, are you speaking the truth? Shen Shangshan abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed upon her. Unable to conceal his excitement, Shen Man nodded, affirming, yes, it is a form of repayment for the care you have bestowed upon me over the years. From now on, aside from in my mother's presence, I shall no longer address you as father. Our father-daughter relationship shall cease here. She was a person who could not tolerate deceit. Regardless of Shen Shangshan's initial intentions, his concealment had indeed caused her pain. Had that incident not transpired, she would undoubtedly have been living a better life, one that would not require any compensation from Shen Shangshan. The anguish within Shen Shangshan was akin to being sliced by a knife. An overwhelming pain enveloping him, his lips quivered, yet no words escaped his mouth. The bond they had nurtured over the years was irrevocably shattered by his own hand. After Shen Man finished speaking, she dismissed him, then lay beneath the covers, surrendering herself to sleep. Was she disappointed? Was she heartbroken? Perhaps a bit of both, yet the past could not be altered. She refrained from making a scene, considering her mother in Mingchuan. However, her silence did not imply forgiveness. Sending Shen Ping to the northwest was one of her acts of retribution, ensuring that Shen Ping and Gu Yang would be forever separated, eliminating any possibility of reconciliation. As for whether that individual would survive and return from the northwest, that rested solely upon her own fate. The following morning, Shen Man rose early. The matter of divorce should be addressed promptly. The longer one delays, the more complications arise. Lu Zhengguo claimed he had no time, but she did not believe him, for even if he were busy, he was on leave. One cannot remain perpetually occupied. She resolved to seek him out directly to expedite the finalization of the divorce for the benefit of all involved. However, as Shen Man stepped beyond the gates of the compound, she spotted Lu Hongmei waving vigorously at her from a distance. Sister-in-law, over here, I've come to find you. As she sprinted closer, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her entire demeanor radiating enthusiasm. Shen Man paused, momentarily taken aback. Hongmei, aren't you working today? Although this younger sister-in-law had previously irked her. Their relationship had improved over time. In the Lu household, Lu Hongmei had defended her on multiple occasions, and for that reason alone, Shen Man held a degree of fondness for her. Lu Hongmei approached. Her cheeks flushed and breathless, she waved her hand dismissively. Don't mention it. I don't know what's gotten into my second brother lately. He's been coming home late every night, reeking of alcohol, whenever I call to him. He ignores me out. He locks himself in his room, and the next morning, he's gone before I can even find him. It's driving me mad. Sister-in-law, why don't you go back for a visit? My second brother has already separated from my parents. For now, I'm temporarily living with him in the house he just bought, which is near the machinery factory, not far from here. As she spoke, Lu Hongmei observed Shen Man's expression closely. Noticing her lack of reaction, doubts began to surface in her mind. Could it be that the issue lay not between the couple, but rather that her second brother was facing some trouble? Shen Man contemplated for a moment. Very well, please provide me with the address where you are currently residing, and I shall visit this afternoon. Lu Hongmei's face lit up with excitement as she eagerly grasped Shen Man's hand. Really, the sister-in-law, if you return, my second brother will undoubtedly be overjoyed. You have no idea, during these past few days while you were away, he has been radiating an aura of coldness, constantly searching for your presence at home. He may not express himself, but he surely cares for you, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to propose separating from my parents. Shen Man bit her lip, remaining silent. Did Lu Zhengguo harbor feelings for her? She found that notion utterly implausible. His suggestion to separate was likely a reflection of his sense of responsibility towards her. Perhaps there was a hint of affection, but such feelings were far too superficial. Chapter 95, The Little Milk Bun. Lu Hongmei, noticing Shen Man's skepticism, grew anxious and hurriedly clasped her arm. Sister-in-law, I know my second brother well. When he was engaged to Shen Ping, even though he did not oppose it, he was not truly fond of her. Whenever they were together, he kept his distance, devoid of any of the intimacy that should accompany a couple. Beyond Shen Ping, he has had no romantic entanglements with any other woman. However, when it comes to you, it's a different story. Every time you are present, his gaze is fixated on you, leaving no attention for anyone else. Shen Man brushed aside Lu Hongmei's words. Hongmei, please return home and inform your brother that I will visit your current residence at 3 o'clock this afternoon. She had already proposed the divorce 2 days prior, and today marked the third day. It was best to conclude this marriage as soon as possible. The procedures for a military marriage were inherently complex. And divorce would be equally so. If Lu Zhengguo continued to procrastinate and failed to submit a divorce application to the military, her quest for separation would become even more arduous. Lu Hongmei nodded. Alright, I will go fetch my second brother. She had done her utmost. Now all she could do was hope for her brother's well-being. After she departed, Shen Man strolled nearby. It had been half a month since she commenced her employment at the machinery factory. Prior to her official reporting, she had a month of leave. She planned to return after visiting her family and then formally report to the factory, seeking a place to live independently. The immediate concern was finding suitable accommodation. Shen Man wandered through the alleys surrounding the machinery factory for half the day, inquiring with several residents, and finally discovered a fitting house, although it was a bit of a distance from the factory. Commuting by bicycle daily was not too inconvenient. This was an arrangement she could accept. The owner of the house was a woman named Lu, affectionately referred to as Aunt Lu by the locals. While Shen Man knew her, they were not particularly close. After a brief conversation, Aunt Lu led Shen Man to view the property. This yard is a bit far from your workplace, but the environment is excellent. The police station is just up ahead, ensuring safety at the nearby supply and marketing cooperative and state-run restaurant are also conveniently close for daily necessities. Most importantly, the house is clean and tidy, well-lit, with a well in the yard for easy access to water. Shen Man entered the yard under Aunt Lu's guidance, surveying the surroundings. There were 3 households in total, but only the couple next door was currently residing there. The opposite unit had been vacant for several days. The neighbors were decent folks with just one child, who was not too noisy. Shen Man then stepped inside the house. Though modest in size, it was adequately furnished, comprising 2 rooms totaling around 20 square meters, sufficient space for her alone. Aunt Lu, how much is the rent per month? Aunt Lu smiled. For you, just 4 yuan a month. We are acquainted, and have seen you grow up. If it were someone else, it would be at least 5 yuan. Shen Man's eyes brightened. Thank you, Aunt Lu. I'll take the house. Thus, the rental agreement was settled, and she promptly paid 2 months' rent along with the deposit. After receiving the keys from Aunt Lu, she watched her leave. Shen Man inspected the house. Although it appeared reasonably clean, there was still a fair amount of dust, especially on the walls and windows, since it was still morning and she had no pressing engagements. She grabbed a basin and a cloth, planning to tidy up the place. As she approached the well to fetch water, suddenly, her thigh was tightly embraced, accompanied by a pitiful little voice. Mommy, sob, I miss you so much. Daddy doesn't recognize me anymore. He is mean. I want to talk to him again. Mommy, please take Xiaobei home. This place feels so strange. I miss you. If she wakes up and doesn't see Mommy, she will cry. Shen Man froze momentarily, looking down to find a small child, just a few years old, soft and chubby, but with tear-stained cheeks and a familiar gaze. She shook her head in disbelief. Those eyes were almost identical to her brother Mingxuan's. Gu Xiaobei, seeing that Mommy did not rush to embrace him as she had before, looked up with red-rimmed eyes, stubborn yet brave, and his small voice trembled again. Woo-woo, Mommy, you don't want me anymore. Daddy doesn't want me either. Woo-woo, I'm no longer your favorite baby. At just 3 years old, Gu Xiaobei, despite his deep sense of grievance, clung tightly to Shen Man. Terrified of disappearing from her sight, Shen Man bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable sense of closeness towards the suddenly appearing child, perhaps due to those eyes that so closely resembled Mingxuan's. Unable to resist, she crouched down and gently wiped his tears with her cloth. Little one, tell your sister your name, and what are your parents' names? Shall I take you home? The gate to the yard was closed, and currently, the only child nearby was the one next door. Jiu Xiaobei began to cry even more pitifully, tears streaming down his cheeks, his eyes red as he looked at Shen Man with insistence. Mommy, are you like Daddy, not wanting to recognize me? He could not comprehend how, just before falling asleep, Mommy had been reading stories to him and his sister, yet upon awakening, everything around him had changed. He had suddenly found himself on a train, nearly falling victim to those wretched human traffickers. Had it not been for his intelligence, he would not have instantly spotted his father and rushed to embrace his leg without letting go. He would never see his father and mother again. Shen Man felt a moment of helplessness. The child appeared to be around 3 years old. Back when she was with Lu Zhengguo, they had never fully consummated their relationship. So how could she have given birth to such a large child? Moreover, she had not lost her memory. She was quite certain about whether or not she had children. Perhaps the child bore a resemblance to her. Leading to this mix-up, with that thought, Shen Man gently ruffled Gu Xiaobei's hair. You are mistaken, dear child. I am not your mother. Please tell me, what are your parents' names? I shall help you find them. Alright. Gu Xiaobei was utterly panicked, his cherubic face puffing up as he clung tightly to Shen Man's leg. No, you are indeed Xiaobei's mother. Your name is Shen Man, and my father's name is Gu Qinglan. My little sister is named Gu Xianyan. We live in the military family compound, and my grandparents were once military doctors, now the director and a physician at the capital's hospital. They reside in a large courtyard in the capital. Shen Man was taken aback. His mother was also named Shen Man. As for Gu Qinglin, she did not know him and could not possibly reside in the family compound, just as Shen Man contemplated taking the child to find his parents. A necklace suddenly fell from Gu Xiaobei's neck and his eyes instantly lit up. I have evidence. Gu Xiaobei quickly bent down to retrieve the necklace. Standing on his tiptoes, he raised it towards Shen Man. He pointed at several figures on the pendant. Mother, look, this is our family portrait we just took, this is you, and this is father, along with Xianyan and me. Chapter 96. Gu Xiaobei. Shen Man instinctively glanced over and was momentarily stunned. The necklace opened to reveal a photograph. The woman depicted wore a striking red dress, her beauty captivating. Beside her stood a tall, imposing man in military attire, his features handsome. The woman held a small child of about 3. While the man cradled a chubby little girl. Most astonishingly, the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Man. The small child she held by the hand was none other than the one now clinging to her leg. Shen Man's mind went blank. The person in the photograph was undoubtedly her, yet, whether in her current life or that of the original owner, she had never given birth. So where did this child come from? Seeing Shen Man lost in thought, Gu Xiaobei leaped into her arms, crying pitifully, "Mother, do you not remember Xiaobei? Just like father, just yesterday, our family of 4 went to the photo studio to take this picture. Why has everything changed after I woke up? Father does not remember me, mother does not remember me, my sister is gone, and everything around me is unfamiliar, not the military family compound I know." Though Shen Man found it difficult to accept the sudden change, she could not bear to see the child in distress. She quickly embraced him, preparing to offer comfort when the door across from them swung open. A tall, exceptionally handsome man emerged. The moment Shen Man looked up, their gazes locked in the air. Both momentarily stunned, they recognized each other as the other person in the photograph, before Gu Qinglin could react. Gu Xiaobei clung to Shen Man's neck, turning to shout at him, "Father, look, it's mother, I found her. When shall we go find Xianyan? If she wakes up and does not see us, she will surely cry." Xianyan, the little girl in the photograph, was Gu Xiaobei's fraternal twin. Faced with the sudden appearance of both the child and his father, Shen Man was at a loss for how to respond. Moreover, the child bore a striking resemblance to his father, making it obvious to anyone that they were indeed father and son, yet she truly did not recognize the man before her, let alone the idea of having a child with him. Gu Qinglin's gaze fell upon Shen Man's face, and upon comparing it with the woman in the photograph, he found them to be identical. The crucial point was that Gu Xiaobei shared the same enchanting eyes as her. Indicating a clear connection between them, he forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, stepping forward to extend his hand for a handshake. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Qinglin. If I am not mistaken, the child you are holding should also be mine." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaobei nestled closer into Shen Man's embrace, rubbing his soft little face against hers. "Mother, listen, father does not recognize me. Xianyan and I are your biological children, not adopted. You have no idea how frightened I was when I woke up and did not see either of you. There were several human traffickers on the train trying to capture me. Thankfully, I was clever enough to seek help from the conductor and even spotted father on the train, otherwise, you would never have seen me again." Shen Man felt a pang in her heart. Instinctively tightening her hold around the small child, the train was a mixed crowd, teeming with all sorts of people, and human traffickers were particularly numerous. She could not fathom how such a small child found himself alone on a train. A flicker of complexity crossed Gu Qinglin's eyes. This child was someone he had encountered just a few days prior on the train. At that time, several individuals posing as Gu Xiaobei's relatives were searching for him. The 4-year-old had been hiding from them aboard the train. He had always remembered what his parents told him: in times of trouble on the train, seek out the conductor first, after searching and evading the traffickers. Gu Xiaobei had accidentally wandered into another compartment and encountered Gu Qinglin. The moment he saw his father, Gu Xiaobei could no longer contain his emotions. He rushed forward to hug his father's leg, crying out, "Father, someone is trying to abduct me. I am so scared. Where have you and mother gone? Why did you leave me alone?" No one could comprehend the fear of a 3-year-old child who opened his eyes to find himself alone on a train. Separated from his parents and sister, surrounded by strangers and lurking traffickers. Though he appeared calm, searching for a way to escape, he was terrified in the face of the unfamiliar surroundings. He could only rely on the methods mother had once taught him to find someone who could help. When he unexpectedly spotted Gu Qinglin, he thought he had found his father and that his worries would dissipate, but to his dismay, his father did not recognize him, and his mother and sister were nowhere to be found. Gu Xiaobei's inner turmoil and fear gradually nestled within him, a secret he dared not share with anyone, until today, when he encountered Shen Man. He finally found solace in her embrace, allowing his emotions to spill forth. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Man's clothing was gradually soaked with the child's tears. Despite being weary from his ordeal, the little one clung tightly to Shen Man, his eyes brimming with tears as he repeatedly cried out for her not to leave him, not to abandon him. Shen Man felt a swell of emotion, a desire to weep as she tightened her hold on the child. Though it was their first meeting, blood ties could not be deceived. This child was likely indeed her own, inexplicably traversing time to be with her. After all, she too had arrived in this world from another, allowing her to accept such an extraordinary situation rather swiftly. Gu Qinglin observed the scene quietly, his lips pressed into a thin line, his heart swirling with conflicting emotions. Jiyu Xiaobei was his son. Aside from the photograph as evidence, his striking resemblance to the child served as proof. However, the sudden emergence of a future daughter-in-law left him somewhat flummoxed, especially considering the photograph also depicted him holding a chubby little girl who, without a doubt, was also their future child, and the two were fraternal twins. Chapter 97, married. Based on Xiaobei's timeline, he and Shen Man would marry in 3 months, and shortly thereafter, they would conceive this pair of twins. As the child cried, he eventually fell asleep in Shen Man's arms. Her hands were growing weary, and she contemplated switching to the other arm. At that moment, the man reached over and took the child from her embrace, a familiar, crisp fragrance wafting back to Shen Man's senses. Suddenly realizing something, she looked up at the man cradling the child. It was you who saved me that night. Gu Qinglin, upon hearing her words, recalled why Shen Man seemed somewhat familiar. You were the one from that night? Shen Man's emotions were also complicated. She nodded. Thank you for saving me that time, but if it weren't for you passing by, I might not be here today. Jiyu Qinglin raised an eyebrow. No need for thanks. I would have intervened regardless of who it was that night. At that moment, the little one stirred in his sleep, brushing his rosy face with his hand before sinking back into slumber. Until now, he still called out for his mother. Their gazes inevitably fell upon the child's face. It was undeniable that this child inherited all the best traits from both parents, appearing both adorable and pitiable. One glance was enough to discern whose child he was. Jiyu Qinglin's heart softened. Although he had known the child for just a few days, he felt an inexplicable pull towards him from the very first moment they met. Compelling him to keep the child close, Shen Man pondered. Although this was all quite sudden, the child was most likely her own flesh and blood. The man before her was likely to be her future husband. Although the three of us are not yet acquainted, the issues at hand must still be addressed. She lifted her gaze to the man and suggested, let's put the child down for a nap and find a moment for us to converse. Gu Qinglin shared this sentiment. Based on the information from Xiaobei and the photograph, he knew that he and Shen Man had a little daughter named Xiaoyan, who was a twin to Xiaobei. Xiaoyan's health was fragile, requiring constant attention. The whereabouts of this child remained uncertain. Whether she had returned to this time like Xiaobei or remained in the future was still unclear. Gu Qinglin carried the child back into the room, with Shen Man following closely. After laying the child on the bed and ensuring she was covered, they made their way to the living room. This is my newly rented apartment. I just moved in yesterday and haven't had the chance to organize it yet. Upon exiting the room, Gu Qinglin noticed Shen Man's gaze fixated on the weathered walls. He strode over and offered her a cup of tea. Shen Man accepted it with a faint smile, expressing her gratitude. The aroma alone indicated that this was no ordinary tea, suggesting that the man's background was quite remarkable. They settled down, and Gu Qinglin provided a brief introduction that he had come on a mission, albeit one that was not strictly confidential. Nonetheless, certain matters could not be disclosed at this time, thus, he shared only basic information about himself. I am Gu Qinglin, residing in the capital, currently serving as a soldier, 25 years of age, and unmarried. Shen Man remained silent for a moment before replying. I am Shen Man, living in Ping County, employed at a machinery factory. 22 years old, and married. Upon hearing that she was married, Gu Qinglin momentarily froze, an unfamiliar emotion flickering within him. He had initially intended to seek her opinion, and if there were no objections, he would submit a marriage report to the army. However, he was taken aback to discover that Shen Man was already wedded. Based on Xiaobei's age and the conversations they had, it was highly likely that he and Shen Man would marry in 3 months and soon have 2 children. Thus, what did Shen Man's current husband? Jiyu Qinglin quickly redirected his thoughts and looked at the person across from him. From your appearance, it seems you have rented the opposite apartment. I may be staying here with Xiaobei for a while. If you have time, you are welcome to visit him. Throughout the days Gu Qinglin had spent with Xiaobei, he could sense the child's underlying anxiety and fear, although it was not outwardly expressed. However, at night, Xiaobei would tightly clutch the photograph of their family of 4, silently shedding tears. Shen Man pondered for a moment. How about tomorrow afternoon? I have pressing matters to attend to today. But I should be free then, and I will come by. Since the child was indeed her own, she felt it was her responsibility, one she would not evade. For now all she could do was spend more time with the child. Glancing at her watch, Shen Man noted that she had only half an hour left before her 3 o'clock appointment with Lu Zhengguo. The divorce matter needed to be resolved today. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, she stated. Jiyu Qinglin noticed her urgency and refrained from saying more. He retrieved a key from his pocket and handed it to Shen Man. This is the key to the house. You can come by to see Xiaobei anytime tomorrow. Shen Man glanced at the key on the table but did not reach for it. No need, I will likely come around in the afternoon. Just remember to open the door. With that, she rose and departed. Jiyu Qinglin watched her retreating figure, his lips pressed together. Was she in such haste to return because of that man? Second brother, sister-in-law should be arriving soon. Why do you have such a grim expression? Lu Hongmei remarked, observing the brooding man by the window. Hongmei, you shouldn't have sought her out today. Why not? Didn't you want to see sister-in-law? Lu Hongmei asked. Puzzled, just as Lu Zhengguo was about to respond, Shen Man entered the room, prompting Lu Zhengguo to look up at her. Lu Hongmei's eyes flickered with confusion as she sensed an unusual atmosphere between the two. And her heart sank. She hastily inquired, second brother, sister-in-law, what are you two discussing? I don't quite understand. Some matters should not be taken lightly. Shen Man interjected. Hongmei, please refrain from calling me sister-in-law. I am about to divorce your second brother. This was a conversation that needed to happen eventually, and revealing it now was for the best. Lu Hongmei's mind went blank, utterly bewildered. What, second brother, sister-in-law? You can't be joking. Everything seemed fine. How did it come to this? Lu Zhengguo gazed deeply at Shen Man before turning to the still-shocked Lu Hongmei. Hongmei, please step outside. We have matters to discuss. Only then did Lu Hongmei realize the gravity of the situation. Second brother, you should sincerely apologize to sister-in-law. If there's any misunderstanding, you can talk it out. Lu Zhengguo's expression was inscrutable as he raised a hand to interrupt her. Hongmei, just go outside. Very well, Lu Hongmei acquiesced. Casting a final glance at the two before leaving, once the door closed behind her, silence enveloped the room, leaving only the two of them. Shen Man lifted her gaze to the man, breaking the tension. Lu Zhengguo, please submit the divorce application to the military as soon as possible. Chapter 98. As soon as possible. Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. All right, I will handle it promptly. Please wait a few minutes. When he emerged again, he held a savings book in his hand. This was the same book he had given her after writing the guarantee letter, which she had not taken with her when she left. Over these past 4 years, I have indeed failed in my duties as a husband, and you have suffered greatly. All the money in this savings book is yours. Shen Man hesitated, not reaching out to take it. There's no need. If you truly wish to make amends, then ensure that my reputation remains intact after the divorce. In truth, she and Lu Zhengguo had never been a proper couple over the past 4 years. The military had provided her with a pension, most of which had gone to her, accumulating to a considerable sum. Lu Zhengguo pressed the savings book into her hands once more. Take it. I will fulfill my promises. As the party at fault in the divorce, he was morally and ethically obligated to prevent Shen Man from suffering undue scrutiny from others because of this matter. Shen Man looked up at him. When can I expect the divorce application to be processed? Lu Zhengguo remained silent for a long while before finally offering her a guarantee. The fastest would be in a month, but rest assured, I will expedite the process. Receiving a definitive assurance, Shen Man felt a wave of relief wash over her. He was someone who honored his word. Now, all that remained was for the divorce application to be finalized so they could proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau and conclude this marriage once and for all. Upon returning to the Shen family home, dusk began to settle in. As she entered, she found the dining table already laden with dishes. Yang Fong placed the last dish down and beckoned to her. Man, you're back. Come sit and eat. After dinner, pack your things. We will set off tomorrow morning to visit your grandparents at Hongqi Brigade. Mom, weren't we supposed to go the day after tomorrow? Why the sudden change? Shen Man was taken aback. She had promised Gu Qinglin to spend time with Xiao Bei, but it seemed she would have to break that promise. Yang Fong smacked her forehead. Oh, my memory. I misremembered the date. If Grandpa hadn't called today, we might have really gotten the timing wrong. Your cousin's wedding is the day after tomorrow, while Hongqi Brigade is nearby. It still requires some travel. If we leave tomorrow morning, we should arrive by the afternoon. We will first deliver some wedding gifts to Shanglan, and by then it will likely be evening. Plus, the day after tomorrow is your grandfather's 60th birthday. Going tomorrow is just right. Shen Man sighed inwardly, realizing she would need to inform Gu Qinglin and Xiao Bei before leaving in the morning. During dinner, the atmosphere in the Shen household felt peculiar. Shen Mingchuan glanced at his silent father and then at his mother. The two exchanged no words, a stark contrast to their usual dynamic, where even in silence, the atmosphere felt different. Cautiously, he edged closer to Shen Man's sister. Do you feel there is something off between Mom and Dad? They aren't in any trouble, are they? Shen Man placed a piece of meat into Shen Mingchuan's bowl. Just focus on your meal. Don't overthink it. Their relationship has always been good. They will likely be fine in a couple of days. Shen Mingchuan surveyed Yang Fong and Shen Shangshan, still doubtful. Yes, that's so. Even when they argued before, they were never this distant, especially Mom. She hasn't looked at Dad once since we started eating. His father occasionally cast furtive glances at his mother but remained silent. Shen Man added some greens to Shen Mingchuan's bowl. Stop worrying. If you have time to think about this, you should focus on your homework instead. Upon mentioning homework, Shen Mingchuan finally quieted down and obediently ate. After dinner, rather than clearing the table, Yang Fong took Shen Man into the room. Meanwhile, Shen Shangshan rose to silently tidy up the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Shen Man noticed the changes in both of them. Once inside and after closing the door, she initially thought her mother had learned of the situation, but upon reflection, she realized her mother likely did not know why it must be something else. With that thought, Shen Man grasped Yang Fong's hand. Mom, what is going on between you and Dad? Mingchuan has noticed the tension between you. Yang Fong reached out and tapped Shen Man's forehead, giving her a disapproving glance. What else could it be? I should be asking you about the situation between you and your father. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware. There must be secrets between you two. And yet you choose not to disclose them to me. I've subtly inquired with your father, but he remains tight-lipped, refusing to utter a word. I hadn't planned on asking you, yet here you are. Turning the tables and questioning me first, Shen Man felt a sigh of relief within her. So that was the case, Mom. What could possibly be between Dad and me? You're overthinking it. However, I do have something to tell you today. What is it? Let me guess, is it about your divorce from Lu Zhengguo? Upon hearing that there was news, Yang Fong immediately became intrigued and swiftly deduced the matter. Shen Man nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's it. Moreover, Lu Zhengguo has voluntarily agreed to take full responsibility for the divorce. With this arrangement, her reputation post-divorce would be slightly salvaged. It wouldn't be as tarnished as it might have been. Yang Fong felt a mixture of joy and sorrow for her daughter. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she struggled to hold back her emotions as she pulled Shen Man into a tight embrace. Man, my poor Man, I truly feel for you. A divorced woman inevitably faces a tarnished reputation, often becoming the subject of idle gossip. Shen Man sighed and gently patted Yang Fong's back. Mom, divorce is actually a good thing for me. You should be happy for me. To be honest, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Lu Zhengguo, she realized they were fundamentally incompatible, especially with his family, which she found utterly unacceptable. Ending a misguided marriage and cutting her losses was undoubtedly the right choice. It was far better than enduring the oppressive silence of a man's emotional abuse. Yang Fong understood this logic all too well. Yet society treats divorced men and women quite differently. Often, people disregard right and wrong and impose all blame squarely on the woman. They wield rumors and gossip to undermine a woman's mental well-being, driving divorced women toward a path of ruin and despair. However, she would not allow her daughter to descend to such depths. Yang Fong began to contemplate whether she should seek an opportunity to inquire about any suitable young men for Man. Suddenly a name popped into her mind, Gu Yang. He was the son-in-law she had envisioned from the very beginning. The next day, early in the morning, shortly after dawn, Yang Fong was already busy packing items to take to the Hongqi Brigade. Shen Man thought of the child. If not for unforeseen circumstances, today should have been the day she spent with him. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Mom, I'll step out for a bit, but I'll be back soon. What is the matter? We're supposed to leave for the Hongqi Brigade in an hour. You need to hurry. Alright, I'll be quick. Shen Man rode her bicycle toward Hohot Alley, where Gu Qinglin lived. It wasn't too far from the Shen household. She arrived in under 10 minutes. As she pushed open the gate to the courtyard, she spotted Gu Xiaobei squatting on the ground with two other children, poking at ants with sticks. I'm telling you, my mom is incredibly beautiful, which is why I turned out so adorable. Plus, she makes all sorts of lovely snacks. A mere little bunny won't daunt her. One of the boys gulped but stubbornly retorted, You're lying. If your mom is so great, let her make us bunny snacks. Otherwise, we won't believe you. The other child chimed in, We've never seen your mom. You must be deceiving us. Gu Xiaobei blinked his eyes and shook his head. No way, my mom only makes bunny snacks for me and my sister. If you want some, go ask your own moms. He wasn't foolish. He could see the drool practically dripping from these kids, as if they could trick him. Besides, his mom was coming to see him today. He just wanted her company. Snacks were delicious, but they would tire her out. The other children pouted and began to wail. Wah, I want to eat bunny snacks. I want bunny snacks. As one child cried, the others followed suit, and soon the courtyard was filled with the sound of their loud wails. Shen Man stood at the doorway, observing the scene, and quickly approached to lift the sobbing children off the ground, comforting them. Whoever stops crying first will get a milk candy. Alright. Instantly, the cries ceased. The children, with tear-filled eyes, glanced at one another and quickly quieted down. Shen Man smiled, pulled out 3 milk candies from her pocket, and handed one to each child. These are for the obedient kids. Good children get treats. Clutching their milk candies, the children beamed with joy and scampered back home. Candy, delicious candy. Finally resolving the situation for the moment, Shen Man breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she lowered her head, she found herself face to face with a stubborn little face brimming with tears. He believed that he and Shan Yan were their mother's only children. Mom can give Shan Yan candy, but she mustn't forget to give me some too. In that instant, Shen Man understood. She smiled gently and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe Gu Xiaobei's face. Close your eyes and stretch out your little hands. Though Gu Xiaobei felt wronged, he obediently shut his eyes and opened his chubby hands. Moments later, both hands and the pockets of his clothes were filled with goodies. He instinctively squeezed them. Milk candies. So many milk candies, more than all the candies the other children had combined. Unable to contain himself, Gu Xiaobei leapt into Shen Man's embrace, calling out in a babyish voice, I knew it. In Mommy's eyes, only I and Shan Yan are her children, mentioning his sister, who he did not know the whereabouts of, made his eyes turn red. Mom, I know you and Dad have forgotten about me and Shan Yan, but please hurry and find her. She is not well. If someone takes her away, she'll end up in the hospital. Shen Man was momentarily taken aback. She had seen the pictures. The little girl in the photographs was a sweet and gentle child, clearly a twin to Gu Xiaobei, yet she appeared a year younger and somewhat unwell. Evoking deep sympathy, Xiaobei, can you tell mommy why Xiaoyan is unwell? Shen Man bent down to meet Gu Xiaobei's gaze. He tilted his head back, contemplating. Dad said Xiaoyan was born this way. Shen Man froze for a moment. Could it be a congenital illness, something untreatable? Just then, Gu Qinglin emerged from the house, momentarily surprised to see Shen Man so early. I'd made breakfast. Come in and eat together. Knowing she had come so early, he figured she hadn't eaten anything. Shen Man placed Gu Xiaobei down and replied, no, I came early because I have matters to attend to over the next few days and won't be able to come. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaobei quickly stuffed the milk candies into Gu Qinglin's hands, then rushed to hug Shen Man's leg. Mom, where are you going? Can't you take Xiaobei with you? Shen Man bent down. Stroking his little head, Xiaobei be good. I in front of outsiders, you should call me auntie. When there's no one around, you can call me mom. Next time we meet, I'll make you all sorts of animal-shaped snacks. Alright, she had just divorced Lu Zhengguo, and suddenly a 3-year-old child appeared. If acquaintances saw, it would be quite difficult to explain. Though Gu Xiaobei felt a twinge of sadness, he nodded obediently. Okay. He understood that mommy had her reasons and didn't want to be a burden. Shen Man's heart softened, and she bent down to kiss his cheek. Mommy's little treasure is so good. Wait for mommy to come back at home. Gu Xiaobei's cheeks flushed slightly, his eyes shy and awkward. Of course, I'm the best baby. He silently added in his heart that Xiaoyan was just like him, mommy's best baby. Seeing that time was drawing near, Shen Man bid farewell to the child and then looked up at the man. I'll be leaving now. Please take care of Xiaobei. Gu Qinglin nodded, lips pressed together. You can go. I'll take good care of the child. Thank you for your help with that. Shen Man exited the gate. Riding her bicycle away behind her, the father and son watched her figure until it disappeared from view. Gu Xiaobei poked Gu Qinglin's thigh. Dad, you've changed. You used to never let mommy leave alone. And mommy wouldn't say thank you either. Gu Qinglin bent down to lift him, saying, remember what your mom said, when there are outsiders, don't call her mommy. It'll bring her trouble. Gu Xiaobei's little head looked conflicted. Dad, why don't you and mommy live together anymore? You used to sleep in the same bed. I would sneak into your room at night, and you'd scold me. I cried and wanted to sleep with mommy. But you kicked me out. Gu Qinglin fell silent. Since it couldn't be explained clearly, he chose not to explain at all. Upon returning to the Shen household, Yang Fong had already packed everything. A collection of gifts for relatives over there. Man, let us go. Your dad bought a bicycle yesterday. You have one too, so we can ride there together. Shen Shangshan trailed behind Yang Fong, saying, wife, how about I accompany you both? You seem burdened with so many packages. It must be tiring. I can help carry your luggage. Perhaps not. You should head to work, Yang Fong replied, a hint of impatience in her gesture. He had no connection to the people over there. Going would only result in awkwardness. Shen Shangshan could only fall silent, watching helplessly as the mother and daughter departed. The Hongqi Brigade was a large collective near Pingxian, which had endured exceedingly harsh conditions in previous years. With members often going hungry, the former brigade leader was ineffective, secretly undermining socialism and misappropriating collective assets, while his family lived comfortably. It was a tragedy for the other members, who nearly starved under his mismanagement. Fortunately, Shen Man's uncle Chen Changping could no longer tolerate the situation. He boldly stood up and exposed the brigade leader's misdeeds to the commune leaders, resulting in the complete removal of the leader from his position. Allowing the members of Hongqi Commune to finally breathe a sigh of relief, ultimately, Chen Changping was elected as the new brigade leader, and for the past few years, he had worked diligently and tirelessly, leading the Hongqi Brigade to become the most prosperous in the entire commune. All the members were able to live lives they had scarcely dared to dream of, free from the fear of starvation. On their way to the Hongqi Brigade, Yang Fong spoke to Shen Man about the Shen family there. And your grandfather was also an old revolutionary. He simply returned to the countryside to retire after injuring his leg. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Your eldest uncle is your dad, and your aunt married into the neighboring brigade, where she still serves as the women's director. All these years, they have always thought of you. For you are your father's only bloodline. They maintain a good relationship with him. Had you not been so young and considering a life in the city which seemed more beneficial for your future, they would have never let you go. Shen Man felt a mix of emotions. She had long held a sense of anticipation for her relatives whom she had not seen for years. Her biological father also bore the surname Shen. Throughout her childhood, she received gifts from the Shen family and Hongqi Brigade every birthday, sometimes dresses, sometimes money, occasionally beautiful fabric, and even home-raised chickens and eggs. Mom, can you tell me more about my father? Yang Fong had never deliberately hidden the truth about Shen Man's biological father but had not elaborated much either, and now seemed the right time to share. For that man had indeed cared deeply for his only daughter. Your father's name is Shen Mingda. We were in the same brigade. Back then, I was young and proud, unwilling to follow my family's plans which sought to use me as a dowry for your ineffectual uncle. So I aspired to marry into the city. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful I grew, I was merely a rural girl without education or a household registration, left with no choice but to settle for unworthy suitors or older men with children. I had high standards and aspirations, unwilling to marry such men, and so I searched the village until I laid eyes on your father. He had just returned from the army, tall and handsome. I employed a little strategy, and within days, he remembered me and even took the initiative to approach your grandmother for my hand. Your grandparents initially looked down on me, specifically, they disapproved of the Yang family. Given my parasitic brother, my fiery mother, and my paralyzed father. As she spoke, a glimmer of tenderness crossed Yang Fang's eyes, but your father was determined, he would marry no one but me. Your grandparents had no choice but to arrange a meeting. Little did they know, I had already learned that they were kind-hearted people. When we met, I feigned tears, and they, true to their nature, softened and agreed to let me marry your father, even providing a generous dowry in secret. When I was pregnant with you, they wished for a boy, yet upon your birth, they lavished you with affection. Suddenly, Yang Fang recalled an incident, smiling as she looked at Shen Man. By the way, your father once arranged a betrothal for you as a child. I thought it was a jest, but it turned out the other family was serious. A few years ago, they even reached out to inquire about you. Shen Man was taken aback. Mom, when did this happen? I had no idea. Yang Fang shot her a glance. By then, you had already married Lu Zhengguo, so I didn't mention it. However, the family was quite well off, and I've always wondered how they could consider your father as a relative. But given their affluence, while I wished for you to marry well, I worried that if you faced difficulties in your marriage, I wouldn't be in a position to defend you. Time passed. And soon enough, as they rode their bicycles, Shen Man and Yang Fang spotted a village and encountered an elderly man named Zhang, who was pulling an ox cart. He squinted at Yang Fang and then looked at Shen Man's face. Trying to recall where he had seen them before. Goodness, I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Zhang thought. Yang Fang recognized him immediately, greeting him with a smile. Uncle Zhang. It is me, you can't possibly have forgotten me. It was you who brought me to the Shen family on your ox cart. Come on, man, greet Grandpa Zhang. He lives right next to your grandfather's house. I imagine it's still the same. With a bright smile, Shen Man replied, hello Grandpa Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang squinted harder, and suddenly, memories flooded back to him. He became visibly excited. Xiao Fang, is that really you? And this must be your daughter with Shen Ming. How she has grown, no wonder she looks so familiar. She resembles Shen Ming at least 50%. If only he were still here at this thought. Zhang's eyes misted over, and he wiped away a tear.